Chapter 1. Returning home for employment. In the gentle warmth of early summer, a hint of coolness lingered in the breeze. The young woman found the chill of the wind unremarkable, but lamented the solitude of the night in an empty room. Her limbs were preoccupied. Yet sadly, a security guard lingered. Nearby, Chun Yin sat on the steps at the airport entrance, his eyes roving eagerly over the passing coolly dressed beauties, his drool dampening the ground beneath him. Two vigilant airport security guards watched him warily, fearful that this infatuated man might act impulsively and jeopardize their modest monthly salary of 2,800 yuan. Dressed in a burgundy shirt tucked into form-fitting camouflage pants, with a pair of yellow rubber shoes on his feet, Chun Yan's ensemble would surely prompt even the most esteemed figures in the fashion world to consider cataract surgery, rendering the many long legs around him pale in comparison. Taking a deep breath, Chun Yan's face radiated intoxication. This was the essence he had longed for after spending years amidst forests and grasslands. He felt slightly euphoric from the oxygen. Now, the air, infused with the scent of car exhaust and perfume, felt incredibly familiar. If only a touch of smog were to grace the atmosphere, it might even cure the chronic rhinitis that had plagued him for years. He hailed a taxi, saying, "Driver, to Donggang Village." Located on the outskirts of Jianghai City, Donggang Village bore the scars of neglect, with the word demolished plastered across the crumbling brick walls, a testament to its once thriving past, now marred by the downturn in China's real estate market, leaving behind only decay and disillusionment. The muddy roads, dilapidated shanties, and the occasional hollow-eyed young person passing by, alongside the many gray-haired and weary souls, painted a picture devoid of vitality. At this moment, Chun Yin donned flip-flops, brightly colored beach shorts, a yellow tank top, and wielded a tattered fan adorned with lace, topped off with a messy hairstyling. Archetypal image of a local bachelor. With one hand fanning himself and the other grasping a wilted youtiao fried dough stick, he engaged in casual conversation with Old Wu, who lounged in the doorway. "Xiao Chun, didn't Old Wu mention that after all those years away, you've been back for several days now, spending all your time with this old fool?" At over 20, still without a wife, you're driving Old Wu to despair. Old Wu mumbled, his speech slurred by the aftereffects of a stroke that left his left hand trembling. It had been half a month since he returned to this small fishing village, a place that lingered in his memories. He was the child adopted by Chun the Fool, who had found it by the roadside, and thus he bore the Chen surname. The village schoolmaster bestowed upon him the name Yin, symbolizing a flourishing life. Whether his life would indeed flourish remained uncertain, though he did nearly set the schoolmaster's home ablaze in his childhood antics. When he was 13, tragedy struck as Chun the Fool was killed in an accident, leaving him to rely on the kindness of the villagers for sustenance. With an innate talent for truancy, he wandered aimlessly through the streets, earning a reputation as a ne'er-do-well. The local wives feared him, and his notoriety spread across the region. At T18, Old Wu sought out his brother-in-law in the military, forcibly enlisting Chun Yin into the army. Now, 8 years later, upon his return a fortnight ago, Old Wu was so astonished that he suffered a stroke, just returning from the hospital yesterday. T1, the villagers regarded the young man as quite charming, having ventured out into the world for many years, seemingly achieving some success. However, upon conversing with him, they discovered that he had merely served as a soldier for 2 years and had since been aimlessly wandering. Now, he returned to this small fishing village, smoking inexpensive cigarettes and dressed in attire that barely exceeded 20 yuan, while still using an old Nokia phone with a yellow screen. Old Wu Air, who had watched Chun Yin grow up, felt a pang of anxiety. "I asked my nephew to find you a security job at Shanghai. You must perform well there tomorrow." "Understood. Uncle Wu, I will heed your advice," Chun Yin replied readily. Wu Air had always taken good care of him throughout his childhood. He often dined at Wu Air's home, and he held great respect for the elderly man. The following morning, Chun Yin rode the family's traditional bicycle and navigated the winding roads to Shanghai Building. After 8 years, Jianghai had transformed immensely, rendering everything unfamiliar to him. The newly constructed roads left even this former street-savvy youth disoriented. Dressed in a set of brand-new market goods and sporting a pair of rubber-scented sneakers, he gazed up at the towering building, where luxury cars flitted about the plaza, and couldn't help but exclaim, "What a lavish place!" After spitting on the ground and adjusting his hairstyle, he stepped into the building. Good day, sir. How may we assist you? The two young ladies at the reception desk did not disdain him for his shabby appearance. They politely obstructed his path. I am Chun Yin, here to see Assistant Manager Wu Sanju, he replied. The receptionist picked up the phone for a brief inquiry and then informed him, please wait a moment, Assistant Manager will be down shortly. 5 minutes later, a lean man emerged from the elevator, and Chun Yin immediately recognized him as Wu Er's nephew. The resemblance between them was striking, leading Chun Yin to wonder if Wu Er had had a particularly close relationship with his sister-in-law in his youth. You must be Chun Yin, the man addressed him. Yes. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Wu Sanju. My uncle called ahead. Please follow me. Wu Sanju was notably cordial towards Chun Yin. Remember, don't speak out of turn, just listen to me, he advised as they approached the office of the head of security. Upon opening the door, Wu Sanju's posture shifted as he addressed the figure at the desk. Director Yi, I've brought the person. Chun Yin surveyed the office, taken aback by its opulence. It was an ordinary office for a security chief, yet extravagantly furnished. The large floor-to-ceiling windows made the space feel exceptionally spacious and bright, while a treadmill and other fitness equipment were neatly arranged on one side of the office. Seated in a broad office chair was a young woman with short hair, her arms crossed, her sharp gaze fixed on Chun Yin. She had a healthy, wheat-colored complexion and striking features. Her security uniform accentuated her stature, which was almost bursting from the garment, and her nameplate on the desk read EAI. I detest connections, the woman remarked with indifference. Wu Sanju hurriedly stepped forward, stating, his name is Chun Yin. He served in the army for 2 years and was awarded first place in the military competition. After his discharge, he has been engaged in the security industry over at Eagle Sauce. He holds a 7th-degree black belt in Taekwondo, an 8th-degree black belt in Aikido, a 9th-degree black belt in Karate, and a 10th-degree black belt in Judo. He is equally adept at reaching for the stars and tilling the earth, making him an ideal fit for our company. Aunt, do take him in. Address him as minister of the company. Yi Ai forcefully slammed her hand on the table, evidently displeased with her nephew. At last, Chun Yin comprehended Wu Sanju's reluctance to allow him to speak further. It appeared this fellow had no need for a rehearsal when it came to boasting. Upon hearing the introduction, Chun Yin found himself slipping into self-doubt. Come with me to the gym. Chapter 2. Marry me, just wait for me outside, Yi Ai said to Wu Sanju before leading Chun Yin into the gym. Wu Sanju cast a look at Chun Yin and seemed to wish him good luck. Upon entering, Chun Yin was dazzled by the gym's opulence. The facility was replete with treadmills, stair machines, and an array of colossal punching bags alongside strength training machines, dumbbells, and barbells. At the center stood a standard boxing ring, where several burly men were vigorously training. Yi Ai tossed a pair of gloves at Chun Yin. Join me for a match. I don't expect you to win. Just try to last 2 minutes under my onslaught. Upon hearing this, the men training paused, their expressions gleeful as they regarded Chun Yin. All of you step outside, Yi Ai commanded, and the men, dejected, shuffled out as if they had missed out on a fortune. Once they exited, Yi Ai lunged forward like an arrow released from its bow, delivering a punch aimed at Chun Yin's chest. He hastily dodged and fell onto the ground, while Yi Ai's strike met only air. Rising to his feet, Yi Ai launched another punch. Chun Yin deftly twisted his body, narrowly avoiding her fist. Seizing the opportunity, he clutched her outstretched arm with one hand, driving an elbow towards her chest while lifting his knee, intending to strike her abdomen. However, with her extensive combat experience, Yi Ai deflected his elbow attack by bending slightly, allowing Chun Yin's strike to miss, yet she could not evade his palm strike. As she bent to avoid the blow, Chun Yin lightly tapped her waist with his palm, not delivering the force he was capable of. He then playfully pinched the softness of her waist, regarding her with a teasing expression. Have Wu Sanju help you with your onboarding, Yi Ai said, her face flushed, exasperated with Chun Yin. Their bout had transpired swiftly, lasting no more than 10 seconds, and Chun Yin, with his superior skills, could have easily overwhelmed Yi Ai. He merely chose to conceal his prowess, not wishing to draw too much attention to himself. What happened? Yi Ai emerged from the gym with a stormy expression. Wu Sanju, aware of his aunt's capabilities, quickly inquired of the nonchalant Chun Yin as he exited. Chun Yin, savoring the lingering scent on his hands, wore a look of bliss. Nothing much. Perhaps I'm simply too exceptional. EAI has decided to onboard me. Did she not have you fight in the ring? I did, and in a matter of moments. I had her pinned to the ground. I nearly left her rear end bruised. Wu Sanju appeared skeptical, yet amidst the bravado of this boastful individual, he found a flicker of admiration, a kindred spirit indeed. As Wu Sanju guided Chun Yin through the onboarding process, he shared various insights about Shanghai, providing Chun Yin with a foundational understanding of the company. The Shanghai Group occupied the 58th to 88th floors of the Shanghai Tower, comprising 31 stories and renowned as the building's most illustrious enterprise, which bore its name. The security department was located on the 72nd floor, strategically positioned for optimal coordination. With over 1,100 employees, aside from 24 male security personnel and fewer than 30 male sales staff, the workforce was predominantly female, imparting a chilling atmosphere as Chun Yin walked through the corridors. After completing the onboarding process and donning a brand new security uniform, Wu Sanju gazed at Chun Yin and remarked, "With your qualifications, you shouldn't be doing security work. It would be a shame not to become a king of the night." Chun Yin, looking at his pristine security attire and casting a glance at the elegantly dressed ladies in the office area, responded with satisfaction, "I believe I will diligently carry out my duties and contribute to the flourishing of Shanghai." What a fanciful thought. Company regulations strictly prohibit office romances, and our security department is only allowed to patrol the corridors. Entry into the office areas on various floors is off limits. This rule was personally established by our CEO, Lin Shuihua, and no one is permitted to transgress it. Wu Sanju immediately discerned Chun Yan's intentions and doused his enthusiasm with a metaphorical bucket of cold water, expressing his lamentation as he spoke. "What? Did you just say the CEO's name is Lin Shuihua? I'm out," Chun Yin exclaimed. "I merely mentioned the president's name. Why the fuss?" Wu Sanju retorted. "Besides, what connection do we have to someone so exalted? Or have you ever made an inappropriate advance towards her?" Observing Chun Yan's exaggerated reaction, Wu Sanju leaned in closer, wearing an expression of eager curiosity that suggested he was ready to savor the unfolding drama. "That Lin Shuihua pursued me for several years. If it weren't for my military service, we would likely have children old enough to start a kindergarten by now," Chun Yin asserted. Upon hearing this, Wu Sanju's demeanor shifted to one of palpable tension, his body rigid and eyes darting around as if facing a formidable adversary. "Chun Yin, please come to my office," came a voice from behind. When Chun Yin turned around, he was met only with a stunning silhouette disappearing from view. Years of a life spent on the edge had honed Chun Yan's instincts, and he sensed someone behind him, but he paid little heed. "Who was that just now?" Chun Yin inquired. "Your child's mother, CEO Lin Shuihua," Wu Sanju teased. "Wait for me. I'll treat you to drinks tonight," Chun Yin replied nonchalantly. "Oh, how embarrassing. Let me treat you instead," Wu Sanju countered. "Very well, you can treat," Chun Yin concluded as he turned to ascend the stairs, leaving Wu Sanju standing there, dumbfounded and muttering about the audacity of the lad, who had taken his polite offer as a cue to assert his dominance. On his way to the CEO's office, Chun Yin exchanged flirtatious glances with the young ladies in the office, eliciting a chorus of eye rolls and flushed cheeks. He entered without knocking, boldly taking a seat at Lin Shuihua's desk. "Please knock before entering," Lin Shuihua said, not looking up from her documents. "May I ask why you called for me, CEO?" "I'm rather busy and have no time to knock," Chun Yin replied, casually pulling out a cigarette, lighting it, and reclining in a chair as if he had no bones. Lin Shuihua furrowed her brow, glaring at the cigarette in his hand. Unperturbed, Chun Yin took a deep drag and exhaled a cloud of smoke in her direction. "Marry me, and we can divorce a year later," Lin Shuihua stated after a long pause, her voice indifferent. "What? Have you lost your mind? Years ago, I merely pulled you into a corner and kissed you. Now, after all this time, you expect me to take responsibility? Dream on." Chun Yin flicked the cigarette from his fingers, the glowing tip landing with precision in a flower pot 5 meters away. "Simply state whether you agree or not. Moreover, our marriage is merely a facade. After we obtain the certificate, aside from the occasional social obligation, we shall not interfere with each other's lives. After a year, You may speak of any financial matters. Lin Shuihua drove Chun Yin home, where they collected their marriage certificate. Upon receiving the certificate, Lin Shuihua pressed the gas and sped away, leaving Chun Yin exclaiming, "This woman really knows how to abandon her burdens." He rummaged through his pockets, finding only a crumpled 10 yuan note, feeling despondent. Chapter 3. One must have thick skin wandering aimlessly through the bustling streets adorned with towering skyscrapers and shimmering neon lights. Chun Yin felt a sense of confusion. Ring, ring. Boss, how's life treating you? The voice on the other end belonged to Mao Ho, tinged with mockery. Quite well, actually. I just got married, and my wife is stunningly beautiful. I've decided to pursue a life of leisure, Chun Yin replied, lighting a cigarette defiantly. What? A cacophony of keyboard clacking followed. Wow, boss, you really did get married, and your wife is a billionaire? Do you have any sisters-in-law? I'd love to come over. The voice of Banduck, originally named Peter, chimed in. He was the only foreigner in their group, a Yale graduate specializing in computer sciences, nearly omniscient in the realm of information. He had been on the run from the authorities until Chun Yin rescued him, leading to a steadfast camaraderie. Are you coming back? Boss, asked Luatu. What for? I have a wife and a warm home now, along with a promising career ahead. Having decided to retire from my previous life, I intend to remain in China, Chun Yin replied. And remember, you all are not to come without my permission. The last words carried a chilling undertone, prompting the others to hastily agree as three burly men nodded like obedient spouses. After ending the call, Chun Yin walked to a convenience store, purchasing 2 bottles of beer and a pack of pickled vegetables, leaving him utterly penniless. Sitting on the curb, he drank alone, admiring the swaying figures of women passing by. Since his teenage years, Chun Yin had wandered aimlessly through life, acquiring no particular skills except for a talent for fighting and an extraordinary ability to escape danger. Once pursued for miles by an assailant wielding a machete, he had evaded capture. At 18, he proudly enlisted in the military. Due to his exceptional physical abilities, he quickly distinguished himself and, after rigorous training, was selected for the elite Wolf Fong Brigade. However, faced with the brutal nature of military drills, Chun Yin felt a rebellious spirit rise within him. Despite his inner turmoil, he adapted to the high-pressure environment and the indomitable spirit of his comrades. During one mission, his reckless bravado led to him being targeted by drug traffickers. It was only thanks to his captain that he was saved, though the captain lost his life in the process. After returning home, Chun Yin was engulfed in despair, believing himself responsible for his captain's death. Upon completing his 2 years of mandatory service, he declined multiple offers to stay and chose to leave the military. To this day, he still struggles to move past that hurdle in his heart. After his discharge from the military, Chun Yin departed from Huaxia and ventured to the Americas, embarking on a life as a bounty hunter. Over the years, countless drug dealers have met their demise at his hands. By a twist of fate, he joined forces with his fellow townsmen, the Camel, Peter from Eagle Sauce, and the Northeast S Monkey, forming a formidable debt collection brigade that roamed the globe, living a life on the edge. For 6 years, their presence has been felt worldwide, in the vast deserts of Africa, the mysterious primordial forests of the Americas, and the narrow alleys of Europe, leaving their mark everywhere except in Huaxia. The years of relentless wandering have gradually led him to grow weary of this lifestyle, transitioning from seeking vengeance to reveling in the thrill, and now to a sense of exhaustion, a full 6 years having passed. Last month, he anonymously donated the $20 million he had amassed over the years to the Huaxia Relief Fund, unwilling to spend the blood-stained money, thus returning alone. Currently, he is nearly 50 kilometers from Donggang village, his pockets emptier than his expression, unwilling to walk back. At 9 in the evening, Lin Shuihua remained in the living room, her gaze unwaveringly fixed on the complex project report displayed on her computer screen. For many years, her life had been monotonous, revolving solely between her company and home. Her villa, situated in the affluent Zhanghai district, spans 400 square meters and stands on the tranquil, lush Jingxi mountain near the coast, offering a picturesque view of the distant sea, valued at nearly 100 million. For years, she has resided here alone. After a long day's work, she stretched and rose to prepare dinner for herself. Her preference for solitude meant she had no housekeeper and did everything herself. Her appetite was modest, consisting only of a simple vegetable and fruit salad. Just as she took a few bites, the jarring sound of the doorbell rang out. Perplexed, she noted that the security in the villa area was stringent, preventing outsiders from entering. Her interactions with her neighbors were merely cordial greetings. They were not acquainted enough for evening visits. Surprised by the late-night visitor, she peered through the peephole, only to be startled by the sight of an enormous eyeball staring back at her. "Who is it?" "Your husband." Just as she was about to berate the person outside for their insanity, she suddenly recalled the marriage certificate she had received earlier that day from Chen Yan. Chen Yan? Yes. After opening the door, she stood dazed at the threshold, her mind momentarily blank. The man, exuding impatience, brushed past her into the villa. Chen Yan, one hand clutching a beer and the other holding a cigarette, burped loudly as he confidently strode in, making his way to the dining table. With a grin, he remarked, "As husband and wife, I should live with you. As your security, I ought to ensure the safety of the CEO. So it is only reasonable for me to move in." Catching sight of the salad on the table, he seized a fork and, within moments, devoured a whole bowl of it. "That was my dinner. Who let you in? Get out, or I will call the police." Upon regaining her composure, Lin Shuihua called out to Chen Yan, noticing a slight flush on his face as he held the fork she had just used. "Call the police? We are legally married. Am I not allowed to return to my own home? I'm still hungry. Prepare something else, and I refuse to eat this rabbit food. Bring me some meat." Chen Yan nonchalantly replied, behaving as if he had brought Lin Shuihua home himself. After finishing his meal and wiping his mouth, he began instructing her with an air of superiority, like a wealthy landlord commanding a servant. Lin Shuihua entered the kitchen, seized a knife, and approached Chen Yan. "Get out," she demanded. "I have no money for a taxi, and I'm starving." Ignoring the knife in front of him, Chen Yan started to survey the room's decor. "I can give you money for a taxi," he offered. Lin Shuihua, exasperated, retorted, "I don't need your protection. The community security is sufficient." Chen Yan shrugged, saying, "Community security? If they were any good, I wouldn't have been able to get in." Lin Shuihua raised the knife in frustration. "Come on, I promise I won't resist. Just think of the trouble you'd have if I died. You'd have to mourn." Chen Yan, with an air of indifference, replied, "You're hesitant, aren't you? I'm still hungry. Prepare something for me." Chapter 4. A scarcity of talent faced with Chen Yan's obstinacy. Lin Shuihua began to relent. "You have no money, but I can provide for you. How about staying in a hotel, a 5-star one every day? Or I could rent you an apartment, or even buy you a house. What do you think?" she pleaded, eager to rid herself of this troublesome presence. Chen Yan slammed their marriage certificate on the table. "If you kick me out again, I'll make sure the entire company knows we're married by tomorrow." Seeing his determination, Lin Shuihua gritted her teeth and warned, "You're not to touch anything in the house. You can only move about on the first floor. Dare to go upstairs, and I will kill you." All right, I'll obey you. Isn't it better if we discuss matters as a couple instead of resorting to threats?" Lin Shuihua did not respond, shooting him a venomous glare. Had her gaze been lethal, Chen Yan would have surely met his demise. As Lin Shuihua ascended the stairs, Chen Yan's languid voice followed her. "Now that we are married, isn't it inappropriate not to share a bed?" Stopping in her tracks, Lin Shuihua warned, "If you dare to come upstairs, I assure you that the scissors under my pillow will be put to good use." With that, her piercing gaze sent a chill down Chen Yan's spine. Entering the guest room, Chen Yan was met with a spacious king-size bed and an en-suite bathroom, larger than the entirety of his previous home in Donggang Village, adorned with opulent European furnishings. After a refreshing shower, he sauntered into the living room, shirtless, turned on the television, and disregarded his agreement with Lin Shuihua, reclining on the couch in leisurely enjoyment. The next morning, the sound of Lin Shuihua descending the stairs reached him, but Chen Yan paid it no mind, intending to continue his slumber on the couch. Suddenly, a large throw pillow struck him, prompting him to roll aside to avoid it. "Are you trying to ruin my sleep so early in the morning?" he exclaimed. Chen Yan called out to Lin Shuihua with a hint of grievance. Lin Shuihua, her eyes wide and teeth clenched, responded word by word, "Put on your clothes." Who told you to touch the television? Chun Yin donned his garments and leisurely washed his face and brushed his teeth, his gaze fixed on Lin Shuihua, fearing that she might leave without him, thus rendering him unable to catch a ride. The morning air in Jianghai was refreshing, with a gentle cool sea breeze wafting through. At that moment, Chun Yin sat in the passenger seat beside Lin Shuihua, his hand extended out of the window to relish the mildness of early summer. Lin Shuihua had protested against Chun Yin riding with her, yet ultimately succumbed to his shamelessness. The vehicle halted at a breakfast shop not far from the company, where Lin Shuihua ordered, "I would like a cup of soy milk and 2 meat sandwiches," and promptly handed Chun Yin a 100 yuan bill. When Chun Yin emerged from the breakfast shop, he held 2 cups of soy milk and 4 meat sandwiches, while Lin Shuihua had vanished from sight, leaving him aware that he had been played. With a resentful bite into a meat sandwich, he made his way toward the company, devouring the soy milk and sandwiches along the way, his stomach becoming pleasantly round. By the time he arrived at the company, it was already past 9:30. Wu Sanju stood anxiously at the security department's entrance and approached him, exclaiming, "My dear ancestor, why are you only just arriving? Don't you know my eccentric aunt despises tardiness? You're in deep trouble." Chun Yin shrugged. "What can I say? The old hag at home insisted on having meat sandwiches, so here I am late." As the protagonist of the situation, Chun Yin remained unfazed, engaging in casual banter with Wu Sanju at the entrance. "Have you gotten married?" Wu Sanju expressed surprise at the news. "Of course. I'm 26. If I'm not married by now, when will I be?" Chun Yin replied, feeling a sudden chill, only to turn and find Wu Sanju glaring at him with a murderous gaze. Realizing that Wu was nearing 30 with no significant other in sight, Chun Yin felt a twinge of sympathy. "Where does your younger sister work?" Wu Sanju inquired. "At Shanghai," Chun Yin answered. Wu Sanju immediately covered Chun Yin's mouth, warning, "Lower your voice. The company forbids office romances, and if you're discovered, you're finished." Chun Yin, with a serious expression, assured him, "Rest assured, no one in Shanghai would dare touch us." "Who is your wife, then? Don't boast beyond your means," Wu Sanju exclaimed in astonishment. Chun Yin pointed to the company layout, stating earnestly, "Lin Shuihua." Wu Sanju paused, then laughed and scolded, "If Lin is your wife, then the entire company is my wife." Just as Chun Yin was about to retort, a voice from inside called out, "You two come in." Yi Ai, noticing their entrance, asked, "Do you need me to fetch some peanuts, sunflower seeds, and beer for you two to chat?" Chun Yin replied, "Aunt, I was wrong. I'll leave right away." In private, Wu Sanju often referred to Yi Ai as aunt, while Chun Yin, introduced by his uncle, had already considered her one of his own. Yi Ai ignored Wu Sanju and addressed Chun Yin, saying, "From now on, you will no longer belong to the security department. Due to company personnel adjustments, Chun Yin, you have been transferred to the finance department, though your office location remains unchanged." "All right," Chun Yin said, showing little concern for where he would be assigned. "Now, Chun Yin, you need to head to the president's office. President Lin is looking for you." When Chun Yin arrived at Lin Shuihua's office, he found it unoccupied. A voluptuous beauty dressed in professional attire was watering the potted plants by the window. Upon noticing Chun Yin's entrance, she appeared taken aback and inquired, "Who are you?" "I am Chun Yin. Wasn't General Manager Lin looking for me?" He replied. "And you are?" Chun Yin approached the sofa and took a seat, surveying the striking beauty before him. "Oh, hello, Mr. Chun. I am Lin's assistant, Li Zimeng," she introduced herself. After speaking, Chun Yin extended his hand, prompting a moment of hesitation from Li Zimeng before she gracefully offered her delicate hand for a handshake. Subsequently, she withdrew it quickly, blushing as Chun Yin playfully grazed her palm with his fingers, leaving her feeling slightly ticklish. "Zimeng, do you have a boyfriend?" Chun Yin's languorous voice resonated. Li Zimeng remained silent, prompting Chun Yin to continue. "What do you think of the fabric of my attire?" Perplexed, Li Zimeng regarded him with curiosity, to which Chun Yin added, "Isn't it suitable for someone who could be your boyfriend?" Upon hearing this, Li Zimeng's face turned crimson, and she hurriedly exited, avoiding his gaze. "Ha ha ha!" Lin Shuihua entered, noticing Chun Yin's nonchalant demeanor, which irked her. "The finance department is short-staffed, and I believe you would be a perfect fit. Prepare yourself. Report to the finance department within 10 minutes. Lin Shueihua commanded with authority. Why do you want me to go to the finance department? Am I being assigned as an undercover agent to safeguard our assets? Chun Yin mused internally, amused by the thought that Lin Shueihua regarded him as one of her own. You are overthinking it. The finance department urgently requires someone of your caliber. You are indispensable, Lin Shueihua stated decisively. Chun Yin felt a surge of satisfaction at her words. Relishing the compliment, he flicked the cigarette, but in his hand, which landed with pinpoint accuracy into the roux kiln vase on Lin Shueihua's desk. Chapter 5. Collecting Debts as Li Ziming, the president's assistant, walked through the office accompanied by an unfamiliar man. She undoubtedly captured the attention of many. Given her esteemed position within the group, she personally escorted Chun Yin to the finance department, inciting speculation about his identity. The finance director, Ru Shue, was known for her amiable nature. Once you arrive, make sure to perform well, Li Ziming advised. Understood, Chun Yin replied, following her lead while marveling at the divine artistry of creation, particularly admiring the enchanting silhouette of Li Ziming. Upon entering Ru Shue's office, Chun Yin felt an overwhelming sense of happiness at the prospect of daily interactions with beautiful women. Director Bai, this is Chun Yin. I have previously sent his information to your email, Li Ziming announced, then leaned toward Chun Yin, whispering, the next part is up to you. Ah, splendid, splendid. Ru Shue's sultry voice chimed, as her graceful hand brushed against Chun Yin's chest. Having frequently flirted with beautiful women, Chun Yin found himself taken aback by this unexpected attention. Before him stood a statuesque beauty, over 7 meters tall, enhanced by her towering heels, nearly matching his height. The woman exuded an aura of sophistication, with all the right curves accentuated in all the right places. Chun Yin silently chanted blessings to redirect his gaze. Enchantress, he unintentionally murmured. Ru Shue extended her hand and clasped Chun Yin's, but this time it was Ru Shue who felt the tingling sensation in her palm, as Chun Yin found himself utterly defeated in the presence of this alluring woman. Little brother, your sister will take care of you, her voice resonated, sending shivers down Chun Yin's spine and igniting a sense of illicit temptation within him. Unbeknownst to him, this enchanting figure before him was a renowned femme fatale in Jianghai, the object of countless fantasies for many reclusive men. Should she endorse a tissue brand, the sales in Jianghai would likely double, and the city's introverted males might shed a few pounds in the process. Ru Shue's fame in Jianghai eclipsed that of Lin Shueihua. While Lin represented an ethereal fairy untouched by the dust of the world, Bai was the dream girl that even the most bashful men dared to pursue. After her playful banter, Ru Shue handed Chun Yin 2 files, detailing the company's outstanding debts and financial discrepancies from recent years, instructing him to recover the amounts owed. Chun Yin's lips curled in disdain. It seemed the finance department had no one but him to rely on. Am I really responsible for debt collection? He queried. Indeed, she replied. This morning, President Lin called me and spoke highly of you. Given your audacity, you are undoubtedly the best candidate for this task. President Lin has a keen eye for talent. Observing Chun Yin's expression, Ru Shue chuckled before continuing. You have 1 week to complete this mission. If you fail, you will be shown the door. It's not that I don't want to assist you. It's simply the directive from President Lin himself. And if I succeed? Chun Yin retorted with a hint of bitterness. Though he had once led a team abroad known as the Debt Collection Brigade, the prospect of actually pursuing debts now felt utterly absurd. Should you complete it, there will be more opportunities awaiting you. Surely, you don't believe that a conglomerate like Shanghai Group has only a couple of bad debts, do you? Rest assured, there will be plenty for you to tackle. As she spoke, Ru Shue leaned closer, igniting her cigarette with the flame from her lighter, the stark whiteness of her attire nearly blinding Chun Yin. Stepping out with the documents, Chun Yin dialed a number. Xiong, I'm back in Shanghai. Meet me at the Shanghai building. Bro, I'm at the police station on Fuan Road, and I was just hoping someone would come to my aid. You truly are my brother. The excitement in Xiong's voice was palpable. Chun Yin then entered the elevator and made his way to Lin Shueihua's office, but upon finding it empty, he pocketed her car keys and left with a carefree air. At the Fuan Road police station, Chun Yin gathered the pertinent details regarding the situation. Hey, Banya, Please look into this individual's background. I've sent you all the relevant information to your phone. Within 5 minutes, a text notification chimed, providing him with a complete profile of the young man who had clashed with Deshion. The altercation had arisen when Deshion, unable to tolerate the sight of a drunken man mistreating his wife, intervened and severely beat the young man. However, following the incident, the couple claimed that Deshion had instigated the conflict, demanding compensation, which Deshion vehemently refused, leaving the situation in an impasse. Chunyin approached the young man and whispered, "Your 17-year-old sister is at #1 high school, right? Oh my, she is quite a beauty. I should pay her a visit someday. Soon I might just start calling you brother-in-law." The young man was taken aback. "You needn't be surprised. I even know about the time you, at 15, peeked at Widow Wong while she bathed. You think you can outsmart me? You're still quite green." Amidst the astonished gazes of the police officers, the two reached an understanding. Deshion embraced Chun Yin warmly, his gaze suggesting that a bar of soap was the only thing missing from the scene. "I must say, you seem to have made quite a name for yourself in this line of work. Why are you still getting your hands dirty?" Chun Yin playfully slapped Deshion on the head. If Deshion's underlings had witnessed this, their jaws would surely drop in disbelief. Deshion, whose real name was Du Wei, was a burly man with a dark complexion, having followed Chun Yin since childhood. Even while Chun Yin was abroad, their bond remained unbroken, making Deshion his only friend in the country. "Hey, Yingu, let us not talk about that. Let us go drink. We won't return until we're drunk." Chun Yin retrieved a crumpled document from his pocket and replied, "There's plenty of time for drinking. Let us handle some business first and collect the debt." Deshion was puzzled, knowing that Chun Yin had been abroad for years and had not mentioned anyone owing him money. "Yingu, is there really someone daring enough to owe you money? Let us go deal with him." "Nonsense. I'm now with Shanghai Group. I'm here to collect on behalf of the company," Chun Yin explained. Deshion exclaimed, "What? Shanghai Group? Brother, you should quit that and come work with me. Together we can conquer the world." Chun Yin ignored Deshion and opened the car door. Deshion was astonished while brother of Bentley. "Impressive." Once settled in the car, Chun Yin spoke. "Lin Shuihua is your sister-in-law. You must agree that this debt needs to be collected." "Awesome. Lin Shuihua is the dream girl of countless men from Jianghai. Brother, you've only been back for a few days, and you've already won her over. Impressive." Deshion gave Chun Yin a thumbs up, filled with admiration. "Keep it a secret," Chun Yin urged. Lin Shuihua's company had a broad scope of operations, with a small portion dedicated to interior design and decoration, where most bad debts occurred. The car came to a halt in front of a grand establishment named Heaven on Earth. The alluring hostess at the entrance wore a chong sam that nearly split up to her neck, swaying with a breeze, clearly indicating that this was not a reputable place. However, it was to Chun Yan's liking. In the month and a half since his return, he had only shaken hands with 2 women, and since his military service, those were the only 2 interactions. As for Lin Shuihua, he had not even touched her hand, let alone anything more intimate. Apart from those 2 handshakes, his last interaction with a woman was the day he returned home when he specifically ordered a dish of pig trotters, unsure of its authenticity. Chapter 6. How to live. As the 2 men stepped out of the car, the hostess at the entrance eagerly approached them. She enthusiastically linked her arm with Chun Yan's, perhaps feeling a bit playful as she rubbed against his arm. "Sir, what service do you require today?" she inquired, her eyes filled with anticipation. "Debt collection," Chun Yin said, shaking the documents in his hand and responding coldly to the hostess. Upon hearing this, the young lady's expression changed dramatically, but she quickly donned a smile and remarked, "Sir, you truly have a knack for jest." Chun Yin, with a firm embrace around the young lady, replied with a grin, "I am not jesting. Fetch the manager. If I do not see him within 5 minutes, I shall demolish this establishment." Chun Yin and Deshion sat languidly in a booth. It was midday, and thus the club had but a sparse clientele, with only a few patrons occasionally ascending to the upper floors. Within 2 minutes, a well-dressed young man approached them, exuding refinement, and inquired, "Might I ask how this establishment has offended you gentlemen? When shall the 50,000 owed for design fees be repaid?" Chun Yin wasted no words, thrusting the bill into the young man's hands. The young man was taken aback, his smile evaporating. Ignoring Chun Yin, he He turned to Xiong and said, "Brother Xiong, are you aware that this is the territory of the Firewolf gang?" Xiong shrugged nonchalantly. "That has no bearing on me. He is the principal." He gestured towards Chunyan. "Very well. Please wait a moment. I shall retrieve the funds immediately," the young man replied courteously. However, the doors swung shut, and a group of individuals charged down from the upper floors, encircling the two men. Before Chun Yin stood a scar-faced man, flanked by a gang of thugs wielding machetes, poised to strike at his command. "You have quite an audacity to stir trouble in the domain of the Firewolf gang," the scar-faced man sneered, pointing menacingly at Chun Yin. Without a moment's hesitation, Chun Yan's hand shot out with lightning speed, seizing the scar-faced man's wrist, producing a sickening crack that elicited a piercing scream from him. "Kill him!" the scar-faced man howled, clutching his wrist. "Finish him! Attack!" The thugs surged forward, but Chun Yin swiftly pressed Xiong back into the booth. With a powerful kick, he dispatched one of the approaching thugs, seizing the machete from his grasp. With a series of sharp strikes, Chun Yin wielded the machete against the thugs, his movements fluid and decisive. Each thug that fell to his blows crumpled to the ground, howling in agony, filling the room with their cries. Xiong watched from the booth, admiration etched across his face. In less than a minute, a dozen thugs lay defeated. The skirmish concluded. A few managed to rise, but dared not advance again. Chun Yin approached the scar-faced man, who was now trembling in a corner, clutching his severed wrist. Beads of cold sweat dotting his brow. "Will you repay the debt?" "Yes," the scar-faced man stammered. "Quickly, I have matters to attend to." Chun Yin dragged him to the innermost office on the third floor. Upon entering, a pungent scent of testosterone engulfed them. The scar-faced man, quaking, opened the safe, revealing stacks of neatly arranged cash. "Find a bag and fill it with 501,000, plus an additional 1,000 for my trouble." The scar-faced man, trembling, complied, stuffing the bills into the bag. Chun Yin hefted the bag, satisfied, and departed, paying no heed to the scar-faced man's malevolent glare as he left. The two men then sought out another debtor, discovering that his company had long since gone bankrupt. They proceeded to the hospital. A middle-aged man, once affluent, now found himself in a state of disrepair, his tailored clothing covered in dust and his gold-rimmed glasses marred by numerous cracks. He is seated beside an elderly woman, feeding her with care. As they linger at the entrance, Chun Yin intercepts him, presenting a bill. "It is not that I refuse to repay. I genuinely lack the means. My mother is ill, and I can scarcely afford the hospital fees. My wife has left me, taking our son with her." The middle-aged man sits on a chair in the hospital corridor, softly weeping. Chun Yin, having instructed Banya to look into the man's background, determines that he appears to be a decent individual. He refrains from pressing charges, and as he departs, he tosses 100,000 yuan in front of the man. "Consider this a small token of my regard for the elderly lady. Repay me when you are able." In the astonished gaze of the middle-aged man, the two leave with grace. At 3 in the afternoon, a roadside stall, a plate of peanuts, a packet of crushed instant noodles, and 2 beer mugs adorn the table as Chun Yin and Xiong revel in their drinks. Each has 2 crates of beer beside them, their faces flushed. "Brother Yin, you've been back for quite some time. Why didn't you reach out sooner?" Xiong's flushed complexion, combined with his dark features, give him a somewhat intimidating appearance, especially with the thick gold chain around his neck, which suggests a less than reputable character. Chun Yin casts a sidelong glance at him. "What would I want with you? To mingle in your circles? You're not a child anymore. Perhaps you should engage in something worthwhile. This constant cycle of violence is hardly a noble path." "Hey, I don't know how to do anything else," Xiong admits, a rare shyness overtaking him as he rubs his hands together, feeling comfortable enough to express his true feelings in front of Chun Yin. With a packet of peanuts and instant noodles, the beer flows freely, yet amidst the same old dishes and drinks, he asks, "Are you truly happy now? Think about it." Chun Yin drains his cup in one swift motion, rising to leave. "Brother Yin, where are you off to?" Xiong inquires urgently as he notices Chun Yin's departure. "To the market. I need to prepare dinner for your sister-in-law." Abandoning his vehicle by the roadside, Chun Yin jogs towards the market. Today, driving was a gamble, considering he lacks a driver's license, and after consuming so much alcohol, A run-in with the traffic police would spell trouble. Upon arriving at the market, Chen Yan's true nature emerges as he haggles fiercely with a vendor over 50 cents. His face flushed with frustration. Ultimately, he concedes defeat, yet, in a last-ditch effort, he manages to persuade the vendor to part with a sprig of coriander. The market is not overly crowded, and the vendor, finding interest in their conversation, engages him. "You look married. Single young men either dine out or order takeout. If they do come here to shop, they hardly blink. You, however, seem like someone who enjoys the simple life, so consider this coriander a gift for me." Chen Yin beams with gratitude, his heart lightened by her kindness. After meandering through the market for over an hour, Chen Yin engages in casual conversations at each stall. The mundane warmth of life and the vendor's hospitality soothing the rage that had consumed him for 8 long years of bloodshed. He finds himself increasingly fond of this feeling. The market is not far from Lin Shuihua's villa. After a 20-minute walk, Chen Yin arrived at the entrance of the community. Without any identification and dressed in modest attire, he was easily recognized by the vigilant security guards, who had become accustomed to the affluent residents of the area. They determined at a glance that he was not a homeowner and resolutely refused him entry. Naturally, Chen Yin could not afford to argue with the guards. Instead, he took a detour to the back wall of the community. With a push of his legs and a single hand gripping the railing, he scaled the wall and made his way to Lin Shuihua's villa number 6. Finding that she had not yet returned, he procured a piece of iron wire from the power line and deftly jimmied the lock before climbing through the window. Chapter 7. The arrival of the fiancée. Upon entering her office, Lin Shuihua noticed a note on her desk. Her brow furrowed as she read it. "Dear wife, I've taken a car." Infuriated, she nearly punctured the paper with her pen as she signed documents. After work, while taking a taxi home, Lin Shuihua felt a sense of joy. She thought to herself that if Chen Yin came over tonight, she would resolutely refuse to open the door. Upon exiting the taxi, her spirits lifted even further, and she joyfully skipped home, momentarily shedding her persona as the aloof, icy so, to embrace the vibrant 26-year-old woman within. However, as soon as she stepped through the door, an unsettling feeling washed over her. A pair of men's sneakers lay at the entrance, and sounds accompanied by a delightful aroma wafted from within. A twinge of fear gripped her as she picked up a decorative vase from the table and cautiously ventured inside. Fearing a burglar had invaded her home, seeing Chen Yin bustling about in the kitchen extinguished her initial excitement. She threw the vase onto the sofa without changing her shoes and stomped upstairs. "Dinner will be ready soon. Just come down in 5 minutes," Chen Yin called out, clad in an apron and wielding a spatula, addressing her retreating figure. "Eat your own food," Lin Shuihua retorted, not bothering to look back. Chen Yin, having consumed little during lunch and only indulging in a bellyful of beer, was already famished after such a long trek. After setting the table, he called upstairs twice but received no reply, so he began to eat. The spread included braised spare ribs, shrimp with broccoli, stir-fried pork, and yam with mushrooms, all visually appealing and fragrant. After just a few bites, Lin Shuihua descended from the stairs, unable to resist the allure of the meal. After a long day of work and a meager lunch, her stomach was growling, and the delicious aroma of Chen Yan's cooking proved irresistible. Despite her internal struggle, she surrendered to temptation and made her way downstairs, repeatedly telling herself it was merely a matter of him collecting his accommodation fees for staying at her place. Chen Yin refrained from teasing her, and Lin Shuihua savored the food more than anyone else, finishing off a significant portion of the 4 dishes and unusually consuming 2 bowls of rice. After the meal, she couldn't suppress a satisfied burp, causing Chen Yin to glance at her, and to her surprise, a hint of shyness crept onto her face, making her feel somewhat embarrassed. In an unprecedented turn of events, Lin Shuihua initiated the conversation. "You weren't in the cooking class in the army, were you?" Chen Yin, also burping, replied, "No. I was in charge of raising pigs in the army, specifically breeding the plump and tender little pigs." Lin Shuihua remained silent, fully aware that Chen Yin was mocking her, and merely shot him a disdainful glance. "How did you get in?" she inquired. Chen Yin, not daring to admit that he had scaled the wall and picked the lock, deflected with, You must have forgotten to lock the door. Lin Shuihua clearly doubted his explanation and was about to press further when the doorbell rang, prompting Chun Yin to marvel at the impeccable timing of the chime. Rising to answer the door, both he and the visitor outside were taken aback, their gazes brimming with animosity. Standing at the door was a well-dressed young man, his hair impeccably styled, adorned with gold-rimmed glasses that lent him an air of refinement, holding a bouquet of red roses. Upon seeing Chun Yin, his smile evaporated, replaced by a glare of hostility. "Who are you?" Chun Yin inquired, taking the initiative. The young man scrutinized Chun Yin with a hint of animosity in his eyes, yet a smile returned to his face as he introduced himself. Gu Tianwei, Lin Shuihua's childhood friend and her fiancée. Chun Yin, unwilling to back down, retorted, "Chun Yin, Lin Shuihua's husband." With that, he extended his hand, and their palms met in a firm grasp. Gu Tianwei exerted pressure discreetly, but Chun Yin maintained his jovial demeanor. With a slight increase in strength, Gu Tianwei remained unfazed, both ultimately releasing their grips without a clear victor. "Come in, please. While we have guests, brew some tea." Chun Yin displayed the demeanor of a host, warmly inviting Gu Tianwei inside, while gesturing to Lin Shuihua to prepare the refreshments. Lin Shuihua, not wishing to undermine his authority, rose to brew 2 cups of tea. However, upon taking a sip, Chun Yin struggled to suppress his urge to spit it out, firmly believing that Lin Shuihua had added at least 3 spoonfuls of sugar to his green tea, a combination that was anything but palatable. Chun Yin, not one to hold grudges, embraced Lin Shuihua as she settled down. He could feel her body tense, yet she did not react overtly. During their conversation, Lin Shuihua discreetly pinched the soft flesh at his waist repeatedly, but Chun Yin maintained his composure while engaging with Gu Tianwei. Enduring the discomfort, he inquired, "Might I ask what brings you here, Gu?" "Oh, nothing in particular, just passing by, and thought I'd check in on Xiaohua." "When did you two get married?" Gu Tianwei replied, sipping his tea and casting a glance at the remnants of their meal on the dining table. His smile faltered momentarily before settling into a calm demeanor. Chun Yin, observing Gu Tianwei's composed expression, felt an instinctive wariness towards him, recalling the age-old adage that a barking dog seldom bites. "Just a few days ago. We haven't had the chance to inform friends and family yet," Chun Yin stated, retrieving their marriage certificate from the drawer of the coffee table and tossing it in front of Gu Tianwei. The latter merely glanced at it, refraining from examining it further. "Oh, then I shall not intrude any longer. Wishing you both a joyous marriage," Gu Tianwei said, clearly reluctant to engage further with Chun Yin's demeanor, and began to take his leave. "Please, Gu, we have an instant rapport. It feels like we've known each other for ages. Let us chat a while longer." Chun Yin insisted warmly, his tone sincere enough to make it seem genuine to an outsider. Gu Tianwei waved his hand and, before departing, cast a fleeting glance at Lin Shuihua, a glimmer of cold light flickering in his eyes. "I shall not intrude further. I have pressing matters to attend to. I will trouble you another day." After Gu Tianwei left, Chun Yin lifted his shirt, revealing a swollen waist, silently lamenting the ruthlessness of the woman. Just as Lin Shuihua was about to ascend the stairs, Chun Yin called out to her, "Shouldn't you elucidate the circumstances surrounding tonight's grand spectacle? When you hastily married me, I was aware that you harbored ulterior motives. Yet, I remain unconcerned, for I have a penchant for dependency, though I do detest being kept in the dark. That feeling is most unbearable." Lin Shuihua paused on the staircase, contemplating for a moment before responding, "I advise you against knowing. I fear that should you uncover the truth, you might regret our marriage, and I worry you would become frightened." Chun Yin, ever the fearless one, scoffed at her suggestion. What could possibly intimidate him? He had faced the hail of bullets without flinching, convinced that nothing in this world could instill fear in him. "Nonsense. There is nothing in this world that can intimidate me. Pray, share your thoughts." Chapter 8. Unmerciful company regulations. Lin Shuihua prepared another cup of tea for Chun Yin, her demeanor causing even the typically unflappable Chun Yin to feel a twinge of apprehension, fearing she might have poisoned his drink. Surely, there was no poison in the house. Lin Shuihua shot him a disdainful glance and replied, "The person you saw earlier is my fiancée, the result of a childhood betrothal. Last month, He visited my family to propose, and my parents have already consented. We have had little interaction. While he is indeed impressive, I refuse to become a pawn in a family business alliance. Hence, I sought you out for marriage to silence my family's expectations. He grew up in a military compound and reportedly joined the army as an adult, now holding a respectable rank. It is said he harbors a grudge, and you have effectively usurped his place. He will undoubtedly seek retribution. My stepmother will be visiting in 2 days. Tomorrow, I shall take you shopping for several outfits. Do not forget our agreement. Chun Yin listened quietly, his heart remaining largely unmoved. As a penniless man, he feared nothing. Rest assured, I shall not bring you shame. The night passed in silence. Chun Yin pushed open the door to the finance department, pouring out 40,000 in cash with a broad smile, his expression inviting praise. Bai Rushue counted the money and remarked, "Why is there only 40,000? Wasn't it supposed to be 50? The other 10,000 is for doing good deeds. When doing good, do not inquire about the 10,000, Chun Yin replied, lighting a cigarette, his large foot casually resting on Bai Rushue's desk, exuding nonchalance. That won't do. But if you agree to one request from me, I shall assist you this time, Bai Rushue said, observing Chun Yan's carefree demeanor without much concern. She picked up her lighter and aimed it at Chun Yan's pant leg, prompting him to quickly retract his foot from the desk. Hearing Bai Rushue's words, Chun Yin rose from his chair, feigning a pitiful expression. Sister, I sell my talents, not my body. How could you humiliate me so? Bai Rushue burst into laughter. Get lost. At your command. Chun Yin replied with a mischievous grin, casting a flirtatious glance at Bai Rushue as he departed, only to receive an eye roll in return. Upon returning to the security department's office, he brewed a robust cup of tea, lit a cigarette, and leisurely extracted his antique device, indulging in a game of snake, thus leading a rather carefree existence. He found himself in a position where he was neither cherished by his grandmother nor favored by his uncle. The finance department had not even provided him with a desk. Now, in the security department, everyone was preoccupied with patrol duties. And even Minister Yi held a certain disdain for this pest in her mind. Unable to drive him away, she could only feign ignorance. Your life seems quite splendid, someone remarked. You either arrive late or leave early, and today you saunter in, acting like a lord, which leaves us all envious. After completing his patrol, Wu Sanju wiped the sweat from his brow and pushed open the door, only to find Chun Yin lounging in a relaxed manner, looking at his own weary self. He felt a pang of sorrow. As soon as the words left his mouth, a cigarette was deftly flicked into his mouth, and Chun Yin quipped, "Let us not dwell on trivial matters. You still owe me a meal. When will you repay that debt?" Wu Sanju was about to commend this young fellow for being astute, but upon hearing Chun Yan's relentless pursuit of a meal, he felt a surge of frustration. Here was a lad who had married at a young age, while he himself, approaching 30, had yet to even touch a woman's hand. A meal is easily arranged. Once I get married, I'll treat you every day, he replied. Chun Yin looked at Wu Sanju with disdain, thinking that by the time this old fellow wed, he would be reduced to scavenging for a meal on the streets. Just say you one tea treat me. Why concoct so many excuses? By the time you marry, I'll have a grandson preparing for his postgraduate exams. Ridiculous. I'll burn incense and pray tomorrow. Who knows, a stunning beauty might just descend from the heavens, crying and begging to be my wife. Upon hearing this, Wu Sanju approached Chun Yin and playfully wrestled with him. When lunchtime arrived, Wu Sanju led Chun Yin outside the company dining hall, where beautiful women flitted about, providing a visual feast for the two men. However, Wu Sanju did not usher him inside, but instead directed him to a small restaurant next door, leaving Chun Yin quite perplexed. Is the food in the security department really that good? This seems like a private kitchen, Chun Yin inquired. Wu Sanju regarded him as if he were a fool, replying, Dream on. The company has rules to prevent office romances. This is a men-only restaurant. We gentlemen cannot enter the larger dining hall. With over 1,000 employees at Shanghai, many opted not to dine at the company cafeteria, leading to the establishment of a restaurant on every 10th floor. Chun Yin was currently in the dining hall on the 78th floor, a secluded little nook. Standing at the entrance, he gazed longingly at the flurry of lovely ladies entering and exiting, feeling the heat of summer stoke his frustration. Among them were several women who piqued his interest, but they were to be admired from afar. This company's regulations are utterly inhumane, Chen Yin lamented. They lack an understanding of the principle of yin and yang. Isn't this absurd? Listening to Chen Yin's grandiloquent discourse, the men present exchanged knowing glances of agreement, while Wu Sanju, with a furrowed brow, implored, "Brother, my dear brother, I beseech you to cease your words. If the higher-ups hear your opinions, not only will you be in trouble, but my modest salary of 5,500 a month will be at risk as well." Chen Yin ceased his complaints, shoving a mouthful of food from his plate into his mouth, transforming his sorrow into appetite. At this moment, it was the only recourse available to him. Wu Sanju whispered to Chen Yin, "You know, my little aunt, a woman as fierce as a tigress, has been singing your praises, claiming that any man fortunate enough to marry her would be a true dragon among men, someone unattainable in this world. Just think how exceptional you must be in her eyes. Yet you boast that she is your wife. Perhaps you should take a good look in the mirror." Upon hearing this, Chen Yin straightened his back and replied solemnly, "I appreciate your aunt's commendation. I never anticipated such a high regard from her." Wu Sanju, exasperated, rose and tossed his plate into the sink, regretting ever broaching the subject. He realized that the self-proclaimed king of boasting in the office was no longer himself. He now held a newfound respect for Chen Yin's audacity. Today, Lin Xuehua remarkably did not work overtime and sent Chen Yin a text message before the official end of the workday. "Clean yourself up and accompany me to buy some clothes." Chen Yin recalled their conversation from the previous night. Lin Xuehua's stepmother was coming over tomorrow, likely to take him shopping for attire to improve his appearance, as she might have found his current wardrobe rather shabby. He certainly had no reason to decline, especially since he would not be spending his own money. Why not indulge? He readily agreed. Excitedly, he rushed to the basement, hoping to borrow a vehicle, only to find the rear taillights of Lin Xuehua's car. After a brief wait, Lin Xuehua sent him another message. "Haitian Shopping Plaza, you have 15 minutes to arrive." Well then, when the wife speaks, one must comply. While the life of a kept man is delightful, it can sometimes come with its own set of challenges. Arriving at the front of the office building, he noticed Wu Lao Air's old bicycle still parked there. He had even locked it up, and it remained untouched. Perhaps even thieves found it too unappealing. Riding the bicycle, he sped towards the address provided by Lin Xuehua. Chapter 9. Shopping at the mall. When Chen Yin laid eyes on Lin Xuehua, he was momentarily mesmerized, staring with unblinking eyes. After a few days of interaction, he had grown accustomed to her standard professional attire at work and her conservative pajamas at home. Although the initial allure of her uniform had captivated him, prolonged exposure had inevitably led to a degree of visual fatigue. Perhaps due to their shopping excursion, Lin Xuehua had finally shed her rigid uniform for a refreshing summer outfit. While still modest, her beauty shone through. Even wrapped in a bedsheet, she would be striking. Her lustrous black hair was tied up in a simple ponytail, exuding elegance, despite a hint of youthful pretense that could not overshadow her breathtaking visage. However, her exquisite face was often clouded by an aura of frostiness, giving her an unapproachable demeanor. A pair of flat shoes complemented her long legs, and even her silhouette alone sparked boundless fantasies in the minds of introverted admirers. A woman who dares to wear flats exudes a powerful self-assurance, radiating an air of noble aloofness. At that moment, Zhang Zhuo stood beside Lin Xuehua, clad in cheap, pedestrian attire and outdated sneakers, inevitably drawing disapproving glances from those around them. A delicate flower has been placed upon a mound of dung. A passing young girl points at Chen Yin, praising his attire for its potential to capture the attention of nearby affluent women, assuring him of its charm. Chen Yin finds her words rather pleasing. Following closely behind Lin Xuehua, he carries numerous bags, feeling more fatigued than he ever did during his days of rugged outdoor adventures. Like most men, Chen Yin possesses little enthusiasm for shopping. Over the past few years, he has acquired only a handful of outfits, compelled solely by necessity. He remains oblivious to the myriad of dazzling brands around him, believing that as long as clothing serves its purpose, there is no need for excessive scrutiny. The pair of jeans he purchased from a street vendor dyed his thighs blue, yet he remains indifferent. Lin Xuehua pays little attention to the prices of her garments. Chen Yin trails behind her, observing her spontaneous purchases, many of which she may not wear more than a few times. For the frugal Chun Yin, each time Lin Shuihua approaches the checkout, he experiences a moment of financial anguish. Notably, all her purchases consist of professional attire, while she shows no interest in the plethora of summer clothing available in the store. Try these on, Lin Shuihua commands, handing him a dozen suits. As Chun Yin tries each one, he fails to hear her appraisal, only receiving the directive, next. When he dons the first suit, Lin Shuihua is momentarily taken aback. After all, one's appearance is significantly influenced by their attire. Chun Yin, with his sun-kissed skin and tall, athletic build, possesses an alluring countenance that, when properly dressed, revient à son visage. Once he has tried on all the suits, Lin Shuihua confidently instructs the sales assistant, wrap them all. Suddenly, Chun Yin finds himself burdened with an additional multitude of bags, lamenting his plight. Despite the air conditioning within the mall, he is drenched in sweat, feeling the exhaustion of accompanying a woman on a shopping spree. As they exit, Lin Shuihua pauses in front of a boutique. Chun Yin glances inside and is captivated by a stunning dress showcased on a mannequin. Its simplistic yet elegant design, with graceful lines, clearly captivates Lin Shuihua. As a flicker of admiration crosses her calm gaze. Approaching the display, Chun Yin's eyes widen at the exorbitant price tag of 210,000 yuan, and he cannot help but scoff, silently lamenting the unscrupulousness of merchants. Such an amount could suffice to clothe future generations of his family. Miss, you have exquisite taste. This is a brand new arrival, and there are only 10 in all of Jianghai, personally designed by Avril. It is a rare find, and you are quite fortunate today. The sales assistant remarks, her discerning eye recognizing Lin Shuihua's understated elegance, while Chun Yin remains unnoticed in her shadow. Just as Lin Shuihua is about to speak, an overpowering scent wafts through the air, accompanied by a high-pitched voice declaring, "I will take this dress." The two turn to see a young lady clad in revealing attire, linked to a portly middle-aged man who strides forward with an air of arrogance and instructs the sales assistant, "Wrap it up." The sales assistant found herself in a difficult position, unable to offend either party. Thus, adhering to the principle of first come, first served, she addressed the cool girl politely, saying, "I apologize, miss, but this lady arrived first. Please wait a moment." The cool girl, emboldened by her connections, responded with a slap across the sales assistant's face. "Miss, your entire family is made up of misses." The sales assistant's face flushed crimson, tears welling in her eyes. Despite her indignation, she refrained from crying. Lin Shuihua, perhaps overwhelmed by the heavy scent of the cool girl's perfume, turned to the sales assistant and requested, "Please wrap it up for me." Upon hearing Lin Shuihua's voice, the cool girl cast a pitiful glance at the middle-aged man beside her, incessantly tugging at his arm and leaning against him, the implication unmistakable. The middle-aged man looked down at Lin Shuihua and said, "I'll offer you an extra 10,000. Let me have the dress." "No need," Lin Shuihua replied without raising her head. 20,000. You haven't done anything, and in less than a minute, you could pocket 20,000. That's much quicker than what you earn entertaining clients. His tone dripped with disdain, and his words were nauseating. Lin Shuihua frowned at his comments, but chose to ignore him. Chun Yin could not tolerate the insolent remarks from the small-time man and retorted, "Do you think anyone craves your filthy money? Stay away from us, or my hand will teach you some manners." "What right do you have to speak, you kept man?" The cool girl shot back at Chun Yin. "I'm happily kept. Aren't you kept as well? Just look at your sugar daddy's age. When you're in bed together, do you ever think of your father's face?" Chun Yin was not one to back down easily, and his comeback was a bombshell. The cool girl raised her hand, about to strike Chun Yin, but he swiftly kicked both her and her companion to the ground. "Let us go." Lin Shuihua, fearing the situation would escalate, noted the crowd gathering at the shop entrance and wished to avoid becoming the center of attention. The elderly and young duo, intimidated by Chun Yin's presence, did not dare to pursue them. In the car, Chun Yin perused the shopping list from that day, astonished to find that Lin Shuihua had spent over 600,000 in less than 2 hours. "Can I return these clothes?" he inquired. "Yes, but the refund will be processed back to the original payment method. You can go return them, Lin Shuihua had already surmised Chen Yan's intentions. Upon reflection, Chen Yan decided against it. He thought it unwise to pass up a bargain. You can get out now. Halfway through their journey, Chen Yan was unexpectedly asked to exit the vehicle, leaving him puzzled as to why. Grocery shopping. Chapter 10. The timely nephew when Chen Yan returned from the market. He approached the entrance of the community, where the security guard, having previously barred his entry, now allowed him in without hesitation. Although he felt a twinge of disdain for this man living off others, he couldn't help but feel envy. Those residing here were either wealthy or distinguished, and earning such favor was a dream for many. Upon reaching the villa, he noticed the door slightly ajar, and a sense of joy washed over him, thinking it was Lin Shuihua who had left it open. Upon entering, he was met with the sight of a boy, around 17 or 18, sitting on the sofa, who appeared equally surprised to see Chen Yan. A youth with striking golden hair, clad in distressed denim jeans, bore a resemblance to Lin Shuihua, with a pale complexion and a tall, yet somewhat frail physique, embodying a quintessential non-mainstream style. "Who are you? How did you come to be here?" the young man inquired first, adopting a defensive stance that suggested he was ready to resort to violence at the slightest provocation. Chen Yan felt a wave of confusion wash over him. However, considering that the youth had managed to enter his home, he speculated that he might be a relative of Lin Shuihua. After all, he was merely a boy of 17 or 18. "This is my home. Why wouldn't I be here?" Chen Yan replied. The youth was taken aback by Chen Yan's response, his mouth agape, as if he could fit an ostrich egg inside. "Your home? This is my sister's house." Unfamiliar with the intricacies of Lin Shuihua's family, Chen Yan hastily asked, "Who is your sister?" "Lin Shuihua," the youth replied, still regarding him with suspicion. "Oh, I am your brother-in-law," Chen Yan explained, glancing at his soon-to-be brother-in-law. "Brother-in-law? Nonsense. My sister isn't even married, so how could there be a brother-in-law? Besides, have you looked in a mirror? You, of all people, could never be worthy of my sister. A brother-in-law must be someone extraordinary, a dragon among men, a being of great renown." The youth appraised their physiques, then dashed into the kitchen to fetch a fruit knife, brandishing it menacingly. Chen Yan, unfazed, lounged on the sofa like an emperor, patiently awaiting the boy's antics. The youth, upon perceiving Chen Yan's demeanor and noting that he appeared quite familiar with the surroundings, hesitated for fear of misjudgment, keeping a watchful eye on the door. The two maintained their standoff for less than 2 minutes before the sound of a door opening signaled Lin Shuihua's arrival. Upon entering and witnessing the scene, Lin Shuihua asked, "When did you arrive?" The youth cautiously maneuvered around Chen Yan and approached Lin Shuihua, stating, "Sister, this person is pretending to be my brother-in-law." "He is indeed your brother-in-law, not an impostor," Lin Shuihua clarified. Only then did the youth lower his guard and take a seat opposite Chen Yan, scrutinizing him with curiosity. Chen Yan, lacking the patience to indulge a child, retreated to the kitchen to prepare a meal. Half an hour later, for dishes were ready. Having only purchased enough ingredients for two, he served a bowl of rice each to himself and Lin Shuihua, while placing a tub of instant noodles in front of the youth. "This is my younger brother, Lin Xiaobao." Lin Shuihua introduced him to Chen Yan. Afterward, she turned to the youth, asking, "Why did you come here by yourself?" Lin Xiaobao, eyeing the enticing spread on the table while glancing at his meager instant noodles, huffed, "My mother is too chatty. I came ahead. If I hadn't arrived early, how could I enjoy such delicious instant noodles?" "Right, brother-in-law?" Chen Yan chose not to reply, focusing instead on his meal, deliberately slurping his food. Lin Shuihua went to the kitchen to fetch a pair of chopsticks for Lin Xiaobao and brought the instant noodles to Chen Yan's side. At that moment, Lin Xiaobao looked at Chen Yan as if he had just won a prize. After their meal, Lin Shuihua received a phone call and informed Chen Yan and Lin Xiaobao that she had urgent business to attend to, leaving the brother-in-law and the younger brother to spend time alone at home. "With such a slight stature, you dare to challenge me? You look like a mere sprout, easily blown away by a gust of wind." After a hearty meal, Chen Yan began to tease Lin Xiaobao. Ultimately, fueled by youthful fervor, Lin Xiaobao could no longer contain himself and launched a kick at Chen Yan. Chen Yan deftly sidestepped, and from Lin Xiaobao's earlier strike, it was evident that the lad possessed some degree of skill. "Ah, This boy has some talent. His flamboyant techniques are quite impressive. What flamboyant techniques? I hold a 5th-degree black belt. I merely feared injuring you earlier, yet now you dare to provoke me. Lin Xiaobao pressed on, his attacks growing more aggressive. At the tender age of 17, having trained since childhood, he had long been unrivaled among his peers, his ego swelling immensely. However, despite his relentless onslaught and cunning angles, he could not land a blow on his opponent, who evaded him with the grace of an eel. Merely dodging does not define a true warrior. Let us engage in a fair duel. Frustrated by his inability to prevail, Lin Xiaobao resorted to verbal taunts to provoke Chen Yin. As Lin Xiaobao threw a punch, Chen Yin caught it effortlessly, leaving Lin Xiaobao's face flushed and unable to retract his fist. In a fit of anger, he delivered a high kick aimed at Chen Yin's head. Chen Yin, with a mere flick, grasped Lin Xiaobao's ankle and pushed him back onto the sofa. Just as Chen Yin anticipated another attack from Lin Xiaobao, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Lin Xiaobao clasped his fists and said, "Big brother, you truly are the man capable of winning over my sister. Allow me to pay my respects." The swift change in demeanor showcased the adaptability of those who recognize the tides of circumstance, leaving Chen Yin speechless, even pondering whether this lad would choose treachery in battle. Chen Yin settled onto the sofa, while Lin Xiaobao scampered over, eagerly massaging his legs and imploring, "Brother-in-law, could you teach me?" "Teach what?" "Combat." "Brother-in-law, those moves you executed earlier were magnificent." Chen Yin turned to face Lin Xiaobao, noticing the boy's earnest expression, filled with hope and longing. "Come, let us step outside." Chen Yin led Lin Xiaobao to the lawn and instructed, "Attack me with all your might. I shall not use my hands. If you manage to land a single hit, you win. If you cannot touch me at all, then abandon any thoughts of learning from me." It was not that Chen Yin was unwilling to teach. The essence of his techniques was lethal, making it impossible for him to instruct a mere boy. Lin Xiaobao, thrilled by the challenge, bowed to Chen Yin and launched himself forward like a cannonball. One kick, another kick, and yet another. Time and again, Lin Xiaobao found himself sprawled on the grass. Despite his earnest attempts to strike back, he could not evade the blows delivered by Chen Yin. At this point, his chest burned with pain. "Stop, stop. Brother-in-law, I no longer wish to learn. If this continues, you will surely kick me to death." Lin Xiaobao pleaded for mercy. "Brother-in-law, I have a sworn enemy in Jianghai, a year older than I. Could you assist me in seeking retribution tomorrow?" "Absolutely not. Brother-in-law, don't even think about it." Chen Yin walked into the living room and turned on the television, where a Korean drama was currently playing. In the television drama, the male protagonist gazes deeply into the eyes of the female lead, leading to an impassioned kiss. Chen Yin, feeling exasperated, swiftly changes the channel, muttering to himself, "What a pair of fools. Engaging in such antics in the snowy outdoors during winter is utterly pointless. I would rather watch a DVD. At least that wouldn't drag on endlessly." Chapter 11. Duckbill Mountain. On that crisp morning, Chen Yin prepared breakfast, eagerly awaiting the descent of the siblings. Today marked the arrival of Lin Shuijua's stepmother, granting the workaholic Lin Shuijua a rare day off. When Lin Xiaobao finally came down, breakfast had long cooled, his hair resembling a bird's nest. Before Lin Shuijua, he always maintained an innocent demeanor, likely a result of numerous lessons learned from his sister in their youth. "Can you have brother-in-law drive me to my friend's place?" Lin Xiaobao said with a charming smile directed at Lin Shuijua. Lin Shuijua cast him a penetrating glance. As her half-brother, Lin Xiaobao had never been spoiled by her. Apart from their father, he feared her the most. "Fine, just be quick about it," she replied. Chen Yin felt a wave of incredulity wash over him, realizing that his time was being ruthlessly commandeered by these two siblings. Lin Xiaobao tugged at his arm, swaying slightly. Had it not been for their prior interaction the night before, one might mistake him for an obedient child based solely on his demeanor. Hearing Lin Xiaobao refer to Chen Yin as brother-in-law so frequently only served to further irritate Lin Shuijua. Yet, as she still needed Chen Yin's assistance, she refrained from arguing and instead handed him a set of keys from the drawer. "There's a BMW in the garage. You could take that." Chen Yin wrestled with his thoughts. Given his status, Being relegated to driving an old BMW felt beneath his dignity. Lin Xiaobao snatched the keys, cheerfully urging, "Let us go. Brother-in-law, I can't wait any longer." His incessant use of brother-in-law grated on Lin Shuizhua, while it seemed to invigorate Chen Yin, who couldn't help but admire Lin Xiaobao's audacity. If onlookers were to witness this scene, they might easily believe that Chen Yin was Lin Xiaobao's biological brother and Lin Shuizhua his sister-in-law. Lin Shuizhua pondered this peculiar camaraderie, wondering how the two, who had only met the night before and had been at odds, now appeared so chummy. She knew Lin Xiaobao well. Despite his rebellious streak, he had been raised in an affluent household and had always held a sense of superiority. Aside from his fear of her, she had never seen him exhibit such closeness with anyone else, his eyes betraying a hint of admiration. Unbeknownst to Lin Shuizhua, Chen Yin had managed to win over her younger brother the previous night, securing his loyalty wholeheartedly. Upon reaching the garage, Lin Xiaobao hurriedly jumped into the driver's seat, calling out to Chen Yin, "Let us go, brother-in-law." Chen Yin approached the window, leisurely lighting a cigarette, and asked, "Do you have a driver's license?" The question seemed to strike a nerve with Lin Xiaobao. "I'm just 4 months shy of 18. I can take the test then. Besides, my driving skills are top-notch. With no license, you dare to drive? Aren't you worried about getting caught by the police?" Chen Yin retorted, "Get out of the car now. Brother-in-law, just let me drive. I've been on the track countless times, so it's no problem. If there's a traffic cop, you can just take over," Lin Xiaobao pleaded. Chen Yin settled into the passenger seat and replied, "All right, but I must clarify that I don't have a driver's license either." "Well, that's fine. It's the same whether it's you or me driving." Lin Xiaobao started the car, and the moment they surged forward, Chen Yin realized the boy was indeed not exaggerating. He must have had considerable experience with cars. Although he could hardly be deemed a professional, he could at least drive. As for his prior claims about the track, those were likely mere boasts. With his skill level, he wouldn't even qualify as a novice driver. Chen Yin was uncertain about Lin Xiaobao's destination, but he noticed the buildings along the roadside dwindling and the traffic gradually thinning out. "Where are we headed?" Chen Yin asked, spotting a mountain road as Lin Xiaobao steered the car into the hills. "Hey, brother-in-law, today I'm taking you to broaden your horizons," Lin Xiaobao exclaimed enthusiastically. "Today is the Duck Bowl Mountains tri-monthly racing event. The entry fee is 10,000 yuan, and if you win the championship, the prize money is as high as 500,000. Although 500,000 isn't an enormous sum, the thrill of potentially winning the championship was quite enticing. Chen Yin understood that he was merely a means to an end. Lin Xiaobao's true intention was to get behind the wheel. "I want to accompany you. If you go, I'll inform your sister," he warned. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiaobao immediately deflated. "Brother-in-law, I've already paid the registration fee. Please have some compassion for me." Chen Yin thought that with Lin Xiaobao's driving skills, he didn't even qualify to be a cheerleader. Yet the way the boy sweetly called him brother-in-law softened his resolve, and he agreed to let him at least take a look. As they spoke, a convoy of cars sped past them, all heavily modified, the roar of their engines sending a thrill through the air. Along the way, Lin Xiaobao elaborated on the details of the Duck Bowl mountain races, and Chen Yin began to grasp the bigger picture. This tri-monthly mountain race was essentially an illegal street racing event, attracting two types of participants: wealthy young heirs seeking thrills and a group of illegal racers making a living from it. Initially, it was just a local gathering of wealthy youths and small-time delinquents looking to show off, but as its reputation grew, the expansive Duck Bowl Mountain was eventually privatized. With relentless capital investment, it gradually expanded and evolved. Now, participants were not limited to the local area. Individuals from surrounding provinces and even across the nation came to partake. Some, like Lin Xiaobao, purely seeking excitement, while others were motivated by the lucrative prizes. Upon reaching the summit square, Chen Yin observed the throng of vehicles. Realizing the event organizers must have profited handsomely from the entry fees alone, not to mention the numerous hidden revenues. "Where did you get so much money for registration?" Chen Yin inquired, causing Lin Xiaobao to pause momentarily. "It's not expensive. The entry fee is merely 10,000. Chen Yin lost interest in continuing the conversation. Comparing their circumstances, he thought, People have their struggles. It takes many employees at Shanghai a month of hard work to earn just over 10,000. To Lin Xiaobao, at 17, that amount seemed as trivial as a dime. Indeed, having a good father has proven to be a resounding success. ISNT, that little Lindsay from a 4-9 city, barely out of his childhood, and he is already here. Have you had your milk today? As Lin Xiaobao stepped out of the car, he was met with a wave of derisive laughter. Chen Yin turned to see that the speaker, a youth only slightly older than Lin Xiaobao, sported a flamboyant style and was surrounded by admirers, casting a mocking glance in Lin Xiaobao's direction. Let me introduce you. Wang Zimu, Lin Xiaobao proclaimed with a swagger. This is my brother-in-law, just returned from abroad, renowned as the god of cars. I must inform everyone present that, in his eyes, you are all but trash. Despite the cacophony of music surrounding them, Lin Xiaobao's words drew the attention of many who regarded him with ill intent. Chen Yin felt a surge of frustration. Standing by the car, he found himself embroiled in an unwarranted confrontation. Your sister, Lin Shuihua, was once acclaimed as the most beautiful woman in 4-9 city, and now she is the goddess of Jianghai. Yet, her choice in men seems rather questionable. Has the Lin family fallen on hard times? Chapter 12. Our role models before leaving home. Chen Yin had taken care to dress up, donning the suit that Lin Shuihua had purchased for him the previous day. He was, after all, a handsome young man. To be labeled as a scrap collector by that youth was utterly intolerable. Brother Yin, what brings you here today? Chen Yin turned to see De Xiong approaching, who, upon noticing him, quickly ran over, his words sparing the boy opposite from a severe beating. I'm here accompanying my little brother-in-law, Chen Yin replied. Hello, Brother Xiong. The youths around greeted De Xiong with admiration. Chen Yin felt a pang of sorrow. Today, youth no longer idolize soldiers or scientists, but rather figures like De Xiong, a brother of the streets, perhaps a lamentable reflection of society. What brings you here? Chen Yin inquired of De Xiong. I had a bit of a conflict and came here to settle it through a race, De Xiong explained. Do you have confidence? I found someone, but I've heard the opponent has hired a professional driver. My hopes aren't too high. Then let me take care of it. Chen Yin could overlook Lin Xiaobao's reckless demands, but he could not refuse his childhood friend. De Xiong was elated upon hearing Chen Yin's words. He was well aware of Chen Yin's experiences abroad and knew that he never entered a battle unprepared. If he was willing to step in, it meant he was undoubtedly confident. A stir erupted in the square as the central screen displayed cars poised for action. Over 20 vehicles, engines roaring, were ready to race, while a woman in a bikini held a red flag, signaling the crowd to await its descent. De Xiong leaned in to explain to Chen Yin. This is a competition with 4 groups following this one, each consisting of 25 cars, with prizes ranging from 100,000 to a maximum of 500,000. I enrolled in the highest tier. Chen Yin focused on the screen. The vehicles in this race were primarily civilian models, albeit with modifications. Among them, a seemingly ordinary red BMW caught his eye, piquing his interest. As the flag held by the bikini-clad girl fell, the eager drivers revved their engines, transforming into bolts of lightning racing along the mountain roads. The crowd gathered in the square erupted in fervent cheers, passionately rallying for their favorite racers. It was less about genuine support and more about the bets placed in underground gambling dens, where the drivers' victories promised substantial rewards for their backers. The dubious nature of these wagers lingered in the air, shrouded in uncertainty. Duckbill Mountain, aptly named for its serpentine pathways resembling the beak of a duck, boasts countless twists and turns, making it a celebrated haven for racing enthusiasts in China. Observing the throngs of spectators and the kaleidoscope of vehicles, Chen Yin could only marvel at the event organizers' formidable influence, especially given the absence of any law enforcement presence. The commentator passionately narrated the unfolding rankings, stirring the audience's emotions, as cheers and groans echoed throughout the venue, creating an electrifying atmosphere. Chen Yin's gaze remained fixated on the red BMW, which consistently maintained a central position. While its performance was not particularly spectacular, the driver's speed and precision through the bends revealed a formidable skill set that Chen Yin could not overlook. Upon reaching the notorious 18 bends of Duckbill Mountain, the preceding vehicles began to slow, with several colliding and others crashing into the mountainside, ultimately retreating from the race. In contrast, the red BMW exhibited a steady pace, elegantly drifting past one competitor after another, capturing everyone's attention. From Chunyan's perspective as an observer, the driver of the red BMW exhibited commendable control, adhering to conventional techniques. He mused that he might have been faster behind the wheel, yet could not achieve such precision in navigating the curves. With just 300 meters remaining and 2 bends to conquer, the suspense mounted regarding whether the red BMW could maintain its leading position. The commentator's voice soared with fervor, prompting the audience to join in a chorus of encouragement. Unsurprisingly, the red BMW triumphed with a commanding lead. The camera then shifted to the victorious vehicle, from which a woman emerged. As she removed her helmet, a collective gasp rippled through the crowd of men. With a toss of her hair, she revealed an exquisite visage, complemented by a striking physique that exuded an air of confidence. Chunyan, momentarily stunned, recognized her as by Rushue from the finance department, astonished by her unexpected prowess. Her victory was a surprise to many, and his attention soon drifted to the second-place driver, who approached a group of burly men, head bowed and hesitant to speak. A sharp slap landed on the driver's face, who dared not retort. Chunyan surmised that this individual was likely a hired driver for the behind-the-scenes bookmakers, unaware that Rushue would emerge as such an unpredictable force. The losses incurred by the bookmaker extend far beyond a mere sum of 100,000 in prize money. They encompass a multitude of revenues from the underground gambling establishments. The imposing figure leading the group exuded a palpable aura of menace, his gaze directed at Rushue. De Xiong, with his dark visage and towering height of nearly 2 meters, stood out conspicuously among the crowd as Rushue approached. "Ah, isn't this little Yin Yin?" Rushue remarked with a charming smile, seeking a thrill in this setting. De Xiong, eager to please, hastily greeted sister-in-law. Chunyan cast a glance at De Xiong, contemplating the youth's potential for growth. Lin Xiaobao, upon hearing this, felt a surge of discontent. "This is before Lin Xiaobao could finish. Chunyan swiftly stuffed a half-eaten piece of bread into his mouth, leaving Lin Xiaobao's face flushed with embarrassment as he was unceremoniously shoved into the car. Rushue refrained from defending herself, her own cheeks tinged with crimson. It was Chunyan's first encounter with this enchantress blushing, prompting him to tease. "Since my wife is here, how could I not cheer for her?" "You're married. Who is your wife?" Rushue inquired, her curiosity piqued. Chunyan seized De Xiong and pointed at Rushue, instructing, "What do you call her?" De Xiong, quick to comply, responded, "Sister-in-law." At that moment, Rushue grasped that Chunyan was merely jesting at her expense. However, her antics were driving Lin Xiaobao to the brink of despair, as Chunyan firmly leaned against the car door, preventing his exit. Rushue, with a gentle motion, linked her arm with Chunyan's, gazing at him with affection. "Darling, I bought a bag of medicine this morning. Rest assured, after taking it, you'll be just fine. I will wait for you." Chunyan was left speechless, while De Xiong stood in astonishment. When had his brother, Xiao Yan, ever been at a disadvantage? He pulled Rushue close, pressing a fervent kiss on her cheek, declaring, "All right, my wife, wait for me at home. I promise to take my medicine on time." The onlookers regarded the couple with a mix of disdain and admiration. It was indeed extraordinary that such a stunning beauty would wait for him, a true model for the rest of us. Rushue was taken aback by Chunyan's boldness, her face aflame as she hurried to the car. Chapter 13. Path to Prosperity. Once inside the vehicle, Lin Xiaobao glared at Chunyan, ready to speak. But Chunyan interrupted. "I promise to ensure that you become an unbeatable force, as long as you keep it secret. Estampe by my word." After a moment of contemplation, Lin Xiaobao reluctantly agreed. Deal. In the subsequent races, Chunyan did not pay much attention. He had already committed the terrain to memory and was indifferent to the outcomes. "Yingu, it's your turn to take the stage," De Xiong announced, tapping on the car window. "Use my car. This one is too plain," he advised. All right. Though Chunyan had confidence in his driving skills, it would be folly to race in an unremarkable vehicle when superior options were available. Among the racers, each had their own car, except for Chunyan, who accompanied Lin Xiaobao. He feared that Lin Xiaobao might decide to compete, knowing well that Lin Xiaobao had already paid the registration fee. Reluctantly, Lin Xiaobao was ushered into the car, and upon realizing resistance was futile, he resigned himself to the situation. Da Xiong registered for the highest level of competition, the most highly anticipated event of this tournament, where only the most skilled individuals dare to participate. The 24 vehicles, each extensively modified and unfit for road use, are piloted by renowned drivers, with only a few arriving independently. The majority have been invited at great expense by various interest groups. These drivers, often driven by a relentless pursuit of victory, can resort to unscrupulous means, rendering this competition the most perilous of all. Chen Yin navigates a heavily modified Romeo, currently occupying a midfield position within the racing lineup. Lin Xiaobao, glancing left and right, appears to be experiencing this kind of event for the first time, his face a canvas of curiosity. As the red flag in the hands of the leading lady descends, the participating vehicles surge forward in a blur. Chen Yin presses the accelerator, propelling the car forward with a forceful thrust that elicits an excited gasp from Lin Xiaobao, who exclaims in exhilaration, "Wow, this is thrilling. Go, brother-in-law." Chen Yin maintains a measured pace behind the car ahead, while the rearview mirror reflects a dozen pursuing vehicles. Lin Xiaobao, still brimming with enthusiasm, encourages Chen Yin to overtake. After navigating 6 turns, Chen Yin has ascended to 3rd place, and the cars behind him have significantly dwindled in number and distance. In the plaza, the organizers, a group of burly men, fixate intently on Chen Yin's vehicle. "Liang, this kid is quite impressive," one of the underlings remarks to the leader. Liang furrows his brow but reassures him, "It's fine." The top 2 are our drivers, with the first being the underground racing king from Southeast Asia, so we have nothing to worry about. Yet, as he speaks, Liang harbors his own uncertainties. Chen Yan's car is closing the gap rapidly, and with many turns ahead. The speed at which he navigates the corners is formidable. If we lose, it will be difficult to explain to the boss. The stakes are substantial, Liang muses. Inform the drivers to let him pass, then take him out. Dong, issuing commands to his subordinates, receives an affirmation. On the racetrack, the vehicle ahead of Chen Yin suddenly decelerates before a turn. Chen Yin remains unfazed, executing a drift that propels him past, now securing 2nd place. Liang's initial plan was for Chen Yin to overtake and then force the other driver off course. But his strategy falters as Chen Yan's car hugs the inner lane too closely, preventing Liang's driver from getting near. Instead, in an ill-fated maneuver, the driver attempts to ram Chen Yan's rear, but the latter's speed proves too swift, resulting in the driver losing control and crashing into the mountainside, enveloped in a cloud of smoke, leaving the fate of the driver uncertain. At this moment, Chen Yin has ascended to 1st place, with the Southeast Asian racing king hot on his heels. The king fixates on the Romeo ahead, acutely aware that failure to win this race could cost him his life. Regardless of the wealth he possesses, he is determined to surpass the vehicle ahead at the next turn. At this juncture, only Chen Yin and the Southeast Asian racing king remain in contention, while the rest have fallen far behind in the quest for victory. In the rearview mirror, only the dark-hued Ferrari remained. Lin Xiaobao was filled with exhilaration, yet he refrained from exuberant shouts. The treacherous bends he had just navigated had drained the color from his face, leaving his lips devoid of any hue as he clutched the handrail with a vice-like grip. At that moment, Lin Xiaobao was in profound admiration of his brother-in-law, secretly contemplating whether his sister was truly worthy of such an exceptional spouse. If Chen Yin were to catch wind of this thought, he would surely leap from the vehicle in delight, and if Lin Xuehua were to discover it, he likely wouldn't fare well. After Chen Yin emerged from the duckbill bend, the pursuing Ferrari managed to keep pace, albeit with a noticeable distance between them, while the vehicles trailing behind had long since faded from attention. Only one final curve remained, preceded by a lengthy straightaway. With its formidable horsepower, the Ferrari surged forward, closing the gap to just a few meters from Chen Yin's car. "Goodness, it's caught up," Lin Xiaobao exclaimed upon spotting the advancing vehicle in the mirror. "Stay calm. Hold on tight," Chen Yin replied with an air of tranquility. As they approached the last bend, Chun Yin sharply spun the steering wheel, the car nearly grazing the guardrail. Branches from the mountainside snapping against the vehicle's body with a crackling sound. Although Chun Yan's car exhibited commendable performance, it still paled in comparison to the Ferrari, and the driver behind the wheel was no novice either. On the grand screen in the plaza, the two cars appeared almost inseparable as they entered the turn, with the commentator fervently declaring, "In this final turn, let us witness if a miracle unfolds. Can the black Ferrari overtake and claim victory in this last-ditch effort?" As they exited the bend, a resounding crash echoed. The speeding Ferrari collided with the rear of Chun Yin's car, unable to pass, but inadvertently propelling Chun Yin forward. At this moment, Lin Xiaobao was too frightened to scream. When Chun Yin's vehicle crossed the finish line, Lin Xiaobao swiftly flung open the door, retching uncontrollably by the roadside, his face still etched with terror. From the Ferrari emerged a short young man with a dark complexion, who cast a lingering, dismal glance at Chun Yin before trudging off the track. "Brother Yin is incredible. Brother-in-law is amazing." This shout of brother-in-law did not come from Lin Xiaobao, but rather from the group of youths who had previously mocked Chun Yin, now reveling as if they themselves had triumphed. Bai Ruxue regarded Chun Yin with a newfound curiosity, her eyes reflecting a hint of intrigue toward the man before her. When Chun Yin returned after receiving his award, Lin Xiaobao was still by the roadside, heaving. "Let us go. Stop retching. We need to head back early. Remember to keep your mouth shut. Don't forget our agreement." Chun Yin felt an unusual elation, for he had finally escaped poverty, clutching a prize of 500,000. The promise of prosperity and reaching the pinnacle of life was within grasp. Chapter 14. Princess Jining and Wu Yingxiong. Upon parking in the underground garage, Chun Yin delivered a sharp kick to Lin Xiaobao, inwardly cursing the ineptitude of the young man. At that moment, Lin Xiaobao's calves still trembled, and when Chun Yin insisted on him driving back, Lin Xiaobao categorically refused. Upon entering, one is immediately struck by the sight of a resplendent woman seated on the living room sofa, unmistakably not hailing from a family of upstarts. Some individuals possess an inherent elegance that transcends mere wealth, and this middle-aged lady epitomizes such sophistication, exuding an air of nobility devoid of any crassness. Lin Shuihua found herself opposite this woman, both remaining silent as they observed the newly arrived duo. Before Chun Yin could utter a word, Lin Xiaobao had already leaped into the woman's embrace, exclaiming, "Mom, I've missed you to the point of longing." The middle-aged woman, regarding Lin Xiaobao with a fond smile, retorted, "Miss me? I suspect you would prefer not to see me every day. What have you been up to today?" Lin Xiaobao slyly cast a glance at Chun Yin and said, "My brother-in-law took me out for some fun. We just got back, right, brother-in-law?" Chun Yin quickly deduced that this was indeed Lin Shuihua's stepmother. "Good day, Annie. My name is Chun Yin, and I am Shuihua's husband," he said cautiously as he settled beside Lin Shuihua. After appraising Chun Yin with a smile, the middle-aged woman remarked, "Since you are married to Shuihua, you ought to address me as mother." Without a moment's hesitation, Chun Yin exclaimed "mother," with such swiftness that it drew a look of disdain from Lin Shuihua. "Mother, please rest for now. I shall prepare dinner and call you when it is ready." Chun Yin rose and made his way to the kitchen, adeptly tying on an apron. Upon opening the refrigerator, he discovered that Lin Shuihua had procured a variety of ingredients. As he entered the kitchen, he resolved to prepare several exquisite dishes to showcase his culinary prowess. However, upon examining the contents, he found that Lin Shuihua had purchased predominantly vegetables, with not a scrap of meat in sight. Thus, Chun Yin had no choice but to prepare an entirely vegetarian feast, supplemented by a few seared steaks for good measure. During the cooking process, Lin Shuihua ascended to the second-floor bedroom, while her stepmother roamed about the house, seemingly on some sort of inspection. Lin Xiaobao had now become Chun Yin's devoted little acolyte, assisting him in the kitchen. Chun Yin learned that Lin Shuihua's stepmother was named Zhang Ruohua, and that Lin Shuihua had joined the Lin family at the tender age of 8. At the dining table, Chun Yin sensed an oppressive atmosphere. There was a distinct absence of conversation, indicating that the relationship between Lin Shuihua and her stepmother was rather strained. After the meal, Zhang Ruohua inquired of Chun Yin, "Young Chun, Why has Shueihua never mentioned you before? Chun Yin, adept at weaving tales, replied, Mother. Shueihua and I have known each other since our teenage years, having pledged our lives to one another back then. Upon my recent return to the country, we immediately registered our marriage. Shueihua has been waiting for me for many years. Zhang Ruohua quickly pressed on, I noticed you were sleeping in the guest room. Have the two of you had a disagreement? Her inquiry, though framed as a question, revealed her disbelief in the authenticity of Lin Shueihua and Chun Yan's relationship, suspecting that he was merely a facade for her daughter. There has been no conflict. Our relationship is as strong as ever, if I may be so bold. Just a few days ago, we decided to have a child, which left Shueihua quite exhausted, and she subsequently sent me to the guest room. Chun Yin spoke confidently, disregarding Lin Shueihua's piercing glare. Oh, well, then you shouldn't stay in the guest room. Newlyweds sleeping apart is quite unbecoming. I plan to stay with you for 3 to 5 days. You won't mind, will you? Zhang Ruohua stated. Of course not. We will be delighted to have you. As Chun Yin spoke, he placed his hand gently on Lin Shueihua's shoulder, to which she offered no resistance, understanding that she needed to play along with the act. Zhang Ruohua yawned and remarked, All right, you two lovebirds should rest early. I'm off to bed. I've been on the road all day and feel quite fatigued. With a heart full of trepidation, Chun Yin followed Lin Shueihua upstairs and entered the room he had longed for. The usually carefree Xiao Yin was now somewhat restrained, feeling akin to an 18-year-old boy visiting a bathhouse for the first time, filled with excitement yet apprehensive of being discovered, awkwardly awaiting his sister's service. Lin Shueihua, however, had already prepared everything. Sitting at her desk, she calmly stated, The clean clothes are in the cabinet outside the bathroom. Please don't throw the dirty ones around. Wash them yourself. Chun Yin stealthily entered the bathroom and opened the cabinet, revealing neatly arranged clothes. His toothbrush and cup were also orderly placed on the sink, filling him with warmth. After taking a refreshing shower, he sat on the toilet, expelling a great deal of tension before finally calming his racing heart. Taking a deep breath, he reluctantly stepped out. The bedroom lights had been turned off, leaving only the soft glow of 2 yellow lamps by the bedside. The enchanting figure at the desk had already settled into bed. Chun Yin cautiously approached the bedside, gazing at her silhouette, lost in thought. The perfect curves made his throat dry and his heart race. In that moment, despite the air conditioning, he felt an overwhelming heat enveloping him, unable to shake off the fervent thoughts that accompanied being in the presence of a goddess like Lin Shueihua. The mere inches of space on the bed felt like an insurmountable chasm. Lin Shueihua lay on her side, equally tense, remaining still, but Chun Yin could sense her anxiety. Any woman, faced with a heavy-breathing man standing at her bedside, would likely struggle to maintain her composure. Suddenly, a glint of cold steel flashed, and Chun Yin felt as though he had plunged into an ice cavern. He was struck by the sight of a pair of scissors peeking from beneath Lin Shueihua's pillow, casting an unsettling aura in the dim light. Chun Yin was certain that if he dared to approach the bed, Lin Shueihua would not hesitate to harm him. The thought sent a chill down his spine, prompting him to quickly suppress his wicked thoughts and lie down on the floor mat. Hearing his movement, Lin Shueihua let out an inaudible sigh of relief. Chun Yin tossed and turned on the floor, feeling utterly uncomfortable. Could you be a bit more still? Lin Shueihua's icy voice cut through the silence. I can't sleep, and also I believe there is no need for scissors under your pillow. It's not like I insisted on coming here. You invited me up, Chun Yin responded as he leaned against the bedside table. Just in case. But if you can't sleep, why not watch a drama? Lin Shueihua shivered at the sound of his movement. What do you mean? Why are we talking about dramas now? Chun Yin was perplexed, feeling that Lin Shueihua's comment had taken a turn far from their current predicament. The ethereal voice of Lin Shueihua resonated, sending a chill down Chun Yin's spine. You might want to go downstairs and look up the story of Princess Jianning and Wu Xiong. Chapter 15. Little Yingu takes a beating. Lin Shueihua may have forgotten that another person occupied the room. During the night, while getting up, she inadvertently stepped on Chun Yin's most sensitive area. Doubling over in pain, Chun Yin was drenched in cold sweat, gasping for breath. Upon switching on the light, Lin Shueihua was taken aback by the sight of Chun Yin writhing on the floor, realizing her mistake. She hurried to him. "I'm so sorry. Did I hurt you? Let me check." Chun Yin couldn't possibly admit to being stepped on in such a delicate region and quickly replied, "It's nothing, just a stomach ache. It's not your fault. Then you should go to bed, but you mustn't cross over that doll," Lin Shueihua instructed, placing a stuffed toy across the middle of the bed to indicate the boundary. Without hesitation, Chun Yin climbed onto the bed despite the pain, reasoning that the incident had been worth it. Who knew if Lin Shueihua would awaken again in the middle of the night? A repeat encounter could leave him incapacitated. Initially, they both slept soundly, one on the bed and the other on the floor. But with this minor disruption, they found themselves tossing and turning, unable to find rest. "Are you asleep?" Chun Yin whispered to Lin Shueihua, his mind racing from the pain. "No," came her tired reply, her hand resting beneath her pillow. "Let us chat a bit," he suggested, turning to face her, captivated by her exquisite silhouette. "What should we talk about?" He could sense her tension as he shifted. Lin Shueihua's soft voice broke the silence. "My father was the designated heir of the Lin family in his youth, exceptionally talented. However, he defied the family's wishes and insisted on marrying my mother, who was then a receptionist. Once my father made his intentions clear, the Lin family ceased their objections. Yet, he was already betrothed to my current stepmother, Zhang Ruohua, who was the cherished daughter of the Zhang family. Surprisingly, Zhang Ruohua displayed commendable understanding and did not cause a scene when my father married my mother. However, the Zhang family could not tolerate this affront and opposed the Lin family at every turn, resulting in a bitter feud between the two families. When I was 7, my mother succumbed to liver cancer, and Zhang Ruohua re-established contact with my father, marking a temporary ceasefire between the Lin and Zhang families. Honestly, I bear no ill will toward my stepmother. However, as I founded Shanghai, the elders in my family began to regard me favorably. She may perceive me as a threat to Lin Xiaobao and is desperately trying to arrange a marriage for me, which is why I sought you out." Having shared her story, Lin Shueihua felt fatigued, and before Chun Yin could respond, she said, "All right, let us sleep." The night passed in silence. The following morning, Chun Yin awoke, unable to move. The doll that had separated them was nowhere to be found, and Lin Shueihua had wrapped herself around him like an octopus, rendering him immobile. Gazing at Lin Shueihua, so close that he could see her delicate features, he marveled at her breathtaking beauty. A chill lingered in the air, prompting Lin Shueihua to nestle closer into Chun Yin's embrace. In a dreamlike state, a gentle smile graced her lips, while Chun Yin, choosing to preserve this tranquil moment, lay still beside her. Downstairs, Lin Xiaobao's voice erupted, busy with some morning endeavor, his cheerful humming echoing throughout the house. As Lin Shueihua opened her eyes, she was met with the sight of Chun Yin's large visage. Realizing she had been clinging to him, she raised her arm and playfully struck his eye, causing the valiant Chun Yin to see stars. In a comical twist, she then kicked him off the bed. "Have you lost your mind? You've taken advantage of me all night, and now you pretend not to recognize me." Chun Yin wore an expression akin to that of a wronged bride, looking utterly aggrieved. Lin Shueihua rummaged beneath her pillow, but found nothing. "I considered it unsafe to sleep with scissors under the pillow, so I put them away. Besides, I'm not worried about you taking advantage of me," she retorted, her frustration palpable as she clutched her hair in exasperation, glaring at Chun Yin. After Chun Yin finished his morning routine and descended the stairs, he found Zhang Ruohua already bustling in the kitchen. He merely shielded his eyes and greeted her briefly before stepping outside. Meanwhile, Lin Xiaobao was energetically throwing punches in the yard, practicing his unrefined yet spirited martial arts. Upon noticing Chun Yin, he immediately called out, "Brother-in-law, where are you off to?" Chun Yin cast a resentful glance at Lin Xiaobao, reflecting that if not for this raucous boy's earlier antics, he would not have endured such a morning beating, with no avenue for grievance. "Cool, me. Let's go for a morning jog." "Sure." Lin Xiaobao eagerly accepted. Chun Yin began his daily routine by circling the villa, a practice wherein he scrutinized the surroundings for any changes. Today, he noted the presence of several hidden sentinels, likely Zhang Ruohua's bodyguards. He had long been aware that both Lin Shueihua and Lin Xiaobao were under discreet protection, though the siblings remained oblivious to this fact. Midway through their run, Lin Xiaobao could no longer keep pace and called out from behind, "Brother-in-law, I can't run anymore. Let us take a break." Chunyin scoffed at him. "With your physical condition, you think you can learn martial arts? Not a chance." Lin Xiaobao, refusing to back down, shot back, "Brother-in-law, you may have the upper hand here, but let us see you win over my sister. How do you know I Haven T already won her over?" Chunyin replied, stretching his arms. "Based on what I know about my sister, you probably Haven T even kissed her. Just look at your eye. I guarantee you were trying to kiss her and ended up getting beaten instead." Lin Xiaobao lamented, his tone tinged with pity for Chunyin. At breakfast, Chunyin donned a large pair of sunglasses, leaving Zhang Ruohua perplexed. "Xiao Chun, why are you wearing sunglasses so early in the morning?" she inquired, bewildered. Chunyin hastily swallowed a mouthful of kanji and explained, "I had a minor surgery on my eyes a few days ago, and I can't be exposed to bright light in the morning. I need some time to adjust before I can take them off." Zhang Ruohua clearly harbored doubts, but refrained from probing further. Chunyin, however, felt a sense of relief as Lin Xiaobao, upon hearing Chunyin's response, nearly choked on his kanji. "There are matters to attend to in the capital, so Xiaobao, you stay here and amuse yourself for a couple of days. I shall return home today," Zhang Ruohua declared, casting a sharp glance at Lin Xiaobao. In an instant, Lin Xiaobao understood. "Mother, please feel free to return. I assure you, I will not cause any trouble. Do visit again when you have the chance. Both Xuehua and I will miss you dearly." Lin Xuehua maintained her aloof demeanor, her naturally cold disposition evident in her interactions with everyone. Chunyin took it upon himself to continue the conversation. After breakfast, he escorted Zhang Ruohua to her vehicle. Watching it depart, Chunyin felt another wave of relief wash over him. Suddenly, his phone rang. "Brother Yin, I've been kidnapped by the Firewolf gang. They specifically requested your presence at 11 o'clock this noon." Cough, cough. The voice of the Xiong came through the line. "Are you unharmed?" Chunyin inquired. "I am," the Xiong replied. Chunyin gripped the phone, his eyes filled with a murderous intent. It was the first time Lin Xuehua had witnessed Chunyin's seriousness. While Lin Xiaobao was so frightened, he dared not breathe. "I must step out. I want to be going to the office today. Brother-in-law, I will accompany you." Chapter 16. A feast of fine wine and dishes in the early morning of Jianghai. A white BMW weaved through the traffic. Though anxious after receiving the call, Chunyin reasoned that since the Xiong had been taken and they had summoned him, it indicated that the Xiong would not face life-threatening danger before his arrival. At the entrance of the Tianshan Run Jian Club, a scarred face wrapped in a cast stood respectfully behind a man dressed in black. Behind them stood a dozen young men in black, all wearing stern expressions, devoid of the usual swagger of petty thugs, exuding a subtle aura of menace. A luxury car approached, and a man in black stepped forward to open the door. "Dragon Brother." The young men bowed in unison, greeting, "Good day, Lord Long." A middle-aged man clad in coarse fabric emerged from the vehicle. He was Qi Long, the leader of the Firewolf gang's Flying Dragon Hall. "Is everything arranged, Xiaohu?" Qi Long, dressed in loose garments and simple cloth shoes, had a pale complexion that belied his fearsome reputation. "According to your instructions, dozens of skilled hands are lying in wait inside the club. At your command, that brat will surely be stripped of his skin," the lead young man, Xiaohu, declared earnestly. "Indeed, should he wish to join my Flying Dragon Hall, I would welcome him. However, if he proves ungrateful, let him not blame Qi for his ruthless nature." Qi Long replied, holding a black leather bag that seemed out of place with his attire. Should Chun Yin assess the weight of the bag, he would undoubtedly surmise it contained a firearm. Chun Yin drove around the club a few times, surveying the vicinity. At 11 o'clock, he arrived at the entrance of the club. By then, the receptionist had been replaced by young men in black. Upon his arrival, they did not question him, but instead opened the club's doors. Chun Yin and Lin Xiaobao pushed the door open, with Chun Yin reluctant to bring Lin Xiaobao along. However, Lin Xiaobao, stubborn and curious, insisted on following, unaware of the impending events. A young man guided them directly to a spacious private room on the 4th floor, conducting a thorough search of their persons before they entered, displaying a professional demeanor. "Ah, you must be Chun Yin, my young brother. Greetings, I am Qi Long." the leader of the Flying Dragon Hall of the Fire Wolf Gang. Upon entering, Chen Yin was greeted by a hearty laugh. Qi Long, seated at the head of a round table, was warmly introducing himself to Chen Yin. The two assessed each other. Qi Long was of average height, slightly portly, with a few sparse strands of hair, meticulously combed, exuding an air of scholarly elegance. "Yes, I am Chen Yin," Chen Yin replied without hesitation. Taking a seat opposite Qi Long, noticing Chen Yin's demeanor, Qi Long's eyes flashed with a hint of coldness, though his smile remained intact. "My young brother, shall we dine and converse at the same time?" "Certainly, order whatever you like. Today my brother-in-law is treating." Lin Xiaobao, still a bit bewildered, inquired, "Is there a menu?" Qi Long, observing that Chen Yin had brought his sister's younger brother along, felt even more confident in his ability to win Chen Yin over. At this moment, he felt as if he controlled the situation entirely. A young man named Xiao who tossed the menu onto Lin Xiaobao's lap, who merely selected a few simple vegetable dishes. Chen Yin shook his head disapprovingly at Lin Xiaobao's choices, seized the menu, and made a flurry of selections. "All right, let's start with these," he said to Xiao Hu, pulling out a cigarette and gesturing for Xiao Hu to light it. Just as Xiao Hu's impatience began to surface, Qi Long cleared his throat, prompting Xiao Hu to reluctantly produce a lighter and ignite Chen Yan's cigarette. "Oh, and let us have a braised wolf head, or a braised dragon head if that is unavailable. If not, then a braised lion's head will suffice." After hearing Chen Yan's orders, Xiao Hu inhaled deeply, managing to suppress his rising ire. Qi Long also made an effort to remain calm, for he desperately needed talent in his pursuit of becoming the leader of the Firewolf Gang, and he was determined to recruit this capable individual to his ranks. "What would you like to drink, my young brother?" Qi Long inquired. "Niulan Shan," Xiao Hu replied, only to be met with, "We don't have that." Chen Yin shot Xiao Hu a glance and remarked, "If you don't have it, what are you still doing here? Hurry and go buy some." Qi Long exchanged glances with Xiao Hu, unafraid of Chen Yan's demands, but wary of the young man's impulsiveness. "My young brother, the events of the other day were merely a misunderstanding. I assure you, I did not lay a finger on your companion, De Xiong. Today, I invited you here simply to get acquainted. Since Brother Qi insists it was a misunderstanding, then so be it. There is nothing more to discuss. Let us turn the page," Chen Yin stated, adhering to the principle of avoiding unnecessary trouble. "Who would wish to engage in conflict if it could be averted?" "How forthright! Hearing this from you brings me great relief," Qi Long responded, feeling a significant weight lift from his chest. "May I inquire where you hail from, my young brother?" Chen Yin was convinced that Qi Long was feigning ignorance. His background had undoubtedly been thoroughly investigated prior to this meeting. Without exposing Qi Long's pretense, he replied simply, "Shanghai." As the conversation unfolded, the dishes were served, and Xiao Hu entered, panting with a bottle of wine in hand. "Come, Brother Chen, let us drink. I raise a toast to you." The two of them downed their drinks at once, and the atmosphere in the room gradually became harmonious. "I heard that on that day, Brother Chen single-handedly challenged more than a dozen members of my Flying Dragon Hall. Such prowess at such a young age truly commands my admiration." Qi Long raised his glass again, and Chen Yin also drank it all in one go. "Just muddling through, really. In my youth, I was rather aimless and spent some time as an ne'er-do-well." Chen Yin finished his drink and grabbed a large bone from the table, devouring it greedily. "I wonder what your salary is at Shanghai for a month?" Qi Long squinted as he inquired. This question caught Chen Yin off guard. Since arriving at Shanghai, he had not received a salary. He was aware of his previous earnings as a security guard, but now that he had transferred to the finance department, he had no idea what his monthly salary would be. A little over 10,000. With no other option, Chen Yin could only fabricate a figure. "Ha, brother, as long as you come to assist me, I shall increase your salary tenfold. Moreover, my Flying Dragon Hall boasts over 500 underlings. Apart from me and Xiao Hu, you would be second only to us among 500, Qi Long confidently extolled. However, judging by how Qi Long had just sent Xiao Hu to buy wine, it seemed that his estimation of his subordinates was not particularly high. Furthermore, Chen Yin had no aspirations in that direction. He held little regard for a mere hall. And to be honest, even the Fire Wolf Gang seemed insignificant to him, a mere collection of rabble. "I can understand being beneath you, But to think such riffraff could be above me, I find that utterly ludicrous, Chun Yin retorted, pointing at Xiao who sat beside Qilong. Haha, brother, you truly speak your mind. In a seating arrangement, the capable naturally take precedence. Xiao, why don't you engage in a friendly spar with Brother Chun? Just remember to keep the atmosphere amicable. Chapter 17. The unruly fingers. Xiao, who had long harbored disdain for Chun Yin, and upon receiving Qilong's command, he could hardly contain his eagerness. With fists clasped, he addressed Chun Yin, I apologize in advance. With that, he surged forward like an arrow, executing a combination of Muay Thai strikes coupled with a vicious, sweeping kick that sliced through the air. Chun Yin sidestepped, narrowly evading the punch that grazed his ear. Intrigued by this young man named Xiao, Chun Yin refrained from immediate retaliation, choosing instead to gauge Xiao's capabilities. He sensed that despite the ferocity of Xiao's moves, there was no intent to harm, and unexpectedly, a sense of appreciation for talent began to blossom in Chun Yin's heart. The wind howled as Xiao unleashed a flurry of punches, attempting to corner Chun Yin, who played along, allowing himself to be pushed against the wall. After exchanging numerous blows, Chun Yin discerned Xiao's true strength and decided against prolonging the encounter. When Xiao threw a punch that missed, losing his balance in the process, Chun Yin seized the opportunity, deftly locking his neck with a grip like iron. And with a powerful twist of his right arm, the 140 to 50-pound Xiao, who was sent crashing to the ground, instantly rendered incapable of continuing the fight. Clap, clap, clap. Qilong applauded enthusiastically. Brother Chun, what a remarkable display of skill. If you join us, you will instantly become the vice leader of my Flying Dragon Hall. How's that sound? Qilong showed no concern for the little tiger writhing in pain on the ground. Instead, he smiled and extended an invitation to Chun Yin. Brother Qi, my greatest regret in life is never having been awarded the title of model student. Consequently, I have grown to detest your ilk of petty thugs, he remarked, with a tone that left no room for misunderstanding. Chun Yin cast a scornful glance at Qilong, unfazed after finishing with the little tiger. Qilong's expression darkened significantly. Having been treated to a free meal, he felt betrayed by the sudden turn of events. I do hope Brother Chen will reconsider, for I, Qilong, have never been one to be trifled with. On the streets, they call me Dragon Lord. Chun Yin elegantly took a tissue to wipe his hands, saying, in this day and age, it seems anyone, regardless of their worth, can claim to be a lord. Take him down. Qilong signaled to the scarred-faced man beside him, who immediately yelled out. As his command echoed, a throng of men appeared at the door. Fearing for Lin Xiaobao's safety amidst the chaos, Chun Yin leapt from his seat, seizing a mountain knife from one of the underlings and wielding it with fierce authority. Before long, cries of pain filled the air as one by one, the underlings fell to the ground, incapacitated by Chun Yin's precise strikes, severing tendons and leaving them helpless. He felt no pity for these men, knowing they would only perpetuate harm in society. Chun Yin strode confidently into the room, advancing toward Qilong, who found his subordinates retreating in fear, lacking the courage to meet his gaze. Stop! Qilong brandished a handgun, aiming it at Chun Yin. Chun Yin halted, narrowing his eyes at the weapon. With years of experience in dealing with firearms, he instantly recognized that Qilong wielded a genuine firearm, not a mere replica. Sensing Chun Yin's pause, Qilong sneered. No matter how skilled you are, you only have one life. No speed can outmatch the bullet in my gun. Calmly, Chun Yin took a seat, wiped the blood from his face with a tissue, and nonchalantly picked up his chopsticks to resume eating. Indeed, you possess remarkable courage, but alas, even if I choose not to kill you today, I shall render you powerless. Your very existence is a threat. Qilong was visibly enraged by the loss of his capable men, his earlier amiability replaced by a fierce scowl. And where's my brother? Chun Yin inquired between bites. He is being tied up in the adjoining room. Rest assured, once I'm done with you, he shall be next, Qilong replied. No sooner had he spoken than Chun Yin's chopsticks vanished, followed by Qilong's agonizing screams. One chopstick pierced Qilong's palm, while the other penetrated his wrist, causing his firearm to clatter to the floor, leaving his subordinates trembling in terror. I mentioned my aspiration to be a model student. Why can't you grasp that? Chun Yin declared, brandishing the chopsticks as he approached Qi Long, who was now pale and stricken with fear, unable to discern whether it was pain or terror that gripped him. With a swift motion, 3 chopsticks pierced through Qi Long's wrists and ankles, surprisingly embedding themselves into the ground, thus anchoring Qi Long in place. "Let's go," Chun Yin said, patting Lin Xiaobao, who was still in a daze. After unbinding the adjacent Xiong, he led the two out the door. As they exited, Lin Xiaobao leaned against the wall and retched uncontrollably, feeling as though accompanying his brother-in-law was an ordeal of great suffering. Not far into their drive, Lin Xiaobao appeared on the verge of vomiting again, but a single remark from Chun Yin startled him into suppressing it. "If you throw up in this car, I assure you I will pack up every last bit and bring it back to make you a thick soup." At that moment, Lin Xiaobao felt a profound mix of admiration and fear for his brother-in-law. "Brother Yin, I seem to have caused you trouble," the Xiong said sheepishly. "Nonsense. This mess is entirely my doing, not yours. Ultimately, the fault lies with me. Stop overthinking it. Just go home, rest well, and find out which hospital Qi Long has been admitted to. Then let me know," Chun Yin instructed. Upon hearing this, the Xiong's eyes brightened. "Brother Yin, are you planning to take revenge?" "Revenge? Hardly. That recent scuffle has left my brother-in-law quite shaken. Is it unreasonable to seek some compensation for his emotional distress?" After Chun Yin uttered these words, both the Xiong and Lin Xiaobao were left speechless. After bidding farewell to the Xiong, the two returned home to tidy up. By the time Lin Shuihua arrived, dinner was already prepared. Following the meal, Lin Xiaobao eagerly rushed to clear the table, taking on the tasks of washing chopsticks and scrubbing pots, leaving Lin Shuihua bewildered by his sudden enthusiasm. As Lin Shuihua ascended the stairs, Chun Yin turned on the television to watch a nature documentary. After a while, he couldn't help but reflect. Animals are content without shame, while humans are ashamed yet never satisfied. Familiar with the layout, he ascended to the second floor, where Lin Shuihua had already locked her door. However, this posed no challenge for him. He procured a wire and deftly picked the lock, stealthily entering the room. Lin Shuihua was in the bathroom, and when she emerged wrapped in a towel, she was oblivious to the figure lying on the bed, heading straight for the chair to resume her work on the computer. Upon noticing Lin Shuihua's return, Chun Yin reminded her, "You should go to bed early. Stop working so late." The sudden voice startled Lin Shuihua, causing her to leap up in surprise, and the towel slipped from her grasp, revealing her flawless form to Chun Yin. He quickly covered his eyes, yet his fingers betrayed him, creating a small gap through which his curious gaze slipped. Lin Shuihua dashed back into the bathroom, and when she re-emerged, she was dressed in her sleepwear. "Get out." Chapter 18. Touching the monkey's bottom, Chun Yin, of course, was not one to concede so easily. "Xiaobao is still downstairs. If I go down, wouldn't he that expose everything?" Lin Shuihua was on the brink of an explosion, responding without a moment's thought. "He stayed in the guest room on his first day here. It's nothing unusual. All right, I shall take my leave now." Yet I cannot shake off my apprehension regarding Lin Xiaobao's loose lips. After all, yesterday when your stepmother visited, she did invite me upstairs. If Lin Xiaobao were to inadvertently reveal anything upon returning, I would have no choice but to bear the consequences. Although Chun Yin spoke of descending, he showed no intention of rising from his spot. "Then you shall sleep at the foot of the bed." Perhaps this was the ultimate display of Lin Shuihua's stubbornness. Very well. Given that Lin Shuihua oversees a large corporation with over 1,000 employees, she undoubtedly possesses extraordinary wisdom and resilience. However, she remains an inexperienced woman, and at times, finds herself unable to counter Chun Yin's brazen antics. The ambitions of a talented woman may be to become the leading lady, while the aspirations of a scoundrel may well involve conquering an innocent and frigid beauty. Humanity often exhibits a regrettable nature, as we tend to undervalue that which is easily attainable, while fervently pursuing what eludes us. Sometimes the same object may yield entirely different experiences, and, at this moment, Chun Yin's goal is to win over Lin Shuihua, a daunting task that lies ahead. Lin Shuihua gazed at Chun Yin, who lay at her feet, unable to find slumber. While he snored loudly, inducing her irritation. It was unclear whether her annoyance stemmed from his snoring or his very presence. Just as her eyelids grew heavy, threatening to surrender to the realm of dreams, an unusual sensation coursed through her toes, a tingling warmth that made her acutely aware of her surroundings. Suddenly, a warm, sticky substance enveloped the top of her foot, sending a jolt through her body as the realization of what had transpired dawned upon her, instilling an unexpected chill. The shower gel she had purchased that day now emitted a creamy fragrance, and the sticky substance was none other than Chun Yan's saliva. As she attempted to retract her foot, a wave of warmth brushed against her toes. In his slumber, Chun Yan unconsciously slurped up the drool that had escaped, extending his tongue to lick, unfortunately landing right on Lin Shuihua's toes. In the mere span of 10 minutes since he had mentioned wanting to sleep, the situation had escalated. If he were to sleep through the night, would his drool not cover her entirely? The thought of Chun Yan's large tongue roaming over her body sent a shiver down Lin Shuihua's spine. As Chun Yan slept soundly, he found himself in a dream indulging in wide noodles, savoring their delightful, creamy essence, when suddenly, a kick sent him tumbling off the bed. Groggy, he rose from the floor, only to direct a furious glare at Lin Shuihua. Having endured 2 blows in a single day, how could he, little Yin, possibly tolerate this? Chun Yin was perplexed. His years of living on the edge had conditioned him to be a light sleeper, always alert even in slumber. Normally, no one could approach him, let alone deliver a kick. Yet in Lin Shuihua's bed, he slept soundly, so deeply that even a sudden wake-up call would barely rouse him. He lifted Lin Shuihua's blanket and playfully slapped her backside 3 times. It was springy and soft, reminiscent of the sensation he had experienced as a child when he had stolen water-filled condoms from Old Wu's house. After the playful act, he brought his hand to his nose, inhaling a fragrant scent of laundry detergent. "I shall end you." The moonlight cast a gentle glow upon Lin Shuihua's face, its pale radiance tinged with a hue of crimson. Her expression was one of seething fury, her cheeks flushed, yet her gaze dared not meet Chun Yan's. "What was that?" "I was merely sleepwalking." Chun Yan, unfazed, offered no further explanation and climbed into bed, his feet positioned against Lin Shuihua's, resuming his slumber, entirely indifferent to her murderous glare. The following morning, during breakfast, Lin Xiaobao observed Chun Yan's blissful smile and inquired with genuine curiosity, "Brother-in-law, what brings you such joy? And why do you peel an egg with just one hand?" Chun Yan, maintaining a solemn demeanor as he skillfully peeled the egg, replied, "Your brother-in-law's hand encountered a monkey's backside yesterday and is now allergic. It'll require a few days to heal." Lin Xiaobao was oblivious to the truth of the monkey's backside, but he glanced up to see his sister's face crimson, resembling that of the very monkey. I understand. Lin Xiaobao remarked with a knowing grin. Lin Shuihua promptly delivered a swat to his head, while Chun Yan, chuckling softly, exchanged a glance with Lin Xiaobao that seemed to say, "You're on your own." Lin Xiaobao sighed inwardly, lamenting the misfortunes that seemed to befall him. Caught between the sister who had physically dominated him since childhood and the brother-in-law who was equally formidable. This calamity, he realized he must endure alone. "Follow me today, and I shall break your legs." Chun Yan warned Lin Xiaobao as he stepped out the door, driving to the Third People's Hospital in Jianghai City. Chun Yan arrived at the 6th floor, where Qi Long's hospital room awaited. At that moment, Qi Long appeared a decade older, his face devoid of life, surrounded by none of his usual entourage, save for Xiao who kept vigil by the bedside. "What brings you here again?" Qi Long asked, surprised yet not particularly fearful upon seeing Chun Yan. Chun Yan surveyed the room and inquired, "Where are your little brothers?" Qi Long's expression darkened. "I have been rendered useless, and thus can no longer serve as the leader. The new leader assumed control yesterday. The camaraderie has vanished, with the walls crumbling." It was evident that Qi Long had lost his standing. The so-called loyalty of his former followers had dissipated, akin to empty words, which was precisely why Chun Yan held them in such low regard. How could they grasp the essence of brotherhood without having faced life and death situations? "I came to see you. This way, with hands and feet intact, you've likely saved enough money for a comfortable life ahead." Consider this a gentle descent. Find a quiet place to spend your twilight years, a fitting resolution. Initially, Chun Yin had intended to extort Qi Long, but upon assessing the situation, he refrained. It was clear that Qi Long had lost his spirit and would merely exist in a state of waiting for death, posing no threat to him. Indeed, yet you are in peril. With the former leader ousted, the new one will surely target you to establish authority. Trouble is bound to find you. Qi Long unexpectedly offered a kind warning to Chun Yin, a reflection of wisdom that often accompanies impending demise. Very well, rest well. I had initially planned to extract something from you, but I shall let that go for now. Chun Yin spoke candidly, while Xiao Hu remained a silent listener, his gaze on Chun Yin revealing a newfound glimmer of brightness. Let us go. Xiao Hu, please escort Brother Chun. Chun Yin inquired of Xiao Hu, why do you linger? With your skills, your status within the gang must be considerable. I harbor no fondness for gangs, Xiao Hu replied calmly. I am here solely out of gratitude towards Long Ge. Now that he is in trouble, ensuring his safe passage is my mission fulfilled. May I accompany you? Chun Yin was taken aback, for he considered himself a mere impoverished wretch, unworthy of anyone wishing to join him. What use could you have in following a man who relies on others? Xiao Hu looked at Chun Yin with hopeful eyes and said, to learn martial arts. I could tell during our spar yesterday that you were merely toying with me, not exerting your full strength. I wish to learn from you. Chun Yin had always held a favorable opinion of Xiao Hu. Seeing his character now reinforced that. Very well, once you complete your mission, seek me out in Shanghai. Chapter 19. The cafeteria suffices. Upon arriving at Shanghai, Chun Yin found Wu Sanju already waiting in the underground parking lot. I can't believe you're still alive. After a few days, you've transformed from a crow into a phoenix. Look at you in that suit. Wu Sanju remarked as he touched Chun Yin's attire. Why are you wearing sunglasses in broad daylight? As Wu Sanju reached to remove Chun Yin's sunglasses, Chun Yin swatted his hand away. He dreaded the thought of Wu Sanju seeing his bruised eyes, for who knew what conclusions this fellow might draw, given his propensity for concocting elaborate tales. Looks like we can fight side by side again. Wu Sanju exclaimed, slinging an arm around Chun Yin's shoulders, his face alight with joy. What do you mean? Chun Yin was puzzled by Wu Sanju's words. Just announced this morning, you've returned to the security department, resuming your role as a security guard. Chun Yin rolled his eyes, realizing that the workplace was far from accommodating. He had no autonomy and felt like a mere pawn being tossed around. Anticipating the expression on Yi AI's face upon discovering his return to the security department, the quality of the company uniform was the only saving grace. Otherwise, his chest would surely split open. Let us go. Today is the monthly assessment for the security department. What is that? Does being a guard require an assessment? Wu Sanju, ever the eager instructor, elaborated on Chun Yin's query. A regular guard in the security department earns 5,500 a month, along with various benefits, not inferior to the salaries of white-collar workers in other companies. That's why everyone is clamoring to get in. Naturally, assessments are necessary. But fear not. With me, Wu Ge, you'll be well fed. As they entered the gym, they were greeted by a group of burly men doing push-ups, with Yi AI counting the reps, presumably part of the assessment. Be cautious of that fellow. His name is Lu Xiangyang, a loyal lackey of my aunt. I suspect he will seek to trouble you, Wu Sanju whispered, pointing discreetly at a muscular man. Chun Yin was unfazed by the prospect of confrontation. If trouble arose, he would simply respond with force. After all, a solid fist was the ultimate argument. You two, come forward for the assessment. Yi AI sternly addressed the two individuals still lingering at the entrance, her gaze directed at Chun Yin, which was unmistakably tinged with irritation. I suppose I won't need to? Chun Yin remarked, simultaneously sniffing beneath his nose with an air of intoxication. A hint of crimson graced Yi AI's cheeks as she endeavored to suppress her anger. Choosing to remain silent, Chun Yin settled by the edge of the stage, observing the others as they completed various assessments with the fascination of a spectator at a grand performance. After Yi AI departed, the robust Lu Xiangyang, who had earlier advised him to exercise caution, approached him. I've heard you're quite impressive. Care for a match? Not interested, Chun Yin replied flatly. Afraid? Don't worry. I'll be gentle. I want to hurt you. Initially indifferent to Lu Xiangyang's provocation, Chen Yin found little interest in engaging with such a lowly figure. When Chen Yin remained silent, Lu Xiangyang misinterpreted it as fear. Since you're scared, you'd better behave and fetch my bag. Amused by the audacity of the young man, Chen Yin recognized the unfortunate reality of the workplace hierarchy, where the old often bullied the new. However, he could not tolerate being ordered to fetch a bag. With a swift leap, he ascended the stage and beckoned Lu Xiangyang. Observing Chen Yan's agility, Lu Xiangyang felt a twinge of unease. Yet his confidence was bolstered by his larger physique. Believing Chen Yan's bruised eye signified a lack of combat prowess. As the two stood on the stage, they inevitably attracted the attention of other security personnel. Wu Sanju, the main instigator, began to shout from below, "Betting is open. I'm wagering on Chen Yin's victory. Who else wants to place a bet?" Wu Sanju took on the role of the bookmaker, with many security staff placing bets of $10 or $20, all favoring Lu Xiangyang to win. "Brother Yin, my dear brother Yin, you must win. If you lose, my several $100s will be down the drain," Wu Sanju cried out. As the strongest asset in the security department, second only to Yi Ai and her most ardent suitor, Wu Sanju noted the fleeting blush on Yi Ai's face, immediately marking Chen Yin as a rival. On Chen Yin's first day, Lu Xiangyang happened to be off duty, and during Chen Yan's subsequent visits to the security department as part of the finance team, he had attracted little attention. However, today was different. Lu Xiangyang was determined to teach him a lesson. Once on the stage, with fists flying freely, he intended to thoroughly demonstrate Chen Yan's shortcomings, ensuring that the young man would submissively follow him thereafter. As Lu Xiangyang stood on the stage, grinning vacantly, Chen Yin broke the silence. "What are you dreaming about? Hurry up, or we'll miss lunch. Are you ready?" Lu Xiangyang's expression turned icy as he regarded Chen Yin. Instead of answering directly, Chen Yin addressed the crowd below. "Have you thought about where to celebrate our winnings tonight?" Lu Xiangyang, incensed by Chen Yan's blatant disdain, propelled himself forward in a swift motion, aiming an elbow strike towards Chen Yan's chest. For an average individual, such a blow would surely result in a fall to the ground, revealing the malicious intent behind Lu's assault. The atmosphere thickened with tension, particularly for Wu Sanju, who was not only concerned for Chen Yan's safety, but also for his own financial interests, his gaze fixated on the stage. Wu understood Lu Xiangyang's prowess. Although perhaps slightly inferior to his formidable aunt, Lu was undeniably one of the top contenders in close-quarters combat within the security department, easily outclassing his fellow male guards. Earlier, Wu had merely observed the lack of support for Chen Yin and felt compelled to stand by his friend, uncertain of Chen Yan's capabilities, silently praying for his victory. As Lu Xiangyang rushed forward, he was met with the sight of Chen Yin standing there, remarkably composed. Onlookers assumed Chen Yin was paralyzed by fear, convinced that the confrontation would soon conclude. Indeed, the battle did reach its end, but in a one-sided manner, with Lu Xiangyang suffering defeat. Chen Yin deftly subdued Lu's incoming elbow, delivering a swift kick to his abdomen. Before Lu could hit the ground, Chen Yin struck twice more, leaving Lu kneeling, clutching his stomach, utterly defenseless and quickly dispatched. The outcome left the crowd in shock. A brawny figure had been effortlessly vanquished, and the spectators' perception of Chen Yin shifted dramatically, categorizing him as someone not to be trifled with. Lu Xiangyang, unwilling to accept defeat, glared at Chen Yin, attempting to rise, only to be met with a decisive whip kick from Chen Yin that rendered him unconscious. Such ferocity. This was yet another impression that the crowd had of Chen Yin. "What are you waiting for? Have you thought about where to treat me?" Chen Yin quipped. The cafeteria has plenty." Chapter 20. Insufficient authority upon seeing Wu Sanju's nameplate. Chen Yin felt a wave of displeasure. "How did someone like you attain the position of deputy manager?" Wu Sanju, well aware of his own standing, rubbed his hands and replied, "Brother, when I joined Shanghai, there were only about 30 people. I was the head of security back then." "Surely, you weren't the only guard?" Chen Yin countered. "Correct," Wu acknowledged, realizing that his position was merely a result of longevity, a title bestowed by the company after years of service. Now he spent his days sitting comfortably, smoking and sipping tea, enjoying a leisurely existence, leaving patrol duties for others to undertake. Seeing Chun Yin in such a relaxed state, Yi Ai erupted in frustration. Chun Yin, I'm your superior. You cannot go above me. You better listen, or I won't hesitate to fire you. Chun Yin, grinning, replied, No worries, I prefer to stay below. It's just as enjoyable and less effort. Why not? Yi Ai, momentarily lost in inappropriate thoughts, stomped her foot and exited, slamming the door behind her with a loud bang. At the end of the workday, as Wu Sanju attempted to slip away, Chun Yin seized him, reminding him, You owe me several meals. Upon reaching the company's entrance, a group of youths with bleached hair obstructed Chun Yin's path. Come with us. Our boss wants to see you. As Chun Yin contemplated, he surmised that it was likely that the insufferable Flying Dragon Hall had come to trouble him again. Without any exchange of pleasantries, he launched into an assault. How could these young ruffians possibly match Chun Yin's prowess? They were soon left in disarray, scuttling away like frightened mice, only to find themselves before a police car, crying out, Officer, I wish to report an assault. Someone has attacked me. From the police vehicle emerged a strikingly beautiful female officer. The delinquents clung to her legs, refusing to let go. Chun Yin, already in a foul mood that day, found their audacity infuriating, especially as they dared to disregard the presence of law enforcement. He approached and delivered several kicks, eliciting cries of anguish from the young thugs. Stop! The alluring policewoman commanded. Chun Yin ceased his actions, observing this unexpected figure. The officer possessed an arresting physique, standing at 1.7 meters, with a cropped hairstyle that exuded competence, long legs that were perfectly straight, and a well-endowed upper body that rendered her uniform taut, epitomizing the fantasies of many an admirer. She conformed impeccably to Chun Yin's aesthetic preferences. After all, a touch of plumpness was undeniably the ideal standard. Her curves were perfectly proportioned, accentuating the areas that needed it while maintaining a slender silhouette, igniting a fervor within him. Coupled with her slightly cherubic visage, she radiated a fresh and refined allure, even without any cosmetic embellishments. In her uniform, Chun Yin found himself inexplicably envious of the thugs clinging to her. Chun Yin could not help but mutter, Exquisite. Surely, she is not on performance enhancers? Upon hearing his remarks, the officer's expression turned icy. Displaying her credentials, she stated, I am Li Mengyu from the Zhanghai City Bureau. You're suspected of willfully assaulting others. Please accompany me. She then called for another police vehicle, leading both Chun Yin and the thugs to the precinct. You must have been sent by your leader to fetch me. Once we arrive at the station, do you know what to say? If not, I wouldn't mind continuing my education after we leave, Chun Yin remarked to the silent delinquents, who remained mute in response. Inside the interrogation room of the police station, Chun Yin found his hands cuffed to the table, with Li Mengyu and another young officer seated across from him. His actions had been measured. The thugs had only suffered minor injuries, and there was no chance of any serious harm. Clearly, the use of handcuffs to escort him into the interrogation room was a result of Li Mengyu's personal vendetta, fueled by his earlier comments regarding performance enhancement. Name? Chun Yin. Gender? You decide. Li Mengyu slammed her hand on the table, exclaiming, What kind of attitude is that? Male. Why did you assault them? Li Mengyu cast a sidelong glance at Chun Yin, having already concluded that he was of dubious character. I did not assault anyone. We were merely jesting. If you don't believe me, you may inquire with those young men. Chun Yin replied confidently, his nonchalant demeanor only serving to infuriate Li Mengyu further, though she found herself at an impasse. After a while, a junior officer entered the room and whispered something into Li Mengyu's ear. She cast a deep, furious gaze at Chun Yin. Is it not done yet? I still need to return home and prepare dinner for my wife. Do not waste my time. Chun Yin had already surmised that the young ruffians had refrained from implicating him. Humph. Li Mengyu merely snorted coldly and indignantly departed from the interrogation room. Upon returning to her office, she addressed a male colleague, requesting, Please retrieve his information. After a flurry of keystrokes, the male officer looked at Li Mengyu with astonishment, exclaiming, This information is rather peculiar. What do you mean? Li Mengyu approached the computer to examine Chun Yin's profile. The screen displayed a mere 2 lines. Chun Yin. Born on a certain date, Enlisted at 18, married. Nothing more. Confused, Li Mengyu gazed at the male officer. He replied, "It seems our access rights are insufficient to view further details." His words only piqued Li Mengyu's curiosity, yet she was powerless to investigate further. She turned to Chun Yin in the interrogation room, stating, "You may leave, but do not let me catch you again. I assure you, next time, you shall not find it to your liking." Chun Yin disregarded her warning, tossing her a flirtatious glance as he walked by, his heavy breaths betraying his suppressed anger. On her way home, Li Mengyu said to her father, "Dad, I crave your braised pork." "All right, I shall prepare it for you." "It's rare that we both have time," her father replied, heading into the kitchen. Seizing the opportunity, Li Mengyu discreetly accessed her father's computer and entered Chun Yan's name, only to find that a password was required to view the details. Her curiosity about Chun Yin intensified. Why would the profile of a mere hoodlum necessitate such clearance? Could he possibly be an undercover agent? "Li Mengyu, have you been tampering with my computer?" her father inquired. I wanted to look up someone named Chun Yin. The police station system wouldn't grant me access, and I didn't expect yours would require a password. Li Mengyu stuck out her tongue, resembling a child caught in mischief. "Chun Yin, the one from Dongying village?" her father asked. "Yes." Li Mengyu was surprised that her father was familiar with Chun Yin, indicating that he must have had some renown in the military. Her father admonished her sternly, "Do not rummage through my computer indiscriminately. There are matters that you are not yet privy to. However, I can tell you this. The Chun Yin you are investigating is neither a villain nor a paragon. You need not concern yourself with him, for others will handle his affairs." Chapter 21. "Come here, uncle, embrace me." Now, cohabiting with Lin Shuihua, Chun Yin had refrained from any indiscreet actions in recent days, and Lin Shuihua had tacitly accepted his presence. Just as they settled down for the night, Chun Yin's phone rang. He glanced at the screen to find an unfamiliar number. "Hello, who is this?" "I am Li Hongjun." With that, Chun Yin abruptly hung up, having no acquaintance with the individual claiming to be Li Hongjun. At Li Mingyu's home, Li Hongjun chuckled derisively at the busy signal on the line, muttering, "Little rascal." He dialed again. "I don't know you. Are you insane?" Chun Yin, having been roused from pleasant thoughts by the persistent ringing, felt irritation bloom within him. "My father is Li Jiangguo. You've crossed a line, you little rascal." The voice on the other end grew louder. Oh, Uncle Li, good evening. What brings you to call me at this hour?" Li Hongjun was a name unknown to him, yet he was quite familiar with Li Jiangguo, his former battalion commander, the superior of his superior, and a prominent figure in the Huaxia Special Forces. Upon his discharge, Li Hongjun had extended multiple invitations for him to stay. "Come over for dinner tomorrow night. I will send you the address shortly." There was no opportunity for Chun Yin to refuse, as the call was abruptly terminated. The following day, after a long day of fishing, Chun Yin did not return home after work, but instead made his way to the address provided by Li Hongjun. The location was a renowned high-ranking officials' rehabilitation area in Jianghai City, a vast and picturesque villa district. Armed security personnel stood guard at the entrance around the clock. Any attempt by outsiders to breach the premises would be met with real firearms, not mere displays. As Chun Yin approached the entrance, he was about to call Li Hongjun when he unexpectedly encountered Li Mengyu, a young woman clad in plain clothes. "Isn't that the renowned police flower?" Chun Yin remarked, his tone heavy with sarcasm. Li Mengyu, having already dismissed Chun Yin as a petty rogue, chose to ignore him and entered the premises without a word. Observing her, Chun Yin mused that this young woman likely hailed from an illustrious background, as only a select few could freely access such a grand estate. He turned his head to follow her silhouette, while the vigilant guard regarded him with suspicion, especially given Chun Yin's disheveled appearance and unseemly demeanor. At that moment, a soldier, standing about 1.7 meters tall, muscular and clad in camouflage, approached Chun Yin. Veins bulged on his powerful arms, exuding explosive strength, and his sharp eyes scrutinized Chun Yin intently. After a brief pause, the soldier introduced himself. "Hello, I am Shiryu. Are you Chun Yin?" Chun Yin nodded subtly, having observed Shiryu while he was being assessed. Noticing the calluses on Shiryu's palms and knuckles, along with his pronounced temples and muscular physique, Chun Yin surmised that this individual possessed considerable skill, likely excelling in both martial arts and marksmanship. Sure you, unfazed by Chun Yan's rebellious exterior, addressed him directly. You have taken lives, and it is likely more than one. Just minor skirmishes, Chun Yan replied nonchalantly with a smile. Come with me. Following Shi Yu into the enigmatic compound, Chun Yan beheld a series of exquisitely crafted yet unpretentious villas, far less opulent than external rumors suggested. After all, they were inhabited by retired high-ranking officials who would not indulge in excessive luxury. When they arrived at a small courtyard, Chun Yan cast a quick glance around before shaking his head and stepping inside. Shi Yu remained outside, standing beneath a large tree, where a faint voice emerged from above. Brother Shi, I feel I have been detected. He glanced my way a few times upon entering and even smiled at me. This individual possesses remarkable strength. Do not be deceived by his seemingly carefree demeanor, for it may merely be a facade. I can sense the turbulence within him, the latent ferocity that lingers about him. Sure you recalled the figure from earlier, his expression turning grave. In the villa's living room, the ancient redwood sofa cradled Li Jiangguo and Li Hongjun, both wearing expressions of delight as they observed Chun Yan entering through the door. Chun Yan, too, gazed upon the old leader he had not seen in 6 years. Although the elder appeared to be merely in his 60s, Chun Yan knew this old fellow had surpassed 70, standing tall in his Tang suit, his hair a vibrant black, defying his age and exuding vitality. Upon Chun Yan's arrival, Li Jiangguo poured him a cup of tea, smiling as he remarked, You've stirred up quite a bit over the years. Are you now seeking some stability? Chun Yan, with a calm demeanor, seated himself opposite the two, sipped his tea, and then drank it in one gulp, replying, I've returned to stay. Being an ordinary citizen is quite satisfactory. Is this your promise to me? Li Jiangguo refilled Chun Yan's cup. Chun Yan indeed felt somewhat parched, and after downing it once more, he stated, Consider it so, but as long as others do not provoke me, I shall not provoke them. Li Jiangguo let out a hearty laugh, evidently pleased with this response, and pushed the teapot towards Chun Yan, teasingly saying, You cheeky rascal. It seems I've taken on the role of your servant. The three shared a laugh, the atmosphere warm and amiable. Li Hongjun turned to Chun Yan, saying, My dear brother, there is a matter on which I require your assistance. What do you say? No time. Chun Yan was aware that the duo intended to ensnare him in a trap, offering nothing but toil without reward, and he promptly declined. My dear brother, there's no rush. There are benefits to be had. Just agree to help, and you may set any terms you desire, Li Hongjun coaxed, much like a cunning wolf. We shall discuss it later, Chun Yan replied, at that moment noticing a graceful figure descending the stairs, none other than Li Mengyu, whom he found perpetually displeasing. Chun Yan gestured towards Li Mengyu, addressing Li Hongjun. Is this your grandniece? Li Hongjun was taken aback. He had only heard his father, Li Jiangguo, speak of Chun Yan's affairs, and this was his first encounter with Chun Yan. He had not anticipated such unabashed audacity from him. Indeed, Li Mengyu glared angrily at the man who had taken advantage of her, only to hear Chun Yan's teasing voice call out, Mengyu, my dear niece, come here for an embrace. Li Mengyu could not tolerate Chun Yan's flirtation and immediately charged at him, her delicate fists raining down upon him without mercy. Chun Yan effortlessly evaded her attacks with ease and grace. Enough of this nonsense. Li Jiangguo, aware of Chun Yan's prowess, knew his granddaughter stood no chance and intervened. Grandpa! Li Mengyu cast a resentful look at Li Jiangguo, her face a portrait of grievance. When Li Jiangguo remained silent, she stormed out in a fit of anger. Mengyu, are you not joining us for dinner? Chun Yan called out, unabashedly grinning as she exited. Eat your head, you big fool. Choke on it. At the dining table, only the Li father and son and Chun Yan were present. The knight's soul is approaching. He is your sworn enemy, and I entrust this matter to you, Li Jiangguo declared, his tone leaving no room for negotiation as he commanded Chun Yan. Old man, I am retired. You cannot dictate my actions any longer. Chun Yan chuckled, revealing his reluctance to become entangled in the matter. Chapter 22. The Rival of Xiao Yan Brother. Night Soul, a standard ragtag group, is not labeled as such due to a lack of combat prowess, but rather because its members hail from various special forces of different nations. Chun Yan bore no deep-seated animosity towards them, yet in the realm of business, colleagues often turned into rivals, and they could hardly be considered friends. They had indeed clashed on several occasions, though these skirmishes were mere professional disputes without any casualties. This team, notorious in the industry as Mad Dogs, was not one Chen Yin wished to provoke. These mercenaries would do anything for money. Even though Huaxia is reputed as a forbidden ground for assassins and mercenaries, these individuals would readily take risks for profit. With news that Night Soul might attend the Jianghai Jewelry Exhibition 2 months hence, the military took the security arrangements very seriously. In a few days, you should assess the security strength, Li Jiangguo instructed Chen Yin. All right, Chen Yin replied with a sense of resignation. At the Jingxi Mountain Villa, Chen Yin cautiously opened the door, finding Lin Shuihua still working at her desk. Success does not come easily. As the president of the conglomerate, she often toiled late into the night. It was 10 o'clock, and Chen Yin had yet to return. Ever since that day, when Lin Shuihua discovered bloodstains on a shirt while doing laundry, a trace of worry had crept in her heart. Chen Yin quietly pushed the door open, and upon seeing Lin Shuihua still awake, he felt emboldened to speak. When Lin Shuihua noticed his return, she said nothing but simply shut down her computer and turned to lie on the bed. You don't have to wait for me, he said. Observing her weary demeanor stirred a pang of sympathy in Chen Yin. After spending considerable time with her, he realized that her world revolved solely around work, devoid of friends, leisure activities, or the extravagance associated with wealth, filled instead with endless documents and unending contracts. You think too much. Lin Shuihua, with her inherently aloof nature, never revealed her feelings, always donning a thick armor to conceal the slightest softness within, a common fade among the strong women in today's corporate world. The shower gel was washed away before it could even lather, a routine in Chen Yin's daily bathing rituals. He took out his versatile towel to dry off, never having used a hairdryer even once. Entering the bedroom, he found Lin Shuihua with her eyes closed. However, the slight tremor of her eyelids betrayed her wakefulness. Not wishing to disturb her, Chen Yin quietly settled onto the bed. That day, there were bloodstains on your clothes. Lin Shuihua could not suppress her curiosity, yearning to unravel the mystery in her heart. I was out handling some matters. There's no need to worry, Chen Yin replied nonchalantly, shifting to a more comfortable position in bed. Don't lead Xiao Bao astray. With a stunning beauty lying beside him and having consumed copious amounts of alcohol during dinner, Chen Yin felt parched and restless. Unable to sleep, he resorted to counting stars, forcing himself to succumb to slumber, nearly counting to the Milky Way, yet still unable to find rest. In the realm of dreams, Lin Shuihua's enchanting figure continually brushed against him, igniting a fervent blaze within the eternally single Xiao Yin. Lin Shuihua, ever accommodating, readily pushed him down onto the bed. How could the somewhat masculine Chen Yin tolerate Lin Shuihua atop him? With a swift roll, he found himself tumbling to the floor, fortunate that the carpet cushioned his fall. Otherwise, his prominent teeth might have left 2 gaping holes in the floor. Glancing at his phone, he noted it was already past 9:30. Since he was already late, a few more minutes mattered little. Chen Yin lazily rose to wash up, leisurely enjoying breakfast at a CF, ultimately arriving at the office just shy of 11. He silently chanted thrice, "You do not see me," only to be met by the piercing gaze of Yi Ai, while Wu Sanju trailed behind her, casting a look of pity in Chen Yan's direction. "The office is not your home. Come whenever you please. If you're unwilling to work, then leave." Though Yi Ai served as the head of the security department, she lacked the authority to dismiss anyone directly. Previously, she had submitted a report to Human Resources seeking Chen Yan's termination, but her request was ruthlessly denied. Confronting Human Resources, she learned that the president had vetoed her proposal, leaving her in a state of frustration. "Do not think that your connection with the president grants you free rein," Yi Ai shouted. "Minister Yi, on my way here, I noticed several elderly ladies crossing the street without assistance, so I got out to help them. The number of ladies grew, and I could only arrive now." Chen Yin replied with a serious expression, though his indifference betrayed him. "What you do after hours is of no concern to me, but I hope there won't be a next time. Today, consider it a half-day absence." After Yi AI departed, Chun Yin lit a cigarette and began to reflect on his actions. His previous excuse had indeed been rather flimsy. He would need to devise more plausible justifications in the future. Perhaps something like a grandparent's death, a grandmother's heart condition, or even a spouse's infidelity, though he would forego that one. Excuses like his parents suffering from food poisoning seemed viable enough, especially since he had never even seen what they looked like. They served merely as convenient reasons for tardiness. After the storm had settled, Chun Yin and Wu Sanju found themselves idly chatting in the surveillance room. "Here comes that fellow again. I calculated his return was due this morning," Wu Sanju remarked. Pointing at the monitor, Chun Yin looked up to see a man in a suit, clutching a large bouquet of flowers, emerging from the elevator on the 88th floor, flanked by 2 bodyguards. "What's he doing here? We are prohibited from entering the office area. Why does he get a pass?" Upon closer inspection, Chun Yin recognized the man as a seasoned lecher, his complexion sallow and steps unsteady, adorned with the signature gold-rimmed glasses of a notorious playboy. The man's name was Wei Sijia, a suitor of the president, who made his presence known almost monthly, more bothersome than a woman's monthly cycle. Wu Sanju appeared equally disdainful of the young man. "Why not just kick him out? Why allow him entry?" Chun Yin inquired, perplexed. "The 2 bodyguards accompanying him are formidable. We would be no match for them. Moreover, the Wei Group has business dealings with our company, and he uses that as leverage. Unless the boss intervenes, we cannot simply expel him." As Wei Sijia strode directly into Lin Shuihua's office, Chun Yin could no longer contain his indignation. The intruder harbored ill intentions, clearly attempting to undermine his position. It was akin to a frog lounging on one's foot, harmless yet utterly repulsive. Chun Yin rose, asserting with unwavering conviction, "I believe it is imperative for us, as the company's security personnel, to take action. In order to demonstrate my worth, I have decided to escort that young man out." "Are you truly going?" Wu Sanju inquired, noting the seriousness in Chun Yin's demeanor. "Is there any doubt? I cannot betray the responsibilities that accompany this uniform," Chun Yin replied resolutely. Wu Sanju glanced at Chun Yin's athletic attire, smirking, as he was the only one in the entire security department who consistently eschewed the uniform. Nevertheless, Wu Sanju followed Chun Yin, well aware of his capabilities. How could he miss out on such a spectacle, especially since it afforded him a chance to vent his own frustrations? He had long harbored disdain for Wei Sijia, resenting the fact that the latter was born with a silver spoon while he himself had faced adversity from the very start. Upon reaching the 88th floor, Chun Yin boldly entered Lin Shuihua's office. "Why did you 3 bypass the security department to intrude here?" he demanded, addressing Wei Sijia with an air of arrogance that left the latter bewildered. He thought to himself, who is this audacious fool daring to speak to him in such a manner? Noticing Chun Yin was not clad in the security uniform, Wei Sijia opted to probe further. "And you are?" Chun Yin took a seat, lighting a cigarette. "I am Lin's lifestyle assistant, bodyguard, and personal mail secretary." Lin Shuihua had been engrossed in her work, but upon hearing his declaration, she finally glanced up at him. "Is that so?" Wei Sijia waved away the smoke. Chun Yin exhaled, his expression one of disdain. "What of it? Is it forbidden for me to be taller and more handsome than you? Even if you were to be reborn 10 times, you could never match my looks." Chun Yin's sharp tongue unleashed a torrent of insults, while Wei Sijia's face darkened. Teetering on the brink of fury, the 2 bodyguards standing behind Wei Sijia struggled to suppress their laughter, their professionalism preventing them from openly expressing amusement. "I'll give you an opportunity. Apologize to me, kneel, and bow 3 times. Otherwise, I won't hesitate to break your legs, ensuring you spend the rest of your life on your knees." Wei Sijia spoke with a casual arrogance, clearly confident in the strength of his bodyguards, suggesting he had engaged in such threats before. "Huh, you expect me to kneel? To break my legs? The one who could compel me to kneel has yet to be born. Those who once forced me to kneel have already been reincarnated," Chun Yin retorted coldly. Scanning the 3 of them, he could sense the strength of the 2 bodyguards behind Wei Sijia. Their posture indicated prior military service. Yet, he believed that, even for the sake of survival, they should not succumb to moral degradation, should they choose to act against him. He would not hesitate to ensure they could never work as bodyguards again. It seems you are one who only sheds tears when faced with the grave. Very well. I shall grant you your wish today. Dispose of him. Wei Sijia whispered to Chen Yin, casting a knowing glance at the bodyguard behind him, signaling for action. Enough of this commotion. You two, leave at once. Lin Shuihua declared with an authoritative tone, exuding an air of command. Chen Yin did not dare to challenge her words, promptly rising to exit, while Wei Sijia, wishing to leave a favorable impression on Lin Shuihua, begrudgingly followed in Chen Yin's wake, his gaze filled with resentment. As Chen Yin descended the elevator, Wei Sijia trailed behind, and Chen Yin sensed that this young man would not relent easily today. He immediately entered the gym. Young man, the place is rather empty now. I could offer you another chance to kneel and apologize. Wei Sijia proclaimed. Spare me your trivialities. Cripple him. Upon Wei Sijia's command, the two behind him launched themselves at Chen Yin without hesitation, their expressions cold and indifferent. Chen Yin caught their fists, gripping them tightly. Despite their faces turning crimson, they could not withdraw. Realizing they were no match for him, it was too late. One of them received a punch, and to Wu Sanju's astonishment, Chen Yan's arm left a blur in its wake, showcasing his astonishing speed. The two were sent flying, crashing to the ground, their faces pallid, a trickle of blood escaping their lips. Approaching the two, one pleaded for mercy. We are merely trying to make a living. If I were to lose, you would surely fulfill your master's wishes and cripple me. Wouldn't you? Assisting in such cruelty is utterly despicable. After Chen Yin spoke, he delivered a swift kick, the sound of bones cracking resonating as he shattered their legs, leaving two pools of crimson on the floor, their anguished cries echoing painfully. Wei Sijia, now pale with fear, witnessed the scene, yet Chen Yin did not finish him off. Instead, he approached Wei Sijia and delivered a series of resounding slaps, causing his face to swell rapidly, resembling that of a pig. Remember, do not provoke me again, otherwise I shall not hesitate to end your life. Chen Yin stated in a calm tone. Yet to Wei Sijia, it sounded like the voice of a demon. Yes, yes, I promise I won't come near. Get lost. Chen Yin kicked Wei Sijia in the stomach, sending him sprawling to the floor with a cry of anguish. In the corner, Wu Sanju trembled, uncertain whether from excitement or fear. Now, Chen Yin found himself longing for Little Tiger. If he had a capable subordinate by his side, he wouldn't need to engage in such trivial matters himself. Constantly battling these lowly figures diminished his stature as a skilled fighter, rendering it quite tiresome. Wei Sijia, abandoning his two bodyguards, scrambled away, and Chen Yin could not be bothered to pursue further. However, should this fellow dare to seek revenge, Chen Yin would not hesitate to ensure he spent the rest of his days confined to a wheelchair. Following this confrontation, Chen Yan's reputation within the security department reached unprecedented heights. In the monitoring room, everyone was attending to him, offering cigarettes, pouring water, massaging his shoulders, and kneading his legs, each addressing him as Brother Yin, while even Wu Sanju's status rose alongside this newfound acclaim. Aside from his notoriety in the security department, Chen Yan's name resonates throughout the entire company. The reason lies in his inability to stay put in the security office. He frequently wanders to various office floors to engage in conversations with charming young women. With his handsome visage and a tongue that is never tiresome, he manages to elude disapproval, and the leaders of various departments turn a blind eye, aware of the disparity in numbers between the alluring women and the men. In Lin Shuihua's office, Chen Yin pushed the door open and took a seat across from her, his gaze fixated on her captivating visage. Have you resolved the issue? Lin Shuihua remarked, having transitioned from her initial irritation at his unannounced entrance to a state of indifference. She was no longer concerned. Daring to encroach upon my little brother Yan's territory, isn't that a recipe for disaster? Chen Yin quipped. What do you wish to eat tonight? You may leave now, and refrain from frequenting my office in the future. It casts a poor light on my professionalism. As a workaholic, Lin Shuihua had no leisure to engage in idle chatter with Chen Yin. Fully aware that a single response would lead to a protracted conversation that could stretch until closing time, Lin Shuihua acknowledged that many years ago, on a fateful night, Chen Yin had pulled her into a corner and kissed her, igniting a spark in the heart of the 13-year-old girl. Yet after all these years, she had long since become a placid pond. That day had merely been an occasion to listen to Chun Yan's boastful tales. She could not fathom what had possessed her to act as a shield. Since then, this man had re-entered her life, and while she could not claim to detest him, affection was equally absent. He had not dared to visit by Rushua's office. As the saying goes, fiery red lips and cascading waves, even a monk would find it challenging. If one possessed sufficient fortitude, perhaps the monk might abandon his vows to indulge in revelry. Not to mention, he was often the subject of teasing. Despite his flirtations with various young women, Chun Yan had never crossed the line. Even when some of the young ladies cast him flirtatious glances, he remained unmoved. The term scoundrel may apply to him in part, but he scarcely qualified as a man. With the business of the day concluded, Chun Yan lingered in the company, when an insistent ringtone shattered the silence. Casting a glance at the screen, he noted it was a call from Wu Sanju, initially hoping it was a revelation of goodwill, perhaps an invitation to dine. Chun Yan, by Rushue, has just been abducted and forced into a van. Wu Sanju's voice on the other end was laden with palpable urgency and distress. Chun Yan's grip on the phone tightened instantly, his pupils constricting in alarm. "Where's she taken? Did you catch a glimpse of the assailants?" His voice was cold and rushed as he sprinted towards the parking garage. "It happened right at the company entrance. I only saw a few kidnappers forcibly shoving her into a black business van, which bore no license plates. The assailants were all masked, obscuring their identities," Wu Sanju relayed quickly. "Wait for me." Chun Yan's mind raced with images of Bairushu, not endearing yet vividly etched in his memory, as waves of anger and concern surged within him, prompting his speed to escalate. Soon, Chun Yan spotted Wu Sanju's figure. Without uttering a word, he seized Wu Sanju and hurriedly ushered him into the car. The engine roared to life, reminiscent of a beast poised to pounce. As the tires screeched against the pavement, Chun Yan pressed the accelerator, and the vehicle surged forward like an arrow released from a bow. They sped towards the western part of the city, undoubtedly having covered considerable distance by now. Wu Sanju fixed his gaze intently on the direction of the black van. Chun Yan was unaware of Bairushua's background or the enmities she had incurred. The only incident that came to mind was the recent competition at Yashan Mountain, where a group of burly men had regarded Bairushu with an unsettling intensity. Logically, they should have sought him first. Why would they choose to abduct an innocent woman instead? As he concentrated on driving, Chun Yan pondered a strategy and swiftly retrieved his phone, dialing Peter's number. "Hello, boss. What brings you to call me?" Peter's voice carried a hint of confusion. "It's urgent. My friend has been kidnapped. Please trace the black van that just abducted her at Shanghai Gate. Hurry." Chun Yan succinctly conveyed the situation, knowing Peter would know what to do. The sound of keyboard tapping filled the line, followed by Peter's voice. "Take a left turn. I will guide you. Follow my directions." Chun Yan turned the steering wheel sharply to the left. With Peter's assistance, his speed increased, yet the elusive van remained out of sight. As Chun Yan drove, intersections that should have been red lights transformed into green, allowing him to pass unimpeded, saving him precious time. At the Shanghai City Traffic Bureau, a man resembling a bureaucrat inquired of his subordinates, "What is going on?" "The system has been compromised. We have lost command," a subordinate replied anxiously, clearly flustered by the unprecedented situation. "Contact the city bureau and seek assistance." "Understood." Chun Yan's vehicle had exited the urban area, approaching an abandoned warehouse in the distance. He stopped the car, as per Peter's instructions. "Wait here for me. Don't venture in alone," Chun Yan instructed Wu Sanju. "Be careful." Wu Sanju intended to say more, but, noticing Chun Yan's grave demeanor, nodded in agreement. Taking a deep breath, Chun Yan cautiously approached the derelict warehouse. The door stood ajar, and faint noises emanated from within. The black van was stationed in the center of the warehouse, yet Bairushu was nowhere to be seen, silently infiltrating the warehouse as darkness enveloped the surroundings. Chun Yan observed his environment with the aid of dim light. The interior was cluttered with tattered cardboard boxes and debris, and a pungent odor of mildew pervaded the air. Like a stealthy leopard, Chun Yan crept up behind one of the kidnappers, his movements swift and precise. Utilizing the surrounding obstacles for cover, he launched a surprise attack, catching the unsuspecting thug completely off guard, swiftly breaking his neck. Chun Yin dragged the robber beneath a cardboard box, donning the robber's attire and mask, and positioned himself in the robber's former spot to survey the surroundings. At that moment, the warehouse housed around 11 or 12 individuals, seemingly unaware of any intruders. Their demeanor relaxed. However, several of them exhibited distinct signs of training, distinguishing them from mere street thugs. Moreover, there were sentinels stationed around the warehouse, and he noticed Bai Rushua, bound to a chair, closely watched by 2 individuals, while the rest had taken cover. Although Chun Yin perceived them as somewhat lax, they still maintained a semblance of vigilance. "Brother Tian, this girl is quite a catch. Why don't we have a little fun first?" One of the robbers remarked to a smoking man beside him. The smoking man appeared to be the leader of the bandits. "If you lay a finger on her, Brother Mu will come and have your head. She's specifically wanted by him. Until he arrives, no one is to touch her. Whoever dares will meet their demise." Upon overhearing their conversation, Chen Yin, who had initially contemplated rescuing Bai Rushua immediately, decided to bide his time upon learning that the elusive Brother Mu had not yet arrived. Approximately half an hour later, a beam of light pierced through the stillness of the wilderness, strikingly conspicuous. A horn sounded from the warehouse entrance as the leader, Brother Tian, swung open the large door, allowing a black SUV to enter. A young man emerged from the vehicle, and Brother Tian stood respectfully beside him. "Brother Mu, as per your request, we have brought the girl." Brother Mu approached Bai Rushua, tearing the tape from her mouth. "What do you want? Why have you brought me here?" Bai Rushua's voice trembled, fear evident on her face. The Duck-Tongue Mountain competition has been under the control of the Sihai group for many years. No one dares to disturb it. Who would have thought that a little girl like you would emerge? If I don't teach you a lesson, the people of Zhonghai might forget about the Sihai Group's existence. Brother Mu replied with a smile. Sihai Group? Bai Rushua was taken aback by the mention of the group's name, struggling to comprehend its significance. Chun Yin, however, was well acquainted with the Sihai Group, having meticulously mapped out the power dynamics in Zhonghai before his return. Originally a violent organization, the Sihai Group had sought to reform and cleanse its image over the years. Yet remnants of its dark past lingered. Ventures like the Duck-Tongue Mountain competition, which promised substantial profits, were not ones the Sihai Group would relinquish easily. Despite their attempt to transition from illicit activities, the violent legacy was ingrained in their very essence. Bai Rushua's victory in the competition likely obstructed the Sihai Group's financial gains, making her a prime target for their retribution due to her lack of influential background. Chapter 25. A glimmer of warmth in the cold having grasped the situation's intricacies. Chun Yin stealthily melded into the shadows. He navigated through the various hiding spots of the sentinels. Each strike he executed aimed precisely at vital points, swift and decisive. One by one, he dispatched 10 individuals without a sound, leaving no trace of his presence. Muge gazed at Bai Rushua with a lecherous expression, commanding Tiange to take his men outside while he intended to indulge in nefarious deeds within the warehouse. "Get out!" Tiange shouted to those around him, but received no response. "Are they deaf?" Tiange called out again, yet silence prevailed, and he began to sense something amiss. "Muge, be cautious," he warned. Muge, undeterred, drew his handgun and aimed it at Bai Rushua's head, pulling out his phone to summon reinforcements. "Search!" He ordered the remaining 2 men. They dared not defy him, and reluctantly switched on their flashlights, bracing themselves for the task. Chun Yin realized that time was of the essence. That man, Muge, had already made a call for help, and it was uncertain how long it would take for reinforcements to arrive or how many would come. While he was formidable in combat, the presence of many adversaries could lead to unintended consequences, especially if Bai Rushua were to be harmed. At that moment, only 3 robbers remained, all vigilantly scanning their surroundings. With an icy gaze, Chun Yin emerged from the shadows, removing his hood to reveal his handsome, refined face. "Who are you?" Muge pondered, attempting to recall the face that bore no familiarity. "The one who will take your life." Chun Yin's chilling voice echoed, infusing the warehouse with an air of foreboding. "Get him! Kill him!" Muge commanded the 2 remaining robbers. In an instant, they charged at Chun Yin. However, Chan Yin was not in the mood for a prolonged struggle. He swiftly delivered a punch to one of them, causing blood to spatter as the floor was stained with what resembled brain matter. The man called Tienga found himself grasped by the throat, lifted off the ground with terror in his eyes. Despite being a renowned enforcer in the gang, he never anticipated facing such a formidable opponent. His face turned crimson as he struggled for breath, but Chun Yin wasted no time, mercilessly snapping his neck. "You young man, join my High group. And whatever demands you have, feel free to voice them," Muge offered, surprisingly unafraid, given his firearm. Chun Yin scrutinized Muge from a distance of 5 meters, cautious not to act recklessly for fear of harming Bairushua. Taking a few steps forward, Muge made no attempt to impede him. "If I were to approach, what position could you offer me?" Chun Yin inquired, attempting to divert Muge's attention and seeking an opportunity to subdue him. "In Jianghai City. If you can match the terms I can provide, think it over. Xiao Song is my adoptive father." Muge spoke with utmost respect for the name. Chun Yin recognized it. The underground overlord of yesteryears, a pivotal figure in the transformation of the High group, the shadowy leader now striving for legitimacy. Though his past reputation remained formidable. "So, this abduction was orchestrated by your adoptive father?" Chun Yin replied, wishing to distance himself from Xiao Song. Not out of fear, but a desire to avoid complications. "My adoptive father would hardly concern himself with such trivial matters," Muge declared with pride. "I am willing to follow you, provided you spare this young lady." Chun Yin pointed at Bairushua, asserting his condition. With your skills, if I were to spare her, you would undoubtedly rush forward to eliminate me, wouldn't you? Do you take me for a fool?" Brother Mu, armed with a gun, felt invincible as he shifted the barrel away from the snow-white head and directed it towards Chun Yin. However, to his astonishment, there was no trace of Chun Yin in his sight. Just then, as Brother Mu searched frantically, Chun Yin's voice resonated from behind him. As he attempted to pivot the gun, he felt a sudden chill in his arm. The hand that held the weapon had already fallen to the ground. A heart-wrenching scream escaped his lips, and with a face twisted in hatred, he gazed at Chun Yin, realizing too late that he was vastly outmatched, opting not to resist. "Do you dare to harm me? Are you aware of the consequences of injuring me?" Brother Mu, still audacious enough to threaten Chun Yin, remained oblivious to the impending doom that awaited him after years of holding a position of power in Jianghai. "Harm you? Retaliate? Rest assured, you will have no opportunity," Chun Yin retorted. Before Brother Mu could finish his sentence, Chun Yin swept his arm, and Brother Mu's head fell to the ground, his eyes wide open in disbelief as death claimed him. In Chun Yin's hand was a dagger, its material unknown, glistening coldly in the night as it bore no trace of blood after the act. He proceeded to untie Bairushua, who was still engulfed in terror, her lips quivering and her gaze filled with fear as she looked at Chun Yin. She could hardly fathom that the seemingly carefree Chun Yin would so resolutely take lives before her eyes. More than one, no less. "It's over now. Let today's events be as if they never occurred. No one will trouble you." Chun Yin spoke with a calm demeanor, the act of killing weighing not upon his conscience. Bairushua nodded in agreement, unable to meet his gaze. As they exited the warehouse, Wu Sanju, relieved to see both unharmed, let out a sigh. "Is everything all right? Why would they kidnap Minister Bai?" Wu Sanju remained unaware of the chaos that transpired within the warehouse. Observing the two seemingly unscathed, Chun Yin appeared composed, while Bairushua's expression reflected lingering fear, her complexion pale. "It was a robbery. Minister Bai handed over 100,000, and that settles the matter. Let today's events remain buried. They must not be spoken of." Chun Yin provided an excuse, instructing Wu Sanju to keep it confidential. At that moment, he resumed his previous demeanor, carefree and nonchalant, while Bairushua regarded him with a gaze laden with unspoken thoughts, wondering which version of him was the true self. A woman's curiosity towards a man often marks the beginning of her entrapment. Contemplating Chun Yin's life-risking endeavor to save her, Bairushua felt a mixture of fear and an unexpected sweetness in her heart. Upon returning Bairushua to her home, Chun Yin and Wu Sanju, two grown men, felt awkward about entering the residence of a single woman at such a late hour, politely declining Bairushua's invitation to enter. while escorting the beauty was acceptable. Accompanying Wu Sanju, the foolish dog, was not something Chun Yin desired. As he drove away amidst Wu Sanju's curses, he heard, "Chun Yin, you rascal, prioritizing women over friends. Leaving me stranded here. I must bring you an umbrella the next time. If it doesn't rain, it will surely be a sunny day." When Chun Yin returned to Lin Shuihua's villa, it was nearly 9 o'clock. As he pushed the door open, he caught sight of Lin Shuihua bustling about in the kitchen, and his cold heart was momentarily warmed. "In the future, if you're coming home late, please send me a message," she said, her figure snugly enveloped in a sleepwear that accentuated her perfect form, busy in the kitchen with an apron wrapped around her. "I haven't eaten yet. I was delayed by some matters," Chun Yin replied. "Brother-in-law, you're finally back. My sister has been waiting for you and hasn't eaten yet. I'm still growing, and I'm starving." Lin Xiaobao lamented, casting a mournful glance at Chun Yin as he entered. Chapter 26. The banquet after dinner and watching the financial news. Lin Shuihua intended to head upstairs when her gaze inadvertently fell upon Chun Yin. She noticed the dust on the hem of his trousers and the pair of shoes at the entrance, caked in dirt. Although her interactions with Chun Yin had been brief, his presence had inevitably crept into her heart, stirring unfamiliar feelings that left her vulnerable. Shaking off these disordered thoughts, Lin Shuihua ascended the stairs and stared blankly at her computer, unable to focus on the files on the screen. Her mind wandered to where Chun Yin had been that day. After some playful banter with Lin Xiaobao downstairs, Chun Yin sauntered in, clad in a tank top and shorts, reeking of smoke. "You don't need to wait for me at dinner anymore," he stated, aware that Lin Shuihua's days were typically consumed by work, with only evenings reserved for a more substantial meal. Lin Xiaobao had mentioned that Lin Shuihua delayed her dinner for him, which warmed Chun Yin's heart. "Where did you go this afternoon?" Lin Shuihua could not resist asking. "I went for a run at the beach, just exercising," Chun Yin replied, though Lin Shuihua could see through the pretense. Given her understanding of him, it was evident that his fabrications flowed easily from his lips, and rebutting him would only lead to an endless conversation. He had a knack for weaving unrelated topics into their dialogue, deftly sidestepping serious matters. Lin Shuihua chose not to pry further, recognizing that Chun Yin was concealing something from her. Even if she probed, she would not uncover the truth. "Don't wait for me the night after tomorrow. I will be attending a banquet," Lin Shuihua informed Chun Yin in a flat tone, as if merely assigning a task, devoid of any other sentiment. Chun Yin was acutely aware of Lin Shuihua's uncomplicated life, revolving solely around work and home, and she had never attended any social gatherings. The fact that she mentioned a banquet for the night after tomorrow suggested its significance. "What banquet could be so important that it compels your presence?" he inquired. "It's old master Xiao Shursong's 70th birthday. I'm not sure why I was invited, but since the invitation has reached me, it would be inappropriate not to attend," Lin Shuihua articulated, perplexed by her own inclination to explain so much to Chun Yin. Upon hearing the name, Xiao Shursong, Chun Yin felt a tightening in his chest. Lin Shuihua attending the banquet felt akin to stepping into a den of wolves. "No, I must accompany you," he declared, his tone leaving no room for negotiation. "Absolutely not," Lin Shuihua rejected firmly. "That is not negotiable," Chun Yin insisted. Lin Shuihua did not refuse this time. She merely informed Chun Yin that she would attend in the capacity of a bodyguard, to which Chun Yin readily acquiesced. Lin Shuihua was aware that Xiao Shursong was the mastermind behind the Sihai group, but lacked a clear understanding of his past. Having grown up in the capital, she moved to Shanghai for her middle school education and subsequently went to the United States after completing her studies. By the time she returned from America, Xiao Shursong had already retreated into the shadows and was diligently concealing his tumultuous past. Individuals like Lin Shuihua had no access to the darker facets of society. Chun Yin had specifically asked Peter to investigate why Lin Shuihua chose to study in Shanghai. Peter's findings revealed that Lin Shuihua's biological mother was from Shanghai. After Lin's father married Zhang Ruohua, Lin Shuihua insisted on coming to study with her grandmother in Shanghai after completing elementary school. Unfortunately, Lin Shuihua's grandmother passed away during her third year of middle school, leaving her unanchored in Shanghai, which led her to directly head to America. As for why Lin Shuihua chose to return to Shanghai after graduating from the United States, Peter was equally perplexed. On the afternoon of the third day, Lin Xiaobao arrived early at the company entrance. Before leaving in the morning, Lin Shuihua had informed him that she would be attending a banquet with Chun Yan, and Lin Xiaobao wished to accompany her, only to be firmly declined by Lin Shuihua. With no other options, he resorted to blocking the door to insist on joining her. Ultimately, Lin Shuihua relented, but repeatedly cautioned him not to cause any trouble along the way. The car halted at a plaza atop a mountain estate, where luxury vehicles were abundant. Lin Shuihua's Bentley was merely an entry-level model among them. Several individuals clad in black maintained order, and the arriving businessmen treated them with great respect, for one must always consider the master when dealing with dogs, especially since their master was the ruthless Xiao Shisong. Having dropped out of school at 15, Xiao Shisong carved a notorious reputation for himself before reaching 20, and he has since navigated the underworld for over 50 years. Although he has gradually sought redemption, his past looms large. As he celebrated his birthday, guests from all corners sought to pay their respects, not just from Shanghai, but also from neighboring regions, creating a vibrant atmosphere. Among the crowd, De Xiong stood out conspicuously. Chun Yan called out to him, and De Xiong hurried over. Chun Yan was not surprised that De Xiong was present. After all, he was a figure in the underworld, earning his keep under Xiao Shisong. For these small fry, attending the birthday of a gang leader was a point of pride. "Hello, sister-in-law," Da Xiong exclaimed. This was a skill he had picked up on his own. He addressed every woman near Chun Yan as sister-in-law, unaware that today it was indeed his legitimate sister-in-law beside Chun Yan. Lin Shuihua responded politely, but her gaze revealed her disinclination towards De Xiong. With his dark complexion, stocky build, and a heavy gold chain around his neck, he did not exude an air of benevolence from afar, and it was understandable that Lin Shuihua held a less than favorable impression of such a person. The banquet hall is already bustling with numerous guests, each impeccably dressed. The women exude grace and elegance, engaging in conversations in small clusters, embodying the quintessential high society soiree. Both Chun Yan and Lin Shuihua are not particularly fond of such lively atmospheres, and upon arrival at the banquet, they seek a more secluded spot towards the back, where they can admire the mountainous landscape and the distant sea, savoring the gentle sea breeze amidst the clamor. At this moment, Lin Xiaobao has vanished, having eagerly sought entertainment with De Xiong. As Chun Yan observes the myriad beauties present at the banquet, he finds himself comparing Lin Shuihua to them. Her beauty is exquisite, and while the other women are clad in the most revealing attire, Lin Shuihua stands out in her modest evening gown, her serene and aloof demeanor akin to a crane among chickens. An elderly gentleman clad in a traditional Tang suit approaches the stage and clears his throat, instantly silencing the room. Chun Yan harbors little admiration for the Tang suit. He perceives those who wear it either as retired bureaucrats or pretentious socialites. The former stems from his disdain for Li Jianguo, while the latter is rooted in genuine contempt, leading to his aversion to the attire. Chapter 27. A gentleman seeks revenge. As Chun Yan gazes upon the elderly figure in the Tang suit, he recognizes him as the once illustrious Xiao Shisong. Dressed in a striking red Tang suit, his meticulously combed silver hair and fair complexion, marked by a few wrinkles, do not betray his age from a distance. He possesses a scholarly grace. Were it not for the occasional glimmer of shrewdness in his eyes, one would hardly associate him with the underworld. "Welcome, everyone, amidst your busy lives, to my banquet. Allow me to propose a toast," Xiao Shisong proclaims, his presence elevating the entire event. Guests eagerly vie for his attention to offer toasts, and he graciously reciprocates with the demeanor of an amiable elder. At precisely 8 o'clock and 8 minutes, a spectacular display of fireworks erupts into the sky, bathing the entire estate in vibrant hues. The display lasts a full 15 minutes. And Chun Yan contemplates the costs of such extravagance, marveling at the opulence that he struggles to comprehend. As the fireworks conclude, a band begins to play, filling the hall with melodious tunes, while the attendees engage in spirited revelry. Hundreds of men and women occupy the tables, seemingly in harmony, yet the atmosphere conceals underlying tensions. It is only the formidable presence of Xiao Song that maintains order. Otherwise, with so many gang figures gathered, chaos would likely ensue. Chun Yin remains perplexed as to why the reclusive Xiao Song would orchestrate such a grand affair, particularly why he would extend an invitation to Lin Shuihua. Da Xiong, a native of Jianghai, is well acquainted with many of the figures present, granting him a unique perspective. Xiao Song is under duress. He seeks redemption and wishes to sever ties with his past. However, the other powerful figures within the gang are reluctant to relinquish their territory and profits. After repeated pressures on Xiao Song, he intends to utilize this banquet to assert his authority and intimidate potential rivals. What you may not be aware of is that a few days ago, Xiao Song's most cherished adopted son, Xiao Jinmu, was murdered, indicating that certain individuals are becoming restless. Fear not, the police will not remain idle. Such a large gang poses a significant threat to local security if chaos ensues. Chun Yin, savoring his meal, mumbled through his food. In a city like Jianghai, with a population exceeding 10 million, the police force only numbers in the tens of thousands. It is simply impossible for them to maintain control. Furthermore, to take action, the higher-ups must issue directives. Who would dare provoke Xiao Song, a figure of considerable influence? Da Xiong elaborated. However, I suspect that the internal strife within the Sihai group is primarily a conflict among the upper echelons, while the lower ranks remain largely unaffected. Da Xiong, having navigated the streets for over a decade, may not have achieved great renown, but Chun Yin respected his analysis nonetheless. As Chun Yin was relishing his meal, a man in a suit approached Lin Shuihua, holding a glass of wine. I have long heard of Miss Lin's beauty, and today, I see it is truly extraordinary. Chun Yin could discern from Lin Shuihua's demeanor that she recognized this individual, though their acquaintance seemed superficial. Thank you, Lin Shuihua replied coolly. I am Lu Xingguang from the Sihai group. Might I have the honor of inviting Miss Lin to dance later? Lu Xingguang exuded confidence. Yet Chun Yin detected a hint of arrogance in his words. Moreover, to extend such an invitation in front of him, an unofficial bodyguard, was thoroughly displeasing. However, Chun Yin felt powerless to intervene, as his current status was merely that of a protector, lacking any formal recognition, nearly barred from entry altogether. Thank you, but I do not dance, Lin Shuihua responded, her rejection unmistakable. What a pity. I shall visit Shanghai on behalf of the Sihai group soon, and I hope our two companies can collaborate harmoniously, Lu Xingguang remarked, taken aback by her refusal. As for his mention of a partnership with the Shanghai group, it sounded to Chun Yin like a weasel wishing a hen well, clearly ill-intentioned. Chun Yin silently muttered in his mind, "May your family be cursed." Very well, Lin Shuihua replied succinctly, seemingly perceiving any additional words as a waste of breath. Lin Xiaobao, having taken a few bites, had mysteriously disappeared, while Chun Yin remained unfazed by the gazes of those around him, indulging heartily. Lin Shuihua, possessing a modest appetite, had stopped eating after a few morsels. In such a high-end banquet setting, all attendees were dressed in tailored suits, yet the quality of the dishes bore the hallmarks of the underworld. A lavish array of delicacies, including foie gras, caviar, and braised pork, exemplified a fusion of Eastern and Western cuisine. The guests, characterized by their generosity, devoured steamed buns filled with caviar, downing even the most expensive red wine in one gulp. Among this crowd, Chun Yin remained relatively inconspicuous. "Little brat, are you seeking death?" A startled cry erupted from the crowd. Chun Yin glanced up to see Lin Xiaobao being slapped, his face contorted in anger as he glared at his assailant. Da Xiong, perhaps wary of the other's status, merely glared and refrained from intervening. Chun Yin and Lin Shuihua stepped forward, inquiring what happened. "Brother-in-law, I accidentally bumped into him, and he just hit me," Lin Xiaobao exclaimed, rubbing his face, finding solace in Chun Yin's presence. Da Xiong pulled Chun Yin aside and whispered, "Brother Yin, that person is from the Sihai group and is rumored to have connections with a certain influential figure within the organization." Chun Yin did not blame Da Xiong for his inaction. After all, Da Xiong's abilities were limited, and it would be unreasonable to force someone to jeopardize their livelihood for camaraderie. Having only recently acknowledged this younger brother-in-law, Chun Yin could not bear to see him bullied. It was unnecessary to mention that the other party was merely an inconspicuous figure within the Sihai group. Even if Xiao Shisong had struck his younger brother-in-law, Chun Yin would retaliate. He was not one to swallow his pride. His principle was to seek retribution at any hour. "Who struck you?" Chun Yin inquired, directing his question at Lin Xiaobao. Upon hearing Chun Yin's tone, Lin Shuihua sensed his intentions and, not wishing for the situation to escalate, tugged at his arm. Ignoring her, Chun Yin raised his hand and delivered a sharp slap to the other party's face, causing blood to flow from his mouth and nose. The assailant, astonished, stared at Chun Yin, clearly taken aback that someone dared to strike him at Xiao Shisong's banquet. The onlookers were left dumbfounded, witnessing such audacity. A few men in black quickly surrounded Chun Yin, poised to apprehend him at a moment's notice. "Young brother, what courage you possess. Please take a seat." The commotion naturally caught the attention of Xiao Shisong at the main table, who extended an invitation to Chun Yin. Although he did not know Chun Yin, anyone bold enough to act in his presence was either someone he could not afford to offend or a typical hothead. Xiao Shisong was eager to converse and gauge Chun Yin's character before deciding how to proceed. Chapter 28. Alone Chun Yin, along with the two siblings, took their seats at the main table, while others kept their distance, as if associating with them was a grave sin. "May I inquire where this young brother is employed?" Xiao Shisong asked, intrigued by Chun Yin's composure. "Shanghai Security Department," Chun Yin replied, maintaining a calm demeanor as he looked at Xiao Shisong. "Rest assured, I lack any influential backing, but I believe my fists are formidable enough to deter you from making a move against me. Before either of those two pulls out their guns, I trust they would already be dead." Chun Yin pointed at the bodyguards behind Xiao Shisong. "Haha, young brother. There's no need for concern. I merely wish to befriend you. I harbor no ulterior motives." As a seasoned figure, Xiao Shisong was not one to resort to violence without cause. This distinction set him apart from petty thugs who thrived on swift vengeance. Even if he desired to eliminate someone, he would not display such intentions openly, opting instead for conviviality. The outcome of their meeting, however, remained uncertain. It was his birthday celebration, and Chun Yin's tone suggested he was not intimidated. Xiao Shisong lacked confidence in his ability to subdue Chun Yin, and doing so at his own banquet would be a blow to his dignity. Thus, the two men engaged in a courteous exchange, toasting and sharing laughter, while their true thoughts remained concealed from outsiders. As Chun Yin departed, Xiao Shisong even personally escorted him to the door. "Investigate this person's background," he instructed. "Understood." Lin Shuihua, driving the car, urged the two, "Let's avoid being so impulsive in the future." "All right." Chun Yin was quite obedient to Lin Shuihua's words, at least refraining from voicing any objections. However, whether he truly complied still depended on his own mood. Lin Shuihua was unaware of Xiao Shisong's background and did not pay much heed to the events of the evening. Furthermore, as a member of the prominent Lin family in the capital, she would harbor no fear even if she were to learn of Xiao Shisong's origins. How did that bear know Xiao Bao? Lin Shuihua could discern that the bear was not a benign character, and Xiao Bao's acquaintance with him was undoubtedly facilitated by Chun Yin. "I happened to encounter the bear while taking Xiao Bao out, and we shared a meal together," Chun Yin explained. Upon hearing this, Xiao Bao quickly made his escape, proving himself adept at throwing his brother-in-law under the bus. "Remember the promise you made to me. Do not lead Xiao Bao astray," Lin Shuihua commanded, standing before the sofa while Chun Yin sat, the two of them presenting a stark contrast in stature. The previously domineering Chun Yin now resembled a newlywed bride dutifully facing the wrath of a domineering matron. "Xiao Bao, come here," Lin Shuihua called toward the bathroom. Xiao Bao emerged with his head bowed and took a seat on the sofa. Both he and his brother-in-law gazing at Lin Shuihua like obedient children awaiting their queen's instruction. "Pack your things. We return home tomorrow," Lin Shuihua ordered directly. Xiao Bao understood his sister's temperament. Once she made a decision, there was no room for dissent. Despite his reluctance, he dared not defy her. "All right, brother-in-law. I will miss you," he said to Chun Yin, who internally cursed, wondering how his sister could stand there while her brother claimed he would miss her husband, effectively pushing him into the flames. Xiao Bao had come to play for a few days during his break from the second year of high school, reveling in the absence of supervision and the presence of an idolized brother-in-law. Initially, he thought of extending his stay, reasoning that the difference between scoring last or second to last in exams was negligible, making a few days of missed classes inconsequential. The following day, one of Xiao Shisong's subordinates presented him with information regarding Chun Yan and Lin Shuihua. Chun Yan's profile remained sparse, consisting of merely a few sentences, while Lin Shuihua's documentation spanned several pages. Upon reviewing her information, Xiao Shisong felt a wave of trepidation. Despite his years of dominance in Jianghai, he was acutely aware of his own limitations. In the presence of true power players, he was but an ant, easily crushed, and the Lin family in the capital was a force he could not afford to provoke. As for Chun Yan, the brevity of his profile only enhanced his air of mystery. Humans are often captivated by the unknown, leading to curiosity and contemplation. At that moment, Chun Yan had taken on an enigmatic persona in Xiao Shisong's eyes. Instruct everyone not to provoke them. Additionally, inform Zheng Guang to postpone the merger with Shanghai. Any violators will face the family's discipline. Xiao Shisong directed his subordinates, seeking to avoid unnecessary trouble, having long surpassed the age of impulsiveness. On the way to the station, Chun Yan accompanied Xiao Bao, who inexplicably remarked, "Brother-in-law, good luck. Strive to win my sister over soon. But I promise I won't betray you when I return." Chun Yan comprehended Lin Xiaobao's intentions. Through recent interactions, he had long discerned that the relationship between his sister and brother-in-law was far more complex than it appeared on the surface. He was acutely aware of his sister's frigid demeanor. On the first night he learned that Chun Yan was his brother-in-law, he could hardly believe it. His constant calling of brother-in-law was merely a reflection of his favorable impression of Chun Yan. He indeed hoped that Chun Yan could genuinely assume the role of his brother-in-law. But judging by Chun Yan's demeanor, it seemed a daunting task. "With my sister's icy disposition, you must employ strategies." Lin Xiaobao earnestly advised Chun Yan. "Employ strategies? How so?" Chun Yan inquired, perplexed and unable to grasp Lin Xiaobao's meaning. "By force, or perhaps through other means. If you expect my sister to throw herself at you, it might take an eternity for you to transition from being my brother-in-law, in name, to truly being my brother-in-law. Without some initiative, your Qin family may be left without descendants." Upon hearing Lin Xiaobao's remarks, Chun Yan rolled his eyes. Such was the bond between siblings, instructing an outsider on how to ensnare his own sister. Nevertheless, he swiftly dismissed Lin Xiaobao's suggestion. He had no desire to jeopardize his life. Why not enjoy life while it lasts? "Brother-in-law, could you lend me some money?" Chun Yan was taken aback by his little brother-in-law's unexpected request for a loan. Given that this young man appeared well off, he could hardly fathom the reason behind such a plea. "Do I have any money to lend you? Furthermore, what do you need it for?" Chun Yan queried. Lin Xiaobao rubbed his hands together, a hint of embarrassment evident as he confessed, "Before coming to Jianghai, I took my father's watch to pawn it. Now I need to redeem it. Brother-in-law, you won 500,000 in the race. Could you lend me 100,000? Chun Yan mourned silently for Lin Xiaobao's father for 3 minutes. A son like this was unlikely to have a long life, and it would be a miracle if he didn't drive his father to an early grave. "Let us draft an IOU." Chun Yan jested. "What? An IOU? I've already divulged the methods to win over my sister. We are on the same side now." "Brother-in-law, you are truly breaking my heart," Lin Xiaobao exclaimed, nearly leaping from his seat, if not for the seatbelt. Naturally, Chun Yan had no intention of allowing Lin Xiaobao to draft an IOU. Instead, he handed over his bank card, which contained the full 500,000. As they were about to get into the car, Chun Yan noticed the two enigmatic men who had been shadowing Lin Xiaobao. They both nodded at him as they entered the vehicle. Chapter 29. Good or evil? After sending Lin Xiaobao off, Chun Yan immediately regretted giving him the bank card. While he was unperturbed by the loss of 100,000, he feared that the entire 500,000 would vanish without a trace. Spotting a roadside watermelon stand with a sign that read, "No sweetness, no charge," and pricing at 9 yuan per jean, Chun Yin lamented his current lack of funds. He couldn't possibly approach the vendor to inquire, "Are these melons guaranteed to be ripe?" Upon arriving at the company, Chun Yin went directly to Yi Ai's office to propose the idea of an advance on his salary. Yi Ai did not object. Instead, she promptly signed her name in agreement. However, as Chun Yin gazed at the list of names on the advance salary request, all of which were conspicuously blank, he inwardly cursed the cumbersome nature of large corporations. If he were to go around collecting signatures, he would accomplish nothing all morning. It would be far more efficient to simply approach Lin Shuihua directly. Upon pushing open the door to Lin Shuihua's office, she obligingly retrieved a pristine ashtray from her drawer and placed it on the desk, marking what could be considered a preliminary victory in Chun Yan's ongoing struggle with her. He understood that unless he initiated conversation, Lin Shuihua would never engage him, unless it was to dismiss him. "General Manager Lin, I would like to request an advance on my salary." Chun Yin spoke with an air of confidence that suggested he was owed money, as if Lin Shuihua were indebted to him. "You need not come to me for this. Simply follow the company procedure," she replied. Chun Yin frowned at her response, thinking, "If I were to adhere to company protocol, why would I even bother coming to you? Just give me some money. I have no funds to buy groceries, and I plan to enjoy hot pot tonight." Upon hearing this, Lin Shuihua produced a bank card from her drawer and handed it to him, adding, "Don't go too spicy." With newfound funds, Chun Yin promptly left work early. Upon checking the balance at the ATM, he was taken aback to discover a total of 1 million yuan. He had expected a mere 10 or 20,000. Alarmed, he glanced around as if fearing someone might snatch it away. He withdrew 100 yuan, feeling it insufficient, then withdrew another 100. After 5 transactions, he finally emerged with 500 yuan. When one yearns for wealth, attaining it brings about an unexpected dilemma on how to spend it. Previously, any amount of money he had was deemed ill-gotten. This 1 million, however, felt like the fruits of legitimate labor, albeit one he wished to earn through work that Lin Shuihua denied him, leaving him to subsist on empty wages. Though Lin Shuihua was affluent, Chun Yin was acutely aware of her struggles. The intense workload she bore would be unbearable for most. Earning money as a woman is often both effortless and arduous, a reflection of society's harsh realities. The money she provided was certainly appealing, devoid of any taint. Chun Yin drove to visit Wu Lauer, who was now able to walk with the aid of cane. The sight of Chun Yin brought joy to the elderly man. Chun Yin had brought a plethora of nutritional supplements and engaged in conversation with him for a while. Wu Lauer, noticing Chun Yin's well-fitted suit and car, felt a sense of satisfaction. Chun Yin knew that Wu Lauer was not impoverished. On the contrary, he was quite well off. Although he was not exceedingly wealthy, he certainly did not reside in this humble fishing village out of necessity. Having lost his wife in middle age, he had never remarried, and his son, who lived abroad, rarely visited. This small village held countless memories for the couple, and in his twilight years, Wu Lauer chose to remain there. He was quite unique in his decision to hire a caretaker in a place like this, akin to a scorpion's solitary droppings. Upon returning home, Chun Yin busied himself washing vegetables, cutting meat, and preparing the broth. Before long, the table was laden with an abundance of food. He contemplated creating a romantic candlelit dinner, but ultimately decided against it, realizing that a hot pot dinner paired with red wine was incongruous. Instead, he opted for beer. When Lin Shuihua returned home, the enticing aroma wafted through the air, and she experienced a fleeting moment of peculiarity, reminiscent of a scene from a television drama. Chun Yin prepared a dual-flavor hot pot. Being a lover of spice, he made the spicy broth exceptionally fiery, while the clear soup was solely intended for Lin Shuihua, whom he deemed unworthy of such a dish. However, Lin Shuihua validated the adage that one can both be picky and enjoy food, despite her inability to handle excessive spice. She relished it nonetheless. As she savored the meal, beads of perspiration adorned her brow, and her cheeks flushed a rosy hue. Chun Yin, captivated by her rosy complexion, found his gaze momentarily entranced. "Seems like you truly enjoy hot pot?" Chun Yin mused, sipping his beer and puffing on a cigarette, relentlessly indulging in morsels of meat. "It's not bad, but preparing it alone is rather cumbersome. I lack the time to prepare such a feast," she replied. Chun Yin reminisced about his solitary sojourn abroad, where he struggled to eat well or stay warm, often finding himself too preoccupied with tasks to even contemplate culinary delights. Consequently, whenever he found himself unencumbered by duties, he would lavishly prepare a sumptuous meal as a reward for himself. Lin Shuihua's demanding job left her little time to engage in such culinary endeavors, and her reluctance to dine out was evident. Since Chun Yan's arrival, apart from the previous banquet, he had not witnessed her dining out. At home, her meals were hastily prepared. This thought stirred a flicker of sympathy within Chun Yan for this resilient woman. Lin Shuihua took charge of the vegetables, while Chun Yan was unabashedly carnivorous, and together, they dined in extraordinary harmony. In the future, should you wish for hot pot, just let me know, and I shall prepare it for you, he offered, noticing the joy in her eyes and feeling compelled to cook for her more often. No need, after all. You won't always be here, and I prefer not to rely on others, Lin Shuihua replied with a hint of detachment. Chun Yin felt a pang of disappointment upon hearing her words. He discerned the subtle distance in her tone, yet he understood that Lin Shuihua would not readily embrace him. From their bewildering marriage to their gradual understanding of one another, Chun Yin found himself captivated by this woman who had unwittingly taken residence in his heart, igniting within him a protective instinct. Yet, given Lin Shuihua's strong-willed nature, she did not require protection. Her capabilities were sufficient for her to stand on her own. In a typical marital relationship, love begins with a spark, but a genuine partnership necessitates honesty and compromise. However, between Chun Yin and Lin Shuihua, emotions were absent. While Chun Yin could yield, he could not be entirely forthright. He wished to keep his past concealed from her, resulting in a peculiar dynamic where they shared meals like a married couple, yet remained emotionally estranged. Lin Shuihua hailed from an esteemed family and had been molded by elite education, her days filled with sunlight, devoid of any exposure to the struggles of the lower echelons of society. Thus, she could hardly comprehend the violent past that Chun Yin had endured, and he harbored no desire to portray himself as a ruthless executioner in her eyes, stained with bloodshed. After Lin Shuihua discovered the bloodstains on his shirt, he could distinctly sense a shift in her demeanor towards him. The image of the Big Bear Gang from the previous night's banquet had further repulsed her, exemplified by the forced departure of Lin Xiaobao. As Lin Shuihua observed Chun Yin, who was lost in thought while holding his chopsticks, she recognized that he bore unspoken burdens. Yet, since he did not voluntarily share, she refrained from prying. Although her curiosity about his past lingered, her aloof and proud disposition prevented her from being the type to dig deeper. Are you a good person or a bad person? Lin Shuihua posed this seemingly unrelated question. Chun Yin was taken aback for a moment and then replied, upon introspection, I do not consider myself a good person. Yet, I am not a bad person either. I am uncertain by what standard I should measure myself, but in many situations, I act with a clear conscience. If judged by the standards of societal morality, I would indeed be deemed a bad person. Upon hearing Chun Yan's response, a faint smile graced Lin Shuihua's lips, suggesting that his answer had pleased her. Chapter 30. Taken away, Lin Shuihua, unusually, felt quite full after their meal. The hot pot had elevated her spirits immensely. After dining, she and Chun Yin began tidying up together. Observing her industrious figure, Chun Yin noted that at this moment, Lin Shuihua had shed her aloof, high-powered CEO persona and transformed into a diligent housewife. When one thinks of Lin Shuihua, beauty and an ethereal presence typically come to mind. But witnessing her busy in the kitchen, Chun Yin felt that time could linger in this moment forever. Even her conservative home attire left him parched with desire, igniting a warmth within him. Perhaps this was the unique allure of Lin Shuihua. As Lin Shuihua ascended the stairs, she suddenly halted. The scissors beneath my pillow have yet to be used. I prefer not to utilize them with your assistance. Upon hearing this, the sweat from Chun Yan's earlier exertions evaporated in an instant, replaced by a chill that enveloped him. He clamped his legs together on the sofa, confirming he was still intact before finally exhaling a sigh of relief. The following morning, Chun Yin chose not to drive, but instead lingered in the passenger seat beside Lin Shuihua. Despite her attempts to shoo him away, he remained. And when they were merely a kilometer from the company, she insisted he disembark, not wishing to be seen by her colleagues. Naturally, Chun Yin was reluctant to exit. But when Lin Shuihua produced the gleaming scissors from her bag, he readily acquiesced. The alternative was far too painful to contemplate. As he approached the company entrance, he came to a halt, for a group of soldiers stood before him. "Are you Chun Yin?" One of them inquired with certainty, albeit for formality's sake. "Yes," he replied. "Come with us for a moment," the leading lieutenant instructed. "Why?" Chun Yin asked, perplexed. The military personnel had only tenuous connections to lead Jian Guo, who would not have failed to inform him beforehand. Moreover, the demeanor of the soldiers indicated that their intentions were far from benign. "You need not know. You will understand upon arrival," the lieutenant said, narrowing his eyes and resting a hand at his waist. From the bulges at their waists, Chun Yin deduced that they were armed. As an ordinary citizen, he realized that even if he possessed the capability to confront them, it would be unwise to act. He had no doubt that any display of resistance would lead to accusations of treason, and it was evident that they would welcome such defiance. Complying, Chun Yin entered the vehicle, where his hands and feet were bound, and a hood was placed over his head. Remarkably, he remained calm, methodically reviewing the unfolding events in his mind, though he found no clear direction. The vehicle meandered through the city, seemingly aimed at disorienting him. Yet he recognized that they were ultimately heading north toward the mountains. Once his hands and feet were freed, Chun Yin was thrust into a sealed room, devoid of windows, encircled by surveillance cameras. As the iron door shut, the last flicker of light was extinguished. Standing still for a moment to acclimatize, Chun Yin began to scrutinize his surroundings. The chamber was a square, confined space of less than 10 square meters, with 8 cameras evenly distributed across the ceiling, their red lights flickering in the darkness like the eyes of 8 malevolent demons. Furnished only with a metal bed and an integrated toilet, the walls were adorned with enigmatic black and white patterns. Chun Yin approached the wall and tapped it. It was made of iron. He understood that enduring such an environment for an extended period would be arduous, and those with weaker wills might even succumb to despair or lethargy, with some potentially spiraling into madness. After a moment of contemplation, Chun Yin was perplexed as to who he had offended to warrant such a malicious confinement. Although his actions abroad had been less than honorable, he had never betrayed his homeland. Choosing not to dwell on these thoughts, he lay down to sleep. Upon awakening, he practiced military boxing repeatedly within the confines of the room, confident that his strong will would prevent any mental breakdown in the short term. As for how to escape, he had no clear ideas. Meals were delivered daily, though at unpredictable times, indicating that his captors were intent on obscuring the duration of his imprisonment. Days passed, and even with his steadfast resolve, Chun Yin began to feel a twinge of anxiety. He was subsequently extracted from the room and taken to an interrogation chamber. Disheveled yet alert, he faced an officer who immediately accused him of engaging in bounty hunting abroad and expressed grave suspicions regarding his return to the country for undisclosed motives. Chun Yin firmly denied the allegations, asserting that he had served in the military for 2 years and had conducted minor business overseas, always remembering the education imparted by the party and the nation, thus incapable of committing acts that would endanger his country. "Humph, a stubborn duck," the officer retorted. "Take him away and let him reflect on his actions." Recognizing that his clear-headedness had rendered the previous days of confinement ineffective, the officer relented. Once again confined to the dark room, Chun Yin realized that his captors intended to break him. He understood that admitting to the alleged crimes would likely lead to a fatal outcome, but he could not fathom who bore such deep animosity towards him. Meanwhile, in the United States, Peter informed Mao Ho and the camel that their leader's phone signal had been lost for 5 days. "What's the situation with sister?" Camel, though anxious, maintained a clear mind and inquired rationally. "It seems she is also unaware of our leader's circumstances. All I could ascertain is that he was taken away by a vehicle from the Chinese military 5 days ago. Beyond that, the military system is too formidable for me to penetrate," Peter explained. "Have Ban Duck book us tickets to Shanghai," Camel instructed Peter, as they all refer to one another by their nicknames. Although Lin Shuihua was distressed, he did not know Chun Yin's other friends and had to rely on connections to locate the Xiong, who also had no knowledge of Chen Yan's whereabouts. De Xiong initially believed that Chen Yan had covertly embarked on a mission with Lin Xuehua. Thus, he did not pay much attention to the matter. He was well aware of Chen Yan's true capabilities. Barring exceptional circumstances, it would be exceedingly difficult for anyone to harm him. With the absence of that bothersome figure, the incessant chatter faded from his ears. Observing the eerily tranquil villa, Lin Xuehua found herself somewhat disconcerted. She could not quite comprehend her own feelings. It seemed she had developed a slight dependence on Chen Yan. Despite her efforts to deny it, this reality could not be altered. His sudden disappearance left her with a mix of worry and a tinge of resentment. Primarily, Chen Yan's enigmatic nature captivated her. She had sought to investigate his background, but could only uncover information prior to his military service. The 8 years following his enlistment, as well as his whereabouts after discharge, remained shrouded in mystery. Lin Xuehua acknowledged that he was a man of stories, though he concealed them skillfully, preferring to keep them from the outside world. The trio, known as the Camels, had drawn the attention of relevant authorities in Huaxia. After all, these individuals were infamous globally as dangerous entities, and their movements were being closely monitored. The Camels did not attempt to disguise their presence, arriving openly under their real names. Their confidence stemmed from their belief in their own abilities, compounded by the fact that they had committed no wrongs in Huaxia. They anticipated the scrutiny and had come primarily for Chen Yan. Chapter 31. The master becomes for the following noon. A plane from Eagle Sauce landed in Jianghai. The Camels swaggered out of the airport unimpeded, disregarding the individuals trailing them, and promptly hailed a taxi to Shanghai Group. Lin Xuehua received a call from her assistant, informing her that 3 individuals were inquiring for her at the front desk. Claiming to know Chen Yan, she hurriedly instructed that they be escorted to the conference room. Inside the conference room, it was the first encounter for Mao Ho and his companions with Lin Xuehua in person, and they silently applauded their leaderess taste. "What brings you here?" Lin Xuehua inquired, studying the 3 men before her, none of whom she recognized, including one foreigner. "Hello, sister-in-law. We are brothers of Brother Yan. We came to ask if you have heard from him in recent days," Camel asked. "No, I do not know where he has gone," Lin Xuehua replied truthfully. "Apologies for the intrusion, sister-in-law." The Camels had anticipated her response. Having gleaned useful information, they did not linger at Shanghai and proceeded directly to their hotel. "Banya, can you trace the whereabouts of that military vehicle?" Banya was intently focused on his computer. "I've checked. The vehicle lost its trail here, and the last location of the boss's phone was at this point. As for the roads beyond, there is little surveillance, so I cannot ascertain any further," Banya indicated, pointing to the map on his screen. "Continuing inward leads us in a mountainous terrain, which complicates matters," Mao Ho remarked, observing the direction where the vehicle had last been tracked. "Complicated or not, we must proceed. Tomorrow, we venture into the mountains." The next day, the 3 donned mountaineering attire, equipped with tents and cameras, resembling quintessential trekkers as they entered the vast mountains. 3 individuals arrived at the location for mobile signal tracking, discovering Chen Yan's phone nestled in a mountain gorge. It appeared that the adversary was aware of the phone's tracking capability, discarding it at this precise spot. After 2 arduous days of searching, they found themselves empty-handed. However, a lingering question arose. If the opponent knew that the leader's phone was traceable, why discard it here rather than earlier or later? "I suspect they intended to deliberately disrupt our thought process," Camel remarked, panting heavily as he sat upon a large rock, gazing at the vast mountains with furrowed brows. "Banduck, open the map and check the last location of the vehicle. Let us identify the fork in the road and search systematically. Camel, as we are of Huaxia descent, let us inquire discreetly in a nearby village about any military presence. Banduck, you should refrain from joining us. Given the vigilance of Huaxia citizens, your conspicuous blonde hair will surely draw unwanted attention, and we risk being mistaken for spies," Mao Monkey advised the 2. "Understood. We must maintain constant communication," Banduck replied, aware of the situation in Huaxia and offering no rebuttal. The trio had no choice but to resort to this strategy, as the military encampments hidden within the mountains were far too numerous to investigate overtly. Even the Eagle Nation, with its satellites overhead, would find themselves equally stymied. Eventually, their efforts bore fruit as they pinpointed the location of a military camp. Yet, standing on a mountaintop and gazing at the heavily fortified encampment across the way, a sense of helplessness washed over them. At this juncture, they could only speculate that Chen Yin was imprisoned within, and even with a confirmed location, they felt powerless to intervene. They could only hope for Chen Yan's safety. An assault on a Huaxiao military base was out of the question. Such an endeavor would be akin to signing their own death warrants. Upon returning to the city, the trio struggled to conceive a viable plan. Lacking connections within the military, they found themselves waiting idly in a hotel. "We should report this," Camel suggested. "That would be futile. What would reporting accomplish?" Mao Monkey swiftly countered. "Since they have abducted our leader, it is clear they wish to remain hidden. Reporting it might at least signal to them that someone is searching for him, deterring any rash actions," Camel reasoned. 5 minutes later, at the Jianghai City Police Station, Ban Duck appeared at the entrance, where an expatriate reported a friend's disappearance, prompting the police to conduct a routine record-keeping. After some investigation, their findings aligned closely with the trio's information. The police were without leads, particularly since the individual had been taken by military personnel, and they were reluctant to intervene further. When Li Mingyu discovered that the missing person was Chen Yin, she recalled their recent dinner at her home and made a mental note of it. After work, she made her way to her grandfather's residence. "Grandfather, Chen Yin has gone missing, and he was taken by our military personnel. I am uncertain if this is indeed an operation sanctioned by your forces, but someone reported it to us today, urging us to find him. I seek to ascertain whether this is related to your department, as our police station must conclude the case," she expressed to Li Jianguo, hoping to glean some information from him. Li Jianguo maintained his composure. Accustomed to the high ranks of power, he would not wear his concerns upon his face. "It is nothing for you to worry about. The military will handle it." After dinner, Li Jianguo, his face darkened with anger, summoned Shi Yu. "Investigate who took Chen Yin away." "Yes." Shi Yu saluted. "Dad, Chen Yin must have offended someone. Once we extricate him, we should arrange a position for him. Firstly, it will provide him with a safeguard. Secondly, it will enable him to work for us. After we rescue him, he will owe us a significant favor. Given his temperament, he is unlikely to refuse." Li Hongjun analyzed the situation, understanding Chen Yan's capabilities and his persistent desire for Chen Yin to rejoin the military. He believed that someone like Chen Yin posed a continual risk in society. "Very well, I leave this matter to you. As for the identity we assign him, it is of little consequence. This lad has no interest in holding office. Had he wished for such, he would not have left the military years ago." Li Jianguo had often tried to persuade Chen Yin to stay in the past, regretting his departure, as he had seen great potential in him. Now, with an opportunity for Chen Yin to serve his country, he was eager to facilitate it. "With your word, I can proceed with confidence. I assure you he will be unable to distance himself from the military for the rest of his life," Li Hongjun replied, his eyes gleaming with delight. The two men harbored no excessive worries about Chen Yan's predicament, knowing well that, despite potential hardships, neither would dare to take his life. After all, rules must be upheld everywhere. The following morning, at the reception of Shanghai Group, 3 individuals arrived to apply for security positions, one of whom was an elderly foreigner with a yellow beard. The receptionist could not help but marvel at the rapid development of China, noting that even foreigners were coming to work as security personnel. During the interviews, Mao Ho and Luo Ta effortlessly outperformed the security team, even causing Yi AI to struggle under their prowess, appearing as though they had not even exerted their full strength. Meanwhile, Ban Yi utilized his computer to infiltrate Shanghai's security system, upgrading it thoroughly. Watching the 3 applicants, Yi AI felt a twinge of suspicion, given their capabilities. It was improbable that they would seek such positions. Consequently, she sought out Lin Xuehua to make a decision regarding the matter. After meeting the trio and reviewing their credentials, Lin Xuehua readily approved their employment. Thus, Shanghai's security department expanded from a single formidable figure in Chen Yin to a quartet of exceptional talents. Chapter 32. The past Chen Yin remained confined in a small dark room, periodically dragged out to be coerced into confessing to various charges, which he resolutely refused to acknowledge. His daily sustenance consisted of a meager meal and a bowl of water, and the stifling conditions of the small room left him reeking, with sweat and grime congealed upon his skin. His hair hung in disarray, and his unshaven face resembled that of a beggar. Though the conditions were harsh, Chun Yin found solace in the knowledge that his captors dared not execute him outright. During his confinement, he contemplated the situation and ultimately focused on Lin Shuihua's fiancé, the refined young man Gu Tianwei. It appears that the only person in the military with whom he has a grudge is Gu Tianwei. Apart from him, he cannot think of anyone else. However, he never anticipated that Gu Tianwei would be so ruthless as to wish him dead. Chun Yin was taken away by someone, initially believing it was yet another routine inquiry. His heart had grown numb, yet little did he know that he was being shoved into an unremarkable vehicle, headed out of the military compound. Despite his inquiries, he received no response, but it seemed there was no malice intended, as he was neither hooded nor bound, and the vehicle was heading toward the city center. As evening fell, the vehicle halted at the entrance of Lin Shuihua's residential complex. "You can get out now," said one of the two individuals in the car, marking the first words Chun Yin had heard in days that brought him a flicker of joy. The security guard at the entrance stopped Chun Yin, but upon recognizing his face, disdainfully allowed him entry. Lin Shuihua sat on the sofa, lost in thought. Since Chun Yin's departure, she often found herself alone, daydreaming without being able to articulate her thoughts. The doorbell rang, and without inquiring who it was, she opened the door. Upon seeing the long-missed figure, the weariness and tension that had burdened Chun Yin for days finally began to ease, and he managed a strained smile, saying, "I thought I would never see you again." Lin Shuihua's face lit up at his arrival, yet her expression soured as she noticed his disheveled appearance and odor. "You should wash up first," she suggested. "Yes, I'm hungry," he replied. "I'll prepare something for you." "All right." Their reunion lacked the warmth of fond greetings, consisting only of a few brief exchanges, yet Chun Yin felt an indescribable warmth within. After enjoying a comforting hot shower, despite feeling physically weak, he tossed his rancid clothes into the garbage bin outside. Lin Shuihua had already prepared a meal, a bowl of scallion noodles and a plate of pickles. Chun Yin devoured it in 3 mouthfuls, and, after finishing the noodles, he drank 3 large cups of water before exclaiming, "It's truly wonderful to be alive." "What happened?" Lin Shuihua inquired. Chun Yin hesitated to elaborate, as there were still matters he had not fully investigated, making it difficult to draw conclusions. "I was held captive, but I'm fine now. I know nothing about you. As temporary spouses, we must spend a year together, and I hope you can be forthcoming about your circumstances." Lin Shuihua said, her gaze fixed intently on Chun Yin. He couldn't help but admire her beauty. Had he stared at her in such a manner, it would have been deemed inappropriate. In this regard, it seemed that men and women were not treated equally. After finishing the apple in his hand, Lin Shuihua calmly said, "Very well, let me share my story with you. You probably already know about my life before I turned 18. That information is not difficult to uncover. After I turned 18, I joined the military. I was quite exceptional, truly, and soon found myself in the Special Forces. However, my ambition led to tragedy. During one operation, my captain sacrificed himself to save me, and from that moment on, I was disheartened. After serving my 2 years as a conscript, I left the service. Following my discharge, I ventured across the ocean to the Americas, seeking merely a change of scenery, wanting to escape this sorrowful place. After arriving in the Americas, I found myself destitute, lacking even the means to secure a meal. Harboring a deep-seated animosity towards drug traffickers, I became an assassin, subsequently leading a life as both a killer and a mercenary. My hands are stained with an abundance of blood and malevolence. Last month, weary of this existence, I returned to my homeland. As Chun Yin recounted his experiences as an assassin, he noticed Lin Shuihua's momentary surprise and slight tremor, though she quickly regained her composure. "Aren't you afraid?" Chun Yin inquired. "Will you kill me?" "No." "Then why should I be afraid?" The fear had vanished from Lin Shuihua's eyes, replaced by her usual vibrant spirit. "Have you saved any money over the years?" "Yes, our profession, fraught with peril, yields substantial rewards, around $20 million. However, I refuse to spend this blood-stained money. Before returning home, I anonymously donated it all." Chun Yin admired Lin Shuihua, noting her remarkable transition from initial shock to calmness, an accomplishment not easily achieved. This topic seemed to ignite her enthusiasm. What was it like to kill for the first time? Chunyin now regretted not confiding his past to Lin Shueihua sooner. She gave him the impression that had he confessed his identity as a murderer during their first meeting upon his return, she would have unreservedly thrown herself into his arms. Disgusting, nauseating. I wanted to scrub my hands raw, sleepless nights filled with nightmares. Chun Yin was candid, revealing everything without reservation. Don't forget our agreement for the year. I hope you can manage yourself and avoid trouble. Lin Shueihua had unraveled her doubts. All right, I promise. At that moment, Chun Yin resembled a wayward child, remorseful and making assurances before a parent. Yes, all three of your friends have joined the Shanghai Security Department. Lin Shueihua appeared genuinely pleased upon receiving Chun Yan's promise. After all, witnessing a notorious killer transform into a compliant individual under her guidance bestowed upon her a sense of accomplishment. The aspirations of a talented woman often revolve around becoming the partner of a chieftain. Every chieftain is a hero of tumultuous times, and even if not a hero, he can be considered a formidable figure. A talented woman may be drawn to a bandit leader not merely for sustenance, but to reform him. Outwardly, he is a formidable outlaw, but at home, he is a devoted husband and father. This pursuit of achievement is what a talented woman seeks at that moment. Lin Shueihua embodied this archetype, while Chun Yin was the bandit leader. Would you kill for me? Lin Shueihua paused at the stairway corner to pose this question. As long as I am here, no one can harm you. Upon receiving Chun Yan's response, Lin Shueihua refrained from further inquiries and turned to enter her room. That night, Chun Yin encountered a different side of Lin Shueihua. If she were an assassin, she would be even more ruthless and venomous than he. This was his genuine assessment. He had not anticipated that someone who basked in the sunlight could confront his past with such fortitude. After Lin Shueihua ascended the stairs, she leaned against her door, repeatedly striking her chest, her feigned composure giving way to a hint of trepidation. Just a hint. Yet, as she recalled the man's response, ripples stirred within her. Despite her disapproval of Chun Yan's past, it was not entirely intolerable. Chapter 33. Security is a promising profession. Chun Yin rested at home for 2 days before feeling his body nearly restored, somewhat weakened, but no longer in dire straits. On the 3rd day, upon his arrival at Shanghai, Wu Sanju pulled him aside and whispered, I must inform you. The company has welcomed 3 formidable characters, 2 combat experts, and a computer whiz. Be cautious. Chun Yin recognized that these 3 individuals Wu Sanju referred to were Mao Ho and his companions. Fear not, with my charismatic allure. Do you believe those 3 would not address me as their leader upon meeting me? Address you as leader? Wu Sanju felt his good intentions had been wasted, realizing that this fellow was utterly unconcerned. If they call you leader, I shall believe that you are married to a grand figure. Please, do I require your belief? Chun Yin nonchalantly extracted a cigarette from Wu Sanju's pocket and lit it. Last night, Lin Shueihua performed a certain act for me. Do you believe it? Yet, your little brother still did not grant her a favorable countenance. To hell with you. Wu Sanju found it hard to believe Chun Yan's words. Do you know? I'm the dream lover of all the women at Shanghai. Countless women have professed their affections for me, yet I have consistently declined. Unfortunately, I did not wish to break the hearts of over 1,000 female employees. Chun Yin could not help but admire Wu Sanju. Even his own uncle was not spared from his tongue lashing. Zhuzi, your talent for boasting is truly remarkable. I am genuinely impressed. And I have but one uncle, your own. Chun Yin grinned at Wu Sanju. In a fit of indignation, Wu Sanju retorted, to hell with your 8 uncles. Upon entering the security department, Chun Yin discovered Mao Ho and his companions elegantly sipping tea, with the cup of the board duck being the most conspicuous and unpretentious. A canister brimming with tea leaves made Chun Yin grimace. Who knew how many leaves that foreigner had packed into the jar? Clearing his throat, Chun Yin caught the attention of the trio, who, upon recognizing him, feigned ignorance. Wu Sanju announced, I am off to patrol. However, the disdainful look he cast upon Chun Yin pierced his heart, compelling him to direct his ire towards the trio before him. Boss, you've returned. The 3 exclaimed upon seeing Wu Sanju depart. hastily approaching Chun Yin, oblivious to the change in his demeanor. Welcome to your impending trial. To ascertain whether you have been idling in my absence, I have decided to challenge you today. To the arena, swiftly. Chun Yin's voice was laden with foreboding, sending chills down their spines. They had all endured beatings before, and not just once. Each time it was under the pretext of a friendly competition to assess their strength, which invariably resulted in their punishment. Boss, that one TB necessary. We've been very good. Spare me the chatter. Let us proceed. 10 minutes later, the three individuals emerged from the gym, their faces bruised and battered, with the most formidable among them, the camel, limping noticeably. From now on, you must refer to him as the boss whenever we meet. Understood? Chun Yin declared, gesturing toward the trio. They acknowledged his command in unison, albeit somewhat perplexed. With no means to flee and unable to retaliate, they resigned themselves to the harshness of reality. The security department had nearly reached 30 members, divided into two teams. Yi Ai personally led one, while the other was under the command of the insufferable Wu Sanju. To Chun Yan's dismay, he and the camel, along with two others, had been assigned to the second team. After the meeting, Wu Sanju, grinning broadly, clapped Chun Yin on the shoulder and said, "Kid, stick with me from now on. Don't waste your time on irrelevant thoughts. Those are beyond the grasp of someone like you. Instead, focus on how to curry favor with your leader." Chun Yin enthusiastically invited Wu Sanju to the arena to celebrate his promotion, but Wu stubbornly refused, clinging to Chun Yan's leg and repeatedly calling him Brother Yin. The adage that a wise person knows how to adapt to circumstances held true. The ancients certainly did not deceive me. Lin Xuehua had been in high spirits these past few days and, for once, smiled at Li Ziming, leaving her in a cold sweat. Back at the office, Li Ziming pondered what she might have done to displease Lin Xuehua, wondering if the general manager intended to dismiss her. Why, after all, would she smile at me? Several senior executives who had gone to Lin Xuehua's office for signatures were taken aback by her smile, leading each of them to reflect on their own shortcomings that might have angered her, creating an atmosphere of anxiety throughout the company. "Let us go eat," Chun Yin announced, clapping his hands to gather the group. Without hesitation, the trio followed him toward the cafeteria, while Wu Sanju muttered behind them, "Are you trying to get us killed? It's barely 10:30. If we get caught, it'll be considered unauthorized absence." "Brother Yin eats based on hunger, not on meal times," Chun Yin retorted, deftly flicking his cigarette but into a nearby trash bin with remarkable flair. However, within mere seconds, the bin erupted in a small flame, prompting Wu Sanju to grab a fire extinguisher and inadvertently spray Chun Yin, who was squatting beside the bin, as well. The fire was extinguished, but Chun Yin's face bore a thick layer of foam, igniting his desire to retaliate against Wu Sanju. After showering post-workout, Chun Yin was grateful for his security uniform. Otherwise, he might have had to emerge in the buff. "Let us go, it's truly mealtime now. I heard there's tofu today. I simply adore the cafeteria ladies' tofu." Chun Yin dared not flick another cigarette, but this time, instead handing it to Wu Sanju, who, aware of his own shortcomings, accepted it without complaint, like a sycophant. As Chun Yin beheld a plate of mapo tofu, his favorite dish, he felt a pang of frustration. He rarely made it at home, since Lin Xuehua disliked tofu and forbade him from eating hers. With a plate in hand, Chun Yin called out to the cafeteria lady, "Auntie, I would like to have your tofu." Wu Sanju leapt a considerable distance, akin to a rabbit, creating a noticeable gap between himself and the others, save for Peter, who remained close by. It was as if he should have brandished a loudspeaker to announce, "I am not acquainted with this fellow." The cafeteria lady, with a hint of youthful shyness gracing her features, mused to herself that at nearly 60, Wang Tsuhua still radiated a second spring of vitality. The young man had discerning taste. After all, Wang Tsuhua had once been renowned as a beauty in the surrounding villages. Chun Yin, momentarily caught off guard, quickly corrected himself, saying, "Auntie, I desire the tofu you prepare. Please do not misunderstand." The cafeteria lady cast a resentful glance at Chun Yin before heaping tofu onto his plate with a firm hand. After a rather mundane afternoon, upon finishing his shift, Chun Yin arrived at the entrance of the community where the head of security was addressing the guards. upon noticing Chen Yin in his security uniform entering the premises. He could hear the words of the meeting, leaving him speechless. Everyone has seen it. Is being a security guard a dead end? Nay, we hold a promising future. Just look at that colleague who just walked in. He married a wealthy beauty and ascended to the pinnacle of life. If we work diligently, we too shall achieve success one day. Do we have confidence? Yes. This was the most resounding affirmation the head of security had heard in his years of meetings. Chapter 34. An exceptional lackey after dinner. Chen Yin accompanied Lin Shuihua for a while as she watched financial news. Once she ascended the stairs, Chen Yin returned to the spacious guest room. Having developed a habit of ensuring ample rest whenever possible, he found himself plagued by insomnia these past few days. The expansive bed, adorned with bright lights, transported him back to his days of wandering abroad amidst violence. The solitude felt unbearably dull without a companion by his side. Venturing outside, he leapt to the second floor, peering through the gap in the curtains to see Lin Shuihua seated at her desk, fixated on her computer, pen cap clenched between her teeth, furrowing her brow in contemplation. Observing her fatigue, Chen Yin felt an impulsive urge to burst through the window, pin her playfully to the bed, and boldly declare, "Stop exhausting yourself. From now on, I shall take care of you." Yet, he recognized this was merely a fleeting thought. Deep down, he understood he lacked the means to support Lin Shuihua. In the eyes of respectable individuals, he was merely a minor assassin, and given Lin Shuihua's character, even if he achieved great success, she would hardly wish to live as a mere ornament. He knew that should he rush in, the most likely outcome would be Lin Shuihua drawing a pair of scissors to confront him, a possibility he genuinely believed she would entertain. Returning to his room, Chen Yin surveyed the living room's decor, which included many trinkets he had purchased in recent days. Figurines of Hulawa, miniature racing cars, Ultraman, and a plethora of other collectibles. During his time abroad, residing in transient accommodations for safety, he had grown accustomed to the lack of permanence, having stayed in countless hotels worldwide, leaving him little inclination to acquire decorative items for his living space. Upon arriving at Lin Shuihua's villa, he felt a long-lost sense of dependence and a hint of homeliness. Wearing pajamas until they frayed, he had taken to sleeping bare when washing them, yet now he possessed several sets, not to mention an assortment of peculiar trinkets. When Chen Yin first acquired these items, Lin Shuihua would cast derisive glances at them, but eventually she ceased her remarks. After all, compared to the previous emptiness, these decorations infused the space with a semblance of warmth. A man who grew up without parents, ultimately becoming an assassin, and a rebellious girl who lacked maternal love while her father was preoccupied with work, seemed both ill-equipped to nurture a household. The arrival of Zhang Ruohua and Lin Xiaobao instilled a flicker of hope in Chen Yin, yet with Lin Xiaobao's departure, life appeared to revert to its usual rhythm. The chasm between the first and second floors felt insurmountable, casting Chen Yin and Lin Shuihua into separate realms. Even when Chen Yin made efforts to bridge the gap, the metaphor fell short. It was clear Lin Shuihua was unyielding. In every endeavor, he, Xiao Yin, was unstoppable, but now he faced a formidable opponent, Lin Shuihua, an ice queen. The idiom lying on ice to seek carp conjured thoughts not of greatness, but of a person likely to perish. Yet, he believed he still had ample time to turn things around. Meanwhile, Lin Shuihua also found herself lost in her thoughts on the second floor. After losing her mother at a young age, her father married Zhang Ruohua, who had shown her unwavering concern as a stepmother, never once clashing with her. However, sometimes, indifference can be the greatest harm. The nature of a child is to play, and indulgence only leads to downfall. Had Lin Shuihua possessed Lin Xiaobao's accommodating nature, she might have grown into a person devoid of ambition. Instead, she harbored a resilient spirit. She worked diligently to prove herself, ultimately succeeding on her own merits, leading an extraordinary life in solitude for years. In the corporate world, she was recognized as a formidable woman, with no subordinate daring to jest with her. Yet, Chen Yin, in a rogue manner, intruded into her life. She conceded that this man treated her well, but the 20 years of her heart's closure were not easily breached. Allowing him to reside with her was already a significant concession. Both were entangled in their own thoughts under the cover of night. When Chen Yin arose, Lin Shuihua had already departed. Glancing at the European-style clock on the wall, he noted it was nearly 10 o'clock. Rubbing his face, he began to reminisce about the tofu prepared by Aunt Suihua in the company cafeteria. Recently, Wu Sanju had been enjoying a surge of success, both in promotion and wealth, having ascended to the position of team leader. Since the arrival of the trio from the board duck team, he had profited handsomely. The security department's second team now comprised 15 members, each required to work night shifts twice a month. The trio, however, would not be working nights. Their presence in the company was purely for Chen Yan's sake, as well as a remedy for their boredom, given that they were not lacking in financial resources. When Wu Sanju first assigned the night shift to Mao Ho readily handed over 500 yuan for Wu Sanju to take care of it. Wu Sanju, of course, agreed with pleasure. Subsequently, when the scheduling plan was released, Mao Ho and his two companions each gave Wu Sanju 1,000 yuan for his assistance, with the exception of Chen Yin, who was notoriously stingy. Now, Wu Sanju found himself working 10 nights a month at the company, which could be considered a modest profit. Noticing that Chen Yin arrived so late once again, Wu Sanju felt it was his responsibility as team leader to assume a commanding presence and impart some wisdom to Chen Yin. Chen Yin, you really must reconsider your late arrivals. It makes things quite difficult for me. Chen Yin, familiar with Wu Sanju's tendencies, recognized his need for authority and replied with a grin. Wu team leader, you still owe me 2 meals. Consider this. Wu Sanju reacted as if someone had stepped on his tail, frowning as he retorted, It's all right. The cafeteria has meatballs today. I just came to remind you that Aunt Suihua saved 2 large ones for you. As he spoke, he gestured with his hands, prompting Chen Yin to contemplate kicking him. Chen Yin, the president is looking for you, Yi Ai announced coldly as she entered the room. She could not fathom why Lin Shuihua would summon a relatively unknown security guard like Chen Yin. It seemed their paths should not cross. What would she possibly want with you? Is she going to fire you? Wu Sanju asked, curiosity etched on his face. Perhaps she wishes to discuss baby names. Chen Yin speculated, equally puzzled by Lin Shuihua's intentions. It's so annoying. She keeps pursuing me relentlessly. Wu Sanju dismissed Chen Yan's ramblings with skepticism, urging him, Hurry up and go. I'll help you tidy your things. When you're dismissed, I'll have everything ready for you to leave at a moment's notice. In Lin Shuihua's office, an eerie tranquility enveloped the space. Chen Yin sat across from Lin Shuihua, who was engrossed in her documents. The only sound in the room was the deliberate crackling of Chen Yan's cigarette. As Chen Yin finished one cigarette and reached for another, Lin Shuihua's voice broke the silence. Smoke less. Receiving this directive, Chen Yin quickly tucked the cigarette pack into his pocket, straightened his posture, and sat attentively to absorb her counsel. Were you with Peter and the others before? Chen Yin, fully aware of Lin Shuihua's astuteness, refrained from underestimating her and reported truthfully. How Lin Shuihua chose to handle the trio would depend entirely on her disposition. As a loyal subordinate, Chen Yin was committed to executing her orders without question. In the realm of being a backup and a sycophant, Chen Yin excelled even more than he did as a killer. Chapter 35. Those who fail to seize opportunities are fools. I see no value in their presence at the company. Lin Shuihua had been keenly observing the trio's performance. No company could afford to sustain 3 entitled individuals. Chen Yin understood their capabilities and believed that their retention would significantly benefit Lin Shuihua. Peter was a computer whiz, a top-tier expert, a Yale prodigy. Luo Wenyuan and Ma Xianghui were masters of combat and firearms, fluent in multiple languages. I believe they could be of use to us. The security department merely requires ordinary guards. We do not need hackers or assassins, Lin Shuihua replied with an air of indifference. Moreover, they are akin to the elder in the company. It is only a matter of time before someone voices their dissent. I am responsible for managing them. Even if they are not assigned as security personnel, they will excel in any other capacity, Chen Yin fervently insisted. These individuals are exceptional talents, no matter where they are placed. Very well. The group is to establish an international department. You shall take them to form it. Lin Shuihua finally raised her head to look at Chen Yin. Within 3 months, I expect to see results. Should you fail to deliver, you and your team shall be dismissed. Understood, but will it just be the four of us? Chen Yin assured her. Have Wu Sanju accompany you. After all, you are somewhat familiar with each other, and Wu Sanju is a veteran of the company with proven loyalty. Additionally, I will send Li Ziming to assist you. Rest assured, I will ensure the task is accomplished, Chun Yin replied confidently. As Chun Yin left the office, an unsettling thought began to gnaw at him. Lin Shuihua had likely already researched Peter and his companions. Why had she chosen to approach him today, and during work hours no less? After a brief walk, he came to a realization. This was a trap laid by Lin Shuihua, and the ever-cunning Chun Yin had unwittingly stepped into it. He believed that before he even entered the office, Lin Shuihua had devised a plan to set this burden upon them. Yet the current situation found him willingly taking it upon himself. Reflecting on this, he mused how his cleverness had led him into Lin Shuihua's snare. It was a classic case of emotion leading one astray. Chun Yan's suspicions were confirmed. Before he could reach the security department, company documents had already been disseminated. He could only console himself internally, reminding himself that it was his own business. Peter and his companions were unfazed, but Wu Sanju wore an expression of discontent. He had just been promoted, only to be demoted back, transforming from Chun Yan's superior to his subordinate. The thought of this insufferable brat's smug face irked him. Tonight at Pink Memory, it's on me, Chun Yin announced to Peter and his companions. But the first response came from Wu Sanju. All right, I'm free. Chun Yin shot a disdainful glance at Wu Sanju, his expression clearly indicating that he hadn't invited him, so he should stop clinging on. However, Wu Sanju paid no heed. The opportunity to outshine Chun Yin, known for his frugality, was too tempting to pass up. Rest assured, I will be there. Even if my great-grandfather were to summon me, I would not heed him. Pink Memory, here I come. Wu Sanju exclaimed, absurdly invoking his great-grandfather, who had long since passed. By the end of the workday, Chun Yin found himself once again reluctant to host the gathering. Joyfully driving his modest BMW with Wu Sanju in tow, he arrived at the parking garage only to be met with the ostentatious presence of Peter and his companions, each behind the wheel of flashy vehicles that exuded an air of affluence, rendering his humble car somewhat insignificant. At that moment, he felt a surge of impulse to drag the trio to the gym and give them a workout. After all, he had to humble himself to earn the right to drive that car. Glancing at Peter and his companions, dressed impeccably in high fashion, with meticulously styled hair, luxury cars, designer watches, and gold-rimmed glasses, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy. You express skepticism regarding the credibility of a bespectacled figure fixated on a computer. Yet one cannot overlook the prowess of Mao Ho, an exceptional marksman. Who would believe he suffers from myopia? However, when adorned with spectacles, it transforms the narrative, presenting him as a person of culture and refinement. At this moment, seated in the passenger seat, Wu Sanju, indulging in candied hawthorn skewers, appears endearingly authentic to Chun Yin. Upon arriving at the bar, a throng of alluring women encircled Peter and his companions, rendering Chun Yin and Wu Sanju virtually invisible. Wu Sanju, exuding an air of a slacker, contrasted sharply with Chun Yin, who, despite his tailored suit, resembled merely a salesman. Compared to Peter and his affluent entourage, the duo's appeal seemed considerably diminished. The sleeves of Peter's companions were nearly frayed from the attention, while a few heavily made-up wealthy women cast flirtatious glances towards Chun Yin, sending shivers down his spine. Observing these ladies, their figures reminiscent of life preservers, Chun Yin was reminded of the unappetizing butter blocks he had consumed during his time abroad. Among them, Peter attracted the most attention. The moniker Banya was bestowed upon him by Mao Ho, who, upon their first encounter, remarked on the young man's face as one that could be deemed hazardous to the state. To have a man described in such a manner is a testament to his striking appearance. Chun Yin mused that Banya would be better suited as a performer in the red light district, thus dubbing him the Duck King, a title derived from Mao Ho's fondness for soy sauce duck. Banya, a seasoned suitor, navigated through the realm of romance with ease. Upon learning of Chun Yan's marriage, he advised him to indulge in a bit of mischief to cultivate connections beyond the first, second, and third, coaxing Chun Yin to remain steadfast unless he reached a point of shedding tears over his desires. Wu Sanju, however, remained indifferent, happily consuming beer after beer, relishing the fact that it cost him nothing. Among the myriad of individuals Chen Yin encountered, Wu Sanju possessed the most straightforward mindset. As long as money was not a topic of discussion, everything else was negotiable. Suddenly, a statuesque woman perched herself upon Chen Yan's lap. Though he was neither a villain nor a saint, he found it impossible to resist such overt advances. Even if their interaction remained superficial, a fleeting moment of intimacy could be savored. The woman was slender, her figure almost ethereal, her modest bosom unassuming, adorned with crimson lips and sporting a sleek bob. As Chen Yan's hand made contact, he felt an unfamiliar texture, slightly uncomfortable, yet he sensed the woman's body tense momentarily before returning to tranquility. Nevertheless, he could detect a subtle hint of malice in her gaze, evidently directed at him. "Shall we ascend to the third floor?" Chen Yin suggested, grasping the woman's hand while discreetly surveying their surroundings. Just as the woman could no longer suppress her ominous intent, both Lamar and Mao Ho paused mid-toast, their confidence in Chen Yan's capabilities unwavering as they witnessed him leading the woman upstairs, reverting to his debonair persona. Chen Yin grasped the woman's hand, sensing her inadvertent reluctance. However, given that she had not approached him with benevolent intentions, he thought it foolish not to seize the opportunity. Chapter 36. Lin Xuehua's beating upon entering the dimly lit pink private room on the third floor. With its heavy door sealed shut and a faint scent of hormones lingering in the air, the smile on Chen Yan's face faded. He forcefully pushed the woman onto the bed, demanding to know who had sent her. The woman, taken aback by Chen Yan's swift unraveling of her disguise, transformed her flattering smile into a steely expression, ready for whatever fate awaited her. As Chen Yan stripped off her shirt, he noticed a tattoo on her back. After contemplating its significance, he realized that, as a professional assassin, he would not extract any information from her. He delivered a swift blow that rendered her unconscious. As he departed, he couldn't help but compare her to himself, musing that she was quite petite, likely manageable with a shoelace. This marked a change in Lin Xuehua's attitude toward Chen Yan. Had it been in the past, such a female assassin would not have survived. When Chen Yan descended from the third floor, Wu Sanju stopped the timer on his phone at 2 minutes and 13 seconds, excluding the time taken to ascend and descend. It was roughly a minute, with the actual confrontation lasting no more than 5 seconds. Wu Sanju looked at Chen Yan with sympathy, giving his shoulder a meaningful pat without uttering a word, before taking a hearty swig from a beer on the table. The trio, Banya, seemed to comprehend what had transpired, choosing to remain silent. Chen Yan, intoxicated, felt at ease with Banya nearby, allowing him to let down his guard and drink freely. Wu Sanju, possessing an impressive tolerance for alcohol, noticed Chen Yan drowning his sorrows and, as a good friend, felt it inappropriate to address the brevity of the situation with so many around. Instead, he joined Chen Yan in consuming bottle after bottle. It was only when Chen Yan collapsed to the ground that Wu Sanju appeared slightly dazed. Banya laid Chen Yan at Lin Xuehua's door and knocked gently. "Sister-in-law, brother Yin has had too much to drink. Sorry for the trouble." Lin Xuehua wished to say more, but the three turned away without looking back, having scaled the wall to enter, as if the front door were not meant for their kind. Observing the inebriated Chen Yan clinging to her, Lin Xuehua felt a mix of helplessness and compassion. Ultimately, impulse overtook reason. She delivered a punch to his face, prompting Chen Yan to instinctively retaliate in his drunken state. Lin Xuehua was thrown against the opposite wall, collapsing to the floor. Chen Yan, in a moment of recklessness, struck her backside with a heavy hand, leaving Lin Xuehua feeling as if she might split apart. Overcome with pain, tears welled in her eyes as she gazed at Chen Yan with a look of grievance. After a brief respite, Lin Xuehua dragged Chen Yan into the living room like a dead dog and ascended the stairs, wincing in pain while clutching her waist. The next morning, Chen Yan awoke early, prepared breakfast, and awaited Lin Xuehua's descent. Lin Xuehua, carefully navigating her discomfort, descended the stairs, prompting Chen Yan to inquire, "What happened? Did you fall? How could you be so careless?" He hurriedly approached to assist her, only for Lin Xuehua to swat his hand away, glaring at him with a mixture of anger and resentment. Chun Yin, feeling a chill run down his spine, rifled through the memories of their encounters since his return, puzzled as to where he had offended this formidable lady. Lin Shuihua retrieved her phone and displayed the living room surveillance footage, handing it to Chun Yin. Upon viewing it, a wave of guilt washed over him, grateful for Lin Shuihua's benevolence. Otherwise, in the state he had been in the previous night, he might have harmed himself. With an apologetic gaze, he scooped Lin Shuihua into his arms and carried her back to the bedroom. She struggled, but refrained from making any significant movements, as her rear remained tender. Resigned, Lin Shuihua resorted to her most potent weapon, sinking her teeth into Chun Yan's arm. He winced in pain, yet endured. Gently placing her on the bed, Lin Shuihua lay face down on the mattress, silent, burying her head deep in the pillow to conceal the flush on her cheeks. When a pair of large hands pressed against her waist, she shot up in protest, exclaiming, "Don't touch me. Get away. If you wish to avoid spending the rest of your life in a wheelchair, you better behave." In response to her defiance, Chun Yin resorted to intimidation. "Are you unaware of the strain caused by prolonged sitting in an office? Your back and waist must be aching." Gradually, Lin Shuihua regained her composure. "Not really. I only occasionally feel a bit uncomfortable. It's not as severe as you suggest. The prolonged immobility has led to muscle tension in various parts of your body, resulting in an unhealthy state for your neck, shoulders, back, and thighs." Chun Yin grasped Lin Shuihua's delicate neck. Over time, excessive pressure on the intervertebral discs can lead to back pain, leg pain, and possibly affect your mobility in daily life. Lin Shuihua did not resist. Although Chun Yan's words were somewhat alarming, she found comfort in his skilled hands, which warmed her body. As Chun Yan's rough hands roamed over her, she inadvertently let out a soft moan of pleasure, her cheeks flushing crimson as she buried her face deeper into the pillow, too shy to speak. "That's enough," she interjected. "I think it's sufficient. I'm going to be late for work. Take the day off and rest at home," Chun Yin asserted. Lin Shuihua was about to retort, but he swiftly added, "Unless you want me to massage you and reduce the swelling in your backside." With a startled gasp, she sat upright, grimacing in pain while glaring at Chun Yin, fully aware that he was capable of such antics. "No need to glare at me. It won't help," Chun Yin replied, exhibiting an unusual assertiveness. "I'll bring you breakfast. Just stay indoors today." After serving the breakfast, he sat beside Lin Shuihua's bed, observing her. "You focus solely on making money, yet look at the toll it's taking on your health. One must learn to enjoy life." Lin Shuihua remained silent, leaving Chun Yin to chatter on alone. "Shall we go swimming this weekend?" Chun Yin looked at Lin Shuihua with hopeful eyes, his intentions likely known only to himself. "I want to be going," Lin Shuihua finally responded. "If you wish to go, you may do so alone. No one is stopping you." Chun Yin, however, had no intention of going alone. He glanced at Lin Shuihua's modest pajamas and secretly curled his lip, imagining her in a swimsuit, nearly drooling at the thought. "If you ever go to such a place again, don't come back. I find it filthy," Lin Shuihua suddenly exclaimed, leaving Chun Yin bewildered. "What place?" "The Pink Memory." Chun Yin scoffed, realizing that money wasn't easily obtained, and there must be records of text messages. Yet, he had little interest in such venues, an abode for reclusive men, a playground for the wealthy, a place for young girls in love, and a site of disdain for women. Lin Shuihua, by all appearances, belonged to the latter category and naturally held such places in contempt. Chapter 37. Back in service, having had his computer confiscated by Chun Yin, Lin Shuihua felt somewhat awkward staying at home with him and decided to take a stroll. "I advise against going out," Chun Yin remarked from the living room while watching a documentary on animals. "However, if you must go out to showcase my excellence, that is permissible," Lin Shuihua, puzzled, inquired. "What does my going out have to do with you? If you go out like this, the security and neighbors will only praise my prowess." Chun Yin glanced back at Lin Shuihua, who was slowly descending the stairs, supporting her waist. "They'll only think I've ruined you. Would you say that that's impressive? Shameless," Lin Shuihua retorted before turning back to her room, no longer insisting on going out. Chun Yin had been back for several days, but had yet to buy a phone, and Wu Sanju had been unable to contact him. During lunch break, the usually frugal Wu Sanju visited the supermarket and placed a large bag of black goji berries on Chen Yan's desk. He also reached out to an old Chinese medicine practitioner, hoping to arrange a visit for Chen Yan over the weekend. Wu Sanju was genuinely concerned for him. In the villa district, Li Hongjun remarked to Li Jianguo, "Dad, it's been several days since Chen Yan has returned. Should we not reach out to him?" "No need to rush," Li Jianguo replied, sipping his tea with an air of calm. "That lad is clever. He is likely to do something, though he cannot confirm it. Unbeknownst to him, it saved him. Let us invite him over tomorrow. His squad has arrived in Jianghai. We shouldn't waste resources, and besides, it's free labor without needing the state to pay him." Meanwhile, Chen Yan sat in the living room, feeling a headache wash over him as he watched television. He had not anticipated that the aloof, ice-cold CEO would also indulge in Korean dramas, which he could only describe as melodramatic. The doorbell rang, and Chen Yan, puzzled, opened the door to find Shi Yu standing there, holding a brand-new military uniform. "Brother Shi, are you here to see me?" Chen Yan was surprised, as the two seemed to share little in common. "Yes, please come in." Chen Yan invited Shi Yu inside, and upon entering, Shi Yu got straight to the point, handing over the uniform and identification to Chen Yan. "Chen Yan, here are your military uniform and credentials. What did I enlist again?" As Chen Yan gazed at the pristine uniform, memories of his youthful days flooded his mind. "I'm merely a messenger. Don't ask me anything. Even if you did, I want to know. The commander has invited you to dinner at his home tomorrow evening," Shi Yu remarked, revealing his own ignorance. Though he had long suspected that Chen Yan's identity was not ordinary, a notion now substantiated. Shi Yu did not linger long. Once he departed, Chen Yan stared at the credential embossed with a 5-pointed star, feeling perplexed. "Second Lieutenant?" Lin Shuihua was quite pleased, as this marked Chen Yan's splendid transformation from a street rogue to an individual within the system. Unable to comprehend the situation, Chen Yan decided to cease his thoughts. It was likely the handiwork of Li Jianguo. He couldn't help but admire the man's formidable influence, managing to deliver credentials to his home without his involvement. Chen Yan was left with a multitude of unanswered questions, hoping that Li Jianguo would provide clarity during their dinner. This was the first occasion for Chen Yan and Lin Shuihua to enjoy a world of their own, with Lin Shuihua free from work and Chen Yan serving as a caretaker, reshaping his perception of her. The typically aloof Lin Shuihua shed tears while watching a Korean drama. Who could believe such a thing? If he were to share this revelation with Wu Sanju, the latter would undoubtedly react with disbelief. To the employees of Shanghai Group, Lin Shuihua was a decisive figure, exuding an aura of cold authority capable of instilling fear with a mere glance. No one could reconcile that image with the Lin Shuihua who discreetly wiped away her tears in front of Chen Yan, comparing himself to the male lead of a drama. He pondered why Lin Shuihua seemed disinterested in him. Perhaps his submissive demeanor lacked the commanding presence of a domineering CEO. Should he attempt to adopt that persona? After some reflection, he ultimately abandoned the thought, fearing the consequences. With a swift swipe of her tears, Lin Shuihua transformed back into her icy demeanor. Addressing Chen Yan, "Now that you have a formal position, dedicate yourself earnestly and do not disappoint those who have high hopes for you. Rest assured, I will perform admirably and will not let down the party, the people, or you, my wife." Chen Yan replied with military precision, nearly saluting Lin Shuihua. What constitutes a sycophant? One becomes a dog only when they are pandered to. Chen Yan could only be considered a mere pup, a spare tire clad in a stainless steel cover, useful yet seldom relied upon, particularly when a beauty commands the vehicle. "I wish to have hot pot," he declared. At the master's command, Chen Yan busied himself for 2 hours, procuring ingredients, slicing meat, washing and preparing vegetables, and crafting the broth, all solo efforts. Despite online critiques of being a son-in-law, Chen Yan felt that his living conditions were, at the very least, superior to those of many others. "Why have we been assigned to establish the international department?" Chen Yan inquired, savoring the steaming lamb, relishing the moment. "None of us possess such experience. Initially, we merely intended to transfer you 4 from the security department, as your actions were quite detrimental. However, it became apparent that providing you with some responsibilities might motivate you. To be frank, I do not expect you to achieve much. Lin Shuihua's words were not well received by Chen Yin, who could not tolerate being belittled by a woman. He was the epitome of excellence wherever he went, and the thought of being looked down upon was unbearable. If I fail to achieve results in 3 months, I shall become a live-in son-in-law, Chen Yin declared solemnly, taking a sip of beer. Just you wait and see. Live-in son-in-law? Where are you now? Lin Shuihua rolled her eyes at his declaration. This left Chen Yin momentarily speechless, yet he quickly regained his composure. If I become a live-in son-in-law, I shall find joy in it. Besides, I have the unwavering support of Lin Xiaobao behind me. I doubt Zhang Ruohua harbors much opposition, as Lin Shuihua's marriage poses no threat to Lin Xiaobao. In Zhang Ruohua's eyes, I am no different from a useless individual. In a dilapidated villa on the outskirts of Eagle Sauce Country, the female assassin stood trembling before a mysterious man. I have failed. I cannot comprehend why you still exist, she confessed. The man's voice was frigid, sending chills down her spine. I merely sent you to test the waters. Someone of your caliber could hardly pose a threat to him. Without a hint of mercy, he swiftly severed the assassin's head, viewing human life as nothing more than a mere statistic. Chen Yin, I cannot fathom the purpose of your return. I shall not let you escape. Everything must reach a conclusion, and the notion of fleeing was simply unthinkable. On the following day, as Chen Yin made his way to work, he casually turned his head. Yet his keen instincts, honed through experience, alerted him to the fact that he was being followed. The pursuer, clad in athletic attire, maintained a steady distance, employing a rather rudimentary method of tracking. Unfazed, Chen Yin continued on his path to the office. As he neared the company, he opted not to enter directly, but instead ventured into the coffee shop located downstairs. Accompanied by Lin Shuihua from home, they arrived at the CAF at around 8 in the morning, when it was still relatively empty. After ordering a random drink, Chen Yin settled into a window-side seat, only to find that the follower had also entered and taken a seat at the adjacent table, intently reading the Jianghai Urban Daily. Noticing the surveillance camera positioned above the CAF counter, Chen Yin decided to leave. Upon entering the office building, the pursuer, realizing that entry was impossible, retreated to a black van parked in the basement. Retrieve the surveillance footage from the CAF downstairs. I've been followed, Chen Yin instructed Banya. Also, gather information on that black van. After a thorough investigation, Banya uncovered that the individual tailing Chen Yin was merely a low-level thug from the Sihai group, and the van belonged to the same organization. Chen Yin held little concern for the Sihai group, a company with a nefarious reputation. As long as they were not professional assassins, they posed little threat. Moreover, he felt no anxiety regarding Lin Shuihua. The 2 sentinels shadowing her were formidable, and even he would find it challenging to overcome them. Wu Sanju stepped forward and stuffed a large bag of black goji berries into Chen Yin's arms, incessantly urging him to drink more. Chen Yin, not one to be stingy, reciprocated by offering the coffee he had barely sipped to Wu Sanju, who had spent many years abroad and still could not appreciate the bitter brew. I bought it especially for you, to spare Chen Yan's feelings. Wu Sanju discreetly pulled him aside and whispered, I know an old Chinese medicine doctor. I'll take you to see him this weekend. He is miraculous. 300 years of ancestral wisdom for treating kidney deficiency. Chen Yin felt an urge to kick him over and retorted, Why would I go? I am perfectly healthy. We are all men here. There's no need to shy away from medicine. Sooner or later, we will all face the same fate. You're just a bit ahead of the curve, Wu Sanju said with genuine concern. This time, Chen Yin ignored the neurotic fellow, utterly perplexed. First, he brought him goji berries, then invited him to see a doctor. Was this guy trying to test him? To both men, the other appeared as a desiccated tree, long past its prime. If they could hear each other's thoughts, they would likely express gratitude to each other's ancestors for their shared plight. Gather everyone for the meeting, Chen Yin said, regaining his composure. Their office had recently relocated to a small room on the 88th floor of the company. With only 6 individuals present, it didn't feel cramped. Li Ziming felt a bit disheartened. Indeed, Lin had smiled at her that day, and now they found themselves in this desolate place with nothing to do. The company's sales were facing a bottleneck, and it was imperative for the international department to explore new global markets. Now, let me outline the arrangements. Peter, you three will take the lead. Li Zimeng, you will coordinate the relationships within the company, and Wu Sanju will handle the errands. I don't care if you three resort to stealing, robbing, or selling. I expect to see results in 2 months. Understood? By the end of his statement, Peter and his companions felt the weight of Chun Yan's seriousness. They knew that failure would not go unpunished. Isn't that a bit challenging? Only Li Zimeng raised a question. You must have faith in them. Let them fully utilize their strengths. Chun Yan shot a glance at Li Zimeng and then at the board member, saying, Zeng, let me ask you a question. If you were a wealthy 40-year-old woman and encountered a spirited young man like Peter, wouldn't you be tempted to engage in a deeper conversation? Li Zimeng silently cursed his lack of shame, but answered truthfully, I suppose so. There you have it, Peter. You are the one I have the most faith in. Go for it. Chun Yan suddenly raised his voice. Can you three accomplish this? We will ensure the task is completed, they all affirmed. The meeting was brief, and after it concluded, Wu Sanju approached Chun Yan and asked if everyone has their tasks. What will you be doing? Chun Yan shot him a sidelong glance and replied, I am the boss. Have you ever seen a boss doing the work? What does it mean to be a boss? It means enjoying the finer things in life and occasionally rewarding the underlings with some sweeteners. Like promising to find them a sister-in-law next year if they work hard. Understand? Nonsense. Why don't you just admit you're lazy? Wu Sanju has never indulged Chun Yan's faults. Following behind you has truly been a stroke of unfortunate luck. Chun Yan, however, finds himself at a loss, lacking any substantial knowledge of the company's sales operations, and can only pin his hopes on Peter, the gifted scholar, to lead Mao Ho and Luo Tuo in expanding their territory. Upon returning to the office, Peter and his companions were utterly bewildered. Having been there for merely a few days, they were unaware of Shanghai Group's primary business. They had only acquiesced to Chun Yan's intimidating presence out of compulsion, remaining completely in the dark. What are we to do? Mao Ho lamented, his brow furrowed with worry. Isn't this akin to forcing a duck onto a perch? Fear not, for we have Banya, Luo Tuo confidently replied. If all else fails, let him reach out to his previous connections. This should be manageable. Mao Ho's spirits lifted instantly. Indeed, Banya has maintained good relations with several affluent women. Worst case, we could persuade him to leverage his charms to procure some resources. Nothing to worry about. Banya, fully aware of their intentions, quickly interjected, Are you both foolish? Why do you persist in targeting me? Our boss has plenty of female fans, many of whom possess substantial wealth. Why not garner some business in our boss's name? This way, we boost sister-in-law's performance while simultaneously aiding our boss. It's a win-win situation. It's like killing 3 birds with 1 stone. More like hitting 3 targets with 1 arrow. Loto corrective. Excellent idea. Let us proceed with this. When the boss inquires, we can simply attribute the concept to Banya. Nonsense. Bandiati tortith. Only to receive a universally understood gesture from Mao Ho and Luo Ta, a raised middle finger. Chun Yan could never have anticipated that while he was plotting against the trio, they were already scheming against him. He was not particularly concerned about their performance, trusting that the 3 would fulfill their duties adequately. The only uncertainty lay with Li Zimeng. However, he believed this young lady would not cause any trouble. As for Wu Sanju, he would likely prefer the project to collapse so he could return to the security department as a team leader. Chapter 39. Instructor Today. Li Hongjun donned a military uniform adorned with golden wheat ears and a shining 5-pointed star, which had once been Chun Yan's aspiration. Once a novice, he now stood as a seasoned veteran. Yet he felt as though fate had played a cruel trick on him. Kid, those past few days must have been quite uncomfortable. Li Jiangguo remarked with a smile as he regarded Chun Yan. Upon hearing this, Chun Yan promptly grasped the underlying implication. It was Li Jiangguo who had previously rescued him. In return, he could only serve him dutifully. There is no such thing as a free lunch, and thus, the other party would not have gone to such lengths to secure a formal identity for him without reason. However, Chun Yan harbored no resentment. Firstly, the other had saved him, and secondly, he knew that these elder figures would not lead him astray or into unethical actions. He had faith in their sincerity. Chun Yan refrained from uttering words of gratitude, and the other made no demands. They exchanged knowing smiles, and a shared cup of tea spoke volumes without the need for words. He was no longer the naive soldier, solely devoted to the cause. After years of navigating life's challenges, he found himself more akin to a rogue. Provided the requests were not excessively unreasonable, he was still amenable to accommodating them. Xiao Chun, you must assist in training the new recruits of the newly established Longren Brigade at the Zhanghaijun district for the next few days. It is essential for them to understand that there are always greater talents, Li Hongjun remarked. It won't take long, just half a month. Chun Yen, who is currently enjoying a blissful life with his wife, but no children to occupy his time, was reluctant to undertake the task of training new soldiers. Uncle Li, it's not that I refuse, but I truly cannot spare the time. Very well. However, the authorities are scrutinizing the 3 individuals around you quite closely. It places me in a difficult position, Li Hongjun said with a look of regret. I will think of a solution. Understood. Chun Yin realized that Li Hongjun's words hinted at a blatant threat. If he declined this assignment, it was likely that the 3 individuals would not remain safe within the country, given their status as potential threats. After some contemplation, he concluded that nothing was more crucial than the duty to his country. I accept, he conceded reluctantly. I will leave the matter concerning Peter and the others to you. Uncle, leave it to me, Li Hongjun replied with a smile, fully aware of Chun Yan's predicament. Uncle, there is one more matter that requires your insight, Chun Yan observed as Li Jiangguo produced a special pack of cigarettes. He took one and handed it to Li Jiangguo, pocketing the rest. You can probably guess the situation. However, given your current status, you pose little threat to him. While you may be superior in terms of combat, the disparity in your identities is significant. Some matters must be addressed solely by you. And for now, you must endure. Li Hongjun anticipated Chun Yan's concerns and provided the answer, validating Chun Yan's suspicions. Li Jiangguo, with a smile, interjected, since you're going to train the newcomers, you should take your squad along. The previous name was not suitable for the military. Let us call them the Wolfpack instead. I have long considered this. Chun Yin was well aware of the old man's knack for naming. It was he who had given Chun Yin his code name Earth Dog, which had been a source of discomfort for many years. I say, young man, disregarding the name I assigned you and deciding on your own, at least heed my opinion. Li Jiangwu Raturta, Displesa. Old chief, you should take a break. I cannot commend your naming skills, Chun Yin said, finishing a cigarette and casting a pitiful glance at Li Jiangguo. Li Jiangguo retrieved another pack from his drawer, and Chun Yin swiftly pocketed it without lighting another. What is wrong with my naming abilities? Li Jiangguo protested upon hearing Chun Yan's remark. I warned you not to strike me. Speak freely. The old man, despite his age, still had a fiery temper. You are named Li Jiangguo, yet you gave me the name Li Hongjun. If outsiders hear it, they might think you are my father. After all, the Red Army existed before the establishment of the nation, didn't it? Chun Yin remarked, deftly dodging a flying feather duster. Li Hongjun, on the other hand, stifled a laugh, as such moments of taking advantage of his father were rare. Chun Yan's comment was indeed astute. What is so funny? Go fetch some wine. Li Jiangguo smacked Li Hongjun on the head, asserting that it was only natural for a father to discipline his son. Since he hadn't hit Chun Yin, he needed someone to vent his frustration upon. 2 generals and a 2nd lieutenant shared a delightful meal together, the atmosphere buoyant and cheerful. The drink of choice was the old gentleman's beloved ergo too. Chun Yin, unfamiliar with the nuances of alcohol, found it all tasted the same to him, with nothing but a spicy kick to discern. Former chief, a female assassin, attempted to attack me a few days ago. I wonder if you have any knowledge of her identity? Chun Yin raised his glass to toast with the 2 men, downing the liquor in one swift motion. Please provide me with the details later. I shall investigate. However, do not harbor excessive hope. Given that they dared to strike, they likely left no evidence behind. Moreover, you have too many enemies, making it difficult to trace. Chun Yin merely asked out of casual curiosity, harboring little expectation himself. For Li Jiangguo was not the head of the intelligence department. As he prepared to leave, Li Hongjun handed him a pile of documents. A glance at the contents made Chun Yin roll his eyes. There were the passes for him and the others, including Camel, cursing the old fox under his breath. He realized that he had been outmaneuvered before even arriving, with passes neatly arranged for Camel and his companions. Noticing the date, he saw they had been processed yesterday, meaning today's visit was merely a notification of their readiness. Chief, after my half-month absence, I've just returned to the country without any funds. What will I do if I run out of cigarettes and it disrupts my training? That evening, Chun Yin smoked special supply cigarettes, which were far superior to his usual 5 yuan brand. Besides, adhering to his principle that not making a profit equates to a loss, he begrudgingly accepted the recent price hike of 50 cents. For the sake of national defense, he thought, enduring the shame. Li Jiangguo laughed and scolded him lightly, then cheerfully handed him a pack. Get lost and disappear from my sight at once. Chun Yin accepted it, also swiping the half-empty box from the table, and promptly exited in high spirits. Lin Shuihua was indifferent to him, grappling with the uncertainty of her newly established international department. Tomorrow morning, she would lead Camel and the others to the military camp for half a month, with everything converging at once. The thought filled her with anxiety. The more she pondered, the more frustrated she became. As she prepared to head to the camp, she knew she would have to train that group of miscreants one by one. Meanwhile, the soldiers at the Zhonghai military district, selected from various units for their excellence, remained blissfully unaware that they had already become targets of resentment from the newly arrived instructor before their training had even commenced. On a June night, the sea breeze mixed with the heat swept through Zhonghai's streets as Chun Yin ran, perspiration soaking his brow. Clad in leather shoes, dress pants, and a short-sleeved shirt, he attracted bewildered stares from passers-by in the sweltering heat. Chun Yin paid no mind to their gazes. Lacking even a mobile phone, he had to run the distance from Li Jiangguo's high-ranking residential area, which was somewhat distant from the city center. He regretted rejecting Shiyu's offer, knowing he must finish the difficult task he had set for himself. Chapter 40. Back to the military camp in the afternoon, Lin Shuihua accomplished a significant task by hiring a locksmith to install a high-end fingerprint lock on her door. Aware of Chun Yan's plans to go out for drinks that night, she felt it necessary to be cautious, fearing both his drunken antics and potential violence. Dressed in a pink bathrobe, she stood by the window with a cup of coffee, watching the entrance of the community. Only when she spotted Chun Yin's figure did she draw the curtains closed. Upon entering, Chun Yin headed straight upstairs and knocked on Lin Shuihua's door. "Em is asleep." Lin Shuihua dared not open the door for Chun Yin, for who could tell whether he had indulged too much. "I have matters to discuss with you." Lacking a mobile phone, Chun Yin had no choice but to utilize Lin Shuihua's device to reach out to Luo and the others, and he also needed to inform Lin Shuihua about his impending departure for half a month. "Let us talk tomorrow." Lin Shuihua resolutely refused to open the door. "If you won't let me in, I shall enter uninvited," Chun Yin threatened from the threshold. Recalling what the locksmith had told her earlier that afternoon, that the newly installed lock required a professional to operate, Lin Shuihua felt reassured. "If you can manage to enter, you may stay the night," she replied with a confident demeanor. Chun Yin furrowed his brow at the new code lock. Unless he resorted to brute force, he would indeed struggle to gain entry. Listening intently at the door, Lin Shuihua sighed in relief upon hearing Chun Yin descend the stairs, returning to her desk with a light heart. Moments later, Chun Yan's figure appeared at the second-floor window, making not a sound, and had stealthily positioned himself behind Lin Shuihua. Were it not for the scent of alcohol on him, she might not have noticed his presence. She gasped in surprise as she turned to find his face looming large before her. "Remember, Lin, one must honor their word." Chun Yin chuckled, and without hesitation, he gulped down the coffee that sat on the table, declaring, "I'll borrow your phone." Lin Shuihua forced herself to remain calm as she observed him finish her half-consumed coffee, a flicker of discomfort crossing her features. "Be at Yaoyuan before 7 tomorrow. The three of you must come together and don your combat gear." Chun Yin spoke decisively into the phone, irritation evident in his voice as he chastised the trio for their nightly revelries while he had to resort to climbing through windows to enter his wife's domain. "I will be at the military camp for 2 weeks, starting tomorrow," Chun Yin informed Lin Shuihua, who wore a cautious expression. "Take care of yourself while I'm away. You needn't overexert yourself." "Understood," she replied tersely, her face a mask of conflict as she sought to justify her previous bravado. contemplating whether to have a security window installed the following day. I won't disturb you further. Get some rest. Though he was parched, Chun Yin recognized that forcing a situation would yield no sweet fruit, even if he were desperate. Lin Shuihua was only likely to douse him with cold water and kick him aside. The night passed in silence. The following morning, shards of sunlight cascaded upon the summit of Jingxi Mountain, bestowing a touch of color upon the solitary seaside hill. Luotawa and his companions had been waiting at the community entrance for nearly an hour, the clock striking 8. The boss was quite serious last night and instructed us to don our combat attire. Surely, it must be something of great importance. Let us wait a little longer, Luotawa, the most composed among them, suggested as he squatted in the shade, addressing his companions. At 8:30, unable to contain themselves any longer, the three scaled the wall and rang the doorbell of the villa. Chun Yin, still groggy from sleep, opened the door and was reminded of the day's trip to the military camp. He had informed the trio the previous night that they were to arrive at 7 in the morning. Boss, you asked us to come at 7, yet here you are, still asleep at 8:30. Mao Ho lamented, his expression one of deep discontent as the early morning sun beat down on them, while Chun Yin remained oblivious to the time. I thought I said 9 o'clock for you to come. Why did you arrive so early? He replied, his tone light and teasing. Brother Xiao Yin is always right. Boss, huh? Am I mistaken? Chun Yin asked, a genuine smile illuminating his face, but to the trio, his cheerful demeanor felt as chilling as a winter's gale. And no, it's our fault for arriving too early. How about you catch a few more Z's? Mao Ho attempted to ease the tension, all the while cursing Chun Yan's ancestors in his mind. Perhaps I should let you off this time. You stirred me just as I was about to drift into a pleasant dream. Chun Yin mused, perplexed by his unusually deep sleep lately. Previously, he would rise by 6 for exercise, yet now he had succumbed to a lazy routine. Indeed, one cannot grow too comfortable, for indulgence begets desire. In his dreams, Lin Shuihua had been so gentle, so passionately assertive. Boss, why aren't you in your combat uniform? Mao Ho inquired as they drove. You all can wear it, Chun Yin replied, clad in loose-fitting athletic wear. He had joyfully tried on his military uniform the night before, but upon seeing the training personnel list, he opted for casual attire, discovering that among the trainees were 2 majors, several lieutenants, and captains. He felt it would be awkward to don a uniform as a mere instructor, thinking how stingy Li Jianguo was to assign him such a low rank, unworthy of his illustrious appearance. Boss, you're impressive, the others exclaimed upon seeing Chun Yan's officer credentials. Are we transitioning from a ragtag group to a regular army? Remember, I am regular army. You all remain a motley crew, Chun Yin replied playfully. As Mao Ho drove deeper into the mountains, they were enveloped by lush forests, lending an air of mystery to the narrow road, where only their vehicle traversed. Chun Yin had visited this military camp once before, albeit under duress, and now, returning with a different identity, he wondered how the soldiers who had interrogated him would react upon seeing him again. Mao Ho and Camel had previously searched for Chun Yin in the area, so he needed no guidance to find their destination. For them, returning to the military camp was a source of immense joy, while Banyu brimmed with curiosity, as he had never served in the military. Suddenly, Camel's phone rang. It was a text from Lin Shuihua. Please inform Chun Yin that someone is looking for him. Chun Yin promptly called Lin Shuihua back, and she succinctly relayed. A person named Wan Xiaohu has come to the company specifically to find you. Immediately, Chun Yin thought of the little tiger from the Firewolf gang. Though he was unaware of the surname, have him return my call, he instructed. Understood. Upon arriving at Shanghai, Xiaohu was informed that Chun Yin was absent. Lin Shuihua instructed her secretary to relay Chun Yan's message to him. After a brief telephone conversation to confirm the other party's identity, it was deemed an opportune moment to subject Xiao Hu to rigorous training during the military exercises. However, assistance from Li Hongjun would be necessary, for without a pass, entry would be impossible. Naturally, Li Hongjun was not one to refuse such trivial matters. Chapter 41. The Little Lamb. As Chun Yin beheld the distant gates of the military camp, an overwhelming sense of nostalgia enveloped him, stirring emotions both familiar and foreign. The place evoked a plethora of memories, some joyous, some painful, and the ever-present thorn in his heart. The vehicle passed through the entrance, revealing rows of orderly barracks, resembling silent sentinels. The gray-white walls glimmered with a stern sheen under the sun, while red slogans intermingled with camouflage graffiti, proclaiming loyalty and valor as timeless mottos. Gazing at his athletic attire, Chun Yin found himself questioning his own allegiance, uncertain for whom his fervent blood truly flowed. On the training ground, soldiers engaged in rigorous drills, crawling swiftly along the ground. The friction between their camouflage uniforms and the gravel produced a rustling sound, while dust mingled with the sweat on their faces. In the pull-up area, muscular soldiers alternated their exercises, punctuated by the encouraging cheers and shouts from onlookers. In the 400-meter zone, soldiers sprinted with all their might, effortlessly leaping over ditches and scaling high walls. As Chun Yin and his companions observed this vibrant scene, a twinge of inferiority crept into their hearts. They felt unworthy to stand in such hallowed grounds, their aura of lethality and the scent of copper seemingly tarnishing the sanctity of the place. Let us proceed. There is little to do today. We shall settle in first. Chun Yin broke the silence, turning towards the barracks. After presenting his appointment letter to the guard, Chun Yin unexpectedly winked at the soldier, who was none other than the one who had delivered his meal a few days prior. The soldier, surprised to see Chun Yin, maintained his composure, displaying the discipline expected of him. "Greetings, sir. Please follow me," the soldier saluted. "From now on, call me squad leader. Refrain from addressing me as sir." Chun Yin replied, still grappling with the surreal transition from a petty rogue to an officer. The title felt somewhat dissonant, given that he was merely a junior second lieutenant, unworthy of such a designation. "Understood, squad leader. With the commander absent, I'll escort you for now." The group swiftly settled in, carrying minimal belongings. As the beds were already prepared, Chun Yin had not disclosed that their purpose was to train the soldiers, adhering to the principle of traveling light. Hence the scant provisions they brought. "Dirt Dog, the old chief told me you were coming, and I scarcely believed it. I never thought you'd still be alive after all these years." After getting settled, Chun Yin lay on his bed, lost in thought until a hearty laugh shattered his reverie. The one bold enough to call him Dirt Dog was undoubtedly an old acquaintance. A robust major entered the barracks, standing approximately 185 meters tall, his muscular physique resembling an iron statue, with a slightly tanned complexion, striding in with an air of confidence. "Ha! If your little sheep has survived, how could I possibly perish?" Upon recognizing his former teammate, Little Sheep, Chun Yin felt a sense of balance within, especially considering his dissatisfaction with a nickname Earth Dog bestowed upon him by Li Jianguo. Little Sheep, originally named Ji Kai, had served as Chun Yin's deputy captain when he entered the Wolf Fawn unit. In just 6 years, this former second lieutenant had ascended to the rank of major, a testament to his swift promotion. Yet, admiration from others was not warranted. Each advancement had been earned through blood and fire, a testament to their courage in the face of mortal peril. Unlike Chun Yin and his companions, who fought for personal gain and wealth, these commendable individuals were driven solely by their unwavering beliefs. Many had lived in the shadows during their lifetimes, and their sacrifices remained unrecognized on gravestones, emblematic of the secretive units that represented steadfastness and sacrifice. Only through the ultimate sacrifice for their country could true honor be found, unencumbered by the need for a grand burial. It was the continual bravery of such individuals that allowed for the current era of peace and prosperity in China. Allow me to introduce my brothers, Camel, Monkey, and Duck, and this here is Little Sheep. Chun Yin introduced them to one another. The greetings exchanged were cordial, as familiarity was limited and military camaraderie often blossomed through shared experiences of life and death. In peacetime, however, the quickest way to bond was through a friendly skirmish. Such a confrontation, though, was impractical with Chun Yin present. They would have to develop their relationships gradually. Yet, Chun Yin was confident that by tomorrow's training, they would come to share a common bond of camaraderie. What about those brothers from back then? Chun Yin tossed a cigarette to Ji Kai, who hesitated to refuse until he noticed the pure white, unmarked cigarette box, instantly recognizing its value and accepting it. "As for me, I remain here, having been reassigned to this new special operations team established by Jianghai. Jikai replied solemnly. The military is a transient entity with soldiers coming and going. There's no need to dwell on it. I am here now, Chun Yin remarked, distributing cigarettes before tucking the remainder into his pocket, wary of the four wolves present. Seeing Chun Yin's gesture, Jikai smirked and said, I must say, you've done well for yourself, stepping in as the chief instructor, while I, as a squad leader, must follow your training. You've made significant progress over the years. What's the matter? Do you have any objections? Chun Yin retorted playfully. As a soldier, obeying orders is our paramount duty. Since the higher-ups have made their decision, I shall comply without question, Jikai declared passionately. However, as a good friend, a little sparring might be permissible. Chun Yin recognized Jikai's tendency to speak in circles, but he had no desire to engage in a fight. With the air conditioning cooling the room, enjoying a cigarette while being attended by Camel and the others was far more appealing than sweating outdoors. Let us discuss it tomorrow. I'm too exhausted today, having risen early. I'll take a nap now. Just arrange dinner and wake me when it's ready. 10 dishes will suffice. With that, Chun Yin lay back on the bed, surrendering to fatigue. As the few present listened to these words, they couldn't help but sigh at the undeniable shamelessness of their leader. Having waited for an hour and a half outside the gate, he finally rose, only to claim that he had awoken too early. They lamented their own lack of skill, wishing they could confront Chun Yin and deliver a sound thrashing. During dinner that evening, there were not the 10 dishes Chun Yin had requested. This camp was newly established, and the idea of special treatment was simply untenable. In this egalitarian environment, one had to endure hunger if they chose not to eat. The following morning, Chun Yin arose early, returning to the hard-wooden bed, unlike Lin Shuihua's villa. His biological clock reverted to its former rhythm. He sent Ji Kai to gather the soldiers. After all, no one recognized him, especially since he was clad in sportswear. Approaching others to call them together would likely yield no response. I am your instructor. As for my name, you are not yet worthy to know, Chun Yin declared, surveying the formation before him. He discerned the discontent in many eyes, for he was young, had enjoyed several months of privileged living, and his complexion had become quite pale, contrasting sharply with the rugged military image. Only the few, including Luotu, stood obediently in line, too intimidated to speak, silently praying that their leader would spare them. Chapter 42. The resolve in each punch, I must say, all of you present are utterly pathetic. Chun Yin ignited the crowd's ire. Do not dare to be defiant. If you wish to contest, you must possess the capability to do so. Sadly, you do not measure up. Little sheep, Luotu, monkey, bored duck. Step forward. The four stood beside Chun Yin, who began his introduction. From this day forth, these four shall be your instructors. The formation, including Little Tiger, comprised a total of 41 individuals. Except for Little Tiger, all were elite soldiers carefully selected after rigorous evaluations from their respective units, naturally harboring resentment towards Chun Yin. However, Chun Yin remained indifferent. Their dissent merely indicated their ability to think, a sign that their physical strength had not yet been entirely depleted. He would push them to exhaustion before addressing their grievances. What is your name? Chun Yin approached the lead soldier in the formation. Reporting in, my name is Su Yuan. The soldier shouted loudly. Very well, from this moment forth. Your code, name shall be King Tortoise. Chun Yin did not grant him the opportunity to retort and immediately turned to the next individual. And you? Reporting in, I'm Wantu. Wantu? That sounds a bit too foreign. You should be called Mantu instead. After a round of inquiries, each soldier received their own code name, with Chun Yin's mischievous naming reflecting a certain legacy from Li Jianguo. The corners of Luotu's mouth nearly curled into a smile as they struggled to contain their amusement. Stand at attention for 2 hours, Chun Yin instructed nonchalantly, strolling leisurely ahead. His seemingly carefree demeanor incited irritation among the soldiers. Luotu, fetch me a sunshade, bring a chair, and grab some beer and peanuts. Chun Yin's actions profoundly reshaped everyone's perception. Typically, instructors were perceived as stern and upright. Yet here was one who resembled a mere street punk. Play however you wish, Chun Yin remarked to Luotu, but ensure you push them hard. The camel gazed longingly at the beer and snacks beside Chen Yin, swallowing hard as he shifted his attention to the group undergoing training. Hatred sought an outlet, and, unfortunately, the new recruits were the lambs ready for slaughter. Present were seasoned veterans. 2 hours of standing at attention posed little challenge for them. As beads of sweat the size of mung beans rolled down their foreheads, their commendable military discipline ensured that even in discomfort, they remained steadfast. The camel dragged over a hose, cooling each individual in turn, while a few reveled in spraying water, relishing the opportunity to train others after having endured their own trials. Under the shade, Chen Yin observed the scene with a sense of calm. He understood that the brewing tension among the recruits would inevitably erupt. They harbored significant grievances against him. When a moment came, he could easily identify a few scapegoats to discipline, thereby showcasing his prowess, for soldiers revered strength, and he considered himself a master among masters. All right, your legs must be stiff by now. To assist you, we shall embark on a 10-kilometer cross-country run, Chen Yin announced as he rose from his chair. Ignoring the hostile glares from the new recruits, he retreated to the barracks, primarily seeking refuge from the sweltering heat beneath the sun and preferring the comfort of the air conditioning. Upon his arrival, he discovered that no specific training tasks had been assigned, allowing him the liberty to devise his own plans. He decided to first hand over the reins to the camel for preliminary training. In the barracks, Chen Yin perused the detailed profiles of the recruits, noting that some were former elite soldiers, while others possessed considerable skills, promising candidates not to be underestimated. He intended to assemble teams that would enable them to fully leverage their strengths. Initially, he anticipated that the new recruits would harbor deep animosity towards the camel and his companions and considered strategies to mitigate potential conflicts. However, during mealtime, as he observed the recruits' glances directed at him, he realized that he had borne the brunt of their burdens. Although the camel and his team had trained them rigorously, they had remained present throughout, refusing to exempt themselves from training simply due to their rank. Consequently, the recruits had witnessed their capabilities and found it challenging to voice complaints, instead expressing sympathy for the instructors. They perceived Chen Yin as a mere playboy, inept in all matters, merely a beneficiary of familial connections, unworthy of the position of chief instructor. Unbeknownst to Chen Yin, that evening, several letters of complaint were dispatched, vehemently requesting his removal and denouncing his conduct as unfit for a commanding role. Such matters eluded his awareness, and even if he were informed, he would remain indifferent. Li Jianguo had initially appointed Chen Yin as an instructor without ulterior motives. He understood the prowess of this small team and merely wished for the arrogant new recruits to recognize that there were indeed individuals superior to them. On the following morning at the training ground, the recruits regarded Chen Yin with open hostility. Eventually, one could no longer contain himself and declared, "Instructor, I wish to challenge you." Chen Yin regarded the speaker, a soldier named Su Yuan, with keen interest. Initially, upon hearing the name, he contemplated a nickname for him, but decided against it, ultimately settling on Turtle. "You wish to challenge me? How shall you proceed? The choice is yours," Chen Yin replied nonchalantly. At this moment, the onlookers silently prayed for the tortoise, questioning why he chose to challenge the leader, an act seemingly inviting hardship. The combat began. Chen Yin, well informed from prior research, recognized that this young man was the champion of the Zhonghai Military Region's martial arts competition and possessed considerable martial skills. The two squared off, with Chen Yin effortlessly evading the tortoise's attacks. After 3 exchanges, he seized an opportunity to deliver a swift kick to the tortoise's chest, sending him crashing into the sandpit behind. "Do you understand why you lost?" Chen Yin inquired, crouching at the edge of the pit. "It's due to inferior skill," the tortoise replied candidly, showing no signs of distress over his defeat, fully aware of the significant gap between their abilities. "Inferior skill is one aspect, yet I must acknowledge that your fighting experience is quite extensive." Chen Yin extended a hand to help him up. "However, the most crucial point is that you approached this match as a mere sparring session. There was no intent to harm in your strikes. I comprehend this, as your previous training bouts were merely friendly contests among comrades, essentially stopping short of true conflict. Nevertheless, I believe that martial arts are inherently lethal techniques. The skills you cultivate, at their core, are meant for combat, yet you lack this awareness. I do not seek pampered soldiers. I desire a legion of reapers. Chen Yan's words profoundly reshaped their understanding. The notion of killing, for soldiers in peacetime, it seemed unfathomable. Yet, those who had experienced the trials of blood and fire, like Chen Yan, resonated deeply with this ideology. Killing is not an endorsement for indiscriminate slaughter, but you must recognize that in a vast nation like ours, countless adversaries arise daily, and your ability to train here in peace is due to those standing guard before you. You may doubt my words, but when training concludes this afternoon, visit Captain Little Sheep's quarters and observe the scars upon him. You will comprehend. Before you stand four individuals: Little Sheep, a man of great merit; Camel, a master of combat; Monkey, an expert in firearms; and Duck, a top-tier hacker. They will guide your subsequent training, and whether you earn the right to be the protectors of the common people is not determined by mere slogans. Camel, you shall lead these individuals in training. If, after half a month, they have not transformed, I will hold you accountable. Casualties during training are permissible. If not a single one is injured, that reflects your negligence. Understood. Just watch, boss. Camel responded, displaying a relaxed demeanor, despite not being an active duty soldier. Within the formation, the crowd absorbed Chen Yan's words with varied expressions. None exhibited fear, and some even appeared eager for the challenge. Chapter 43. Homecoming Dad, I had a conversation with the higher-ups today regarding Chen Yan. Li Hongjun said to Li Jianguo, his expression one of grievance, indicating he likely faced reprimand. Don't worry, that kid will handle it well. If they seek you out again, just direct them to me, Li Jianguo replied, dismissively patting the sofa, clearly unconcerned. Li Hongjun could only acquiesce, fully aware that it was impossible for the higher-ups to contact his father, who was unaware that the most volatile temper in the Jianghajian district belonged to him. If they were to engage his father in conversation, it was likely that he would unleash a torrent of curses upon them. Instructor, I must apologize. I wrote a letter of complaint regarding you last night, the tortoise said, somewhat sheepishly. The straightforwardness of a soldier can be quite endearing at times. Chen Yan wiped his mouth and elegantly lit a cigarette, saying, Then why are you still dawdling? Go ask those fellows over there. Who doesn't know that I am the least petty of them all? Chen Yan gestured towards the group beside the camel. Finish your meal and go run 5 kilometers to digest. Yes, the tortoise replied cheerfully. The fear of the instructor's indifference was far worse than the fear of punishment. This was an unspoken rule. I leave this to you all. Chen Yan addressed the camel. Boss, have a little humanity, would you? You drag us over here, and now you want to slip away? The monkey thought of the colorful world outside, feeling trapped in the army camp, enduring daily hardships, while the instigator, Chen Yan, planned to escape, leaving them to suffer. He nearly jumped from his chair. I am now happily settled with my wife and children. Why would I linger here with you all? What is the matter? Monkey, step out for a moment. I need to have a private talk with you about your mindset. As Chen Yan spoke, he put his arm around Monkey's shoulders, prompting Monkey to genuinely leap from his chair. He knew well that such a mindset conversation would merely lead to a beating. He quickly changed his tune. Boss, you carry on with your business. We brothers will ensure they comply thoroughly. I, Monkey, wholeheartedly support your decision. Your towering image in my mind is indelible. Well, since you all are so enlightened, I can rest easy. Chen Yan left the camp after only 2 days. It would not be accurate to label him irresponsible. He held a certain level of respect for Monkey and the others. While they may not excel in direct combat, if they were to be cast into the deep mountains, it would undoubtedly be Monkey and his group who would emerge alive. What infuriated Chen Yan was that a special supply of cigarettes he had received from Li Jianguo was discovered to have been swapped out upon his return. Externally, there was no indication that they had been tampered with, and he could only guess that it was the work of Monkey and his companions. Upon returning to Yuyuan, he found the familiar furnishings in his room and reclined comfortably on the sofa, contemplating that if life were to continue in such a manner, it wouldn't be so bad. The only vexation was Lin Shuihua, the young lady who consistently ignored him. His little brother Yin was exceptional wherever he went, yet in Lin Shuihua's eyes, he felt like nothing more than a trash bag, one made of inferior plastic, even discarded with disdain. Though troubled, cleanliness could not be neglected. He wielded the mop vigorously, making the floor shine like a mirror. The lawn outside also received some attention, while Lin Shueihua was meticulous about the cleanliness of the house. She paid little heed to the lawn. After a bout of labor, he felt more exhausted than if he had run 10 kilometers. When Lin Shueihua returned home, the table was already laden with an array of fragrant dishes. A flicker of joy flashed in her eyes upon seeing Chen Yin, albeit fleeting. Wasn't it supposed to be half a month? How come you're back so soon? Lin Shueihua gazed at the dishes on the table and reflected on her meals over the past few days, secretly acknowledging that this fellow possessed some utility. Having concluded her tasks early, she returned home while Peter and the others remained behind, as there was little for her to attend to. Chen Yin felt a twinge of grievance. After toiling all afternoon, he had not even garnered a word of praise. The icy Lin Shueihua would surely have to face the consequences another day. Nevertheless, Chen Yin maintained a positive outlook, at the very least. Lin Shueihua was no longer dismissing him, marking the first step toward victory on their arduous journey. Now you're considered a person of substance. Will you still go to the company? Upon hearing Lin Shueihua inquire about his attendance at the office, Chen Yin felt a surge of joy. It seemed this young lady truly cared for him, affirming his significance to the company. Of course. How could I not go? Chen Yin interjected, preventing Lin Shueihua from clearing the table. The chivalrous Chen Yin would not allow her to encroach upon his designated responsibilities. He would report to work on the morrow. Do not forget our 3-month agreement, Lin Shueihua reminded him. No problem, Chen Yin replied, though his confidence was somewhat lacking, as he stepped outside to dispose of the trash. The two individuals who had silently followed Lin Shueihua approached Chen Yin. Hello. Greetings. Chen Yin was already aware of their presence and greeted them warmly. May I ask how you were both referred to? Wei Ming, Qi Jiqing, they replied. Hello. Do you require my assistance? Chen Yin had encountered these two frequently before, but had never exchanged pleasantries. He was curious as to why they sought him out. Yesterday, someone attempted to harm the young lady, but we thwarted their efforts. I wish to request your assistance in uncovering the identity of this individual, Wei Ming stated, his demeanor radiating a sense of menace. Understood. I shall take care of the rest. I appreciate your help, and I shall treat you both to a celebration in the near future, Chen Yin responded, shaking their hands once more. Wei Ming and Qi Jiqing appeared momentarily flustered, as Chen Yan's rapid shift in conversation had caught them off guard, diverting from their serious discussion to talk of festivities. No need for thanks, it is our duty, they replied before vanishing into the shadows. Chen Yin found himself perplexed regarding who might wish harm upon Lin Shueihua. Xiao Song had undoubtedly conducted an investigation into her, and should he intend to act, he would likely approach Chen Yin rather than provoke Lin Shueihua directly. Given Lin Shueihua's lineage, it was unlikely that just anyone would dare to act recklessly. Even if someone harbored ill intentions toward Lin Shueihua, it would be impossible to do so without detection, as two bodyguards persistently shadowed her, ensuring that any threats would be neutralized in advance. The fact that the adversary had failed raised doubts in Chen Yan's mind about their capabilities. Furthermore, he could not directly inquire with Lin Shueihua about the matter, as she likely remained unaware of the looming danger, and he preferred to shield her from such unsettling knowledge. Upon returning to work the next day, Chen Yin promptly made his way to the finance department. He sought to ascertain whether the company had recently fallen into disfavor with any other entities, and the most expedient method was to examine any substantial financial transactions. Upon seeing Chen Yin approach, Bai Rushua exhibited palpable excitement. She was convinced that this enigmatic man had etched himself into her heart, inescapable. Well, if it isn't little Yin, what brings you here today? Bai Rushua teased, licking her lips and tossing her hair from her face behind her shoulders. Chen Yan's gaze was somewhat fixated. The phrase captivating charm undoubtedly suited the woman before him. Any ordinary man gazing upon her would instinctively feel an urge to cater to her whims. Chapter 44. The newcomer let us discuss the matter at hand. Has there been any significant financial movement within the company recently, or have there been any business conflict with other firms? Shen Yan lit a cigarette, exhaling a series of elegant smoke rings. In the realm of business, Where competition inevitably exists, it is not unusual for rival companies to emerge. However, there have been no noteworthy developments recently. Bai Ruxue replied earnestly. Is someone plotting against the company, or have you uncovered something? Bai Ruxue. As the chief financial officer of Shanghai and the second in command after Lin Shuihua, possessed a sharp intellect. Chen Yin's inquiry immediately triggered her suspicions. Nothing of the sort. I was merely asking casually, Chen Yin responded dismissively. Bai Ruxue, a figure of considerable influence at Shanghai, was certainly no mere decorative presence. Lin Shuihua would never elevate a mere ornament to such a prestigious position, nor would she be easily deceived. Little brother, you are being naughty. You're hiding something from your sister. Bai Ruxue gazed at Chen Yin with a hint of reproach, her large eyes reflecting a pitiful expression. Never mind. I shall take my leave. Chen Yin dared not linger, uncertain of whether he might inadvertently cross any legal boundaries. Could you assist your sister with something this Sunday? Bai Ruxue's gaze remained fixed on Chen Yin. I require your assistance. Certainly. Chen Yin did not inquire further about the nature of the task. Faced with such a stunning beauty requesting help, it would be difficult for anyone to refuse. Upon reaching the international department, he found the door firmly shut. Furrowing his brow, he wondered if the department had been disbanded during his absence. In the office area, he approached a young woman and inquired, "Hello, why is the international department closed?" The young woman, blushing at the sight of such a handsome man, glanced at him shyly and replied, "The international department has moved to the 87th floor. Thank you. I shall treat you to drinks another day." Chen Yin jested. However, the young woman did not respond, quickly diverting her attention to the documents on her desk. Leaving Chen Yin somewhat perplexed by her sudden withdrawal. Turning around, he spotted Lin Shuihua standing behind him, observing the two with an imperious demeanor. No idle chatter. If they're essaying next time, you'll find yourself packing your things and leaving, she admonished. As people traversed the bustling corridor, Chen Yin remained unaware of Lin Shuihua's presence until her words resonated in his mind. After all, she did not merely threaten him with expulsion from the company, but rather insinuated that he would be forced to leave in disgrace, which held a deeper significance. "Good day, General Manager Lin." Chen Yin quickly greeted her, muttering as he departed, "I'm out of vinegar at home, so now I won't need to buy any." He dare not glance back, feeling the weight of her piercing gaze upon him, as if it were a searing flame igniting his very soul. Just as he descended the stairs, he encountered Wu Sanju, who was smoking at the stairwell, clearly preoccupied and wearing a conflicted expression. "What troubles you, frowning like that?" Chen Yin teased, lighting a cigarette of his own. Wu Sanju's face brightened at the sight of Chen Yin. "You finally returned. The international department has undergone a transformation. The four of us are absent, leaving only you and Zeman. What happened? Did she bully you?" Chen Yin said, bewildered. "You, my dear Yin Go, are steadfast as the heavens, never to change. Gulme, allow me to take you inside." Noticing Chen Yin's indifference, Wu Sanju tugged at his arm and led him in. Chen Yin, reluctant to part with the freshly lit cigarette, had no choice but to extinguish it in response to Wu Sanju's urgency. Upon entering the new office, it was evidently brighter than the previous storeroom, filled with unfamiliar faces. At the far end, a middle-aged woman sat at the main desk. A flicker of panic crossed her face upon seeing Chen Yin, but it was quickly concealed. Observing the clutter of documents piled high on the desk shared with Luomu and others, Chen Yin felt a twinge of displeasure. After all, he was the head of the international department. It was unacceptable to be relegated to such a corner, devoid of even a computer. "What is the meaning of this?" Chen Yin inquired. "Allow me to introduce our new colleagues. Kong Ruoyan, Wang Hui, Qin Xiangyu, and Hu Xiaoyun," Wu Sanju began, his tone noticeably weightier as he introduced Hu Xiaoyun at the main seat. It seemed there was a story behind this. The introduced individuals nodded in acknowledgement, their expressions lacking any semblance of respect. "Xiao Wu, please fetch me a sample of the latest product from the product department," Hu Xiaoyun commanded, leading one to believe she was the head of the international department. "Understood." Chen Yin followed closely behind Wu Sanju to the stairwell, questioning, "What is going on? Who arranged this?" "That Hu Xiaoyun was assigned here by Vice President Hu Guangyue. I hear she is the Vice President's niece," Wu Sanju replied, his face reflecting discontent. She assumes authority here, issuing commands left and right, relying on her connections. I was merely a bystander, so I didn't engage with her too much. But Li Ziming has been discreetly shedding tears from mistreatment. Go to the finance department and request an international department report from Bairu Xue. Just say it's for me. It seems I've been sidelined, utterly disregarded. This I cannot tolerate. Apart from enduring it in front of Lin Shuihua, who dares to treat my Xiao Yingu with such disdain, to the small conference room for a meeting. Chun Yin shouted upon returning to the office. The others dared not disobey, as he was officially still the head of the international department. Despite their internal contempt, they could not confront him openly, opting instead to sabotage him in secret. Chun Yin remained puzzled as to Vice President whose intentions behind relocating her niece here, especially since this department was considered a trivial position within Shanghai, with negligible business prospects. While Shanghai's operations spanned a wide array, its primary focus was cosmetics, which were not of high-end quality. The current cosmetics market had been largely monopolized by established Western brands, leaving emerging companies like Shanghai to navigate a narrow path for survival. Were the cosmetics market sufficiently expansive, Shanghai would not need to diversify into numerous new ventures. Moreover, it remains a formidable challenge for Chinese cosmetics to penetrate overseas markets. First, I extend a warm welcome to all new colleagues. Chun Yin, seated at the main position, surveyed the room. The purpose of the international department, as the name suggests, is to facilitate the entry of our products into international markets. I wonder if anyone has any insightful suggestions. Recently, Chun Yin has perused several workplace novels and realized that as the primary responsible party, if he lacks a decisive plan, he should refrain from excessive dialogue, allowing his subordinates to report and ultimately providing a summary himself. Should failure arise, the blame would fall upon his subordinates, while any success would undoubtedly reflect well on him. Regrettably, none of them seemed inclined to speak. He instructed them to return with a detailed report to submit at work. Furthermore, he required the adjacent vacant office to be tidied up for his use, delegating this task to Hu Xiuyun, with a deadline for completion before the next workday. He expressed his disdain for procrastination among employees. The meeting adjourned. Since Hu Xiuyun aspired to take the lead, he entrusted her with this responsibility, while Chun Yin, as the department head, deemed it reasonable to establish a new office for himself. Should Hu Xiuyun fail to grasp the situation by the following day, it would present him with an opportunity to hold her accountable. In Chapter 45, Favoritism, Wu Sanju presented the financial statements of the international department to Chun Yin, who quickly discerned the underlying complexities. A seemingly straightforward celebrity endorsement involves numerous intricacies regarding who to approach and the funds required. The extent to which a cunning individual can manipulate the situation to divert company funds into their own pockets is contingent upon their audacity. Chun Yin vehemently opposed allowing such matters to occur under his watch, for this was a matter of safeguarding company assets. He could not permit others to misappropriate them. Although he recognized that such occurrences could not be entirely eradicated, he believed that moderation was essential. He did not object to greed, provided it was accompanied by commensurate contributions. There exists no world where one can reap rewards without effort. Initially, the senior management at Shanghai showed indifference towards Lin Shuihua's establishment of the international department. But with the vice president beginning to assign personnel within, the collective apprehension among the staff began to surface. In recent days, Lin Shuihua received numerous transfer requests, though she had no immediate intention to address them. The vice president had previously appointed individuals to the international department without directly consulting Lin Shuihua, acknowledging that it was impractical for her to oversee every detail. Nevertheless, Lin Shuihua remained attentive to the international department, and although Chun Yin's assignment there was merely a preliminary trial, she had long harbored ambitions for its development. After learning of the vice president's personnel assignments, Lin Shuihua took it upon herself to retain the authority over personnel movements within the international department. She would not permit the company's upper echelon to transform the department into their personal fiefdom. In the following days, she diligently sought suitable candidates to establish the department. Li Ziming's absence from the international department stemmed from discussions with Lin Shueihua regarding the suitability of various individuals for the roles. After considerable reflection, she ultimately decided to set aside her initial thoughts. Lin Shueihua did not believe that Chen Yin possessed the capability to excel as the head of the international department. Yet recognizing that he had recently assumed the position and lacking an appropriate justification for his removal, she opted to allow him a trial period. Should he falter, Li Ziming would be ready to step in at any moment. Lin Shueihua held a considerable appreciation for Li Ziming's capabilities. After all, Li Ziming had been by her side since graduating from university. Over the years, Lin Shueihua recognized her integrity and competence, though the only shortcoming was the young woman's somewhat limited experience, which sometimes rendered her actions lacking in assertiveness. After the meeting, Chen Yin visited by Ru Xue and retracted all the financial applications previously submitted by the international department. He informed by Ru Xue that no approvals would be granted without his signature henceforth. Naturally, this outcome was satisfactory, as the saying goes. Having connections in the court makes matters easier. By Ru Xue, being familiar with Chen Yin, would not refuse him, and this aligned with company regulations. The previous applications had reached her desk due to Vice President Hu Guanyue's prior intervention. As the chief executive officer of the company's finance department, Bai Rushue's position was slightly superior to Hu Guanyue's, and she was not easily intimidated. However, there were times when maintaining decorum was necessary. Observing the retracted applications, Chen Yin couldn't help but be astonished. In the cosmetics industry, effective advertising was indispensable. Yet if one intended to expand overseas, engaging a minor celebrity from Huaxia for endorsements and then taking the advertisements abroad was hardly a sound strategy. As for the distributors, Chen Yin noted that they were all on the level of small convenience stores abroad, merely attempting to take advantage of the Huaxia populace, pushing stock and settling accounts afterward. All the signatures on the documents belonged to Hu Xiaoyun, and Chen Yin realized that her intentions were not to sell more products but to line her own pockets. With piles of documents on his desk, and given the many female colleagues in the office, it was inappropriate for Chen Yin to linger there while smoking. Upon returning home, he dedicated the afternoon to crafting a detailed marketing report, reading it over twice, and beginning to marvel at his own talent. Before Lin Shueihua could even remove her shoes, he pulled her onto the sofa and presented the report to her, sitting with eager anticipation, his face displaying a silent plea for praise. However, Lin Shueihua's critique was rather succinct. Even a middle school graduate could do better. This remark deeply wounded Chen Yan's pride. Realizing her words might have been a bit harsh, Lin Shueihua acknowledged that, despite his lack of formal education, his writing showed promise and ample room for improvement. The notion of improvement is vast. Scoring a perfect 100 leaves no room for growth, while a score of 20 certainly allows for significant advancement. Aiming for a score in the 30s next time would represent a substantial leap forward. In Lin Shueihua's eyes, there was hardly a difference between a score of 20 and 70. Her previous statement was merely an attempt to comfort Chen Yan. Recognizing the effort he had put into his handwritten work, "Rest assured, I will write better next time. Yes, I'm hungry. Just a moment, I'll start cooking." Chen Yan, having exhausted himself writing all afternoon, had yet to prepare a meal. "I hope you prioritize important matters first and set aside trivial issues for later," Lin Shueihua remarked, casting a glance at Chen Yan. In Lin Shueihua's eyes, Chen Yan's most commendable achievement at present is his culinary prowess. As for project proposals, they appear to be rather alien to him. Chen Yan feels a tinge of frustration. His hands, adept with firearms, knives, and spoons, seem to struggle with the pen. He does not consider himself a fool. After all, when he first arrived in America, he mastered English and Portuguese within 3 months, allowing him to communicate effortlessly. Hence, he is unwilling to believe that drafting a mere project proposal would pose a challenge. Determined, he resolves to tackle the task. Yet the outcome is a subtle burnt taste in the evening meal, which Lin Shueihua does not seem to mind. Hu Guanyue's maneuver to place someone in the international department is undoubtedly ill-intentioned. Chen Yin mumbled through a mouthful of rice. The workplace is a realm of skills. If you cannot even manage this, perhaps you should report to Shanghai Restaurant, where your cooking skills will be appreciated. Shanghai, established by Lin Shueihua, is her domain. She is acutely aware of the internal dynamics within the company and the intricacies of workplace politics. From a day she learned of Hu Guanyue's actions, she recognized the nepotism at play. Isn't your appointment as the head of the international department also a form of favoritism? Some matters are best kept to oneself. Others cannot assist you, Lin Shuihua remarked coolly. Chen Yin felt a surge of joy upon hearing her words, finding solace in her acknowledgement of favoritism. After all, they are a couple. How could it be mere nepotism? It is a testament to their closeness. Lin Shuihua, unwilling to engage further with this loquacious individual, rose and ascended the stairs, neglecting to watch the evening financial news, eager to avoid association with him. She knew that if she entertained his banter, he would keep her talking until dawn. Chapter 46. The infatuated one having had a restless night, Chen Yin was overwhelmed with excitement. Lin Shuihua had gifted him a mobile phone. His number, newly acquired upon his return to the country, was known only to a select few, including Lin Shuihua, resulting in scant communication. The phone rang. Hello. Chen Yin answered lazily. It was Saturday, and while workaholics like Lin Shuihua still went to the office, he had been roused from sleep by the incessant ringing. Hello, sir. We are from Kong Nian Money Lending Limited. Do you have any recent financial needs? The voice on the other end was alluring and sweet. With a sharp click, Chen Yin hung up, cursing the intrusive lending company for disturbing his slumber. The rapid leakage of personal information was alarming. He had barely registered the number, yet such entities seemed to infiltrate everywhere. Awakened by the call, he lost all desire to return to slumber. After freshening up, he drove to the military camp. Observing the darkened faces around him, he noted an unmistakable intensity in their gazes, suggesting that the training of Luo Tuo and his team was indeed effective. Upon seeing Chen Yin again, the others no longer regarded him with disdain. After all, if Luo Tuo and his companions had become formidable, their leader must surely possess remarkable prowess. These individuals were divided into 4 small teams by Ji Kai, while the camels were excluded from this team arrangement as they were merely transient participants. Henceforth, their direct leader would be Ji Kai. China boasts internationally advanced training methodologies. The reason for inviting Chen Yin and his companions to serve as instructors was primarily their overseas experience. Certain skills can only be honed through arduous trials, and Chen Yin and his team possessed an abundance of such insights. They understood that survival supersedes all else. As for ideological and technical education, Chen Yin and his team could impart little of substance. What they offered were mere rudiments, lacking significance in the context of 2 armies clashing. However, the specialized operations of small units held immense importance. Boss, fancy a bit of fun? Camel chuckled, suggesting they go to the mountains to challenge the new recruits. Chen Yin, feeling a surge of excitement, readily agreed. Thus began a clandestine confrontation in the dense forest, with a ratio of 5 to 40. Naturally, Little Tiger was unable to participate. His attendance at the training camp had already been a special exception, and for the past few days he had focused solely on physical conditioning and combat training, with firearms training strictly off-limits, per Li Jiangwo's initial stipulations. Chen Yan's team assumed the roles of bandits, concealed within the mountainous terrain, while the 4 squads played the pursuers, putting their teamwork and acute observational skills to the test. An hour after Chen Yan's team entered the mountains, the 4 squads commenced their search. As anticipated, the first to be captured was Boar Duck, who, having always served as the logistical commander within Chen Yan's team, lacked frontline combat experience. The remaining 4, however, were at a loss. The scent of the tracking dogs seemed ineffective, and the 40 personnel were dispersed, searching through the wilderness like finding a needle in a haystack. Frog, respond. I'm Frog, came the reply, but no voice followed in the earpiece. Oh no, Frog may have fallen. The squads began to grasp the gravity of the situation. By the time they regrouped, only 19 out of the original 40 remained, and they had yet to fire a shot. Silently, 21 of their comrades had been eliminated without even catching a glimpse of the adversary. Chen Yin had refrained from engaging, perched atop a towering tree, seamlessly blending with the canopy. At that moment, he lost interest in intervening, wishing only to observe the adaptability of these newcomers. Victory was unattainable. The camels were not a foe they could hope to defeat at this stage. An hour later, as the sound of the training's conclusion echoed in their earpieces, the four squads emerged from the mountains, heads hung low. This was not to say they were lacking in capability. They had previously followed a regimented training regimen, excelling in physical and firearms training. Yet, in the stark reality of battlefield survival, even a single flaw could be magnified by the opponent, and the slightest misstep could prove fatal. I shall not dwell on this. Return and reflect thoroughly on where you erred. Chun Yin had no time for consolation. If they could not even conquer the psychological hurdle, they might as well return home to embrace their children. Focusing on the gentle lamb, a few of you assist him in crafting a comprehensive training outline. We have only a brief half-month here. During this time, let us first hone our skills in mountain survival. The subsequent training in desert and lake environments can be entrusted to the gentle lamb for guidance. Chun Yin addressed the camel. Although these individuals faced defeat, Chun Yin felt a sense of satisfaction. From their initial aimless searching, akin to headless flies, to their developing teamwork and collaboration, a nascent form had begun to take shape. With continued refinement, they would undoubtedly evolve into an elite squad. Glimpsing at the time, Chun Yin did not linger excessively. Further delay would jeopardize dinner. In the grand scheme of life, nothing surpasses the importance of a meal for one's beloved. No matter how much the Tibetan mastiffs and horse dogs bark, Brother Xiao Yin must still fulfill his role as a devoted partner. In reality, Lin Shuihua embodies the ideal beauty that every man dreams of possessing. Strikingly attractive, capable, and affluent, she is a goddess in the hearts of many. However, from the perspective of daily life, her strength, aloofness, and pride present another facet. Most men prefer a gentle and demure partner. Few desire to showcase their masculinity when cohabiting with Lin Shuihua. The best outcome in such a relationship would merely be mutual respect, and expecting Lin Shuihua to be compliant would be utterly unrealistic. Chun Yin's childhood was devoid of warmth, even after Chen Shaozi rescued him. It was merely a struggle for survival. How could one who could not care for himself tend to a child? It was only when he began school, aided by Wu Lauer, that he finally acquired a household registration. As he matured, he yearned for a warm family. During his years abroad, despite having wealth and time, he turned down numerous advances from women. First, due to a distaste for foreign types. Second, because few possessed purity. And third, his transient lifestyle offered no stability for a relationship. Upon returning home and marrying Lin Shuihua in a haze of confusion, he initially believed he had found his exclusive love. Now, he realizes he is merely a convenient shield, not even worthy of being a backup. However, through their recent interactions, Lin Shuihua, despite lacking deep feelings for him, no longer harbors disdain. She has become less resistant to Chun Yin's intrusion into her life. Reflecting on this, Chun Yin could not help but smile, sensing that the warmth of family life was within reach, with events unfolding in a promising direction. The only lingering mystery was the absence of his enigmatic father-in-law. Perhaps he was quite pleased with him. Chun Yin consoled himself. Chapter 47. A difficult task ahead by Rushua was coming to fetch him. And Chun Yin dared not reveal his residence with Lin Shuihua, so he directed her to the location of Donggang village. With breakfast in tow, he leisurely conversed with Wu Lauer while they ate. Wu Lauer felt quite pleased with this junior, who frequently visited him, though he couldn't shake the feeling that Chun Yin, at his age, ought to be married, much like his own nephew. A great disappointment. Dressed in loose, casual attire with her hair tied back in a simple ponytail, Rushua appeared somewhat youthful, though her beauty rendered her attractive regardless of her outfit. Upon seeing Chun Yin, Wu Lauer greeted him warmly. "Uncle, good. Hasten along. My old self shall not impede your youthful romance." Wu Lauer, pleased to see a beautiful woman seeking out Chun Yin, grinned broadly, his face a tapestry of wrinkles, as if even a fly might stumble upon landing. Rushua's cheeks flushed with a hint of shyness as she cast a glance at Wu Lauer, yet she offered no explanation. "Second uncle, I shall visit you another day. I must take my leave," Chun Yin declared, tossing 2 boxes of cigarettes to Wu Lauer. "Yes, attend to your matters," Rushua responded, driving him to the county town beneath Jianghai, a journey of about an hour. Jiangzhou County, a small locale with a population of over 30,000, was the birthplace of Bai Ruxue, where her parents still resided. Chen Yin felt a pang of regret for having hastily acquiesced to Bai Ruxue's request without fully grasping the implications. Her assistance was to masquerade as his girlfriend to placate her parents. During the drive, Bai Ruxue elaborated on her family's circumstances. Her father, once a racing driver, had failed to make a name for himself, returning to this small town post-retirement, where he became somewhat of a local figure. Her mother hailed from a well-to-do family, and, captivated by Bai's father's handsome visage and his adept drifting skills, defied her family to marry him. What began as a romantic ideal transformed into the mundane realities of life after marriage. Bai Ruxue's father opened a repair shop, leading a comfortable yet modest existence. Her mother, accustomed to a lavish lifestyle, often prioritized appearances over practicality, leading to tensions as her father's earnings barely sufficed under her extravagant spending. The disparity in their backgrounds had long raised eyebrows, despite her mother's defiance against familial opposition. Her father's enduring patience in the face of her whims highlighted the imbalance in their household dynamic. As they entered an ordinary residential complex, Chen Yin pondered the incongruity of Bai Ruxue's current income, which would typically afford her parents a villa, yet they resided in such a commonplace neighborhood. However, he was not one to pry, and their relationship had not yet reached a level of intimacy that warranted such inquiries. "Mother, I have returned," Bai Ruxue called as she opened the door. A table at the entrance bore a box of pastries, 2 bottles of liquor, and several premium gift boxes. Chen Yin glanced at the milk and fruit he carried, feeling somewhat out of place. "At last, you've returned. Xiaoping has been waiting for you for quite some time." A slightly, portly middle-aged woman approached, her expression darkening upon noticing Chen Yin trailing behind Bai Ruxue. "And who might this be?" Before Chen Yin could respond, Bai Ruxue linked her arm with his and declared, "This is my boyfriend, Chen Yin." Upon hearing this, Bai Ruxue's mother scrutinized Chen Yin from head to toe. Tall and handsome, yet clad in unbranded sportswear and carrying a humble offering of milk and fruit, he struck her as rather impoverished. "Boyfriend? Are you jesting, mother?" "I do not approve," Bai Ruxue's mother retorted sharply. "Listen here, boy. Keep your distance from our Xiaoxue. You are not worthy of her." At her mother's words, Bai Ruxue's expression shifted. "Mother, I am no longer a child. Come, look who has arrived. Your classmate Lu Peng, just back from the land of the morning calm. I hear you're still unmarried. You two should really get to know each other." Bai Mu disregarded Bai Ruxue's protest, grasping her hand and leading her into the living room, while Chen Yin was completely overlooked. "Xiaoxue, after all these years, you remain as beautiful as ever." A young man on the sofa gazed fervently at Bai Ruxue. A flicker of helplessness crossed her face. This man was her high school classmate, someone whose academic journey had been a financial indulgence, consistently ranking at the bottom and leveraging family connections to study abroad. Now, he returned, transformed into a so-called rooney. Upon entering, she had already spotted Lu Peng and understood precisely why he was in her home. Her mother had long been preoccupied with finding her a wealthy suitor, tirelessly promoting her daughter's virtues throughout the county, proclaiming she would undoubtedly become a prosperous matron. Standing quietly behind her, Chen Yin scrutinized the young man, noting his superficial demeanor, which suggested he was not of good character. Since Bai Ruxue's entrance, Lu Peng's gaze had remained fixated on her, occasionally wandering suggestively, revealing his intentions. "Xiaoxue, I must tell you, Lu Peng has done remarkably well for himself. At such a young age, he has begun to participate in company management, and he's the only son in a family with assets exceeding 10 million, Bai Mu chattered on. "Ah, Annie, I'm still in the learning phase of the company. I just assumed the position of general manager last week. I have a long way to go." Lu Peng feigned humility, though his expression betrayed his pride. "I believe you and Lu Peng would make a fine match. After all, you are both classmates, so you know each other well," Bai Mu suggested. "Mother, I have already told you. He is my boyfriend," Bai Ruxue replied, somewhat irritated. Chen Yin extended his hand, introducing himself. "Hello, I'm Chen Yin. Just returned from the United States." "Hello. May I ask where you are currently employed?" Lu Peng's expression stiffened slightly as he shook Chen Yan's hand. "Shanghai." The same company as Xiaoxue. It's quite convenient for commuting together, Chunyin noted, observing that Bai Ruxue held no interest in Lu Peng and seemed to harbor slight disdain for him. Shanghai is decent, but one must strive to establish their own career while young. Working for others is not a sustainable path. Lu Peng's expression hardened at Chunyin's mention of commuting with Bai Ruxue, yet his gaze remained ardent. Starting a business may not be wise. The cost of trial and error is high, and bankruptcy can ruin generations. You should be cautious, Chunyin teased. Bai Ruxue regretted her hasty return. Had she known Lu Peng would be in her home, she would have chosen to stay away. Neglecting to offer even a cup to Chunyin since his arrival. Lu Peng, meanwhile, could not seem to extricate himself from discussions about his company, exuding an air of superiority and confidence, completely dismissing Chunyin. Chapter 48. Every family has its own difficulties. Chunyin found the situation amusing. Honestly, Lu Peng was not even on the same level as him. It was pitiable that Lu Peng continued to prattle on incessantly, truly a nuisance. What is your role at Shanghai? Every time Lu Peng uttered a word, he would twitch his wrist, almost as if he were brandishing a megaphone to announce to the onlookers, "Behold, I am adorned with a prestigious watch." The minister of the international department. Upon hearing Chunyin proclaim his ministerial status, Bai Mu's expression softened slightly. Observing the change in Bai Mu's demeanor, Lu Peng hastily added, "Auntie, my company has over a dozen departments, some with only 3 or 5 individuals, and we've appointed ministers for them. In essence, they are merely task managers." As he spoke, Lu Peng produced a business card from his pocket and handed it to Chunyin, inadvertently dropping his car keys, which he promptly picked up, placing the emblem prominently on the table. Chunyin courteously accepted the card, overwhelmed by the myriad of titles that adorned it. The car keys on the table, featuring a starry trident, momentarily captured Bai Mu's attention, though neither Chunyin nor Bai Ruxue seemed particularly impressed. Earlier that morning, Chunyin had been puzzled. He distinctly recalled Bai Ruxue driving a BMW, yet today she had come to collect him in a modest sedan worth 80,000 yuan. It seemed Bai Mu was also unaware of Bai Ruxue's true circumstances. As the second-in-command of Shanghai, Bai Ruxue had presided over the finance department since the inception of the company, possessing a significant shareholding, rendering Lu Peng trivial in comparison. "If you wish to leave Shanghai, you can come to me. I can arrange a good position for you in my company," Lu Peng scoffed. Xiaoping is truly remarkable. How impressive it is that someone so young possesses such ambition. No wonder he could be a big boss. Bai Mu played the role of the sycophant, her underlying sentiment being a disdain for Chunyin, deeming him unworthy of her daughter. "My father instilled in me, from a young age, the principle of not looking down upon others for their poverty. Once I familiarize myself with the company's operations, I am confident that under my guidance, we will soon go public," Lu Peng declared with an air of arrogance. In Chunyin's eyes, Lu Peng, with his incessant bragging about wealth, resembled nothing more than a buffoon. When will our Xiaoxue, toiling for that meager salary, be able to drive a Mercedes and enjoy a better life? Bai Mu's gaze flitted between Lu Peng and her daughter, seemingly pleased with her choice of son-in-law. "Auntie, you needn't worry. Once Xiaoxue and I are married, everything I possess will become yours. I will ensure that Xiaoxue leads a life of privilege, sparing you from this arduous existence in a cramped home," Lu Peng boasted, oblivious to the increasingly stormy expression on Bai Ruxue's face, which threatened to erupt at any moment. All right. Xiaoping is indeed considerate. Xiaoxue, you should get to know him better. Cherish this opportunity," Bai Mu urged. While Bai Ruxue felt an acute sense of embarrassment at her mother's obsequiousness towards Lu Peng, especially in front of Chunyin. "Mom, Chunyin and I have matters to attend to, so we won't be staying for dinner. We need to hurry back to Shanghai," Bai Ruxue said, pulling Chunyin's arm as they made their exit, clearly eager to leave the uncomfortable situation behind. "You ungrateful creature. Everything your mother does is for you. She just wants you to marry someone like I did your father, living a life of poverty." The voice of Bai's mother trailed off behind her. Bai Ruxue, fuming, chose not to take the elevator and stormed down the stairs, ignoring her mother's tirade. "I apologize for the embarrassment today," Bai Ruxue said wearily. "My mother is just like that. I hope you won't mind." "It's nothing. Every family has its own struggles," Chunyin replied, genuinely unconcerned. as they would not interact much in the future. The two arrived at a restaurant at the street corner. Bai Ruxiue opened up, recounting the tumultuous events of her family life over the years to Chen Yan. He couldn't help but grimace at her stories. Bai Ruxiue had become quite wealthy, a billionaire in her own right. When Shanghai began to turn a profit, she sent her mother $3 million to help them move to a larger house. To her dismay, her mother squandered every last cent. Bai Ruxiue also had a younger brother who was studying abroad, living lavishly with luxury cars, designer watches, and an array of extravagant goods. Previously, Bai Ruxiue would occasionally send him pocket money, but now she had come to see her mother and brother's true colors. They were insatiable, treating her as a mere cash cow. This had led to conflicts between her parents, but to no avail. Eventually, Bai Ruxiue concocted a story about her failed entrepreneurial venture and mounting debts, which finally halted her mother's incessant demands for money. Yet, her mother continued to pester her daily about finding a wealthy suitor to sustain her brother, driving Bai Ruxiue to her wits' end. With no other choice, she dragged Chen Yan into her predicament as a shield, only to find herself humiliated in front of him today. "Why didn't I see your father today?" Chen Yan inquired. Only when speaking of her father did a faint smile flicker across Bai Ruxiue's face. "My grandfather is ill, so my father went back to our hometown. My mother refuses to visit, deeming it too shabby." Bai Ruxiue shook her head in resignation. Every family has its own complications, Chen Yan mused, knowing all too well that he could not judge, having no parents himself to relate to such familial intricacies. In a small estate on the outskirts of Jianghai City, a scene of vibrant flowers and meticulously manicured lawns unfolded. A spacious swimming pool adorned the front of an opulent villa, showcasing the wealth and status of its owner. Ding Jinlong of the Sihai group sat across from an elderly man, flanked by a sullen young man. If Chen Yan were present, he would undoubtedly recognize the young man as the one he had slapped at a previous gathering. Ding Jinlong addressed the elderly gentleman. "May I inquire what brings you to seek my counsel?" "I had someone follow Chen Yan a few days ago, but he proved to be exceedingly cunning and vanished for several days. I then dispatched agents to apprehend Lin Shuihua from Shanghai Group, although I am uncertain of their relationship. Their joint attendance at events suggests a significant bond, yet the operation failed due to the formidable protection surrounding Lin Shuihua," the elderly man responded. Despite Xiao Shisong's orders forbidding his subordinates from taking action against Chen Yan and Lin Shuihua, it was impossible for him to control everyone. The elder who spoke was none other than Lu Lifei, a former warrior who once fought alongside Xiao Shisong and a former deputy leader of the gang. The fact that Lu Lifei seemed unfazed by Ding Jinlong's potential for betrayal suggested that the two had long since formed an alliance. It was no wonder that Xiao Shisong had organized that grand banquet to showcase his influence. He likely sensed that there were those within the gang who questioned his authority. "Father, I don't care. That little rascal dared to hit me. I will definitely make him pay," the sullen youth declared. "Magnificent. One must plan meticulously. We cannot act recklessly." Lu Lifei admonished his disappointing son. "You should learn more from Jinlong, instead of idling away your time." Lu Lifei gazed at his son with exasperation. With 2 daughters and 1 son, Lu family's lineage relied solely on this heir in his eyes. Fearing retaliation from enemies, he had sent his son abroad at a young age, only bringing him back in recent years after the Sihai group had stabilized. Laking Prupegi Dansa. His son had developed a haughty demeanor, which caused him much distress. Chapter 49. A warning to the monkey. What further plans does old Lu have? Ding Jinlong inquired, his tone respectful. "How is your investigation into Xiao Jinmu's death progressing?" "It's nearly complete. Although we lack definitive evidence, it is highly likely that it was indeed Chen Yan. As you suggested, perhaps we should inform Xiao Shisong and watch the drama unfold from a distance." Ding Jinlong, the public face of the Sihai group, was now respectfully answering Lu Lifei's queries, indicating that factional disputes within Sihai were intense, with even Ding Jinlong, a staunch supporter of Xiao Shisong, leaning towards others. Xiao Shisong had grown old, his once fiery ambition diminished. Moreover, although Xiao Jinmu was his adopted son, to him, he was merely a high-ranking employee. He would not trouble himself with uncertain factors. Besides, if you can uncover this information, that old man surely can as well. Lu Lifei said, taking a sip of tea. This Chunyan's background is somewhat mysterious. We cannot find any records. However, if he has provoked us, he must face the consequences. And I, Ding Jinlong, aware of his role, dared not speak further. Do not act hastily. If something arises, I will seek you out. For now, focus on your duties. I will not treat you unjustly. You may leave. After Lu Lifei dismissed him, Lu Hongwei scoffed, clearly dissatisfied with the conversation between his father and Ding Jinlong. Do not be impatient. Your day for retribution will come. However, after our last failed attempt, the other party will certainly be on guard. The current circumstances do not permit us to act again. We must bide our time. Chunyan, on the other hand, endured an unpleasant weekend. The following morning, he dressed with great care, presenting himself impeccably as he entered the Shanghai conference room. It was time for the weekly departmental meeting, and now, as a department head, he took a seat at the far corner of the conference table. The hour-long meeting left him drowsy. Lin Xuehua presided over the session, which included both commendations and criticisms. While the heads of various departments expressed their unwavering loyalty and determination. Aware of Chunyan's capabilities, Lin Xuehua refrained from allowing him to speak. Yet her final remarks regarding the international department left everyone astounded. The company would select a group of elites from various departments to join the international department, with personnel transfers to be announced shortly. She emphasized the importance of a smooth handover and expressed hope that the international department would not disappoint her. Lin Xuehua's words were not mere rhetoric. They carried significant weight within Shanghai. Following the meeting, each department began receiving several emails regarding personnel changes. Chunyan, feeling precarious in the international department, understood that his immediate priority was to establish a firm foothold. While he could maintain order in the military, within the company, he needed to assert his authority to make an impression. When he relayed the news of personnel transfers to Wu Sanju, Chunyan was taken aback by Wu's insights. Li Ziming is clearly sent to oversee you, and there is a possibility she may replace you. Hu Xiaoyun was appointed by the vice president. The implications are clear. Therefore, ensure they cannot find any faults. Otherwise, no one will come to your rescue. Wu Sanju warned gravely. I am well aware of that, Chunyan replied, having anticipated the situation. Have you gathered the background information on the other three? Aside from Hu Xiaoyan, they are inconsequential, merely people cast aside by Hu Guangyue. They can be won over if possible, but if not, they will merely serve as indecisive allies, posing no real threat, Wu Sanju explained. The international department will be a whirlpool of intrigue during this period. Why is that? Chunyan inquired with keen interest. Since Lin has stated her intention to place elites in the international department, those selected will be key figures devoid of factional ties. Consider each department head, who wouldn't want a hand in the selection. These non-factional individuals will be their targets for recruitment. Your ability to win them over is crucial. Otherwise, you'll merely be a figurehead. The pressing issue right now is how you will handle Hu Xiaoyun, who constantly gives orders. I choose not to stoop to her level, yet she truly believes herself indispensable. Wu Sanju diligently analyzed the current situation for Chunyan. Observing Wu Sanju, Chunyan felt that this young man had hidden depths, and working as a security guard was beneath his talents. He too had considered this. Yet it was implausible to win over all the personnel sent by the company. He merely needed to secure his position. It was unnecessary for them to be wholly loyal. Ultimately, what mattered was their support for the company's decisions. Although Lin Xuehua was firm and decisive, Shanghai's salary levels remained competitive in Shanghai, and she was known for her clear standards of reward and punishment, fostering a relatively fair environment for employees. As a result, many within the company supported Lin Xuehua. Let us proceed to hold a brief meeting, Chunyan said. Wu Sanju naturally hoped that his friend could establish a firm foothold. His easygoing nature, not engaging in competition, did not signify foolishness. The company's decision to develop the international department indicated a forthcoming focus on overseas expansion, and as a senior member of this division, he would undoubtedly share in its glory. In the worst-case scenario, he could always return to a security position, which was inconsequential. In the conference room, Chunyan wasted no time with pleasantries and directly addressed Hu Xiaoyan. Are you resigning voluntarily, or shall I have someone escort you out? With that, He tossed a stack of documents onto the table before her. Hu Xiaoyun, refusing to glance at the papers, glared angrily at Chen Yin and retorted, Minister Chen, I believe you do not possess the authority to dismiss me. I suggest you review the documents before making any further statements. On Saturday, when Chen Yin visited the military camp, he had instructed Banya to conduct a thorough investigation into Hu Xiaoyun. For years, she had abused her position, taking advantage of her aunt, who was a vice president, embezzling substantial sums from the company under various pretenses. It was only natural for Chen Yin to take action against her. Hu Xiaoyun's face turned pale, her hand trembling as she clutched the documents. Minister, I have contributed to the company over the years. I assure you it will not happen again. Chen Yin remained silent, merely shaking his head with a wry smile. My aunt is Hu Guangyue. Are you truly willing to risk everything? Hu Xiaoyun exclaimed in a hysterical tone. You lack the standing to make such threats. And your aunt's influence does not extend to me. If you resign now, I might still grant you some dignity. If I am compelled to sever ties completely, I fear your aunt may find herself visiting you in prison, Chen Yin replied, exhaling a plume of smoke. Moreover, when you resign, ensure you return all the funds you embezzled. I will allow you just one day to rectify this. I will not show leniency. His words left the other three in the room exchanging glances. Anyone within the company who had the opportunity to embezzle was rarely entirely innocent. Most had something to hide. More often than not, the company turned a blind eye, as long as one was profitable. With a slight smile, Chen Yin glanced at Wu Sanju, who immediately understood that it was now his turn to adopt a more affable demeanor after Chen Yan's stern approach. This was a role he was willing to embrace. As Chen Yin was about to address the three women, Wu Sanju interjected, Minister Chen, I trust they will conduct themselves appropriately. I will ensure they understand their errors. Very well. After Chen Yin departed, the three women hurried to Wu Sanju's side, calling him Wu Ge in unison. Having witnessed Chen Yan's authoritative stance, they were grateful that Wu Sanju had interceded on their behalf. They were puzzled as to why he chose to help them. Was it because he had taken a liking to one of them? After all, he was merely a security guard turned employee, not exactly a paragon of desirability. Lowering his voice conspiratorially, Wu Sanju said, Let me share a little secret with you three. What is it? The women asked, equally lowering their voices. Chen Yin has connections, Wu Sanju indicated, gesturing upwards. I heard that he and the big boss are childhood friends. Otherwise, how could he have ascended from a mere security guard to the head of the international department so swiftly? It's no wonder he dares to challenge Deputy Hu. That explains everything. Wu Ge, we truly appreciate your help. The three women gazed at Wu Sanju with tender eyes. Well, it's a trivial matter, but you must conduct yourselves well in the future and avoid provoking Chen Yan. He is quite a formidable character. Wu Sanju tapped his fingers on the table a few times. After speaking, he exited the conference room. Some of the things he mentioned were merely fabricated, a ruse to assist Chen Yan in establishing himself. However, the three women, seeing Wu Sanju's knowledge, assumed he held significant connections, gazing at him with longing. He certainly did not wish to find himself in a predicament similar to Chen Yan's. He was still young and not yet at the age for goji berries steeped in water. A lapse like Chen Yan's could be disastrous, even if it were to last but a minute. I've taken care of it. I assure you that those three will now look to you for guidance and will not create any more disturbances, Wu Sanju announced as he entered, addressing Chen Yan. Now, how will you express your gratitude? Oh, how did you resolve it? Chen Yan tossed a cigarette to Wu Sanju. The wise man possesses his own strategies. They are not to be disclosed. Wu Sanju exhaled a plume of thick smoke, adopting an enigmatic demeanor. Nonsense, Chen Yan retorted, lifting a canister filled with tea leaves, savoring a mouthful of the brew. In the future, should anything like this arise, notify me in advance. If it weren't for your quick thinking today, this performance would have been quite difficult to execute. Wu Sanju felt quite pleased with his actions today. If I hadn't interjected, would you truly have dismissed them all? That is not out of the realm of possibility. Chen Yin replied with a smile. The world would carry on without anyone, especially mere trifling subordinates. From now on, I'll play the role of the good cop while you cover my back. A balance of kindness and authority is essential for enhancing work efficiency. I fear I might cause you some discomfort. Wu Sanju jested. However, I am quite willing to undertake this task. Are you not tempted by it? One Lin Shuihua is already enough to vex me. Besides, how could ordinary cosmetics ever catch the eye of my little Yin Ge? Shen Yin scoffed. I have little interest myself. All right, enough of your boasting. I'm off. Wu Sanju shot Chun Yin a disapproving glance. Give some thought to how you'll handle Hu Guangyue. That woman will not relent easily. Indeed, I have a plan in mind. Chun Yin patted his chest. What do you mean? Wu Sanju inquired, puzzled. Confidence breeds assurance. Chun Yin replied with an air of mystery. The company will send someone to report. You will be responsible for their reception and will also take the opportunity to assess everyone's situation. Wu Sanju's eyes brightened as he rubbed his hands together. Absolutely. I shall exceed your expectations. Just watch. Make sure to wipe the drool from your lips, Chun Yin chided, casting a sidelong glance at Wu Sanju. This is the international department, not a brothel seeking a courtesan. He. 2 people will arrive for reporting this afternoon, Chun Yin remarked, not concerned with such trivialities. Wu Sanju and Li Zimin could handle it adeptly. Before the end of the workday, Chun Yin left early to prepare dinner. As the meal neared completion, Lin Shuihua entered through the door. Take a moment to rest. The food will be ready in 20 minutes, Chun Yin said, bustling about. Why are you home so early today? Lin Shuihua was rather terse with her words. During dinner, Lin Shuihua spoke up, saying this afternoon, Deputy General Manager Hu Guangyue inquired about you. Minister Bai reported to me that Hu Xiuyun voluntarily resigned and returned the embezzled sum of 620,000 yuan. Was this your doing? Indeed, I suspect Hu Guangyue will create trouble for me, Chun Yin replied, observing that Lin Shuihua had only eaten a bit of vegetables, and he placed a piece of chicken into her bowl. However, I shall manage it well. Lin Shuihua gracefully accepted the chicken and began to savor it. If there is anything you cannot resolve, feel free to tell me. I shall assist you. All right, but for now, there is nothing. I also wish to be your blade, Chun Yin said with a smile. Lin Shuihua was taken aback. Why do you say that? The establishment of the international department was merely a fa ade before. Now it is viewed as a prized asset by various departments, all eager to place their people within. You want me, a novice, to manage it, which is tantamount to testing my impulsiveness, treating me as a weapon. I assent it. Rest assured, if anyone displeases me, I shall swiftly deal with them, Chun Yin declared with seriousness. But do you truly trust me so? In the workplace, you are a novice, or perhaps a headstrong youth. But did you not say the other day that you are an exceptional assassin, adept with a blade? Lin Shuihua remarked, wiping her mouth with a serious demeanor. Moreover, with you around, none would dare to meddle in the company's affairs. I am aware that Hu Xiuyun resigned voluntarily due to the leverage you hold over her. Though it sounds somewhat disconcerting, you're unabashedly exploiting me. Nonetheless, I shall fulfill my part, Chun Yin retorted with a sidelong glance at Lin Shuihua. I may not excel in many areas, but you are right about one thing. I am skilled at managing people. However, I still hope you can achieve great success in the international department. Lin Shuihua expressed her hopes for Chun Yin. Rest assured, should anyone dare to disobey, I shall deal with them. We'll have hot pot together, Chun Yin joked. Upon hearing this, Lin Shuihua's cheerful mood evaporated, and she felt a twinge of nausea at the sight of the chicken soup. Chun Yin realized he had misspoken, opting to remain silent and chuckling awkwardly beside her. He had never harbored lofty ideals. During his return home, he merely existed, waiting for the end. Now, being able to assist Lin Shuihua brought him a sense of satisfaction, proving he still had some utility. As an assassin and mercenary, he excelled, yet the circumstances in China rendered such a profession unsustainable, and he had grown weary of that lifestyle. A peaceful life was now his aspiration. Once a person becomes idle, the initial joy fades, and over time, disconnection from society and a sense of emptiness may ensue. Like those celebrities in the entertainment industry who frequently succumb to depression, one seldom hears of rural men suffering from such ailments. How could they be depressed when they can barely afford a meal? Such maladies are typically afflictions of the idle, often referred to as diseases of affluence. Though perhaps a bit extreme, it holds a kernel of truth. Now, with the motivation of work, Chun Yin readily accepted the situation. As for being Lin Shuihua's blade, given his temperament, he was more than willing, particularly when it came to her. Chapter 51. Entering office, the phone buzzed, and upon glancing at the screen, Chunyin saw a message from Wu Lao. You go ahead. I need to return to Donggang Village. Chunyin addressed Lin Shuihua, who was about to step out. All right, Lin Shuihua replied, indifferent to his whereabouts. As she had grown accustomed to his new role as a second lieutenant since Li Jianguo had arranged it for him. Arriving at Donggang Village, Chunyin found Wu Lao lounging in a chair under the awning, observing the sparse passers-by with an air of leisure. Xiaoyan, have you eaten? Wu Lao, surprised by Chunyan's swift arrival, hurriedly rose to grasp his cane. Yes, I've eaten. How has your health been lately, uncle? Chunyin approached to assist him. What brings you here? Offering Wu Lao a cigarette, Chunyin noted the doctor's advice against smoking. Yet Wu Lao could not resist the temptation. Chunyin refrained from admonishing him. After all, at 70 years old, what harm could a few more cigarettes do? Guidongzi passed away from a heart attack a few days ago, leaving the village without a leader. I thought of you for the position, Wu Lao said, taking a comfortable puff of his cigarette while gazing at Chunyin like a father would at his son. You're young and have ventured out into the world. You're quite suitable. Please spare me, uncle. I'm merely a layabout. How could I possibly be a village leader? Chunyin chuckled, declining the offer. This job is no easy feat, and I have no desire to wade into such murky waters. After all, I haven't returned to the village in 7 or 8 years. A few years ago, when they were building houses, Guidongzi was either selling or renting out properties. Now, the village is devoid of anything, Wu Lao lamented, a look of sorrow on his face. This village was where he had been born and raised, and he did not wish to witness its decline. The village had little to offer now. The youth had all left, and those remaining were merely renting, with no one willing to take on the responsibility. You truly are my dear uncle. If no one else wants to do it, why would you burden me with it? Chunyin protested. Besides, I work outside. I hardly have the time. I still hold your character in high regard. I do not expect you to lead the village to prosperity, but at the very least, we need someone to communicate with the higher-ups, Wu Lao sighed. What about the village secretary? Chunyin inquired. The last one was caught embezzling and has been replaced by a temporary administrator. The village leader is essentially in charge now. Wu Lao gestured for another cigarette, and Chunyin shook his head in refusal. I won't do it, Chunyin declared firmly. Wu Lao playfully slapped his head. You rebellious child. Are you trying to drive your uncle to despair? Just tell me whether you will take on the role or not. If not, I shall step in. Puzzled, Chunyin wondered how such a stubborn man as Wu Lao could have fathered someone like Wu Sanju, whose temperament was as different from his uncle's as night and day. Fine, I will do it. Chunyin relented. Now it's my good boy. Don't leave for lunch. Stay and eat with me. All right. It wasn't that Chunyin was unwilling to contribute to the village. It was simply that he found it daunting. There was no idle land to utilize, and nearly all capable individuals had departed. The previous leadership had thoroughly mismanaged the village, and there were no enterprises nearby to facilitate improvement. The beach adjacent to the village is indeed quite pleasant. However, the houses within the village are all askew, and with a significant influx of outsiders, development seems unattainable. If life were to be favorable, it would not fall to him. As he perused the village's accounts, Chunyin could not help but frown. It was quite troublesome. Most villagers were indifferent to who the village head was, having all ventured out. The vacant houses in the village had all been rented out, bringing in a modest income of 300 to 500 yuan each month, leaving Chunyin to dangle in the same manner as his predecessor. After bidding farewell to Wu Lao, Chunyin parked his vehicle by the seaside. Gazing at the boundless ocean, his thoughts steeped in melancholy. The disparity between his current life and the expectations he harbored before returning home was quite stark. He had envisioned a return filled with gentle sea breezes, fishing, and the occasional flirtation, a leisurely existence. Yet now, with several titles added to his name, it felt as though he were being driven forward by an unseen force, akin to a whip at his back. As the saying goes, pressure breeds motivation. Yet the crux of the matter is that he wished to be free from such burdens. In tumultuous times, one becomes cannon fodder. In prosperous times, one is merely a beast of burden. Chun Yin's initial dream was to be the driver, not the draft animal. Yet he now found himself in the most exhausting role of all. A slight uplift in his spirits came when Luo Tu called to inform him that he would be returning the next day, with the 15-day military training reduced to 7. Li Hongjun had also called to clarify the situation. Chun Yin understood this predicament. At least Li was in a better position, having a formal appointment, while the two and the other two were regarded as potential threats by Huaxia, sent to the military camp as instructors. From the outset, Li Hongjun faced immense pressure. After various discussions, the duration was shortened to 7 days. Upon Luo Tu's return, it was likely that the Dragon Blade soldiers would immediately proceed with ideological education. Although Li Jiangguo had faith in the trio, the Huaxia military would not allow them to lead the troops astray. As he strolled along the street, observing the numerous after-school care and interest classes across from the school, Chun Yin felt that today's children seemed to lack the innocence he once possessed, their gazes even appearing somewhat vacant and numb. The vibrant black hair of people 30 years ago was now a rarity. Chun Yin ran a hand over his own head, realizing that if this continued, he too would soon find himself balding. Everyone yearns to take it easy, yet not everyone possesses the means to do so. Initially, Chun Yin had planned to embrace a laid-back lifestyle, but now he found himself entangled in various trivial matters. Life and mere existence seemed to have become two distinct concepts. Stretching his limbs, he quickly regained his composure, reminding himself that tomorrow would surely bring better prospects. Upon returning to the office, he brewed a strong cup of tea, lit a cigarette, and indulged in a game of spider solitaire, enjoying the comfort of the air-conditioned room. Chun Yin's spirits swiftly lifted from his earlier despondency. Reviewing the reports submitted by the 3 individuals, he recognized their capabilities. Otherwise, they would not have been marginalized and relegated to his oversight. However, Chun Yin was aware of his own limitations. These matters should ultimately be left for Peter to handle, for every field has its specialists, and he could not be a jack of all trades. In Li Hongjun's office, he was currently in a furious rage. "I'll have your head, Liung Junbaluba." "Why?" Ji Kai responded with a resolute expression. "I've served my time. I wish to return home and pursue a prosperous life." "Nonsense. I do not agree. You may leave now." Li Hongjun waved his hand dismissively. "Sir, I get out." After Ji Kai departed, Li Hongjun picked up the phone and dialed. "You brat, come over here." Before Chun Yin could utter a word, Li Hongjun abruptly hung up, though the anger in his voice was palpable. It seemed he hadn't provoked him. So what was the old fellow raving about this time? Nevertheless, he complied and made his way over. "Report." Chun Yin shouted from outside the door. "Get in here." Liungjun Raplia. "Take a look at this." He handed Ji Kai's discharge report to Chun Yin, who was equally puzzled. He was well aware of Ji Kai's passion for the military and couldn't fathom why he would take such a step. "What did he say?" Chun Yin inquired, furrowing his brow. "I'm assigning you a task. Find out why this lad has acted so recklessly." "Understood." Chapter 52. "Owing me 2 meals, are you here to persuade me?" Ji Kai asked as he saw Chun Yin approach him. "No, I have a multitude of pressing matters." "What need have I to persuade you?" Chun Yin chuckled. "I'm here to take you out for a drink. Oldie has granted you 2 days off. Not interested?" "Ikidetsinet." "All right then," Chun Yin remarked. Luo Tu, having grown familiar with Ji Kai over the past few days, came over and threw an arm around his shoulder, beaming with camaraderie. Mao Ho and Chun Yin seized Ji Kai, and he was well aware that he stood no chance against them. So he offered no resistance as they dragged him to the car. In the night market by the seaside of Jianghai City, the group merely sipped their drinks in silence. Wu Sanju had not forgotten the task assigned by Chun Yin, to get Ji Kai intoxicated. He poured drink after drink into Ji Kai, who appeared to be in a foul mood, saying little but accepting each cup. Chun Yin did not expect to extract any truth from Ji Kai. After all, Ji Kai had undergone rigorous training, and even inebriated, he would remain tight-lipped. This was merely a means for him to vent. Once thoroughly intoxicated, Ji Kai was taken to a hotel by Chun Yin and the others. He slurred, "I feel awful," indicating a heavy heart. The following morning, Chun Yin drew back the hotel curtains. "Feeling any better?" he asked, looking at Ji Kai sprawled on the bed. "Speak up." Ji Kai gazed at Chun Yin with a conflicted expression, unsure how to begin. Come now, you're a grown man. Why the hesitation? Is there anything you can't resolve? Chun Yin tossed him a cigarette, which Ji Kai accepted but did not light. You can remain silent, but rest assured, Li Hongjun will not approve your discharge application. If it comes to that, he will likely approach your father. Just wait for the consequences. Chun Yin was acutely aware of Ji Kai's family situation. His father held a significant position as the political commissar of the Southwest Military Region and was very proud of his son's military service. If he were to learn of Ji Kai's intention to leave the army, he would undoubtedly unleash his wrath. At the mention of his father, Ji Kai shuddered. He understood that Chun Yin was not merely trying to scare him. If he continued down this path, Li Hongjun would certainly involve his father, and given his father's temperament, he would be merciless. I have uncovered some leads, Ji Kai said, lighting a cigarette. What leads could be so vital? Chun Yin queried. Vital enough to make you forsake your future and military career. It pertains to those who faced us back in the day. Our leader cannot have died in vain. Upon hearing these words, Chun Yin fell into silence, as it struck a chord deep within him. Throughout the years, he had never ceased his investigation, yet he had found no leads. The past haunted him. His former leader had perished in an attempt to save him. Will it be your turn? Leave it to me. Chun Yin inhaled deeply from his cigarette, his gaze fixed resolutely outside the window. Every grievance has its origin, and I shall not let them escape justice. Ji Kai remained silent, and the two men smoked in the dimly lit room. When Luo Tuo and his companions arrived, the atmosphere ignited with intensity. Had they arrived a moment later, the fire alarm might have blared. Chun Yin drove Ji Kai back to the military camp, but Ji Kai still refused to heed Chun Yin's counsel. Frustrated by the stubbornness of the younger man, Chun Yin thought, a fight? Very well. Since their meeting a few days prior, Ji Kai had grown increasingly curious about Chun Yin's prowess. Having witnessed the strength of Luo Tuo and his crew, who willingly referred to him as their leader, he surmised that Chun Yin must possess formidable skills as well. The afternoon training ground simmered under the oppressive heat. The sand parched white beneath the blazing sun. Clad in a suit, with a hint of dust on his polished shoes, Chun Yin faced Ji Kai, who was dressed in camouflage. Both men were soon drenched in perspiration under the relentless sunlight. A crowd of military trainees gathered around, their eyes brimming with curiosity for the impending contest. Let's begin, Chun Yin declared. Agreed, Ji Kai responded, lowering his center of gravity and advancing. His fist, propelled by a gust of wind, aimed directly at Chun Yin's face. Chun Yin sidestepped, seizing Ji Kai's wrist to apply pressure, but Ji Kai swiftly withdrew his hand, countering with agility. The two men resembled poised leopards, their movements rapid and precise. At this moment, Chun Yin found little inclination to continue the match. The heat was unbearable. He leapt into the air, executing a spinning side kick. Ji Kai retreated a half step, bracing himself with his forearm, only to feel a jolt of numbness coursing through his body. Observing Ji Kai's attempt to absorb the blow, Chun Yin had no choice but to temper his strength, lest he incapacitate Ji Kai's arm. Rushing forward, Chun Yin's fist landed upon Ji Kai, who felt as though he were a mere punching bag, tossed about effortlessly. Finally, Chun Yin secured Ji Kai in a chokehold and forcefully threw him into the sandpit. I concede, Ji Kai exclaimed, feeling the sting of defeat, particularly in front of onlookers. Continuing the fight seemed futile. It was better to admit defeat with dignity. If it were a life-and-death battle, how confident would you be? You wouldn't survive 3 seconds. Chun Yin replied with unwavering confidence. Noticing the admiration in the eyes of the surrounding trainees, Chun Yin, who had initially planned to retreat to rest, decided to linger a while longer. Que vas astonished. He had not anticipated such rapid progress in Chun Yin's skills after years apart. Observing Chun Yin's triumphant demeanor amidst the crowd, Ji Kai called out, "What are you staring at? Get to work. Tortoise, lead them on a 5-kilometer weighted run." The previously exuberant Tortoise and his companions cast disdainful glances at Ji Kai, but ultimately complied with his command, lamenting as they jogged away. "Now let us talk," Chun Yin said, regarding Ji Kai, whose face was bruised and battered, without a trace of embarrassment. Do you remember our former comrade, Eagle? After leaving the army, he is now in Southeast Asia, and it was he who provided me with this information. Ji Kai, after being beaten, grimaced and said, "The shadows of those little Japs were behind the attack on us back then. Damn it, rest assured, I will go and eradicate them." Chun Yin slammed the table with conviction, asserting, "You just stay here. You are well aware of my strength. Your primary focus now should be on enhancing your own abilities. Ah, the heights are indeed lonely. You cannot fathom the solitude of the skilled. Get lost," Ji Kai retorted, throwing a towel at Chun Yan's face. "When you first arrived, I took great care of you. Look at you now, all grown up, daring even to lay a hand on me. You little rascal." Chun Yan caught the towel mid-air and chuckled. "If I don't give you a beating, you might not wake up. This is an order from the commander. Be cautious when you go, and refrain from involving the eagle too much. He has a family now and is doing well over there. We cannot drag him down." Iki Advi said, "Take care of yourself. A cautious approach is always wise." Chun Yin replied, "I know. I leave this place in your hands. Remember, you owe me 2 meals." "What 2 meals?" Ji Kai inquired. "Last night I treated you, and since I didn't come to work today to enlighten you, that counts as 1. Chun Yin gestured with 2 fingers. Nonsense. Chapter 53. Meeting the eagle upon returning, Chun Yin briefed Camel and the others, who all bore expressions of excitement. "What are you staring at? Monkey, you are coming with me. You 2 stay put and behave," Chun Yin said with a smile. "I'm not going to kill or fight. I am merely investigating." Why the excitement? Ban Duck had never truly been on a battlefield, and Shanghai needed him to oversee the international department's affairs. Camel was an excellent fighter, but his fierce and polished exterior was not suited for covert investigations. Thus, it was more fitting for Monkey to accompany Chun Yin. The most thrilled was Monkey, who found accompanying Chun Yin far more appealing than remaining in the dull office. "Hey, I just picked up a task for you on the dark web. This will serve as your funding for this mission," Ban Duck chuckled. "It's precisely about those little Japs you've been longing for. Just go and take care of them." "Well, that sounds promising." Upon hearing it involved the little Japs, Chun Yin could hardly refuse. It was a deeply ingrained vendetta, and slaying a few would provide solace for his vulnerable psyche. During dinner, Chun Yin said to Lin Shuihua, "I will be away for a while on a mission. Be safe." Lin Shuihua glanced up at him. "I hope you can entrust a significant responsibility to Peter at the International Department. He will deliver satisfactory results." Chun Yin offered her a bowl of soup. "I will be going with Ma Xianghui. Monkey, it will be quick." "All right," Lin Shuihua replied softly, but when she learned he was going with Monkey, she gave Chun Yin a deep, scrutinizing look. Chun Yin mused that this woman was far too astute. While he was indeed off to execute a mission, she could likely deduce that his journey with Monkey had personal undertones. However, he felt it prudent to inform Lin Shuihua. After all, with Monkey's numerous absences, her keen intellect would inevitably lead her to the truth. It was better to be forthright. Lin Shuihua had heard of their affairs, so she keenly sensed that the situation was far more complex than Chun Yin had portrayed. However, she refrained from inquiring further, understanding Chun Yin well enough. If he wished to keep something from her, no amount of questioning would elicit a sincere response. The following morning, Chun Yin and Mao Ho appeared punctually at Jianhai Airport. Mao Ho, fully equipped with an eye mask, face mask, and earplugs, gazed apprehensively at the planes soaring above. Despite being an exceptional paratrooper with 5 years of military service and nearly 300 jumps, Mao Ho now found himself fearful of flying, a fact that seemed incredulous. This fear stemmed from a single flight on a helicopter piloted by Chun Yin, during which they had been pursued in South America, ultimately commandeering a helicopter from a hospital rooftop. Chun Yin's intricate maneuvers to evade their pursuers left Mao Ho so terrified that he now quaked at the mere sight of an aircraft. By evening, the two arrived in Yunnan province, at the border of Huaxia, and swiftly transferred vehicles to reach the boundary. After finding a hotel for the night, they resolved to cross the border clandestinely the following evening. They chose not to utilize official channels. While Mao Ho was unperturbed, Chun Yan's sensitive identity posed a risk. Should any complications arise, it would be difficult to clarify matters, thus opting for a quiet smuggling endeavor seemed prudent. The next day, they procured some provisions and appropriate clothing for their journey into the mountains, securely storing away their identification. Under the cover of night, they crossed the border, stealthily making their way into the country. After 3 days of traversing through the forest, they finally emerged onto a road. As they intercepted a pickup truck, the driver appeared reluctant to stop, but halted upon noticing Mao Ho's hand resting at his waist. Mao Ho had merely intended to intimidate the driver, for he bore no weapon. Without such theatrics, the driver would surely have continued on his way. "Take me to the nearest town," Chun Yin commanded, tossing 100 yuan to the driver. The driver readily acquiesced. While 100 yuan was a modest sum in their homeland, it represented a significant temptation for the driver in this region, where the renminbi held considerable value. The vehicle wobbled its way to a small town, where they located a public telephone to dial the number provided by Ji Kai. "Hello," came the response in broken Mandarin. "Good heavens, I'm a local dog." Chun Yin jested in Mandarin. "Where do I find you?" "Damn, as long as you're alive. I'm in Xiaomalong." The excitement in the voice of the caller, Eagle, was palpable. "When will you arrive?" "In about 3 days. I'll contact you then," Chun Yin replied. "All right." The clicking sounds on the other end indicated Eagle's current activities. Sounds Chun Yin recognized all too well, the unmistakable noise of a 134. After sharing some rabbit snacks that Mao Ho had brought, they hailed a black car and negotiated with the driver to take them to Xiaomalong. After 3 rounds of bargaining, the driver finally consented, costing them merely 2,000 renminbi. Chun Yin and Mao Ho, conforming to local customs, donned vibrant floral shorts and flip-flops. However, this time, they did not carry a camera. Had they done so, it would have been but a matter of moments before someone attempted to rob them. "I've arrived," Chun Yin exclaimed over the phone after multiple attempts to connect, for the reception in this area was often a gamble reliant on the whims of fate. It was only natural that the Eagle, having spent countless days in the mountains, would encounter such a lack of signal. "All right, settle in at Xiaoming's Inn. I will join you tomorrow," a weary voice of the Eagle responded. The following afternoon, the Eagle arrived alone at Chun Yin's lodging. Both men had traversed the ravages of war and were instinctively cautious, although their initial motivations had been rooted in a shared patriotic fervor. The long passage of time since their last meeting rendered an immediate reunion, without careful observation, somewhat impractical. This was precisely why the Eagle had refrained from instructing Chun Yin to seek him out at his base. Chun Yin had also instructed Mao Ho to discreetly monitor their surroundings. Nevertheless, the atmosphere upon their meeting was congenial. "Why don't you get a satellite phone? I'm about to exhaust my battery, trying to reach you." Chun Yin jested, playfully striking the Eagle's chest. "Huh, I lost my satellite phone recently. I was chased like a dog just a few days ago," the Eagle replied, embracing Chun Yin with a smile. "My brother, I'm currently involved in dealings that are best kept in the shadows. You've likely surmised as much. However, all my goods are destined for the East. I won't touch anything domestically. After all, I've been educated by my homeland for many years, and that principle remains unchanged." "Indeed, stay safe," Chun Yin replied. Introducing Mao Ho, he had long suspected what the Eagle was entangled in. "Any updates on the matter concerning the boss?" "It seems to be the doing of the he and run," the Eagle hissed through clenched teeth. "Yet, I dare not venture there. I have some unresolved tensions with the warlord in that region. You must go alone." "Not a problem. I'll return for a drink afterward. For now, I must hasten to investigate. My eagerness is palpable," Chun Yin declared with a serious demeanor. Once a member of the same team, the Eagle understood Chun Yin's simmering resentment and did not press him to stay longer. Before leaving, he handed Chun Yin a bag containing weapons he had prepared for him. "If you have the chance to return here, seek me out. You may take that vehicle. It would be inconvenient to leave it behind," the Eagle said, patting Chun Yin on the shoulder before departing. Chun Yin accepted the offer without hesitation. Sometimes, there is no need for excessive sentimentality. Had he refused, the Eagle might have taken offense, and there was no need for further words between brothers who had once faced death together. Chapter 54. The guerrilla team Chun Yin and Mao Ho drove to Dakulin, seeking out the local guerrilla fighters. Chun Yin had previously interacted with Commander Wang Defa of the guerrilla group here on several occasions. Thus they were somewhat acquainted. After all, they were both descendants of the same heritage. Wang Defa was a descendant of the expeditionary forces, and although he had never returned to his homeland, He remained amicable towards his compatriots. Inquiring about information was a trivial matter he would typically assist with. Ordinary individuals might find themselves in peril here, but Chen Yin was unperturbed. He was not one to exploit others. On their way, they surprisingly encountered a band of robbers. But Mao Ho was not one to show leniency, promptly dealing with them decisively. Chen Yin and his companion did not travel by car. Instead, they procured a three-wheeled vehicle. The driver dared not venture deeper, letting them off at the outskirts. He lacked the courage to enter the guerrilla territory. Chen Yin remained silent, acknowledging that the driver was merely a common citizen seeking a means to survive. The two of them could only proceed on foot into the depths of the forest. Their last visit had been 2 years prior, and Chen Yin could only vaguely recall the path, navigating by a general sense of direction. Stop! Shortly after they entered the thicket, they were confronted by 2 fully armed soldiers, who scrutinized them with wary expressions. Chen Yin did not resist. He raised his hands high, aware that these were likely sentinels at the periphery of the guerrilla camp. Mao Ho, albeit reluctantly, followed suit. I am Chen Shuanghua, here to visit Commander Wang Defa. Chen Yin stated in Mandarin, repeating his introduction in the local dialect for clarity. Should Wang Defa no longer lead this faction, Chen Yin and Mao Ho felt confident in their ability to eliminate the 2 soldiers and depart unscathed. The soldiers questioned them. Who are you? What brings you to see the commander? Their Mandarin was halting, indicating they were descendants of the expeditionary forces, familiar with the language. Upon hearing Chen Yin's Mandarin, their demeanor visibly softened. I am a friend of Commander Wang from Huaxia, passing through and wishing to pay my respects, Chen Yin explained. The soldiers then produced a walkie-talkie, chattering in their dialect. While Chen Yin understood some of the local language, this dialect was entirely foreign to him. The commander is not here, but we've been instructed to let you pass. You understand the rules, correct? One soldier stated. Understood, replied Chen Yin. One soldier aimed his weapon at them, while another approached to search their persons. Chen Yin possessed only a pack of cigarettes and a lighter, while Mao Ho's 2 handguns were confiscated. The soldiers then blindfolded them and bound their hands. Chen Yin gave Mao Ho a reassuring glance, and Mao Ho did not resist. We will temporarily safeguard your belongings and return them upon your departure, the soldier assured. After a brief journey, they were ushered into a vehicle. The truck drove for about 10 minutes before their blindfolds were removed. Chen Yin had visited this area several times before and was not unfamiliar with it. For Mao Ho, however, it was his first experience, prompting him to exclaim, "This is a military establishment." Before them lay rows of wooden barracks, surrounded by barbed wire that separated them from the outside world. In each corner stood tall lookout towers constructed of wood. The open space in front of the wooden houses featured makeshift shelters built from sandbags, with camouflage nets haphazardly draped over weaponry. The soldiers' uniforms lacked uniformity, and they trained within the camp, all wielding similar arms. At the edge of the camp, several iron warehouses were secured with locked doors, patrolled by watchful guards. The contrast between the simple wooden structures and the imposing military installations was stark. Notably, a few Soviet-era main battle tanks and helicopters were present, albeit in a state of antiquity. Chen Yin, having seen such machinery before, felt little astonishment, while Mao Ho, witnessing them for the first time, was taken aback, realizing why the government struggled to contend with the armed factions in these mountainous regions. Heavy equipment cannot penetrate this area, leaving us reliant on a strategy of sheer numbers, resulting in a disproportionate input-output ratio, which has ultimately created this lawless zone. From a wooden cabin emerged a slender man, bespectacled and elegantly attired. Upon spotting Chen Yin, a smile instantly graced his face as he approached, exclaiming, "Brother Shuanghua, it has been far too long." At that moment, Chen Yin was known by the name Chen Shuanghua. The name Chen Yin was not widely recognized outside. "Hello, Brother Zhang. It has been 2 years in the blink of an eye," Chen Yin replied. This man was none other than Zhang Fengyin, the chief strategist of Wang Defa. Do not be deceived by his outward appearance. His heart was quite sinister. Nevertheless, Chen Yin remained unconcerned, as his connection to Wang Defa stemmed from having once saved Zhang Fengyin's life. "The commander will return shortly," Zhang Fengyin said. visibly pleased to see Chen Yan. He invited him into the cabin for a conversation. We haven't seen each other in 2 years. Tonight, we shall not leave until we are thoroughly intoxicated. You mustn't think of escaping this time. Ah, no problem, Chen Yan responded, following Zhang Fengnian into the wooden cabin, which looked much the same as before. A rectangular bamboo table sat surrounded by a few bamboo chairs, and a map adorned the wall, one that could never be purchased on the market, exceptionally precise, with each guerrilla group's territory clearly marked. As they settled in, Zhang Fengnian brewed tea, personally filling Chen Yan's cup, lamenting, "This is the Taiping Monkey King tea brought from the mainland. Both the commander and I have taken quite a liking to it. The local tea is unpalatable, not even fit for pigs, being bitter and astringent with no trace of fragrance." "And who might this brother be?" "Mao Ho. You may simply call me that," Mao Ho replied, maintaining a humble demeanor while concealing his true identity. Indeed, heroes emerge from youth. To be in the company of brother Shuanghua signifies that you are truly a dragon among men. I have witnessed brother Shuanghua's prowess. Impressive. Zhang Fengnian nodded in approval, giving a thumbs up to both Chen Yan and Mao Ho. "How could I possibly compare to brother Zhang? You and Commander Wang possess vast resources, with both men and arms at your disposal. It must be delightful to reign as a carefree local sovereign here." Chen Yan complimented with a smile. Zhang Fengnian and Wang Defa shared a bond of life and death, having sworn brotherhood. Their complementary strengths, Wang Defa's bravery and Zhang Fengnian's cunning, allowed them to thrive in this region, living a life of ease. "What brings you here, brother Shuanghua? I cannot imagine you would come merely for a visit," Zhang Fengnian inquired, skeptical of Chen Yan's motives. "I came to inquire about a guerrilla group in the vicinity known as Husheng," Chen Yan said, taking a sip of tea. "We arrived here quite uninformed, and I thought it best to seek your insights." Upon mentioning Husheng, Zhang Fengnian's expression shifted noticeably. "The commander has gone to negotiate with them. Recently, our two sides have experienced several minor disputes. Is it possible that you are at odds with them as well?" "I merely wish to ascertain the situation. I am unaware if there is anyone specific they are seeking," Chen Yan replied, choosing to keep the full truth concealed, sharing only a general overview. "Ha. Brother Chen has arrived. Tonight, we shall not leave until we are thoroughly intoxicated," boomed Wang Defa's hearty laughter from outside. Chapter 55. He Sheng. Our current circumstances are far from favorable. Recently, the government approached us, suggesting that we convert our poppy fields to coffee cultivation, promising to purchase at prices exceeding the market rate. Even if I were to acquiesce, my numerous brothers would certainly oppose it, Wang Defa remarked at the dining table. Furthermore, regarding the He Sheng you mentioned, we have experienced repeated frictions between our two factions lately. I suspect the Little Devils are instigating trouble behind the scenes. Little Devils? What do you mean by that, Commander? Chen Yan inquired. He Sheng was merely a small guerrilla group initially, yet in just a few years, it has expanded so rapidly, replacing its arsenal. Where could they possibly acquire such funds? I am certain there are financial backers behind them. I have dispatched personnel to investigate, and several Japanese have been seen visiting their camp frequently. Hence, I harbor suspicions regarding their connections to the Little Devils, Wang Defa replied, his expression filled with animosity at the mere mention of the Little Devils. The expeditionary forces of yesteryears had journeyed to confront the Little Devils. It would be strange indeed if they bore no resentment towards them, were it not for these Little Devils. Would they be forced to wander in these remote foothills with no hope of returning home? Nevertheless, even if they wish to return now, it is merely a fleeting thought. The Huaxia government would never permit their return. Moreover, what would they do upon returning? Surely, they cannot be allowed to wreak havoc in Huaxia. Wang Defa's words indirectly affirmed Chen Yan's suspicions. Regardless of whether he was the hidden hand behind the murder of the captain, any Little Devil appearing in their circle would likely meet a grim fate. Commander Wang, I humbly request your assistance. I wish to know more about He Sheng, Chen Yan stated. That is easily arranged. Tomorrow, I shall have someone provide you with detailed information, Wang Defa replied, thumping his chest with robust assurance. Additionally, Brother Chen, do you have any channels through which I could procure some weaponry? Commander Wang, you have indeed come to the right person. I can facilitate connections for you to acquire supplies directly from the Middle East, while my friends may not be able to procure atomic bombs. Ordinary aircraft and artillery are certainly within reach, and you won't have to endure the layers of price inflation that you currently face, Chen Yan responded with a smile. Consider this a small gesture of goodwill from me. By the way, Commander, do you have access to jadeite and rubies? Chen Yan pondered, recalling that Lin Shuihua's company also dealt in jewelry. If he could purchase raw stones directly from here, the profits upon processing would undoubtedly be significantly higher than what he currently receives. I happen to own 4 raw stone mines. Is this something that piques your interest? Brother Chun, Wang Defa Inuit. If you require them, I will prioritize supplying you at the same price. Haha, may I ask what channels you currently utilize? What are the prices like? Chun Yin queried with a smile. I have a company specializing in jewelry that could potentially collaborate with you, Wang Defa responded. Brother Chun, you may not be aware, but the international standards for jadeite do not lie in the hands of Europe and America, hence they impose strict controls over it. Although transactions are conducted in US dollars, we miners can only sell to various processors and wholesalers who exploit us severely, Wang Defa sighed. As for pricing, we do not possess the power to dictate. We must follow their lead. Upon hearing this, Chen Yin was struck with inspiration. In that case, once I return, I will contact you, ensuring that the prices offered will only be higher, never lower. Excellent, it is settled. Wang Defa was elated upon hearing the news, for he had the responsibility of supporting numerous individuals. Every additional coin earned was crucial for his establishment in this place. The meal was enjoyed in a harmonious atmosphere, with cups continually raised and exchanged. Chen Yin felt slightly tipsy, while Mao Ho only consumed a single glass of liquor, remaining vigilant in the unfamiliar environment. Wang Defa exhibited great warmth, yet Chen Yin understood that their relationship was merely forged through mutual interests. It was impossible for these warlords to maintain their foothold here without a degree of ruthlessness. Once conflicts over interests arose, they could turn hostile in an instant. The night passed in silence. The following morning, as Chen Yin stepped outside, he noticed that Mao Ho had seemingly risen early. Approaching him, Mao Ho remarked, "Boss, they arranged 2 lovely ladies for me last night." He shivered slightly as he spoke. How delightful. They were quite enthusiastic. Chen Yin chuckled. When Chen Yin had first arrived, he had experienced a similar situation. However, he could not bring himself to partake. Firstly, their aesthetic appeal did not align with his own, and secondly, those girls had been captured from nearby villages. He found them unappealing. The thought of contracting an illness was enough to instill lifelong regret. Enthusiastic indeed, those 2 ladies may be eager, but even I, Mao Ho, a man of distinction, simply cannot appreciate them. Mao Ho grinned. Let us acquire some weapons and investigate the situation at Hushing, Chen Yin stated with determination. They politely declined Wang Defa and Zhang Fengyan's attempts to keep them, requesting some weapons before their departure. Wang Defa, in a generous manner, waved his hand, allowing Chen Yin to choose freely from the armory. Each took a handgun. Mao Ho selected a sniper rifle, while Chen Yin opted for a weapon accompanied by explosives and provisions, before leaving Wang Defa's military camp. How about those 2? Once Chen Yin had departed, Wang Defa's previous warmth faded as he inquired of Zhang Fengyan. Rest assured, they harbor no ill intentions. If they wished us harm, we certainly would not have survived last night, Zhang Fengyan replied. However, it seems we may have offended them regarding Hushing. We should closely monitor that situation in the coming days. As for the business they mentioned, it might be worth exploring, as we have nothing to lose. Very well. I trust your judgment, Wang Defa responded. He held Zhang Fengyan in high regard, recognizing that his own advancement was largely due to the latter's clever schemes, and their bond as childhood friends and sworn brothers ensured that Zhang would not act against his interests. As the sun descended beyond the horizon, Chen Yin and Mao Ho had reached a hillside not far from the Hushing camp, surrounded by lush trees. They were well concealed beneath the foliage. I will go ahead to assess the situation. You stay here, Chen Yin whispered to Mao Ho. Aware of his own capabilities, Mao Ho readied his weapon and replied, "Be careful." Chen Yin crouched as he approached the camp. The terrain was not overly steep, yet the tropical jungle was thick with underbrush. As he navigated the area, he had to evade both sentries and the myriad of poisonous insects and snakes, which slowed his progress considerably. Should he be discovered, Chun Yin would have no choice but to flee. They were there to gather intelligence, not to engage in an attack. And any lethal actions would have to be reserved for the cover of night. As the searchlight swept across the area, Chun Yin swiftly vaulted over the fence, carefully evading the patrolling soldiers. He eventually reached the rear of a wooden cabin, where he concealed himself, attempting to eavesdrop on the conversation within. Yamamoto-kun, I do not recommend engaging with them head-on. The commotion it would cause would be excessive. Chun Yin overheard the dialogue in Japanese, confirming that the master behind Chung was indeed a certain young man from Japan. Yamamoto was the target assigned to them by Banya, valued at $50,000. However, Chin dared not take action just yet and quietly maneuvered to the rear of the munitions depot. Chapter 56. The return upon seeing the two soldiers stationed at the entrance. Chun Yin refrained from acting impulsively and retreated to the back of the wooden cabin. To infiltrate the munitions depot, it was imperative to eliminate those two soldiers. This task was indeed straightforward, but his primary objective was to neutralize the Japanese soldiers, not to detonate the munitions depot. If he were to take down the two sentinels, it would not take long for the camp to sound the alarm, which would jeopardize his subsequent plans. After eavesdropping behind the wooden cabin for an extended period, Chun Yin finally discerned that the adversaries were coveting Wang Defa's emerald mines. For these warlords, powder and minerals were akin to life itself, and Wang Defa would not relinquish them easily. The group inside was deliberating about sending someone domestically to assassinate Wang Defa, dismissing any notion of direct confrontation. After all, the camps were situated in dense forests, making them easy to defend and difficult to attack. They wished to avoid significant casualties. Having hidden behind the wooden cabin for over 5 hours, while continuously evading the patrolling soldiers, Chun Yin estimated it was around 3 o'clock in the morning. Quietly, he slipped into the wooden cabin, drawing his dagger and plunging it into the chest of a sleeping Japanese soldier, swiftly silencing him. He then draped a nearby blanket over the body to mask the scent of blood. 3 wooden cabins, 3 unsuspecting soldiers dispatched in their slumber, silent as shadows. As for the name Watanabe Shina that they mentioned, Chun Yin would need to have Banya investigate his whereabouts upon returning home, then apprehend him for interrogation. Today's 3 were mere foot soldiers, and leaving any alive was not an option. After resolving the fate of the 3 soldiers, Chun Yin stealthily approached the vicinity of the munitions depot. Suddenly, he leaped out, swiftly dispatching the 2 sentinels with precise strikes. The soldiers clutched their throats, their eyes wide with shock, yet not a sound escaped their lips. He dragged their bodies into the depot and quickly set a perimeter of explosives within. Upon exiting, he seamlessly blended back into the darkness. After considerable effort, Chun Yin arrived at the hideout of Mao Ho, a location he had previously learned about. Otherwise, given Mao Ho's skills in concealment, it would have been quite challenging to locate him. All done. Let us go, Chun Yin whispered. Mao Ho, somewhat reluctant, remarked, We're just leaving like this? Don't want to stir things up a bit? There's a circle of explosives in the munitions depot. If you wish to roast sweet potatoes here, be my guest. Chun Yin chuckled, fully aware that Mao Ho had been feeling somewhat cooped up lately. As Chun Yin's words lingered in the air, Mao Ho sprang from the ground, running faster than anyone else. After they had covered some distance, a series of thunderous explosions erupted behind them, illuminating the sky with fiery brilliance. If anyone were to set off such fireworks during a grave visit, their ancestors would surely emerge to discuss the meaning of life. Are we heading back now? Mao Ho inquired, appearing somewhat reluctant to depart. Let us return to Wang Defa, Chun Yin said as he ran. Mao Ho was uncertain why they were heading back to Wang Defa. He merely understood that following his leader was sufficient. Reassured by the fact that Chun Yin would not harm him, as dawn broke, the two returned to the outskirts of Wang Defa's territory. This time, the soldiers on watch displayed a markedly improved demeanor, cheerfully escorting them to the camp. Brother Chun, why are you back so soon? Wang Defa asked, a hint of confusion lacing his tone, yet they both tacitly avoided mentioning the recent explosion at Hushing. There are individuals from the Japanese side planning to send someone to assassinate Commander Wang. I urge you to exercise caution, Chen Yin warned. Having delivered his message, he excused himself, intending to reconnect once he returned home. The primary objective was not merely to alert Wang Defa, but to ensure that Wang Defeng would provide them with an escort. For he had no desire to return on foot. Thank you, Brother Chen. Safe travels. I look forward to your call, Wang Defa said, personally dispatching someone to escort Chen Yin and Mao Ho to the edge of the town, evidently impressed by Chen Yin's capabilities, exhibiting even greater warmth than the day before. Upon their return to Yunnan, 11 days had elapsed since their departure. As they entered Yunnan, both exhaled deeply, taking in the azure sky of their homeland, feeling their breaths become more effortless. After resting for a day in Yunnan, they resolved to return. Boss, you should head back first. I'll stay for a couple of days, Mao Ho suggested. Chen Yin merely acknowledged with a sound, aware that Mao Ho preferred not to fly. He had seen Mao Ho purchase a train ticket on his phone the previous day, but chose not to confront him about it, opting to depart by plane instead. Upon arriving at Shanghai Airport, he beheld the familiar sight of long, elegant legs, realizing that this place felt much more appealing than any beautiful girl elsewhere. The conjunction of dazzling lights and graceful limbs invoked dreams of flying alongside lovely companions. Such delight. 2 security personnel stood nearby, recognizing him as a familiar face. After spending over 10 days away, Chen Yin bore the marks of fatigue, his complexion darker than before, reflecting the challenges he had faced. Considering the current circumstances, his earlier declaration of retiring from the scene had transformed into a mere jest. Once one steps into this world, extricating oneself proves to be a formidable challenge. At Shanghai Group, Peter sat opposite Lin Shuihua, his demeanor one of utmost respect. Internally, he grappled with 2 perplexing questions: how his elder brother had come to admire his sister-in-law, and how she had reciprocated those feelings. Both were exceptional talents within their respective fields, yet they seemed an unlikely pair. Upon reflection, it appeared that the sister-in-law was unworthy of his brother, and conversely, his brother was unworthy of her. Your proposal is commendable, but the company's budget is quite constrained. It will be challenging to persuade Luna, as an international A-list star, Lin Shuihua remarked after reviewing the documents Peter had provided. Regarding the other matter, considering our company's scale, it will be difficult to sway the Luofei group. I believe your proposal is somewhat theoretical. Not at all. I will manage them with ease. All it requires is your approval of my plan, Peter asserted confidently. I am familiar with them, and I will take responsibility for this matter. Very well. I will rely on you, Lin Shuihua replied. Please communicate any issues promptly. Lin Shuihua did not inquire further and readily affixed her signature. Well then, sister-in-law, I shall take my leave and not disturb your work, Peter said with a sycophantic tone. As for Chen, let it go. You may return. Lin Shuihua thought of asking about Chen Yin, but ultimately refrained from speaking. Currently, the busiest person in the international department was undoubtedly Wu Sanju. Peter was reluctant to manage. Li Ziming was too shy, and with Chen Yin absent, everyone turned to Wu Sanju for assistance. He relished this attention, surrounded by beautiful women daily, a far more pleasant experience than being in the security department, where he faced a cadre of gruff men. At present, there were no pressing matters in the international department. People sought Wu Sanju mainly to present proposals and solicit his opinions. Wu Sanju, possessing a sharp intellect, could always pinpoint various issues with remarkable clarity. Over time, his reputation within the department grew, and his amiable nature allowed him to get along with everyone. As for Luo Ta, he was increasingly becoming part of the security department, frequently visiting, his intentions clear to all. He was enamored with Yi Ai. Moreover, Yi, the head of the department, showed little aversion to him, indicating a mutual rapport akin to the legendary duo of Hu Sanyang and Zhang Fei, neither yielding to the other. Chapter 57. Trouble approaches far away in the United States. Luna suddenly approached her manager and declared, "Cancel all activities. I must go to Huaxia." "But, no buts. Cancel everything." Luna insisted resolutely. "Book me the earliest flight to Shanghai City, Huaxia." The impetus behind her urgent decision stemmed from a recent call from Peter. He informed her that the man she had long cherished, Chun Yin, had returned to Huaxia and was married, albeit with a strained relationship that still left her an opportunity to pursue him. Since that fateful night 4 years ago when Chun Yin rescued her from the clutches of the mafia, his image had been indelibly etched in her mind. Despite her fervent pursuits, he had remained aloof, which only intensified her resolve. She vowed to have him one day. As an international superstar, the number of suitors vying for Luna's affection rivaled the frequency of a vigorous man's endeavors, and it was inconceivable that someone of her stature would lack beauty. She possessed all the attributes of a glamorous star, yet she could not fathom why Chun Yin did not reciprocate her feelings. At that very moment, within a mysterious estate in the United States, a similar scenario was unfolding. The Rofi Group, a top-ranking global conglomerate, was under the stewardship of a mere 27-year-old woman. Odette, at such a young age, commanded such a vast enterprise, showcasing her remarkable intellect. Although her father provided covert support, her capabilities were undeniable. She could not forget the bloodied man with piercing eyes who had burst into the restroom, covering her mouth, and when his gaze fell upon her, a hint of embarrassment crossed his face as he exclaimed, "So much." The most vexing part was that he had dared to kiss her before departing. She had once commissioned someone to investigate him, and had even attempted to assassinate him multiple times, all of which ended in failure. One day, she was abruptly awakened from her slumber by the sight of him standing at the foot of her bed, warning her to cease her attempts on his life, or she would face dire consequences. Enraged, her heart burned with fury. However, as time passed, she realized she could not forget him and had, in fact, fallen in love with him. With the power of the Luo Fei family, she managed to locate Peter and his associates, ultimately becoming good friends with them. Yet, Chun Yin appeared indifferent to her, even declining her invitations to dine together. Now that he had returned to settle in the country, she felt compelled to confront him for an explanation. At that moment, Chun Yin was obliviously admiring a pair of long legs, unaware that two formidable adversaries were en route to China. Upon returning home, she opened the refrigerator only to find it utterly bare. Whenever he was absent, Lin Shuihua typically subsisted on makeshift meals, often just an apple and a carton of milk for dinner. She decided to purchase a basket full of fruits and vegetables, filling the refrigerator to the brim, and assumed the role of the chef. When Lin Shuihua saw Chun Yin returning, a fleeting glimmer of joy crossed her eyes, though her expression remained coolly indifferent. "How is everything in the international department?" Chun Yin inquired during dinner. Lin Shuihua replied nonchalantly, "Peter is performing excellently. I believe it would be best for you to remain at home, as the company seems to have little need for you." "What nonsense is this? You're being exceedingly cruel, trying to slay the donkey after the grind." Chun Yin nearly leaped in indignation. "Besides, no matter how exceptional Peter is, he was trained by me." Lin Shuihua merely teased Chun Yin with her words, not truly intending to deter him. "Please provide me with a copy of the company's Jade Rough Stone purchase price for my review," Chun Yin said, taking a sip of beer, savoring the moment. Lin Shuihua cast a puzzled glance at him, unable to grasp his intentions. "What do you need that for?" she asked, bewildered. Although it constituted a company secret, Lin Shuihua trusted that Chun Yin would not engage in any reckless behavior. At least, that was her instinct, and she chose to rely on it. "I know a miner in the country. If the price is right, you can procure directly from him," Chun Yin stated. Lin Shuihua regarded Chun Yin with a knowing look. The legitimate jade mines were beyond Chun Yin's reach, and now he claimed to know a miner, which led her to suspect that, like Chun Yin, he was not a person of good repute. The following morning, upon witnessing the hustle and bustle of the international department, Chun Yin felt somewhat superfluous. "Where are Peter and the others?" Chun Yin asked Wu Sanju. Wu Sanju, brimming with enthusiasm, remarked that over time, even the most exciting matters could lose their allure, ultimately leaving only the burden of busyness. Peter took leave, citing matters at home, and Luo Wenyuan went back with him. They should be away for several days. Wu Sanju replied with a smile, clearly pleased to see Chun Yin return. "I wonder what you had been up to during this long absence." "National secrets. Do not pry." Chun Yin shot Wu Sanju a sidelong glance. "You look quite presentable today, all groomed and dapper." Regarding the absence of Banya and Luo Tuo, Chen Yin found it hard to believe Wu Sanju's claim that there were matters to attend to back home. Nonetheless, he did not dwell on it, assuming instead that the two were merely indulging in side jobs. Today, Wu Sanju donned formal attire, appearing quite dapper with a freshly styled haircut, presenting a stark contrast to his previous guise as a mere security guard. The adage that environment shapes character held true in this instance. State secrets, my foot. Your only contribution to the nation is squandering food. Wu Sanju retorted upon hearing Chen Yin mention state secrets. Chen Yan's prolonged absence had, under Wu Sanju's orchestrations, entrenched a ruthless and domineering image of him within the international department. He cast a disgruntled glance at Wu Sanju, who had managed to make the department's ladies avert their gazes upon Chen Yan's arrival. Wu Sanju reveled in this work environment. Despite the fatigue, it was fulfilling, and the international department was devoid of the usual backstabbing politics. Chen Yin harbored a deep-seated dissatisfaction, realizing that Wu Sanju had become his personal assistant, the so-called little secretary. In contrast, Peter, recently promoted to deputy minister by Lin Shuihua, had a stunning beauty like Li Ziming as his assistant. The disparity between the rugged old man and the beautiful woman left Chen Yin feeling profoundly unbalanced. Yet he dared not confront Lin Shuihua about it. Why would I want you as my assistant? You lack allure, with a rigid backside that I would be embarrassed to parade around with. Chen Yin scoffed. Wu Sanju took a deep breath to calm himself, then suddenly shifted his demeanor with a grin, saying, "If you wish, I could accommodate you. Get lost. I give you 3 seconds to vacate my office." Chen Yin snapped. Wu Sanju's jest struck a nerve, sending a chill down his spine. In the afternoon, instead of being in Eagle Country, Luo Tuo and Peter appeared at Jianghai Airport. Cloaked in disguise, Luna disembarked from the plane, swiftly scanning her surroundings. Finding no frenzied fans, she felt a sense of relief. Once in Peter's car, she removed her mask and sunglasses, revealing her exquisitely exotic, fair visage. "Take me to find Chen Yin," she commanded. "Patience," Peter replied. "Let us have a meal first. I'll explain the situation, and you will understand." There's an old saying in Huaxia, knowing both oneself and one's adversary ensures victory in 100 battles. Chapter 58. The mascot of the international department within a private room of a high-end restaurant in Jianghai City, Luo Tuo remained silent, observing like a spectator. Peter, with a crooked smile, remarked, "Miss Luna, do you know why our boss is not fond of you?" "Why?" Luna inquired urgently, perplexed by this enigma. "Our boss is a very traditional Huaxia man. Your encounter with him is purely serendipitous. He favors gentle and reserved women. You cannot be overly enthusiastic," Peter said mysteriously. "Do you understand the principle of boiling a frog in warm water?" Luna looked at Peter in confusion, unable to grasp the significance of his words. "But we are worlds apart. We hardly meet at all." "Then you could shift your current focus to Huaxia and stay close to our boss," Peter suggested, speaking as if he were a wolf enticing a little rabbit. "He is currently employed in the international department of Shanghai Group, and you should collaborate with them. Moreover, they specifically requested our superior to liaise with you, which is quite favorable as our superior neither exhibits disdain nor excessive enthusiasm towards you. This presents a splendid opportunity for you to observe the situation closely." "Very well. I shall visit Shanghai Group tomorrow." Luna, upon hearing this, felt a surge of excitement and eagerly exclaimed, No, you cannot take the initiative to go. I will ensure that Shanghai Group contacts you directly. At that time, simply mention that you happen to be traveling in Huaxia. It would be quite fortuitous." Peter raised his glass and took a sip. "If you can establish a partnership with Shanghai, it will not only enhance your reputation in Huaxia, but also provide you with a chance to engage with our superior. As for how you ultimately win over our superior, that will depend on your own capabilities." "Thank you." Luna, feeling as though she had been sold, yet was still grateful to Peter, responded with a smile. However, Luna was no fool. After a moment, she inquired, "Didn't you say that Chen Yin's current wife is the president of the Shanghai Group? Why would you want me to collaborate with them?" Peter chuckled inwardly, realizing that this young lady was rather astute. Nonetheless, he had his explanation prepared. "I must admit that his wife is indeed beautiful, yet she treats our superior poorly. I believe only you are worthy of being our sister-in-law. It is disheartening to think you would doubt me, Peter stated, taking a sip of his drink. His expression one of feigned melancholy. That is not my intention. Thank you both, Luna quickly reassured him. Sister-in-law, I wish you great success. Peter's affectionate address caused Luna's heart to swell with joy, her smile blooming instantly as she raised her glass high, filled with hope. After enduring such a lengthy flight and the ensuing jet lag, Luna simply had a light meal before retreating upstairs to rest. Stop fiddling with that wretched phone, Banyer admonished Latu. While he was parched from speaking, continued to grin foolishly at his device, which only served to irritate him further. This is evidence, Luata replied nonchalantly. What evidence? Evidence that you deceived Luna. Should the boss choose to reprimand us, I will have something to safeguard my interests, Luatu said with a mischievous smirk. I remained silent throughout. Bru, no, apologiza. I should have raised my voice at you. Tell me where you would like to unwind tonight. I shall cover the expenses. Banyu shifted his demeanor entirely, gazing at Luatu with ingratiating eyes. Oh dear, my feet are sore, my neck is uncomfortable, and I feel utterly miserable. Very well, let us indulge in a dual experience of ice and fire. With a service that is sure to please, Banyu replied, his command of the language now flowing effortlessly as he spoke with the finesse of a true connoisseur. As the two soaked in the large pool, Luatu asked with curiosity, Did you mention to Luna that Shanghai's offer was so low? Would she agree? I have long since discovered that her agency is actually run by her. It is merely unknown to outsiders. I find it rather easy to ascertain such information. Banyu replied with a mysterious smile. Moreover, we cannot reveal everything all at once. Just wait and see. Early the next morning, Banyu called Luna. Luna, I sincerely apologize. Shanghai has only offered $1 million. As you are aware, Shanghai Group has been established for only a few years, and their financial resources are rather limited. However, $1 million is a gross undervaluation of your worth. I contemplated rejecting their offer on the spot. Yet I wish to hear your thoughts. I am truly sorry for my rashness. I will decline them immediately. The voice on the other end of the line, belonging to the man known as Bored Duck, seemed to express considerable anger. Please do not rush. Luna appeared to be in a state of contemplation. After a brief pause, she remarked, $1 million it is then? All right, take a rest. I will strive to negotiate further on your behalf. Once the call ended, Camel gave a thumbs up to Bored Duck, feeling that he should maintain a distance from such cunning individuals. Within the team, he found the playful monkey to be far more endearing, while Bored Duck was too treacherous and the boss excessively ruthless. It was always they who bore the brunt. Camel performed a handstand, resting his feet against the wall, vowing to drain every ounce of nonsense from his mind. At that moment, Chen Yin was still in his office, cheerfully sipping tea, oblivious to the fact that his two closest allies had betrayed him. The international department continued its busy routine, with no one seeking him out, allowing Chen Yin to relish his tranquility. He understood well that it's easy to be a leader, but challenging to be one who truly gets things done. The most daunting scenario arises when an outsider leads an expert, and with his current understanding, he felt that his past interventions had only complicated matters. Thus, his role in the international department resembled that of a mere mascot. Bored Duck had long since coordinated with Li Ziming, repeatedly stressing that Chen Yin must remain unaware of Luna's arrival. Although Li Ziming did not grasp the reasoning behind this, her recent interactions had fostered a trust in Peter's capabilities, so she refrained from questioning further. The peculiar situation in the international department was characterized by a juxtaposition of two ministers, one idly lounging and the other mysteriously absent, while two assistants busied themselves. Chen Yin operated like an automaton, and Li Ziming maintained a relatively good demeanor. Wu Sanju approached with documents, unceremoniously tossing them onto Chen Yin's desk. Sign here. Wu Sanju commanded directly. Chen Yin did not refuse. Without even glancing at the papers, he affixed his signature. Eventually, growing weary of the constant interruptions, Chen Yin handed his seal to Wu Sanju, requesting he refrain from bothering him. Wu Sanju could simply stamp the documents without needing Chen Yin's signature for every single one. After all, he did not want to risk developing tendinitis. Meanwhile, Li Ziming had arranged to meet Luna at the office the following day, with Luna stressing the importance of confidentiality. Li Ziming understood the tribulations faced by celebrities and readily agreed. She was elated, not expecting the international superstar Luna to be so accommodating. Her admiration for Peter deepened, realizing he had not exaggerated. Indeed, Luna was coming. As for the endorsement fees, that was not her concern. Observing the international department's operations beginning to fall into rhythm, she felt a surge of excitement. After all, she was one of the veterans in the department. Though her standing beside Lin Shuihua might be higher, without independent responsibilities, any future promotion would not command respect. Presently, the situation in the international department was that Wu Sanju merely provided suggestions, while the actual decision-making rested largely on her shoulders, filling Li Ziming with hope for the future. Chapter 59. Collaboration. The international department now boasts over 20 individuals, all of whom are the CRME de la CRME from various sectors, whether they are responsible for sales or corporate promotion. Minister Chen Yin, though not particularly proactive in his duties, risks inciting discontent among his colleagues if this continues. Fortunately, the department offers attractive benefits, and he refrains from seeking unnecessary troubles, often residing in his office. For the time being, tensions have yet to surface otherwise. Despite Wu Sanju's discreet whispers about his close ties with Chen Yin, no one dares to openly offend him. Yet, behind the scenes, dissent may brew. And when it becomes time for directives to flow downwards, it may be too late. At this moment, Chen Yin is engrossed in a game of spider solitaire, oblivious to the unfolding events. In the hotel conference room, Miss Luna shows no kindness toward Li Ziming, insisting on meeting her superior, dismissing Li as too low in rank. Minister Chen, Miss Luna requests direct contact with the highest authority in the international department. Please meet with her in the hotel conference room, Li Ziming said. Her professional attire taut against her form, her meticulously applied makeup unable to conceal the slight frustration on her face. All right, Chen Yin, unaware that this Luna is the persistent foreign woman he has encountered before, internally curses these pretentious foreigners who abandon their given Chinese names for a fabricated Western identity. As Li Ziming drives Chen Yin to the Hilton, he inquires, "What necessitates my presence? What's her status?" Our advertising spokesperson, Luna. Is there a domestic artist named Luna? Recalling Peter's insistence to keep Luna's international stardom a secret, Li Ziming can only respond vaguely, "Yes, she is currently in the country." Chen Yin fails to grasp the implications of her words. Is anyone else present? Just me. It is the artist's personal request. Chen Yin understands this. Celebrities often guard their privacy fiercely, a necessity in their world plagued by relentless paparazzi. After all, no one wishes to live perpetually in the spotlight. Li Ziming parks the car and guides Chen Yin directly to the 68th floor conference room. This marks Chen Yin's inaugural formal business negotiation, especially with a celebrity. While he is well-versed in the cutthroat world of business dealings, sitting down for a serious discussion is uncharted territory for him. Should his initial attempt falter, he risks becoming nothing more than a mascot within the international department. He knocks on the door. A melodious voice responds from within, and Chen Yin muses that, as expected of a star, her voice is enchanting, yet it strikes him as vaguely familiar. Before entering, he pinches his cheeks, donning a broad smile in hopes of making a favorable impression. However, upon stepping through the threshold, his smile freezes, and he casts a look of reproach toward Li Ziming. He begins to comprehend why the others, such as the bored duck and the camel, opted out of this meeting. Li Ziming's ambiguous responses along the way suggested that they had conspired against him, having dug a pit, now awaiting his inevitable plunge. He could hardly believe that Luna would come all the way from the United States without any reason to collaborate specifically with Shanghai. While it was understandable for her to seek partnership in China, given the remarkable pace of development in the country over the past few years and its emerging status as a potential world center, it seemed rather unrealistic for her to directly approach Shanghai, which could merely be considered a well-known enterprise in Shanghai, yet not significant enough on a national scale. In the conference room stood a solitary woman with exquisite features and a tall stature. Her golden hair contrasted strikingly with her blue eyes, embodying the essence of an exotic beauty. Clad in a petite floral dress and sporting a high ponytail, she radiated youthfulness and vibrancy. This was none other than the international superstar, Luna, whose cherubic visage and ample allure would evoke a protective instinct in any man. Had it not been for Chun Yan's tumultuous past, he might have considered starting a family by now. Minister Chun, this is Miss Luna, Li Ziming remarked, noticing Chun Yan lost in thought, unable to resist the urge to interject, while internally reflecting on the nature of men, who seemed to lose their composure in the presence of beautiful women. Hello, Miss Luna. On behalf of Shanghai Group, I extend a warm welcome to you and look forward to our collaboration, Chun Yan said with a smile, while inwardly cursing the circumstances that had led him to this moment. Ah, dear Chun, I never anticipated that we would meet again here. What a delightful coincidence, Luna replied, her fluent Mandarin surprising Chun Yan. Li Ziming, standing beside him, was equally astonished, sensing an underlying familiarity between them. She wondered why Peter had insisted she keep Luna's arrival a secret from Chun Yan. Could it be that Chun Yan was a scoundrel who had once disappointed Luna? However, she quickly dismissed this notion, recognizing Luna as a globally recognized figure, far removed from someone of Chun Yan's caliber. If Chun Yan had been privy to Li Ziming's thoughts, he would have questioned her perception of his character. Luna graciously invited both of them to take a seat, displaying none of the airs typically associated with a superstar, contrasting sharply with her previous demeanor when alone with Li Ziming. While Chun Yan contemplated how to extricate himself from this bothersome situation, he instructed, Ziming, please go out and buy me a pack of cigarettes. All right. She had noticed that Chun Yan had already pocketed some cigarettes when they left the office, and having spent considerable time observing him alongside Lin Shuihua, she could discern that he was attempting to avoid her. Once Li Ziming departed, Chun Yan turned to Luna and asked, what brings you here? Collaboration, of course. I wish to represent Shanghai and explore market opportunities in China, Luna replied, her intentions seemingly transparent. Yet Chun Yan remained skeptical of her sincerity. Very well. Let us proceed to sign a contract then. Not so fast. Let's discuss this further during dinner tonight. Luna smiled warmly. Chun Yan glanced at the clock, realizing it was only a little past 2 in the afternoon. The prospect of discussing dinner at this hour felt premature. He worried that by evening, he might find himself in compromising circumstances, as he prided himself on being an innocent young man, not wishing to fall into Luna's charms. In that case, I must formally decline the offer of collaboration on behalf of Shanghai, Chun Yan declared, exhaling a plume of smoke. Upon hearing this, Luna's expression shifted to urgency. If I can partner with Shanghai, and you accompany me during the filming period, I will sign the contract immediately. Upon observing the unchanging expression on Chun Yan's face, she promptly added, if you disagree, I shall seek out Lin Shuihua for a direct discussion. Chun Yan was well aware that this young woman was quite capable of following through. I shall arrange for someone to deliver the contract to you by tomorrow. I have other matters to attend to now, so I must take my leave. Join me for dinner tonight, or else. Very well. I shall accompany you for dinner. After Chun Yan departed, Luna, in the conference room, joyfully raised her delicate fist and waved it about, realizing that Peter had indeed spoken the truth. Chapter 60. The trial of your bonds. May I borrow your phone for a moment? Li Ziming, hearing the conversation, turned to see Chun Yan, somewhat surprised that the negotiation had concluded so swiftly, feeling a twinge of disappointment. Even endorsing for a third-tier domestic star usually required multiple discussions, and the rapidity of this exchange suggested a possible breakdown in talks. After taking Li Ziming's phone, she put it on speaker and dialed Peter. Darling, are you missing me? Yes, Brother Peter, I've been thinking of you. When will you return? Chun Yan cooed, sending a chill down Li Ziming's spine. Boss, I'm with Camelback in our hometown. Is there something you need? Peter's voice sounded slightly detached. Chun Yan replied with a grin. Nothing urgent. Just finished discussing a collaboration with Luna. You two haven't been at the company for a few days. I missed you both. When are you coming back? We'll return in a couple of months. It's been a while since I've visited an American establishment. Let us have a video call, so I can see how things are developing over there. Chun Yan remarked softly. Well, boss, enough with the idle chatter. If you two aren't back at the office before the end of the day, I shall have to deal with you. Chun Yan quickly deduced that the two were hiding nearby, as he had spent many years with them and could easily guess that it was Peter's idea. Camel could handle rough play, but he was not adept at this or cunning. Earlier, when Peter had referred to Li Zimeng as darling, Chun Yin had dismissed it as he knew Peter called every woman darling. After making several adjustments to the contract, he handed it to Li Zimeng, instructing her to secure Luna's signature the following day. Minister Chun, have you lost your mind? They are disinterested even at $1 million. And you propose to reduce it to 500,000? Is that feasible? Li Zimeng stared at Chun Yin in disbelief, as if he were a fool. Let me share a secret. Peter and Luna are involved. This is a friendship price, Chun Yin whispered. Otherwise, why would Luna, of her stature, come to us to pursue debts, specifically emotional debts? Upon hearing this, Li Zimeng's expression shifted, revealing a mix of sorrow and anger. But Chun Yin had already walked to his car, oblivious to her reaction. The journey was silent, with Li Zimeng driving earnestly. Chun Yin assumed the young woman was still in shock, while he pondered how to extricate himself from Luna's entanglement, both lost in their own thoughts. Chun Yin was vexed, having never anticipated that his earlier metaphor involving a duck would come back to haunt him. A self-inflicted predicament indeed. Upon returning to the company, Chun Shuanghua sought out Lin Shueihua to acquire the procurement prices of jade and rubies from the suppliers. Upon comparison, it became evident that Wang Defa was indeed quite the brute, pricing the goods excessively high. The intermediaries were reaping substantial profits without any fear of competition. A mere injection of capital allowed them to resell at inflated prices. Commander Wang, this is Chun Shuanghua. My dear brother, when will you come back? Wang Defa's hearty laughter echoed through the phone, his spirits high following Chun Yin's explosive departure, which had left Sheng considerably weakened. I will definitely be in touch. I need jade and rubies from you, and I'll offer you an additional 10% on all your goods. Even with the 10% increase, it was still significantly lower than Lin Shuehua's current procurement price. How much? 10%? Yes, 10%. The prospect of several $1 million, enough to sustain many lives, was astonishing. After all, wealth begets power. With power comes resilience, which was crucial for his standing in the country. All right, I will have Fingyan connect with you directly. I will send you a trial batch, but let me be clear, the first shipment will not be large. Chun Yin understood that the other party would have reservations, making a small initial transaction quite reasonable. Now, Chun Yin faced a dilemma regarding the transaction. It was imperative that Lin Shuehua's company did not engage directly. Should anything go awry on Wang Defa's side, it could implicate Shanghai, potentially branding Lin Shueihua as a supporter of terrorism. As he was also a semi-public official, establishing a company was not an option. After much contemplation, he decided to enlist the agile-minded Mao Ho for the task, confident that he could navigate any potential issues. Xiao Hu, please go to the security department downstairs and check the surveillance footage to see if Banya and Luotu are lingering around the company's entrance. If they are, summon them up. Understood. As expected, 15 minutes later, Banya and Luotu trudged in, looking dejected. Welcome back, the heroes of Shanghai. Banya stepped forward and lamented, Boss. This was all Mao Ho's idea. We had nothing to do with it. Chun Yin shot a glare at Lu, who promptly pulled out his phone to display footage of Banya and Luna during their meal, asserting, Boss, this ISN team I doing, it was all Banya's idea. And he executed it. This is evidence. In battle, they were brothers in arms. In daily life, they were quick to exploit one another. Enough. It's pointless to blame you now that the deed is done. Chun Yin chuckled. Really? Are you serious, boss? Banya exclaimed, excitement bubbling in his voice. Yes. Chun Yin's gaze remained fixed on Luotu, who quickly confessed, we also contacted Odette. She is likely to arrive tomorrow. Luotu's voice trailed off. Never mind. You two were acting for the company's benefit. What more can I say? I want to hold it against you. Chun Yin replied with a sinister smile. The duo of Banya and Luo Ta were under the impression that Chun Yin had undergone a transformation. Banya, in his mind, recited prayers to both Jesus and the Buddha. Upon hearing Chun Yin's words, he felt reassured that the Buddha's influence was indeed effective. The compassion of the Buddha was not merely a saying. This was not a reflection of Chun Yin's benevolence, but rather his understanding that punishment, much like storytelling, must encompass rises and falls, ensuring that the narrative does not remain too placid. He decided to first instill a sense of fear in the two, then grant them forgiveness, allowing their spirits to settle before delivering a sound thrashing. Such a sequence would culminate in a most gratifying conclusion for all three. With merely half an hour left until the end of the workday, Banya and Luo Ta observed that Chun Yin had not troubled them, and a great weight lifted from their hearts. You see, the boss has indeed changed. I thought we were in for a beating. Banya whispered to Luo Ta. Perhaps the boss is even grateful for our little performance. I think that could be the case. After all, he has two beautiful women at his disposal. Ever since he got a sister-in-law, he is no longer the ascetic he once was. He must have come to terms with wanting to share the bounty. As they conversed quietly, they failed to notice the security camera in the corner of the office, which had remained fixed on them all afternoon. Meanwhile, Chen Yin, observing the smiles on their faces, wore a peculiar grin himself. Banya, Luo, Ta, it has been quite some time since you returned from the military. Come, let's head to the gym. I wish to see how you two have progressed. Chapter 61. Misunderstanding? In the evening, Chen Yin braced himself to dine with Luna. Luna was a prominent celebrity, constantly basking in the glow of flashing lights, while Chen Yin, a shadowy assassin, feared that if caught on camera, it would be akin to being stripped bare in the assassin's realm, vulnerable to all manner of indignities. The contrasting environments of their lives were fundamentally discordant. A foreign woman, clad in sunglasses and a mask, sat in a private room, awaiting the server to complete the meal service before she could unveil her long-missed smile. Chen Yin contemplated that if he were to live such a life, he would surely go mad. Exposure and fame, freedom and existence. These were contradictory topics for them. Reflecting on his own life, though still not entirely on course, he recognized that things were progressing positively, markedly better than being a star devoid of freedom. Yet, he acknowledged that every individual has unique aspirations, and it would be unjust for him to impose his beliefs upon others. How many days will you be staying? Chen Yin inquired. I'm not sure yet. I have managed to postpone all engagements on the Eagle's side, Luna replied, gazing at him with meaningful eyes. I prefer here, both in terms of work and people. Listening to Luna's profound words, Chen Yin couldn't help but smirk. He considered that he had contributed to the promotion of Chinese culture by teaching a major star how to speak Mandarin. Moreover, he had even mastered the art of double entendres. I am married. I have a wife, Chen Yin declared after tasting the foie gras, thinking it might be something his neighbor's golden retriever would relish. I saved you. You cannot repay kindness with enmity. Yet, Luna countered. But Peter mentioned that your wife does not treat you well. Besides, your marriage is your affair. Your dislike for me is your concern, but pursuing you is my choice. And you cannot interfere with my decisions. Well then, the girl seems irredeemable. Chen Yin yearns to find a mirror to gaze upon himself, questioning whether he truly possesses such excellence. Why then does Lin Shuihua consistently disregard him? He takes a deep drag of a cigarette, watching the swirling smoke that appears to form a question mark. Accompany me for a stroll, he suggests. You are aware of our positions. Do you believe it is feasible? I hope you can exercise some rationality. I am merely dining with you as a friend, Chen Yin replies, somewhat irked. I love my wife dearly, and at least at this moment, I harbor no interest in anyone else. I hope you understand. Luna perceives Chen Yan's resoluteness, her heart aching. Yet such fidelity in a man is a rarity, igniting her desire for conquest. Nonetheless, she refrains from pursuing the subject further, instead moving closer to Chen Yan, gently embracing him, her lips brushing against his cheek like a dragonfly skimming the water's surface. Have someone deliver the contract tomorrow. I will fulfill my responsibilities. Luna departs gracefully. However, had Chen Yin been privy to her true thoughts, he would likely be dismayed. He had intended to project an image of loyalty and indifference, only to find himself in a position of vulnerability, yearning to be conquered, which is intolerable for a man of his somewhat traditional views. As for dinner, he gazes at the elegantly arranged plate with scant food, longing instead for the hearty offerings of roadside eateries in Huaxia, where the portions are generous and the flavor satisfying. Upon returning home, Lin Shuihua is still seated on the sofa, engrossed in the television. As Chun Yin steps through the door, she tosses her hair back with a flourish, causing her nightgown to shift slightly. A seemingly casual gesture becomes a vivid dream in Chun Yan's mind. Not heading upstairs yet? He inquires. Noticing the lipstick mark on his cheek, Lin Shuihua's expression changes. If you've been out gallivanting, it would be best to return without such blatant evidence. Considering we are still, in name, husband and wife. Chun Yin, already feeling somewhat guilty, dares not say much. Blatant evidence? He glances in the bathroom mirror, and there it is, a perfect imprint of Luna's kiss on his face. Poor Chun Yin, just when he thought he had left a good impression on Lin Shuihua. His image is now tarnished beyond repair. He might as well have jumped into the Yellow River, for he could not cleanse himself of this stain. He wishes to argue, but by the time he exits, Lin Shuihua has already retreated upstairs. Frustrated and unsated, he consumes 3 packets of instant noodles before stopping, his stomach slightly distended, wishing he could finish every last drop of the broth. Their time together has been scant lately. Chun Yin had been away for some time, and Lin Shuihua has been busy with work, often leaving early and returning late. He had hoped to engage her in a meaningful conversation upon seeing her in the living room, but fate had other plans. Thus, it can be said that a man's indiscretions will eventually come to light. Chun Yin, who has not strayed, has been caught. So what of those who indulge in secretive misdeeds? Lin Shuihua, with her reticent demeanor, rarely outwardly expresses her feelings. Having grown up without maternal affection and under challenging family circumstances, she has always pushed herself to be self-reliant. Even now, when her heart may be reluctant, she chooses to conceal her emotions. Chun Yin sat on the sofa, idly watching television, when he heard the sound of a door opening upstairs. He swiftly turned his head. "Aren't you going to sleep yet?" Lin Shuihua said softly. "Make sure to rest early." "All right," with a simple affirmation to 2 questions. Chun Yin did not inquire further about the plans for next week. He understood, well, that when the master requested something, it was imperative to comply. He believed that in the pursuit of a woman, especially when she was not lacking in material wealth, one could either assert dominance or persistently pursue her. He had chosen the most arduous path of being a devoted admirer, a route fraught with a 99% failure rate. Nevertheless, he harbored faith that success would eventually be his, as sunlight would ultimately dispel darkness. If the sun could not shine through, he would find a way to let even a sliver of light in, even if it meant enduring discomfort. Lin Shuihua tossed and turned in bed, unable to find rest. She had assigned Li Ziming to the international department, as Li Ziming served as her eyes and ears there. Naturally, she was aware of the events that had unfolded that day, especially with the arrival of a global superstar in Shanghai, a fact that a CEO like her could not overlook. However, the day's occurrences raised suspicions in her mind. No one could deceive Lin Shuihua. She recognized the scale of her company and knew that it was implausible for someone of Luna's stature to be influenced easily. Li Ziming's report claimed it was Peter who made the introduction, which left her in a state of cautious skepticism. If Peter was indeed familiar with her, why did he not personally extend the invitation? Moreover, Chun Yin had promptly signed a contract with the celebrity, and with Luna's arrival, Chun Yin had not returned home for dinner, bearing a noticeable lip mark on his face, a fact that compelled her to ponder deeply. During this period, Chun Yin had only occasionally missed dinner at home, always informing her in advance. Yet today, he had been vague, merely stating he had something to attend to. Was there someone attempting to usurp her man? Women often possess narrow thoughts in such circumstances, and Lin Shuihua was no exception. It was akin to a child with a toy, having played with it only to cast it aside, yet refusing to allow anyone else to take it. Chapter 62. Inviting the wolf into the house the following morning, Odette arrived at Shanghai. However, she did not go to the international department. All matters were directly coordinated with Lin Shuihua, the CEO. As for the outcome, Chun Yin was unaware. It was likely that Shanghai would not reject a partnership with such an esteemed entity. The Lofi Group, a century-old enterprise, held a significant number of publicly traded companies under its umbrella, spanning a diverse array of industries, thus forming a colossal commercial empire. In comparison to Shanghai, the difference was astronomical. A collaboration with the Lofi Group would undoubtedly be beneficial for Shanghai. At just 27 years of age, Odette had become the de facto leader of the Lofi group and the largest shareholder, serving as the vice chairman of the board. Her father was in a semi-retired state, leaving her as the undisputed head of the organization, a billionaire in her own right. Marrying her could ensure that one's descendants lived a life of ease and luxury from the Tang dynasty to the present. The critical aspect was that a substantial portion of the Lofi group's business involved the global arms trade. For such a young woman to manage such a vast enterprise, it was hard to believe she did not possess a few shrewd methods. Chunyin harbored little concern that Lin Shuihua might suffer during her collaboration with Odette, for in his mind, neither of the two women was one to be trifled with. Not to mention, in their previous encounters, Lin Shuihua had already triumphed, effectively bringing him under her control, though perhaps a more apt metaphor would be that she had him at her beck and call. This foreign lady had once gone to great lengths to have him pursued, leaving him in a state of disarray, often on the brink of injury. In an unexpected twist of fate, she now sought to pursue him. Firstly, he had no interest in foreign ladies, and secondly, back then, he was as naive as an unabsorbed piece of tissue, unaware of the pride and glory that came with serving one's country. Now that the contract with Shanghai and Luna had been finalized, the members of the international department held Chen Yin, the usually uninvolved minister, in high esteem. When he finally took action, he secured an international superstar. However, rumors circulated that he had compromised his integrity for fame. He found himself unable to refute such claims, as it was not feasible to convene a meeting and proclaim, "I am but a virgin." The negotiations between Odette and Lin Shuihua extended over 3 days, during which Odette did not seek him out. Chun Yin's insecurities resurfaced. Had he lost his appeal, prompting Odette to abandon him? He felt a mix of relief and a twinge of disappointment. By the grace of the heavens, he received a call from Lin Shuihua that evening. "Come home early tonight. I'm bringing a friend for hot pot." Her voice conveyed a sense of joy. Sure, he thought to himself, it's not the burden of work that concerns me, but rather being cast aside like refuse. Chunyin felt revitalized, not like discarded waste. Upon ending the call, he felt a profound sense of elevation in his life. Furthermore, he instructed the international department to increase this month's bonuses by an additional 2,000. To someone like Bairushua, such a sum might seem trivial, yet for the majority of hardworking individuals, it represented a significant windfall. Of course, the credit lay with Chun Yin. This was a familiar tactic among leaders. "Colleagues, thanks to my earnest efforts, this month's bonuses have increased by 2,000. Let us continue to work diligently." Cheers erupted, particularly from Wu Sanju, while others regarded Chen Yin with newfound goodwill. The laborers sought recompense for their toil. Ideals were costly, and nothing proved more effective than cold hard cash. Chen Yin returned home early, and the hot pot feast was lavishly spread across the table. When Lin Shuihua entered, he felt as though lightning had struck him. He was overwhelmed. "Let me introduce you. This is Odette, my partner." Still reeling from the shock, Odette approached Chun Yin, embracing him and planting a kiss on his cheek. He could hardly believe that a woman had publicly flirted with him, especially in front of Lin Shuihua, who appeared equally bewildered. "Chun, I didn't expect to find you here," Odette exclaimed, feigning surprise. "Lin, this is my ex-boyfriend. Although our families forced us to part ways, we have always cherished a deep love for one another, maintaining our connection despite the circumstances. Just a few days ago, we spoke over the phone, and I never imagined you two were living together." Chen Yan's mind was flooded with a torrent of disbelief. He could hardly fathom that this woman was unaware of his relationship with Lin Shuihua. After more than a week in Huaxia, she had not sought him out at all, as if their feelings were simply waiting for him. Lin Shuihua's expression slightly stiffened, yet she managed to smile. "So, you two have such a connection," she remarked. "Allow me to introduce my wife, Lin Shuihua," Chen Yin declared, taking Lin Shuihua's hand in his own. After the introduction, he planted a kiss on her cheek. Lin Shuihua stiffened momentarily, her ears tinged with a hint of crimson. However, she refrained from protesting, as it was her home, and she felt the need to assert some ownership. Such soft, smooth, and tender hands. In the midst of this unspoken duel between the two women, Chun Yin contemplated whether he should apply a layer of fragrant balm to his lips. "Please, take a seat," The pot is ready, he beckoned. As the three of them settled down, their expressions were bright with smiles, and the atmosphere around the dining table was harmonious, reminiscent of old friends sharing a meal. Have you two married? Odette inquired with curiosity. Yes, Shueihua and I have been childhood sweethearts. We got married immediately upon my return, Chen Yin replied, placing a piece of meat into Lin Shueihua's bowl as he spoke. You both look so happy. I truly envy you. If my father hadn't torn us apart, our child would probably be as tall as this table by now. Odette's words caught Chen Yin off guard, nearly choking him on a piece of lamb. Her remark was rather bold, leaving him feeling somewhat overwhelmed. Lin Shueihua maintained her calm demeanor, occasionally interjecting a few words. But Chen Yin could sense the chilly air and underlying tension emanating from her. He turned the hot pot to his side, placing the spicy broth in front of him and leaving the mild one for Odette, who preferred it. After dinner, Chen Yin took Lin Shueihua's hand to escort Odette out. However, Lin Shueihua abruptly shook off his hand, her voice icy as she said, "Don't bring just anyone to our home from now on." With that, she stormed upstairs, visibly upset, like a cabbage in the field turning yellow, or snow in June. Chen Yin felt utterly wronged. Every fault seemed to fall upon him. When a woman becomes unreasonable, there is little room for rebuttal. What had he done? He prepared a hot pot, and it was Lin Shueihua who brought Odette home. The one inviting trouble was her, yet he bore the brunt of the blame, unable to find anyone to voice his grievances to. How he wished for Mao Ho and the others to be present. A good beating would certainly relieve some of his frustration. Only days after resolving the misunderstanding regarding the lip mark, he faced another encounter with an ex-girlfriend. As a mere puppy in this tangled mess, he felt as if he were walking through a field of thorns, having just glimpsed a glimmer of hope only to be knocked unconscious in the restroom, emerging covered in filth. As he lay down to sleep, Chen Yin recalled the physics lesson on cold air descending, feeling the chill emanating from Lin Shueihua's room on the second floor, even for his first-floor quarters. The dolls on her bed had been deformed by her grip. If they were him, they would have been crushed to pieces. Chapter 63. I swear, holding the cooperation agreement in his hands, Chen Yin silently pondered his next steps. The Rofi Group is renowned globally as a prestigious consortium, its scale vastly surpassing that of Shanghai. The subsidiaries of Rofi are significantly stronger than those of Shanghai. Yet, why has Odette chosen to collaborate with Shanghai and Huaxia? She believes in Lin Shueihua's business acumen and is confident that she will not falter in their commercial exchanges. Nonetheless, some matters warrant caution. Having finally secured a benefactor, she is reluctant to exert further effort. Odette's actions last night only added to her anxiety. Should such behavior repeat in the coming days, she fears Lin Shueihua might ensnare her with some clever ploy. After much internal conflict throughout the morning, Chen Yin resolved to invite Odette for a candid discussion. In the serene ambience of an upscale CAF, the midday crowd was sparse. Chen Yin and Odette occupied a secluded corner, where the server presented them with coffee and an assortment of exquisite pastries. Given Rofi's prowess, it seems they would not regard Shanghai with much esteem. What brings you here? Chen Yin inquired, sipping his coffee, which bore a slight bitterness. Even if collaboration were on the table, must you come in person? I hold a favorable view of the Huaxia market, and am optimistic about Shanghai's prospects. Odette replied with a smile. You are aware of the economic downturn in the Eagle Nation over the past few years. Our Rofi Group has been impacted by the challenges faced by Huaxia's manufacturing sector, resulting in a gradual decline in market share. That has nothing to do with Shanghai. Shanghai is merely a small enterprise in cosmetics and jewelry, while Rofi stands as a titan in chemicals and weaponry. Cosmetics and jewelry are but a minor segment of Rofi. Chen Yin consumed the pastries with fervor. Your actions lead me to question your motives, he remarked. Odette, lifting her coffee cup, responded. Huaxia has long since ascended to become the world's second-largest economy and is now the global center of manufacturing. In the future, more enterprises will shift their focus to Huaxia. Spare me the platitudes. Reveal your true intentions, Chen Yin retorted, rolling his eyes at her words. Even if you genuinely wish to establish a presence in Huaxia, your personal involvement is unnecessary. First, I do intend to prioritize the Huaxia market, and second, it is indeed for you. Audette replied with a mischievous glint in her eyes. Chun Yin nearly spewed his coffee in surprise. This woman was relentless. He was well aware of her methods. Knowing she had often engaged in clandestine dealings, with many conflicts worldwide bearing her mark. For me, I am a man you shall never possess. Besides, I am married, Chun Yin asserted boldly. In return, he received a mocking laugh. You are overestimating your importance. I have no intention of marrying you. I merely wish to have some fun. I harbor no malice toward Shanghai, and even if I did, could you withstand it? Audette laughed. While you may be adept at violence in the realm of business, you are as feeble as a tadpole. Chun Yin was taken aback by such a description, feeling a mix of embarrassment and admiration for her boldness. Despite being a formidable figure in his domain, he found himself at a loss against her. Do not venture into the Eagle Nation for the time being, Audette cautioned as Chun Yin prepared to leave. Why not? He inquired. Because I will arrange for someone to abduct you, and then... Chun Yin curled his lips in disdain, thinking that if he couldn't provoke trouble, he could at least avoid it. He chose not to respond and left in a dejected manner. Upon returning to the office, Li Ziming hesitantly approached Chun Yin's office. What is the matter? Is there an issue? Chun Yin inquired, noticing her troubled expression. The company has reached a new collaboration with the Luofei Group, introduced by Peter, right? Indeed, Peter had a past relationship with Audette. Their connection is quite significant. This collaboration is no trivial matter. Chun Yin replied with a smile. I see. Came Li Ziming's faint voice, her figure exiting the office with a hint of melancholy. Chun Yin pondered Audette's intentions, aware that he lacked expertise in business affairs. Previously, he could consult Lin Shueihua, but now he dared not approach her, for her gaze towards him that morning had been unmistakably off, considering those around him. He realized that his colleague, Banya, with her advanced education and understanding of finance, was the only viable source of insight. After work, Chun Yin, along with Banya and another colleague, found themselves at a barbecue stall. The skewers of kidneys and chives were plentiful, encircled by bottles of beer. Banya, you must be familiar with Audette. She wouldn't come to Shanghai for personal reasons. So what is her true purpose? Chun Yin asked, taking a bite of kidney. Firstly, she might genuinely have feelings for you, the boss. Secondly, she aims to expand into the Huaxia market. Lastly, she may wish to take control of Shanghai. Banya replied, lifting her glass to sip and savoring a piece of kidney. Take control of Shanghai? The company belongs to Lin Shueihua. How could she do that? Chun Yin questioned. Who can enter without her approval? Shanghai is currently thriving, yet remains unlisted. Without going public, it cannot raise capital for expansion. And all the projects and product promotions require funding. Moreover, the company is not solely under her control. There are numerous original shareholders, even if she opposes new investments. Can you assure that others will refrain from seizing the opportunity? Shanghai has reached this point, yet it faces both external threats and internal troubles. Remember the Sihai group you asked me to investigate? They previously engaged with the vice president of Shanghai, but recently, their actions have inexplicably ceased. Thus, while she appears to be flourishing, she is beset by challenges, and a single misstep could lead to her downfall. It would be entirely reasonable for a founder to be ousted under such circumstances. There are countless examples of this. Chun Yin, with a fierce determination, declared, investigate the internal and external situations of Shanghai. Whoever dares to reach out, I shall not hesitate to deal with them. Enough of this. Let us drink. As the evening progressed, Banya indulged a bit too much and clung to Chun Yin, exclaiming, Boss, I think I've fallen in love. Chun Yin, unfazed, regarded him with indifference. This young man had a penchant for romantic entanglements, and with his lack of formal education, he had lost count of the girlfriends he had had. I swear, I truly love her. If I'm lying, may I remain impotent for life. Banya stood up, speaking with utmost seriousness. Goodness, why invoke me in your oath? I have an hour to spare, back when I joined the recruits. Our sergeant assumed I was accustomed to handling weapons just by looking at the calluses on my hands, and he specifically sought me out. What on earth is this boy going on about? Chun Yin queried, directing his attention towards Luotu. The mischievous band has taken a fancy to Li Ziming, and their interactions have been quite pleasant, leading Banya to settle down somewhat. However, for reasons unbeknownst to him, Li Ziming has recently resolutely rejected Banya's advances, urging him to keep his distance. One can only imagine how Banya, who has always been invincible, feels after this unexpected blow, especially since he has genuinely invested his feelings for the first time. His mood is understandably dampened. Meanwhile, Luo Ta, while sipping on his drink, attempts to explain the situation to Chun Yin. Chun Yin, feeling somewhat guilty, stammers, "Well, let's just drink." He has been speaking ill of Banya in front of Li Ziming lately, and he fears that his words may have contributed to the current predicament. The weather forecast predicts rain in the coming days, and he worries that if he informs Banya, the lad might show up with an umbrella, as the saying goes. If you do not make a move, it will be a sunny day. Chapter 64. Hello, I am your second uncle. Chun Yin is currently exasperated by Luna, to the point where he even hesitates to go to the office. There is no secret that remains hidden forever. News of Luna's arrival in Huaxia has spread like wildfire. Each time he meets her, he feels as though he is a thief, as the Hilton Hotel is swarming with paparazzi. Should they capture a photo of him with Luna, he would undoubtedly become an overnight sensation, with his every detail scrutinized by the online community. He has no doubt that contemporary netizens possess this capability. Moreover, given that Chun Yin and Lin Shuihua are not merely in a contractual marriage, but have officially registered their union, should this information come to light, even Shanghai would be besieged by the paparazzi. With Lin Shuihua's temperament, he would certainly be unable to manage the fallout alone. After seeing off the formidable Odette at the airport, Chun Yin lets out a sigh of relief. She is far more difficult to deal with than Luna. Luna is akin to a flower in a greenhouse, acting impulsively and passionately, capable of making reckless decisions. Odette, on the other hand, is a cunning black widow, always with a purpose and never resorting to childish antics, which is precisely what Chun Yin fears most and the reason for his aversion to her. He is grateful for the paparazzi. Without them, he suspects Luna would be relentlessly pursuing him. Given the current circumstances, he finds solace in the peace and quiet. The advertising concept has been finalized, and Chun Yin need not participate in the subsequent filming activities. However, the only thing weighing heavily on his mind is the impending journey tomorrow. It marks the day he returns to Yinjing with Lin Shuihua, an encounter between his son-in-law and his father-in-law, two inherently opposing natures. He is uncertain what sparks may fly. The following morning, Lin Shuihua dons a delicate blue dress, her long, dark hair cascading down her back, with bright, autumn-like eyes and a touch of makeup. Her exquisite features combined with her remarkable aura render her as ethereal as an angel emerging from a painting. However, she still emanates an aura of aloofness that keeps others at bay. Chun Yin gazes at her, momentarily transfixed by her attire, and after regaining his composure, he silently muses. A being of such divine beauty can only be paired with a refined Xiaoyan. He too has made an effort in his appearance, as Lin Shuihua has assisted him in his grooming. Standing together, they indeed present a striking pair. However, considering their identities and personalities, the term ferocious beasts may be more fitting. In the not-so-quiet confines of the high-speed train carriage, the cacophony of children-esque laughter, salesmen-esque phone conversations, the occasional shouts of those napping, and the blaring of mobile devices converge to form the very fabric of society. Lin Shuihua and Chun Yin, seated in a standard second-class compartment, found themselves in proximity, which, for Chun Yin, was a delightful experience. Upon disembarking, the two made their way directly to a hotel. Chun Yin was taken aback that Lin Shuihua had chosen not to return home upon arriving in Yanjing, but instead led him to an establishment. However, as a mere tool in her hands, he had no voice, trailing behind her like a shadow. What brought him joy was that Lin Shuihua had booked a room with a king-size bed. Could it be that this young lady had come to her senses? Perhaps family circumstances dictated a retreat to the hotel for their own private world? Chun Yan's imagination ran wild, the fervor within him capable of igniting the peak of Mount Fuji. "You go out for a bit. I need a shower," Lin Shuihua stated. "Don't return too early." "All right, shower away. I have no desire to wander," Chun Yin replied languidly. After several hours on the train, he lacked the enthusiasm for exploration. "I must shower." "I know," Chun Yin responded, slightly perplexed. Leave. Lin Shueihua cast a sidelong glance. All right. With nowhere to go on such a sweltering day, he contemplated calling Lin Xiaobao, but thought better of it. The potential awkwardness of encountering his future father-in-law was too great. With nothing else to occupy his time, he settled in the hotel lobby, observing the ebb and flow of guests. He watched as numerous striking young women checked into hourly rooms, only to see elderly men surreptitiously slip into the hotel thereafter. He marveled at the capital S ability to indulge in such pleasures. Chunyan, is it? A man, dressed in hip-hop attire, appeared to be in his mid-30s, exuding a charismatic aura. His fair skin was as smooth as that of a youthful maiden, and his striking features, coupled with bright, dark eyes, revealed an undeniable nobility beneath his casual garb. Chunyan silently rated him highly, estimating him to be at least as impressive as his friend Xiaoyan. The man confidently took a seat across from Chunyan, a smile illuminating his face. Who might you be? Chunyan wondered, surprised by the man's accurate identification of him. Could he be a fan? I am your little uncle, the man chuckled. Chunyan extended his right hand for a handshake. Greetings, I am your second uncle. He could not let anyone take advantage of his friend Xiaoyan. Upon hearing this, the man retrieved a cigarette from his pocket and tossed it toward Chunyan's face. I am Lin Shueihua's uncle. Am I not your little uncle? Ah, greetings, little uncle. Chunyan replied with feigned exuberance, retrieving the cigarette and offering it to him, bending slightly to light it. Little uncle, I must confess, when I first laid eyes on you, I found you particularly amiable. I was pondering who you might be, so handsome and charming. There's an air of familiarity, and as I mentally reviewed the male celebrities of the years, none could compare to your allure. You possess a keen eye, young man. The man laughed. I am Lin Wenru, Shueihua's uncle. Now I understand why my niece has taken a liking to you. Why, thank you. Surely I am as exceptional as you, little uncle, which is why Shueihua has chosen me. Chunyan chuckled. I'm still unaware of what my niece is like. She resembles my elder brother, a lump of ice. Lin Wenru sighed. Chunyan felt profoundly moved, realizing the rarity of having someone speak kindly of him. It is not the act of flattering that is daunting, but rather being a flatterer without recognition. I have heard you are quite formidable. Lin Wenru pondered, baffled as to why Lin Shueihua would take a liking to Chunyan. Chunyan was taken aback, uncertain why the question was posed, but he surmised it must have been Lin Xiaobao who informed him. Well, I possess some strength. I worked as a laborer on construction sites, honing my capabilities by carrying bricks and cement. However, I am rather impoverished and hardly worthy of my niece. How could she possibly be interested in you? Lin Wenru lamented. Chunyan bristled at this remark. As a man of 18 centimeters, though yet untested in battle, he harbored lofty ambitions and could not allow himself to be so belittled. He had yet to meet his future father-in-law, and this uncle, whom he had only seen once, was already making him feel utterly inadequate. If this continued, he would surely be sent packing by a rolling pin upon meeting the father-in-law. Chunyan decided to drop the pretense. Crossing his legs and taking a puff from his cigarette, he asked with a smirk, given your demeanor, without the Lin family's wealth, what would you have achieved today? How can you speak so? Who in the capital doesn't know that I spend money like water, determined to live off my family's wealth from birth to death? The Lin family is wealthy and cannot be easily squandered. I thrive on relying on my family. Can you do the same? Chunyan was deeply impressed by Lin Wenru's bold proclamations. Truly, a role model, it is rare to find someone so candid. Yet, he found it perplexing that the personalities of this uncle and nephew were as different as night and day, one a frigid lump and the other a jester. How could such contrasting talents emerge from the same family? The elder Lin must be tearing his hair out over these two. Chapter 65. Uncle will take you to enjoy life. Chunyan found himself at a loss for words. Lin Wenru's statements, though seemingly absurd, contained undeniable truths. The act of being born into a family is indeed a skill. If what Lin Wenru claimed holds true, then this family would not easily be squandered. One need not fear a wealthy heir losing ambition, but rather a wealthy heir filled with determination. I am merely an underappreciated talent, destined to soar to great heights one day. Chunyan's rebuttal felt somewhat feeble. He truly could not compare himself to those exceptional youths. nor could he constantly assert that he was a top-tier assassin. Ultimately, even the most skilled assassin serves the wealthy. This could be considered a feudal discourse. After all, it was akin to saying nothing at all, Lin Wenru jested. Surely, you did not come merely to amuse yourself at my expense? Chun Yan's expression darkened. I am young and vigorous. Should I lose my temper and strike you, it could end poorly. You possess quite the temper. I imagine you endure a fair bit of frustration at home. Lin Wenru replied with a teasing tone. You are mistaken. At home, I am treated like a lord. Only Lin Shueihua meets my standards for a wife. Otherwise, would I pursue her? Lin Wenru rolled his eyes. What standards are those? Fair skin, beauty, and long legs. Particularly broad hips. Broad hips are excellent for childbearing. Occasionally, I scold her, yet she still manages to serve me well. Lin Wenru laughed heartily, finally understanding why Lin Shueihua would be drawn to Chun Yan. Your qualities far surpass those of Xiaohua. You are truly remarkable, Lin Wenru added. How so? Please elaborate. Chun Yan, exhilarated by Lin Wenru's compliment, inquired. Your unabashed confidence resonates with the vigor of my youth. Lin Wenru chuckled heartily. Chun Yan rolled his eyes, realizing that the praise for his excellence was rather self-serving. Go fetch the items. How could you possibly stay in a hotel? Come to my place instead. Chun Yan ascended to gather his belongings, descending the stairs alongside Lin Shueihua. Xiaohua, why would you stay in a hotel upon your return? Come on, let's head to your uncle's place. All right. Chun Yan noted the unexpected eagerness Lin Wenru displayed towards Lin Shueihua, which seemed more akin to a nephew trying to appease his aunt rather than an uncle greeting his niece, especially considering this nephew had been on the receiving end of many beatings from her in their youth. The beautiful female driver transported the trio to Lin Wenru's villa, where Chun Yan's eyes widened in awe. The villa was teeming with beautiful women, drivers, housekeepers, and chefs alike, all showing utmost respect to Lin Wenru. Chun Yan was filled with admiration. A man should aspire to be like Lin Wenru, having a fortunate start and living life with flair, a true victor in the game of existence. Come, little nephew, I shall show you the ropes of indulgence. I guarantee a thrilling experience. Lin Wenru whispered conspiratorially to Chun Yan. Chun Yan's eyes sparkled with excitement. He felt a sense of obligation to honor his ancestors and followed Lin Wenru with a mischievous grin. After a half-hour drive, they arrived at a dimly lit establishment bearing the austere name Military Blade. In this day and age, such simplicity in decor seemed unusual, and the name itself made it difficult for those engaged in illicit activities to find. Upon entering, they were greeted by a group of burly men vigorously practicing martial arts. With a ring set up in the center, a wave of deflation washed over Chun Yan. The sensation was akin to that of a university student who, after saving pocket money for weeks, finally boards a high-speed train to meet his girlfriend, only to find that after a romantic encounter, she exclaims, I've started my period. What a cruel twist of fate. The pressing issues were that she longed for him, yet suffered from mouth ulcers and hemorrhoids. Compounded by a sprained wrist from gym class yesterday, what could he do? At that moment, Chun Yan felt just as despondent. Upon entering, Lin Wenru bellowed, challenge. And with that, he pushed Chun Yan forward, concealing his own prowess as Chun Yan became the center of attention. Chun Yan felt an overwhelming urge to ignite a barbecue right there and serve up roasted kidneys to the audience in jest. You, scoffed a muscular man, stretching and cracking his joints. At that critical moment, Lin Wenru intervened. This is a skilled fighter I have invited. No offense intended. I merely wish to convey that all present here are beneath you. If anyone disagrees, let them step up. I shall face each challenger. Chun Yan rolled his eyes, contemplating the absurdity of the situation. This is what you call thrilling? This is the excitement you promised? Engaging with men is such a delight? Go ahead. I believe in you. Moreover, Xiao Bao confided in me that you assured him there would be no issues. He even guaranteed it. Lin Wenru whispered behind Chun Yan. It seems this uncle and nephew had long set a trap for themselves. To engage or not to engage. Reluctance would tarnish one's masculine dignity. Chun Yan, seizing the opportunity, could only demand some benefits. There was no other recourse. My father's birthday is in 2 days. If you attend, I will support you. Otherwise, you could have someone draft a speech and I guarantee I will recite it, elevating you to the heavens and ensuring your reputation flourishes. Fine, let us go all out. It's merely a gathering of young rascals, after all. Among the attendees at the club, only the robust man from earlier seemed discontented, while the others continued with their activities, largely ignoring Chun Yin and his companion, which brought him some comfort. Rather than a club, it resembled a vast gymnasium. Yet the exceptional demeanor of many within suggested they were youths with military backgrounds, not mere street urchins. Furthermore, the luxury cars parked outside were possessions unattainable by ordinary folk. Noticing the atmosphere lacked fervor, Lin Wenru shouted, "The pride of the capital, my niece Lin Shuihua, is already married, and this gentleman here is her husband." Lin Shuihua, the dream goddess of many young men in the capital, upon hearing that she was married, drew hostile glares towards Chun Yin as if her divinity had been sullied. "Do you understand why Lin Shuihua looks down upon you?" Lin Wenru added, "Because you lack the courage to take action, whereas this fine young man, the husband of Lin Shuihua, is the very embodiment of what you aspire to be." Lin Wenru continued to stoke the flames, seemingly determined to incite a ruckus today. By the end of the afternoon, Chun Yan's name would likely resonate throughout the capital. In his heart, Chun Yan had already thanked Lin Wenru's ancestors profusely. Moreover, Lin Wenru's words had elevated him, leaving him no choice but to engage. At that moment, more people entered the club, all casting curious glances at Chun Yan. Lin Xiaobao was truly magnificent, standing at the entrance with his phone, incessantly messaging in groups. The second-generation circle in Yanjing was already aware of the challenge posed by Lin Xiaobao's brother-in-law at the military knife club, and one by one, they hurried here. However, Lin Xiaobao was hesitant to enter. He decided to wait until Chun Yin made his move, fearing he might get beaten if he entered prematurely. It must be said, this uncle and nephew duo were indeed two remarkable oddities of Yanjing, and at this moment, Chun Yin shone like a brilliant jewel atop these peculiar blossoms. Chapter 66. Dog Trainer, Please. The burly youth addressed Chun Yin politely, though his eyes sparkled with combativeness. Upon entering, Chun Yin observed him grappling with others, which appeared largely superficial, more performance than substance. In contrast, Chun Yin's techniques were lethal skills passed down by ancestors, such as the monkey picking peaches, the severing offspring leg, the lifting yin kick, and the dragon claw hand, which he had painstakingly honed for over 20 years without ever employing in practice. All practical skills ill-suited for mere performance. "Go on, once we reach the Lin family. I will support you," Lin Wenru urged from behind. "Please," the youth invited once more. With no choice left, Chun Yin stepped onto the stage. To refuse would only invite ridicule. Lin Wenru secretly wiped the sweat from his brow. He had only heard Lin Xiaobao speak of Chun Yan's unparalleled martial prowess, and he felt uncertain about the outcome. The young man on the stage, known as Niu Hong, was considered a formidable fighter in this establishment. "Come on, don't be a coward." The crowd jeered, and Lin Wenru's earlier shouts had certainly garnered attention. As soon as Chun Yin stepped onto the stage, Niu Hong clasped his fists in salute. Chun Yin reciprocated with a nod and then stepped forward, launching a punch at Niu Hong. Niu Hong was momentarily taken aback by Chun Yan's swift approach. He had not anticipated such speed. Reacting quickly, he stepped aside and executed a whip kick towards Chun Yin. Unexpectedly, Chun Yin did not evade the kick, but rather absorbed the blow with resilience. While Niu Hong was astonished, he maintained his momentum, delivering a side kick aimed at Chun Yan's torso. However, Chun Yin seized Niu Hong's leg with one hand, pivoting slightly, and sent Niu Hong flying off the stage like a kite severed from its string. This all transpired in the blink of an eye. Before the audience could comprehend the situation, Niu Hong was already on the ground. Yet, Chun Yin bore no intent to inflict harm. He merely cast Niu Hong aside. Upon landing, awkwardly twisted his body to avoid a more severe fall. Silence enveloped the crowd. All eyes were wide in disbelief. Too swift, he had been vanquished in an instant. "You are formidable. Even two of me would stand no chance against you," Niu Hong admitted, devoid of any bitterness or resentment after his defeat. From the moment the bout commenced, he had recognized that if Chun Yin had wished to injure him, he would have incapacitated him with the first strike, leaving no room for retaliation. Thank you for your mercy. Is there anyone else? Lin Wenru ascended the stage, raising Chun Yan's arm triumphantly, more exhilarated than if he had won himself. After 2 years in military, returning to associate with these second-generation youths had initially sparked some enthusiasm, but the constant losses had dulled his spirits. Chun Yan's arrival had finally restored his pride. Brother-in-law is amazing, Lin Xiaobao shouted, and a chorus of teenagers echoed. Brother-in-law is awesome. Is there no one willing to challenge? Lin Wenru called out to the audience. Though a few individuals were indeed more skilled than Yo Hong, none could match the speed at which he had been dispatched, and thus they refrained from stepping forward. Let us go. The skilled are often solitary. Understand? This is my nephew, my own teachings. Lin Wenru swaggered out of the establishment, swaying with each step, his irritation palpable. Brother-in-law, it hurts. It really hurts. Lin Xiaobao yelped as Chun Yan pinched his ear. Today had been a disastrous endeavor for the duo. They had gained nothing while expending considerable effort. You two head back first. I'll follow shortly, Lin Wenru instructed. Chun Yan, unwilling to engage further, climbed into the vehicle with Lin Xiaobao. Let us clarify the situation, Chun Yan said, looking at Lin Xiaobao with a calm demeanor. What has transpired today? I have no idea. It has nothing to do with me. If there's an issue, consult my uncle. Lin Xiaobao, with an innocent gaze emanating from his large, bright eyes, looked at Chun Yan. Had Chun Yan not been aware of Lin Xiaobao's true nature, he might have been deceived. However, he chose not to dwell on it, recognizing the futility of such thoughts, as Lin Xiaobao was, after all, his brother-in-law. One could hardly drag him out for a scolding. Your uncle's household is filled with beauties. Does your aunt have no objections? Lin Xiaobao laughed. My uncle isn't married. So where does this aunt come from? He continued, my uncle was once heartbroken and has since lived a life of abandon. Yet, he has become an idol among the aimless second-generation elites of the capital. Heartbroken? Pray do tell. Chun Yan inquired eagerly, unable to resist the allure of gossip. My uncle had a girlfriend long ago, a surgeon. Lin Xiaobao paused momentarily, but he initiated the breakup, claiming he felt her gaze lacked warmth, as if she were looking at a moving corpse. Chun Yan found the revelation rather lackluster, having expected a more dramatic tale of rejection. After the split, my uncle embraced a life of indulgence. The second-generation elites in the capital refrained from bringing their partners around him, fearing he might charm them away. His rate of changing girlfriends surpasses even that of a programmer losing hair. Truly, he is a role model for our generation. My uncle serves as my inspiration. Chun Yan remained speechless. While the influence of role models could not be dismissed, he could only hope that Lin Xiaobao would possess a healthy kidney in the future. I shall not accompany you. My parents forbid me from frequenting my uncle. I must return home now, Lin Xiaobao declared, alighting from the vehicle mid-journey. One oddity. The entire Lin family is indeed peculiar, Chun Yan concluded after this encounter. He understood Lin Xiaobao's predicament. If he were to have children someday, he too would restrict their interactions with individuals like Peter for the sake of their mental and physical well-being. Upon arriving at Lin Wenru's villa, Lin Xuehua was busily engaged in the kitchen. This marked the first occasion Chun Yan refrained from entering the kitchen. He felt compelled to uphold his masculine image before Lin Wenru, showcasing how Lin Xuehua catered to him. Thus, he resolved to adopt a lofty demeanor during this period. Peel the potatoes, he commanded. Just you wait and see. Chun Yan, an idealist at heart, promptly scurried forward, eagerly licking his lips and wagging his tail like an overzealous pup. By the time Lin Wenru returned, dinner was nearly prepared. Chun Yan, meanwhile, was idly watching television in the living room, indulging in a bit of pretense. You've done well, Lin Wenru commended, giving a thumbs up. Do you know what this amounts to? What? A waste, Lin Wenru added. She earns the money and cooks. If that is not wastefulness, what is? I'm a waste, but I have a wife. And what about you? Chun Yan retorted, shaking his head and sighing with exaggerated dismay. You, Lin Wenru glared at him. Though soon broken to laughter, I have many girlfriends. Unlike some, who bear a title but likely haven't even held hands. Dinner time, Lin Xuehua called out. As the two adversaries heard Lin Shuihua's voice, they immediately ceased their confrontation and hastily made their way to the dining room, not daring to exhibit even a hint of sluggishness. Even if Lin Shuihua were not to assume the role of a boss, she would undoubtedly excel as a dog trainer. Chapter 67. The father-in-law yet to be seen in the spirit of pretense. It was only natural that he would share a room with Lin Shuihua that night. He needed to fall asleep swiftly, for Chen Yan's heart raced uncontrollably, beating as if it might burst forth. Having already ventured 4 steps in this long march, he had touched her small hand, kissed her face, and playfully smacked her bottom. Lying on the bed, facing away from him, Lin Shuihua caused Chen Yan to smile to himself, imagining that in a few years he would be able to sleep soundly within her embrace. He took the initiative to lie beside Lin Shuihua, surprisingly met with no resistance, marking the 4th step of his long journey with assurance. "You are such an unreliable little uncle," he remarked, gazing at her fair neck. He was astute and possessed a clear understanding of himself. Lin Shuihua turned slightly, staring at the ceiling. He was indeed renowned in Yanjing as a dandy, yet he had never engaged in any outrageous behavior. Indulgence was his way of life. How perceptive, Chen Yan mused. Living off one's inheritance. Lin Wenru's lifestyle was the aspiration of countless individuals. Those with wealth desired power, while those with power coveted wealth. Few could be as unburdened and open-minded as he. At your age, why are you not married? Does your grandfather not concern himself with this? Lin Shuihua queried. Because his girlfriend is not exceptional enough. She replied coolly. Not exceptional enough? Chen Yan was perplexed by her statement. What do you mean by that? Because he lacks a former lover who is an international superstar, nor does he have an ex-girlfriend who is the head of a global corporation. Chen Yan dared not respond further, as the conversation had veered too close to home. Cautiously, he tugged the blanket over himself. The summer heat rendered the sensation oddly chilly. The couple fell into silence, with Lin Shuihua deep in thought. She had never truly invested her feelings in Chen Yan, repeatedly suggesting to herself and emphasizing that their current relationship was merely a facade to appease their families. Given this, what right did she have to expect Chen Yan to be wholeheartedly devoted to her? What grounds did she have to question or resent the women in his life? Men often seek pleasure elsewhere for various reasons. Weariness with their wives, the allure of novelty, or simply for the thrill of experience. She had never shared the genuine intimacy of marriage with him, and, as a spirited young man residing under the same roof, it felt as though she had wronged him. Lin Shuihua forced herself to cease her ruminations, as the conclusions seemed to invariably place blame upon her. This notion felt absurd yet undeniably real and perilous. While she did not harbor overt disdain for this man, she had never envisioned a day when they might truly be together. However, the thought of Chen Yan with other women troubled her, akin to her golden retriever seeking affection from others. Had she truly erred? Should she treat the golden retriever with greater kindness or simply tether it? As Lin Shuihua wrestled with these conflicting emotions, she succumbed to sleep, having failed to arrive at a decisive conclusion. If at this moment Chen Yan could hear Lin Shuihua's innermost thoughts, he would surely advise her to choose both. For the awareness of my little Yin brother in the society is remarkably high. Chen Yan had a restless night. Lin Shuihua pinched him playfully, treating him like a stuffed doll. Throughout the night, Chen Yan silently recited Amitabha Buddha's name 800 times, feeling a slight discomfort from the pressure. By morning, Lin Shuihua sprawled over him like an octopus. Seizing the moment before she awakened, Chen Yan stealthily slipped out of bed, made his way to the bathroom, and took a cold shower to cool himself down. In the living room on the first floor, the television was still blaring, and Lin Wenru was blissfully asleep on the sofa, clad in floral shorts. Approaching him, Chen Yan lit a cigarette, rousing Lin Wenru from his slumber. "I can't believe you're awake at this hour," Chen Yan remarked. "Early to bed and early to rise is beneficial for one's health," he added after sipping some water. Lin Wenru turned over and, upon seeing Chen Yan, teased, "Do you know why I say you haven't even held Xiaohua's hand?" Chen Yan remained silent, patiently awaiting the continuation. "My elder brother, Lin Yitian, has lofty aspirations. Without needing a paternity test, it is evident that he and Xiaohua are indeed father and daughter. both proud and aloof individuals. My conjecture leads me to believe you are likely nothing more than a shield for her. However, being a shield indicates you possess some redeeming qualities. Indeed, there are family members urging Xiao Hua to marry for a business alliance, yet Lin Yitian has never coerced her. Nonetheless, with a large family, gossip is inevitable. Xiao Hua holds a prominent position within the family. She is not with you out of necessity, but rather to avoid the incessant chatter of others. Yet, I find you quite likable, and should you win Xiao Hua's heart, I would certainly regard you more favorably and lend my support. As Chun Yin exhaled a cloud of smoke, he couldn't help but acknowledge that while these scions of prestigious families may appear foolish on the surface, their minds are often quite astute. Having undergone elite education from a young age, they are rarely devoid of talent. They may grow to be rebellious, like Lin Wenru, but they are certainly not the simpletons that society perceives them to be. Sometimes, these exteriors are mere facades. Why doesn't Xiao Hua return to her parents' home upon coming to Beijing? Chun Yin shifted the topic. Two icy individuals, who could be colder in their encounters. Besides, Xiao Hua has been independent since childhood, and Lin Yitian is not one to express himself well, leading to minimal communication between them. They both harbor feelings for each other, yet their stubborn personalities dictate their relationship. Moreover, my current sister-in-law is no easy character, so Xiao Hua generally avoids going back. Chun Yin had also gathered some insight about Zhang Ruohua. You can't label her as bad. Rather, she simply lacks a generous spirit. Just then, Lin Yitian sent a message asking him to bring Chun Yin to meet him. Lin Wenru chuckled, wearing a look of mischievous delight. Good luck to you, kid. Before breakfast could even be consumed, Lin Wenru insisted on dragging Chun Yin out. Seated in Lin Wenru's luxurious car, with a beautiful driver at the wheel, Chun Yin gazed out at the bustling streets. Noticing the time was only 6:30, he mused that the early bird might get eaten by the bird. Wishing all creatures great and small in the world a fortunate rebirth into a good family. This was Chun Yin's first visit to the capital, a place where the sun shines the brightest and the nights are the darkest, evoking a sense of longing in the hearts of the Chinese people. However, there is one aspect that Chun Yin finds perplexing. In the capital city, where high-ranking officials and affluent individuals abound, it seems that the connection to the common folk is tenuous at best. He cannot fathom the source of the so-called urban pride possessed by the masses. Is it possible that the dogs of the capital do not partake in refuse? He suspects that Lin Yitian would not extend a warm demeanor towards him. If someone is accomplished as he is not favored, then what hope is there for others? Lin Wenru reclined languidly in a broad chair, remarking that Chun Yin had recently acquired a new term aptly describing him: enigmatic confidence. As for Lin Wenru's merits, Chun Yin could not ascertain. Yet in the realm of ostentation, no one he knew could rival Lin Wenru. Lin Wenru had unceremoniously deposited him at the entrance of an estate, opting not to accompany him inside, and instructed the driver to depart. Judging by Lin Wenru's frequent mention of Lin Yitian, it seemed their fraternal bond was not particularly strong. With a heart full of trepidation, young Yin pinched his cheeks, striving to maintain a cheerful facade as he stepped inside. The villa of Lin Shuihua in Jianghai was, in stark contrast, akin to the modest shelter Chun Yin resided in at Donggang village compared to Lin Shuihua's opulent state. After announcing his name, the butler guided him through a lengthy passage before they finally arrived at a 3-story villa, causing Chun Yin, lacking in sophisticated education, to exclaim, "This is truly grand." Chapter 68. No rain today, with artificial hills and flowing water. The lush greenery of such an expansive estate in the capital, where land is a precious commodity, cannot merely be attributed to wealth. Throughout the journey, Chun Yin was acutely aware of numerous gazes scanning him, and upon surveying his surroundings, he noted that there were over 100 visible security personnel, not to mention the hidden experts lurking in the shadows. He could hardly believe that such a vast estate lacked a few genuine skilled individuals. Even someone as capable as he would find it challenging to infiltrate unnoticed. The most striking feature was a vast open area in the distance, with a meticulously maintained lawn that appeared to be a golf course, flanked by 2 park helicopters. He now questioned Lin Shuihua's intelligence. Why would someone in such advantageous circumstances subject themselves to hardship in Jianghai? Had he been born into such a family, he would undoubtedly be as close to Lin Wenru as a pair of trousers. Wealthy individuals, observing the koi in the pond, which were worth more than his humble abode in Donggang village, Chen Yin couldn't help but grimace. As he paused by the pond for a brief moment, the koi surfaced, unafraid of his presence, blissfully unaware that the man before them was contemplating whether to prepare them steamed or braised. From comparison to envy to a growing resentment towards affluence. Within a mere 10 minutes, Chen Yan's thoughts had spiraled into a lamentation of societal injustice, class inequality, and the grotesque visage of capitalism, evident in the expression of indignation that marred his countenance. As the butler led Chen Yin further inside, he occasionally scrutinized this young man whom his employer had chosen to invite, puzzled by the myriad of expressions that played across Chen Yan's face. Upon entering the villa's main hall, the opulence of the courtyard gave way to the understated elegance of traditional Chinese furnishings and decor, exuding an air of antiquity and subtle luxury. The butler knocked and entered. Within the study on the second floor, a middle-aged man was intently observing Chen Yan. The man possessed a fair complexion, and time had left no discernible marks upon his visage. However, the hint of weariness in his gaze betrayed him. He was perhaps on the verge of 50, yet the trials of life had not rendered him fatigued. Rather, they bestowed upon him an air of maturity and composure, exuding a distinctly masculine charm, making him the epitome of a desirable gentleman in the eyes of contemporary young women. Rising from his seat, he strode to the reception area, clad in a meticulously tailored bespoke suit that hugged his tall frame impeccably, radiating an undeniable aristocratic elegance. In stark contrast to Lin Wenru's unruly demeanor, the man before us resembled a sagacious, noble scion. He shared the aloof temperament of Lin Shuihua, his eyes reflecting both tranquility and steadiness, imbued with an air of superiority and a hint of disdain. Upon seeing this individual, Chen Yan's heart already held an answer. Though he was uncertain of the man's intentions for summoning him, he resolved to embrace the situation, ready to confront any challenges that may arise. "Good afternoon, uncle," Chen Yin said, calming his emotions and greeting him with a polite smile, displaying proper decorum and a respectful demeanor. Lin Etienne, seemingly oblivious to Chen Yan's greeting, sat nonchalantly on the sofa, lighting a cigarette with a detached expression, and inquired, "How is your relationship with Xiaohua?" "Quite well," Chen Yin replied. Though his tone lacked the initial humility, his expression now one of calm indifference. "You seem unworthy of her," Lin Etienne remarked, flicking off the ash from his cigarette and fixing his gaze upon Chen Yin. "I cannot deny that," Chen Yin admitted, feeling a surge of tension as Lin Etienne's eyes bore into him, akin to being targeted by a predator, sending shivers down his spine. His body tensed. Years of perilous encounters had taught him that Lin Etienne was a formidable opponent, and there lingered an aura in the room that suggested an even greater presence. "Then you should know what to do," Lin Etienne said, his demeanor becoming more composed as he savored a puff of smoke, exuding an ineffable charm unique to middle-aged men. "I will not," Chen Yin replied, walking steadily towards Lin Etienne and taking a seat opposite him, maintaining his composure. His ability to endure Lin Shuihua was not indicative of submissiveness. He was, in fact, a resolute individual. Despite Lin Wenru's previous slight, he had chosen to disregard it. Yet Lin Etienne's condescension ignited a fire within him. Upon hearing Chen Yan's response, Lin Etienne's face revealed little emotion, merely casting a cursory glance his way. "Why?" "Because you were the one who had Lin Wenru summon me here. I came as a guest, not as a punching bag. Since my arrival, there has been no self-introduction or the customary courtesies. Instead, I have been met with disparagement," Chen Yin retorted, shedding his earlier politeness. He crossed his legs, took Lin Etienne's cigarette, and lit one for himself. "Not bad, a fine smoke. Because I do not like you." Lin Etienne's eyes briefly reflected surprise at Chen Yan's boldness. "I'm not a soft coin. There's no need for everyone to like me. As long as Lin Shuihua appreciates me, that suffices," Chen Yin declared defiantly, exhaling a thick plume of smoke in a provocative manner. "The pursuit of Xiaohua by the individuals from Yinjing extend from my home to Beihai. Are you certain you can handle it? Given your meager skills and those bloody hands?" "I can." The declaration of I can is, upon reflection, a sophistic argument from Chen Yan. He did not directly respond to Lin Yitian's inquiry, as their strengths are not comparable. Although Chen Yan often presents a jovial demeanor, at his core, he is an exceedingly proud individual, believing himself to be superior to all, with Lin Yitian being someone he would never concede to. You are rather arrogant, Lin Yitian remarked coolly. Yet I do not perceive you as possessing the capital for such arrogance. Otherwise, you would not have been apprehended in the military camp for such an extended duration. Those days must have been quite uncomfortable. Chen Yan showed no surprise at Lin Yitian's words. He was aware that his opponent had likely investigated him. Certain aspects of his background are difficult for ordinary individuals to uncover, but for the prominent figures in Yanjing, such inquiries are trivial. I can see that you are formidable within the realm of assassins. But remember, this is in Huaxia, and within this unremarkable villa, there are no fewer than 10 individuals whose skills surpass yours. Your so-called prowess seems rather futile, Lin Yitian said coldly, his tone laced with contempt. Chen Yan found himself unable to refute Lin Yitian's statements. However, in a confrontation between two proud and domineering individuals, one must inevitably yield. Yet, Chen Yan was unwilling to be that party. His identity as an assassin may seem prestigious in the eyes of common folk, yet among genuine capitalists, it is undoubtedly a profession of little repute, for even the most skilled assassin ultimately serves the wealthy. You ought not seek me. You should pursue Lin Shuihua, who has fallen madly in love with me, and I do not even know who you are. Why should I heed your words? Chen Yan retorted, adopting a rogue demeanor. I am Lin Yitian. It is not raining today, so there is no need to endure a day in the rain. Though Lin Yitian's words were harsh and painful, they were grounded in reason. Any father would likely disapprove of his daughter being involved with the killer. Chapter 69. Being too exceptional when Lin Shuihua was mentioned, a flicker of helplessness crossed Lin Yitian's face. However, by referencing Lin Shuihua, Chen Yan had already conceded this round. In the face of Lin Yitian's provocations, Chen Yan responded throughout like a wandering minstrel. What is a minstrel? It is someone who, despite having said much, upon deeper contemplation, appears to have said nothing at all. Every statement holds an answer, yet is ultimately vacuous. Do you understand how others perceive you? Lin Yitian maintained his elegant demeanor. You are a brash fool. I know you will claim indifference, but do you truly not care? Lin Yitian added. If I were you, I would not even venture to Beijing. For Xiaohua is a lofty and exalted daughter of heaven, while you are merely a petty rogue. I fail to comprehend why she would choose you. Suit yourself. Chen Yan replied with a smile, just as you once chose Xiaohua's mother. I am a man. I can shield her from the storms, but what can you do? Hide behind a woman? Lin Yitian replied sarcastically. I am aware that you have investigated me. I am an orphan who has never experienced the comfort of shelter from the storm. Likewise, Lin Shuihua's childhood appears to have been devoid of happiness due to your indifference. If in your eyes, my union with Xiaohua amounts to me hiding behind a woman, I concede that point. Chen Yan gazed directly at Lin Yitian and stated, rather than saying that Lin Shuihua shields me from the elements, it would be more accurate to say that two individuals, both starved of affection, are striving to find a modicum of warmth together. In business, you have achieved success, yet as a father, you seem to have faltered significantly. The entanglements of high society are fraught with conflicts. I do not wish to engage in arguments with you. I merely wish to convey that even if I stand behind Xiaohua, I still provide her with warmth. Having said this, Chen Yan turned to leave. However, by the end of their conversation, he addressed Lin Yitian with respect. His demeanor softened, as this was Lin Shuihua's father. While he may not care for himself, he understands that Lin Yitian's actions, albeit strained, are ultimately for the sake of Lin Shuihua. He had long anticipated being unappreciated. After all, who would not feel discomfort when a daughter, raised for over 20 years, is led away by an unworthy suitor in the eyes of an elder? Nevertheless, Xiaoyan felt a twinge of grievance, recognizing that he was indeed the disadvantaged party, whether in relation to Lin Shuihua or Lin Yitian. Gu Tianwei stood clad in military garb atop a skyscraper in Yanjing, listening to reports from below. He learned of Chun Yan's remarkable achievements the previous day and disdainfully remarked, "An uncouth brute." In the eyes of these elite individuals, Chun Yan was, at best, a mere ruffian, an effective enforcer when relationships were cordial but a minor nuisance otherwise. Hardly worthy of concern. Contact Xiao Song from Jianghai. He knows what to do. Understood. In a dismissive tone, they regarded Xiao Song, a veteran of Jianghai, as merely a pawn in their game, let alone Chun Yan, who was seen as a freeloader. Upon returning to Lin Wenru's villa, Chun Yan found the three of them present. "Did he give you a hard time?" Lin Shuihua inquired upon seeing Chun Yan enter. "Do not worry. I've got you covered." Truly a remarkable father-daughter duo. Their words exuded the same fierce confidence. A simple phrase like "I have got you" stirred a passionate response within Chun Yan. He believed that if he were a courtesan and Lin Shuihua a gentleman, he would wholeheartedly follow her in a committed relationship, as she provided an overwhelming sense of security. "No, we had a splendid chat," Chun Yan replied with a smile. "We've even decided on a name for our child. Chun Tianqing. That's a lovely name. Clear skies mean no rain. So no need for you to endure a day of wetness," Lin Wenru cleverly deduced. "However, if Lin Etienne were my biological brother, I might believe you," Chun Yan responded, earning skeptical looks from the three on the sofa, who knew Lin Etienne's true nature and doubted he would ever show Chun Yan any kindness. Lin Wenru even suspected Lin Etienne might have a problem with his facial nerves, as he never seemed to smile. "Let's go buy some things," Lin Shuihua announced to the three. "Xiaowan, my stomach hurts." "Sister, my teeth ache." It appeared both were well aware of the anguish that accompanied shopping with Lin Shuihua and began to concoct various excuses to avoid the outing. "Enough of this chatter," Lin Shuihua declared with an air of authority, rising and striding towards the exit, followed by three despondent men whose expressions were steeped in disillusionment. The driver transported them to the largest shopping center in Yanjing, the New Jingguang Plaza. Nestled in the heart of the bustling city, the mall was vast and imposing, a spectacle to behold from the outside. It boasted an extensive array of goods, predominantly featuring luxury items catering to high-end consumers. Despite the sweltering heat, the crowd was relatively sparse, and Lin Shuihua led the three of them on a thorough exploration for nearly 3 hours, during which they accumulated an assortment of bags. Chun Yan found himself perplexed. Given that Jianghai was a well-known first-tier city in China, its economic development was hardly inferior to that of Yanjing. He pondered why they felt compelled to make their purchases here when similar goods were available back in Jianghai. This conundrum was akin to the age-old question of why many Chinese travelers return from abroad bearing locally manufactured goods, defying logical reasoning. As time passed, the mall grew increasingly crowded, primarily with young patrons, though it was not devoid of some balding, rotund businessmen accompanied by alluring women, immersed in their flirtations. Each time Lin Wenru spotted a couple, he would scrutinize them with Chun Yan, who mused that Lin Shuihua's uncle had a remarkable knack for tailoring. He could discern every measurement at a glance, a skill honed through talent and practice. "Isn't that Bing Tuachuo?" one of them exclaimed. Upon hearing the name, they looked up, and Lin Shuihua's eyes flickered with annoyance, while Lin Xiaobao leaned back, and Lin Wenru's gaze sparkled with the thrill of watching a spectacle. A striking woman in a red dress approached, her cascading waves of hair and fiery red lips exuding an enchanting allure, embodying the essence of beauty. "Who is that?" Chun Yan inquired. "My sister's arch-rival, Yi Qingru," Lin Xiaobao replied. "Chun, you're in trouble now." Confused by Lin Wenru's words, Chun Yan wondered how he had become embroiled in this. Yi Qingru approached the group, affectionately ruffling Lin Xiaobao's hair as she greeted, "Uncle, why did you come back?" "Ding Duoti." Lin Xiaobao, filled with exasperation, made no effort to resist. "I don't believe I need to explain my return to you," Lin Shuihua replied coolly, though a hint of frustration lingered in her tone. "And this is?" Yi Qingru inquired, pointing at Chun Yan. "My brother-in-law," Lin Xiaobao declared, shaking off Yi Qingru's playful grasp. Yi Qingru's eyes sparkled as she regarded Chun Yan. "Hello, I'm Yi Qingru, your half-sister-in-law, I suppose," she said, stepping forward to embrace him gently. "Brother-in-law, you must grow closer to your little sister-in-law." Sure," Chun Yan began, but upon catching the murderous glare from Lin Shuihua, he promptly fell silent. Once Yi Qingru departed, Chunyin quietly asked, "What was that all about?" "Yi Qingru, my sister's nemesis," Lin Xiaobao explained. "They grew up together. But Yi Qingru was always in competition with my sister, claiming everything associated with her as superior, even down to a piece of clay. Now that she knows you're my sister's husband, I'm a bit concerned she might try to steal you away. Have I really become that exceptional?" Chunyin mused. "Or perhaps society is evolving at such a pace that I cannot keep up, leading women to vie for men upon first meeting? But I suppose Xiaoyan would appreciate it." Chapter 70. Are we still killing? Today marks the 75th birthday of the venerable patriarch of the Lin family. Even Lin Wenru, dressed impeccably in formal attire, presents a rather refined appearance, save for the occasional sly smile that betrays a hint of mischief. The Lin family, renowned as affluent merchants long before the founding of the Republic of China, made significant contributions during the tumultuous years of war. Even in the dark days following the establishment of the Republic, the Lin family remained a formidable presence in Yanjing, their century-long legacy unparalleled by mere nouveau riches. Lin Shuhua's grandfather, Lin Ziqian, though now retired from public life, commands deep respect as a man who once stood at the forefront of China's economy. Today, Lin Yi, his successor, continues to elevate the Lin group to greater heights, earning admiration for the family, except for the obligatory disregard for Lin Wenru. The celebration of the grandfather's 75th birthday is a private family gathering, devoid of outsiders, reflecting the elder's disillusionment with grandeur and fame. He seeks only the joy of familial companionship in his twilight years. The venue for this intimate gathering is the Lin family's ancestral courtyard, a modest sihiyuan. The car weaves through winding paths before halting at the unassuming entrance, evoking a sense of seclusion amidst the bustling city. The azure tiles and gray walls exude an air of antiquity and tranquility, while the striking vermilion doors and windows lend an aura of solemn elegance. Upon entering, one is greeted by a stone-carved screen wall, and beyond the flower-draped entrance lies the main hall, symmetrically flanked by side rooms. The intricate stone, brick, and wood carvings, alongside vibrant paintings, create a striking contrast to the somber exterior. Chunyin surveyed the interior furnishings, an 8 immortals table, scholar chairs, and a luohan bed, all exquisite antiques that make sitting upon them akin to resting on gold. Setting aside the decor and furniture, the courtyard itself is merely larger than the small shelters in Donggang village, yet this seemingly dilapidated space could purchase an entire village. "Grandfather, happy birthday!" An elderly figure emerged, prompting Lin Shuehua to rush forward with her greetings. The elder, with his striking silver hair, appears remarkably vigorous, showing no signs of his 75 years, and his gait suggests a foundation in martial arts. Lin Shuehua, resembling a delicate jade, sits beside her grandfather. In Chun, Yin witnesses a side of her he has never seen before. He wonders when she might ever regard him with such warmth. However, he understands that some thoughts are best left unvoiced. Xinyan's face flushes with warmth, akin to a heated iron as he attempts to draw closer to Lin Shuehua's cool demeanor, marveling at the genuine smile that lights her face, an expression he rarely sees, especially when she maintains her aloofness around others. "Come, young man, join us," the elder beckons Chunyan. "Hello, grandfather. Happy birthday." Chunyan responds, presenting the gift prepared for him by Lin Shuehua. "Thank you," the elder replies, his voice warm and inviting. The old gentleman looked at Chunyan with a beaming smile. "How are things with Xiaohua?" "Quite well," Chunyan replied, a hint of cheekiness in his tone. "We're planning to have children, and I thought it best to have you help us choose a name." Lin Shuehua merely shot him a disapproving glance. In this setting, she felt unable to voice her thoughts, though she underestimated Chunyan's propensity to push boundaries. Chunyan took Lin Shuehua's hand and stood before the old gentleman, saying, "Grandfather, rest assured, I will take good care of Xiaohua. Even if there are those who wish to tear us apart, I shall resist to the end." He cast a sidelong glance in the direction of Lin Yitian. "Good, good, good," the old gentleman exclaimed thrice, clearly pleased. "I also have faith in the two of you." Lin Wenru suddenly interjected. Lin Wenru, who had never been favored by the old gentleman, felt the weight of disapproval. The old gentleman had only welcomed this youngest son into the world close to 40 years of age, and it was a mystery what sins he had committed in his past that had resulted in such a troublesome offspring. The sight of Lin Wenru stirred irritation in the old gentleman. "Is it your place to speak?" he retorted. "Go help in the kitchen." "Yes, at your service." Lin Wenru, undeterred, cheerfully complied and headed to the kitchen. Just days ago, he had assured Chen Yin that he would speak favorably of him at the old gentleman's banquet. Chen Yin glanced around, relieved that there were no dogs in the household. Otherwise, even they would have held a higher status than Lin Wenru. "Cool, me. Take a walk with me." The old gentleman beckoned Chen Yin to a stone table beneath a tree in the courtyard. "Are you accustomed to this place?" The old gentleman inquired, pulling out a cigarette and gesturing for Chen Yin to join him. "Not bad, though the air is a bit dry." Chen Yin accepted the cigarette and lit it for the old gentleman. Indeed, Beijing is far from the sea, so dryness is to be expected. The old gentleman said after taking a deep drag, revealing his seasoned smoking habit. "I understand Xiao Hua's temperament. It must not be easy for you two to be together. Fortunately, she has a cool exterior but a warm heart, and she treats me quite well," Chen Yin replied. "Yes, this child has always been strong-willed, a bit aloof, yet her heart is kind. Do bear with her in times of difficulty," the old gentleman advised. Having interacted with all 3 generations of the Lin family, Chen Yin held the old gentleman in high regard. He was undeniably learned and reasonable. It was perplexing how such a wise and discerning man had produced 2 sons, one cold and distant, the other carefree and indifferent to the world. "I know Xiao Hua's father has sought you out. Don't pay him any mind," the old gentleman comforted Chen Yin, addressing his wounded spirit. "I understand my 2 sons well. In your youthful lingo, it's like playing a game. If the main account isn't leveled properly, one ends up creating a secondary account, only to find that the secondary account is wasted while the primary remains as is." Sigh. The old gentleman seemed quite in tune with contemporary expressions, demonstrating a profound understanding of his sons. "I owe Xiaohua so much. When she was in middle school, her grandmother passed away, and I was so disheartened that I failed to attend to her emotional needs. After her mother left, Xiaohua moved to Zhanghai, and I, as her grandfather, have been remiss." Chen Yin listened intently to the old gentleman's reflections, refraining from comment. First, he felt unqualified to do so, and second, he was ultimately an outsider. It was evident that the old gentleman simply sought an ear to confide in. "Rest assured, Grandpa, I will take good care of Xiaohua. Anyone who dares to harm her must first tread over my body." Chen Yan's words were not mere flattery. They stemmed from the depths of his heart. The old man, having navigated the turbulent waters of business for decades, was astute and discerning. He could not be deceived by insincerity. Since Chen Yan's arrival, the old man had exhibited a subtle demeanor, yet despite his amiable appearance, there lingered an inexplicable pressure upon Chen Yan. Rather than narrating a story, the old man seemed to be imparting a message: "Treat my granddaughter well." However, the old man's subsequent remark caused a slight change in Chen Yan's expression. "Is killing still an option?" Chapter 71, Dining. "Avoid killing if possible." Chen Yan offered a vague response. He could not definitively assert whether to kill or not, and he could not guarantee either outcome. Well, if necessary, the old man inhaled deeply from his cigarette, a fleeting ferocity crossing his visage. "When friends come, there is good wine, but if a wolf arrives, let be met with a shotgun. If one does not offend me, I shall not offend them. There is no need for timidity. If a fight is warranted, one must retaliate." The current state of societal security was commendable, yet every situation possesses duality, resulting in a generation of youth who have seemingly lost their vigor. The old man's words rekindled within Chen Yin a recognition of the fierce spirit and inherent tenacity of the elder generation. "What are your plans for the future?" the old man inquired with a smile. "When I first returned to the country, to be honest, I had no plans whatsoever. I merely intended to drift along aimlessly. However, now that I am involved in Xiao Hua's company, I wish to assist her. I do not want to see her so burdened." Chen Yin spoke candidly. At the old man's level, his past experiences were impossible to conceal. He might even know that Chen Yin had burned a hole in his trousers while smoking yesterday, rendering secrecy unnecessary. Do not forsake the skills you possess from your time abroad. They are indeed a craft. This was the first time someone had referred to his work as an assassin as a craft. The old man pondered briefly. I am aware that young man from the Goof family has troubled you. However, some matters should not be rushed. I have heard of your capabilities, yet should you act against him now, no one would be able to save you. There are rules to adhere to. Understand. It is good that you comprehend. One must tread the path step by step. With your assurance, I feel at ease. To add, I rather like you. I trust you with Xiaohua. The old man rose and declared, let us eat. Zhang Ruohua did not come for reasons unknown, while Lin Yitian was already seated at the table, and Lin Shuihua and her brother busied themselves. Meanwhile, Lin Wenru was occupied in the kitchen. In such a grand courtyard, typically attended to by only one housekeeper for cleaning and cooking, the sheer volume of dishes on this momentous occasion rendered the poor Lin Wenru an unwitting member of the kitchen staff. The old man produced a bottle of wine. Its packaging yellowed with age, and his eyes sparkled upon seeing it. Come, after much effort, our family is finally gathered together. I hope your future endeavors will flourish. But do not forget your family while pursuing your careers. Let us dine. Following the old man's speech before the meal, the guests finally began to eat. It must be said that the old man commanded considerable respect within the household. Lin Xiaobao was still young and naturally could not drink alcohol. Lin Yitian maintained a stern demeanor throughout and also abstained from drinking. The old man, along with Lin Wenru and Chun Yin, was engaged in a lively exchange of toasts, with Chun Yin gradually integrating into this family. A bottle of liquor soon ran dry, and the old man, appearing unsatisfied, retrieved another bottle from the cabinet. Father, please drink less, Lin Yitian advised. His words, instead of calming the situation, provoked the old man, who was a seasoned drinker and felt displeased. What is this? Are you telling your father what to do? Except for Chun Yin, the others were unfazed by the exchange. Lin Wenru observed Lin Yitian being scolded and wore an expression that was almost comical, barely suppressing a laugh. The atmosphere momentarily grew tense, prompting Lin Shuihua to interject with a cold expression. If you have another drink, that's it. The old man, with a flushed face, retorted. My granddaughter wants me to have another drink, and you dare stop me? Who do you think you are? Chun Yin felt embarrassed, wondering if the old man didn't already know his eldest son's rank in the family hierarchy. Lin Wenru, likely taking after his father, displayed a stark contrast in demeanor after the old man had a drink, shifting from a sagacious elder to a boisterous character. Lin Yitian, a prominent figure in the business world of Yanjing, possessed exceptional composure and chose not to engage further, merely casting a faint glance at Lin Wenru. The latter immediately halted his antics, seizing the rice on the table and consuming it voraciously. He must have faced his share of reprimands as a child, and now bore a psychological shadow, frightened into submission by just a look. After the meal, Chun Yin instructed Lin Shuihua, please brew a pot of tea. She glanced at him, then picked up the teapot to begin. Lin Wenru discreetly gave Chun Yin a thumbs up, while Lin Yitian remained unperturbed, and the old man gazed at Chun Yin with a beaming smile. A man toils outside for two primary reasons. First, to become the cornerstone of his family, providing for their sustenance. Second, to earn the respect of his family and become their pride. Chun Yin found himself unable to achieve these aspirations and thus settled for a lesser role, quietly playing a part in front of others. Lin Shuihua cooperated in this endeavor, even if it meant enduring hardship upon returning home. This fade had to be flawlessly maintained. You truly are adept at pretending. You possess the same charisma I had in my youth, Lin Wenru remarked softly, implying that he had faced his share of challenges at home. When I instruct her to go east, she dares not venture west. When I tell her to chase the dogs, she doesn't dare pursue the chickens. Chun Yin pulled out a cigarette, surveying the gathered company, yet refrained from lighting it. Let us put it this way. Think of the wealthy landlords depicted in dramas. At home, I'm the unquestionable patriarch, and Lin Shuihua is striving to elevate her status from a mere servant to a favored concubine, with everything contingent on my whims. He spoke in a hushed tone, audible only to Lin Wenru, knowing that raising his voice would be unwise. You are remarkable. You can articulate your dreams as if they were reality. I cannot match you in this regard. That night, as Chun Yin lay in bed, he pondered whether to replace Lin Shuihua's bed at home with one like this, a traditional Chinese wooden bed. Compared to modern beds, it seemed somewhat narrow, yet it suited his tastes perfectly. Grandfather is quite wonderful, Lin Shuihua remarked, sitting on the bed and gazing at the sprawled-out Chun Yin. That is my grandfather. Yes, our grandfather. Faced with Chun Yan's pretense of ignorance, Lin Shuihua never held it against him. She was never articulate, let alone one to engage in frivolous banter. Sleep now, my dear wife. Lin Shuihua remained silent, her gaze fixed intently on Chun Yin. He, sensing her scrutiny, quietly shifted closer to the edge of the bed, leaving her ample space. Ever since Lin Shuihua gifted him a phone, the images within were predominantly of her embracing him from the previous morning. With a slight movement towards the center, and not hearing any objection from her, Chun Yin felt a measure of relief. He retrieved a blanket and draped it over Lin Shuihua, ensuring that the other end covered himself as well. He was unaware of the dreams she might be having, but for him, it could only be considered a shared dream of comfort. What do you think of our relationship? Lin Shuihua murmured softly. If you were a tree, I would be a vine entwining you. If you were the Jade Emperor, I would be the mischievous Sun Wukong, causing you trouble. If you were tea leaves, I would be boiling water steeping you. Chun Yin recited the cheesy lines he had come across in a video that day. I am Lin Shuihua. I will heed your words. Sleep. All right then. Good night, my wife. Chapter 72. Trouble with the law after bidding farewell to the Lin family. Chun Yin and Lin Shuihua headed straight for the bus station, en route to Jianghai. The 2-hour journey brought them to Jianghai before 10 o'clock. Lin Shuihua had to attend a company meeting, while Chun Yin carried an array of bags back to the villa. The past few days had left him mentally drained. Though his body felt fine, his spirit was weary. Nonetheless, the outcome was satisfactory. Lin Xiaobao would be visiting in a week for some fun, and Chun Yin welcomed the idea, as the child served as a catalyst for their relationship, providing him with an excuse to ascend to the second floor for a nap. Brother Yin, the Firewolf gang experienced internal strife a few days ago, and now the new leader of the Flying Dragon Hall, Li Hanjing, has assumed command. I worry they may seek trouble with you once they stabilize, De Xiong informed him over the phone. As a local power player, he was well informed. Yet Chun Yin remained indifferent to such matters. Be careful, Brother Yin. Speaking of De Xiong, his gang's strength had surged to the first tier, gaining significant notoriety in Shanghai. Understood, you stay safe as well. Just when peaceful days seemed to return, trouble loomed on the horizon again. Was Chun Yin destined to be a magnet for chaos? Forever entangled in various predicaments? Could he not enjoy a few tranquil days? Lighting a cigarette, he sank into contemplation on the sofa. He had always possessed lofty aspirations. While he could not rival the sage Confucius, he considered himself a man of substance. Yet, upon reflection, he felt more like a mere cog in a machine. At home, he played the role of a cook. Without him, Lin Shuihua would not starve. At the company, if it weren't for his contributions alongside Peter and others, his presence would be inconsequential. In society, he seemed to offer little utility. While countless others contributed to the greater good, he was left questioning his own worth. The greatest fear that besets humanity is the entrapment within the labyrinth of one's own thoughts. Thus, it is said that one should not indulge excessively in fine attire or abundant feasts. Much like the current state of society, it is essential to provide the laborers with a glimmer of hope, a touch of pressure, and a hint of expectation to spur their continued endeavors. Presently, Chun Yin finds himself akin to a donkey tethered to a millstone, devoid of a blindfold, perceiving too clearly the harshness of reality, which proves to be a detriment. He resolved to take the computer from his bedroom to the office. His phone emitted 2 beeps, signaling a text message from Lin Shuihua. Casting aside his tumultuous thoughts, Chun Yin seized the computer and hastened toward the company. It is often observed that when one becomes engrossed in a task, they are less likely to succumb to aimless musings. Chun Yin's earlier bewilderment was merely a consequence of idleness. This afternoon, Chun Yin emerged as a figure of intrigue in Shanghai, while engaging in trivial chatter with Wu Sanju to alleviate his boredom. A group of police officers arrived at his door. Chun Yin, We are from the Criminal Investigation Division of the East City Police Department. We suspect you may be connected to a case of missing persons. We kindly ask for your cooperation in our investigation and request that you accompany us to the station," stated the lead officer, a middle-aged man with an impassive expression. The officers behind him wore expressions of pride. In this society, ordinary citizens inherently occupy a position of vulnerability when confronted by the police. These public servants have unwittingly positioned themselves in opposition to the people, as if they were naturally superior. They adopt a demeanor of arrogance with ordinary citizens, while treating those they deem formidable with a veneer of politeness. In their eyes, Chen Yin represents a class that can be trampled upon. Thus they offered him no courtesy. This was a direct order from the chief, and executing it well could serve as a splendid opportunity for the officer to curry favor with his superior. In the eyes of the middle-aged officer, Chen Yin was a stepping stone on his path to promotion. Although the chief would not articulate his intentions, the officer comprehended the implications. Consequently, he would not treat Chen Yin with any semblance of kindness. Chen Yin, naturally, did not resist. He could not afford to position himself against the societal hierarchy, despite his awareness that someone was orchestrating this predicament against him. Cooperating with the police in their duties is an obligation of every citizen, and, as a model citizen, I am more than willing to comply, he declared. Alongside Xiao Hu, Chen Yin was escorted back to the police station. Seated in the interrogation room, his hands cuffed to the table, he met the gaze of the middle-aged officer, who was smoking and scrutinizing him intently. The preliminary inquiries had already been documented, consisting of the usual questions regarding gender, age, and occupation. Information Chen Yin willingly provided without the need for concealment. However, observing the officer's demeanor shift as he smoked, Chen Yin surmised that the surveillance cameras in the room had likely been disabled, for otherwise the officer would not act so casually. "Chen Yin, you should be aware of Qi Long. You dined together, and now he is missing. I trust you possess some knowledge regarding this situation. You may now confess to your transgressions," the officer stated in a nonchalant tone. "Transgressions?" Chen Yin leaned back in his chair, his gaze icy as he retorted. "What crimes have I committed? I have aspired to be an exemplary student since childhood, yet I have never achieved that. My childhood dream was to become a scientist, which also remains unrealized. If I am to be accused of a crime, my only infraction might be failing to study diligently enough to become a scientist." With a resounding slap, the middle-aged officer struck the table, glaring fiercely at Chen Yin. Taking a deep breath, he approached Chen Yin and delivered punch. Chen Yin tilted his head to evade the blow, casting a frosty smile at his opponent. The man, seemingly unfazed, unleashed another punch. Unbeknownst to Chen Yin, his handcuffs had mysteriously come undone, and he swiftly seized the middle-aged policeman's wrist, declaring, "I do not know whose lapdog you have become, but should you wish to lay hands on me, you ought to reconsider your position." Chen Yin was acutely aware of the darkness lurking within society, where shades of gray intermingle with the black and white. The individual before him represented the steadfast core of this gray area, a scoundrel entrenched within the system. The police station's interrogation was merely an exaggerated farce, where minor transgressions were magnified and major offenses meticulously suppressed. Even for the theft of a mere egg, they could hastily label one a death row inmate, and the initial tactic was merely to instill fear. While most would tremble at such threats, Chen Yin, a seasoned veteran of life's trials, remained unperturbed. Yet, he was taken aback by the audacity of the man before him to strike. Releasing the man's arm, Chen Yin leisurely retrieved a cigarette and lit it, displaying an utter disregard for his opponent. The middle-aged officer, named Chen Deong, had ascended from the ranks to his current position as squad leader. Witnessing Chen Yin's calm demeanor stirred uncertainty within him. The man exhibited no fear, leaving Chen Deong in a precarious position. Although he was acting on the orders of his superior, he had accepted favors along the way, rendering him unable to proceed without trepidation. He feared that Chen Yin might be a formidable adversary, and should the tables turn, he would find himself stripped of his authority, rendered powerless outside these walls. "Xiao Lu, continue the interrogation." Chen Deong capitulated, opting not to further trouble Chen Yin before departing. The young officer known as Xiao Lu was courteous. He was no fool, aware that the department possessed no substantial evidence. He surmised that his superiors were merely availing themselves of some monetary inducement, while he stood to gain nothing and had no need to offend the man before him. Chun Yin mused that the initial accusation hurled at him was a mere ruse to extract information about Qi Long's whereabouts. However, he had no notion of Qi Long's location and harbored no concern for it. Even if he did, he would never divulge such information. It seemed likely that those searching for Qi Long were affiliated with the Firewolf gang. Earlier that morning, De Xiong had cautioned him to be wary of the gang, and now they had found him with alarming swiftness. Chapter 73. I understand, Chun Yin. You are free to go. He was unexpectedly informed. He had braced himself for prolonged difficulties, yet within an hour, he was released. Outside the police station, a luxury car pulled up and a middle-aged man descended, approaching Chun Yin with a smile. Hello, Brother Chun. I am Huang Tao, the newly appointed leader of the Firewolf gang. Huang Tao approached Chun Yin with warmth. Greetings, gang leader Huang. May I inquire about the purpose of your visit today? Chun Yin replied, skeptical of the coincidence of encountering someone he had never met so soon after his release from the police station, especially as Huang Tao recognized him at first glance. There must be some underlying intrigue, for one would be hard-pressed to believe otherwise. Nothing of great import. I merely wish to make your acquaintance, Huang Tao said, offering a cigarette, which Chun Yin declined. The gesture froze Huang Tao's expression, a flicker of surprise crossing his features. I have already reserved a table. Let's dine and converse, he proposed. No need for that. I have pressing matters to attend to. Having been inexplicably brought to the police station, my wife must be worried. I should return home promptly. Huang Tao maintained a smile, while I, well acquainted with Qi Long, had come to inquire about the connection between Chun's disappearance and Qi. Given Chen's predicament, you may carry on with your affairs. I must extend my gratitude to you, Chief Huang, for your assistance today. I shall present you with a substantial gift on another occasion. You flatter me, Chun, he replied amiably as Chun Yin watched him depart. In this era, the underworld donned tailored suits, exuding an air of nouveau riche, desperately attempting to present themselves as elite. Their gold-rimmed glasses had nearly become their emblem, resembling monkeys in hats, utterly mismatched. This spectacle marred his good mood further. What troubled him even more was Lin Shuihua's complete indifference to his earlier visit to the police station during dinner, as she did not even inquire about it. Are you not the least bit concerned for me? Chun Yin asked, observing Lin Shuihua leisurely enjoying her meal. Do you not wish to know why I was taken in? Well, you seem to be fine, she replied dismissively. Upon hearing Chun Yan's forlorn tone, Lin Shuihua paused her eating and glanced at him. As for why you were detained, I have no desire to know, nor am I obliged to. Frustrated, Chun Yin consumed 2 additional bowls of rice, thinking that this woman was far too cold. He needed to warm himself. I hope you refrain from creating such troubles in the future. It reflects poorly on the company, Lin Shuihua remarked coolly after finishing her meal. If you do not resolve these issues, it would be best if you refrain from visiting the company for the time being. Is this your way of abandoning a burden? You should understand that it is the working donkey that is cast aside, not the lazy one, she added, clearing the table. What Chun Yin was unaware of was that after his departure, Lin Shuihua spent the latter part of the afternoon in her office. Restless and unable to concentrate on her work, she left the company before the day's end, marking the first time since the establishment of Shanghai that she had departed early. Banya had thoroughly investigated Huang Tao's background and sent the information to Chun Yan's phone. He resolved to meet with him that very night. When the hour grew late and silence enveloped the night, Chun Yin quietly slipped out, careful not to disturb Lin Shuihua, even foregoing his vehicle. As he exited, Lin Shuihua rose from her bed, standing on the balcony, watching Chun Yan's retreating figure with a furrowed brow. She had always been a light sleeper, easily roused by the slightest noise. Glancing at the clock, it read 11:30. She was uncertain why Chun Yin had ventured out at such an hour. Upon arriving at the address provided by Banya, which led him to an upscale residential complex, Chun Yin disembarked from the taxi and circled the premises. During his exploration, he unexpectedly encountered Luo Tu. Boss, what brings you here? Chun Yin inquired. Banya sent me a location, instructing me to come find someone, Luatu replied, seated on the curb. I had a bite to eat after my search and did not expect to see you here. Care for a drink? Considering the situation, Chun Yin acknowledged that Banya's location could only lead him to the complex, lacking specifics on which floor or unit. Hence, he had summoned Luatu for a more thorough investigation. Come, let's attend to business first. Absolutely. It appeared that Luatu had been cooped up for quite some time, his eyes sparkling at the prospect of serious work. Under the cover of night, the duo infiltrated the complex, locating Huang Tao's unit. They ascended the exterior wall to the 6th floor, where Chun Yin signaled and Luatu pried open a window, allowing them to slip inside. Inside the room, a man and a woman were completely unclothed. The man was none other than Huang Tao, who had come to seek his assistance at the police station earlier that day. The woman, presumably his young assistant, appeared to be in her early 20s. The air was thick with an intoxicating scent of hormones. After surveying the surroundings and finding no one else present, Chun Yin switched on the bedroom lights. Just as the woman was about to scream, Chun Yin struck her on the neck with a swift motion, rendering her unconscious. Huang Tao, still slumbering like a lifeless pig, seemed oblivious to the fact that such a lack of vigilance was unbecoming of a gang leader. Chun Yin gently slapped Huang Tao's face, prompting him to awaken slowly. Upon seeing Chun Yin before him, a flicker of panic crossed his eyes. However, upon noticing Chun Yin seated by the bed, he feigned shock and said, I have no intention of being your enemy. I am curious as to why you sought me out at such a late hour. I prefer to avoid trouble. Chun Yin replied, lighting a cigarette and narrowing his eyes. If it is a minor issue, we can let it be. If it is significant, we shall resolve it thoroughly. Huang Tao, seasoned by the winds of adversity, understood the implication behind Chun Yin's words. I understand, but why would the police come looking for me? This was a question that puzzled Chun Yin as well. Initially, I merely wished to avoid direct involvement. Qi Long absconded with a substantial amount of money when he left, and I sought to ascertain his whereabouts through one Xiaohu. As for you, I have just assumed my position, and taking you to the station is merely a formality for the sake of my gang. At this moment, the tension had dissipated from Huang Tao's face. He recognized his predicament and realized that it was more prudent to be forthcoming rather than struggle in denial. The other officer interrogating you is my nephew. He informed me of Chun Dayong's attitude towards you. My intention that day was simply to make a friend, but Chun Dayong and the others misinterpreted my intentions. Seeing the sincerity in Huang Tao's expression, Chun Yin deemed it unnecessary to engage in a destructive confrontation. This man displayed a level of cleverness. Should Chun Yin decide to eliminate him, a reckless gang leader might have sought revenge. You must understand, since I am able to approach you, I could also discreetly eliminate you. I hope you will conduct yourself wisely and refrain from seeking trouble with me. I have no interest in the affairs of your Firewolf gang. Let us coexist without conflict. Chun Yin spoke in a low tone. You need not doubt my resolve. Even if you are the son of an influential figure, your life and death are merely a matter of my command. This was the first instance of Huang Tao losing his composure, his astonishment evident on his face. I understand. With that understanding, today's matter is resolved. Chun Yin contemplated whether Huang Tao was either exceedingly cunning and patient or simply intelligent. He believed the latter to be true. Chapter 74. Shanghai does not tolerate such arrogance. The night in Jianghai was a stark contrast to the oppressive heat of the day, as the sea breeze carried a hint of briny freshness. While outsiders might find it disconcerting, for Chun Yin, who had grown up in Jianghai, it was invigorating. The stars twinkled above, and a crescent moon was veiled by wispy clouds as Chun Yin and Luatu strolled along the bustling streets, their silhouettes elongated by the warm glow of streetlights. Chun Yin maintained a serene state of mind, while Camel initially believed he could conquer all, only to end up merely picking a lock, engaging in a mundane conversation. Upon noticing the skewers by the roadside, he enthusiastically insisted on treating Chun Yin to a drink. Let us go. Boss, let us have some. At the roadside stall, they took turns sipping from a pint of chilled beer, the icy brew soothing their spirits. Are you accustomed to this place? Chun Yin inquired, lighting a cigarette and directing his gaze at Camel through the swirling smoke. Though I lack the fervor of my past, I find a certain enjoyment in this life, albeit with occasional restlessness, Camel replied, observing the bustling vendors and glancing at the clock. It was already past midnight. Compared to them, he felt undeniably fortunate. If there's anything weighing on your mind, speak up. If you're truly troubled, I can always accompany you in a bout. Camel paused, his gesture of raising the glass faltering, feeling suspicious. He wondered if he had inadvertently crossed Chunyin lately, prompting such a remark. As Camel noted their occasional restlessness, Chunyin, too, shared a similar sentiment. Life abroad had been fraught with danger and excitement, far removed from the current tranquility. It could be said that each lifestyle had its own merits. Human aspirations are insatiable. Longing is an inescapable facet of existence. Even the Buddha requires gilding, let alone mere mortals. Thus, Chunyin placed his faith solely in himself and his family, eschewing any unfounded beliefs. I'm aware of your feelings for Yi. Stop visiting the security department daily to inquire about her well-being. It diminishes your stature as a man. If you like her, confess your feelings and take charge. Show your masculine prowess, Chunyin advised. Camel stammered, "Boss, you're absolutely right." He rolled his eyes, sparkling brighter than the stars, evoking a playful response from Chunyin. Chunyin pondered, is it true that a soldier mirrors his commander? Must I set an example first? The icy visage of Lin Shuihua flashed in his mind, and a wave of heat swept over him, causing him to shiver involuntarily and refrain from further contemplation. Let us go, Chunyin concluded, finishing his drink with a casual demeanor. Is it time to leave already? Camel asked, taken aback. Yes, my mood is not great tonight. I have to return home and settle some matters with your sister-in-law, Chunyin said, waving his hand dismissively without looking back. Take care, boss, Camel called after him. The Sihai group, the foremost faction of the underworld in Jianghai City, was diligently working towards legitimacy, their influence still palpable yet discreet. The second-tier leader, the Firewolf Gang, had recently endured internal strife. Though they had regained some stability, they were significantly weakened. Currently, De Xiong was a rising star in the underworld, reminiscent of Xiao Shusong's earlier dominance. Chunyin was not fond of this lifestyle, so when he first returned to the country, he maintained a relatively close relationship with De Xiong. Now, however, they could only be considered childhood friends with little interaction. De Xiong greeted Chunyin with a respectful Yingu, despite their limited connection, while Lin Xiaobao had grown quite familiar with De Xiong, spending each day in his company. After the summer vacation, Lin Xiaobao arrived in Jianghai. Chunyin and Lin Shuihua were both busy with work every day. Although Lin Xiaobao had escaped the control of his parents, he found himself quite bored at home. The younger children held great admiration and curiosity for the streetwise figure, Big Bear. Thanks to Chunyin's connection, Big Bear felt compelled to tolerate Lin Xiaobao's presence, who now trailed after him like a shadow. Lin Shuihua remained unaware of this situation, and Chunyin refrained from mentioning it, believing that as long as Lin Xiaobao was safe, it was best to let him be. At 7 in the morning, after returning from his workout, Chunyin enjoyed a hearty breakfast, followed by a refreshing shower. He styled his hair attractively, applied the skincare cream Lin Shuihua had bought for him, and donned the suit gifted by his wife. Before stepping out, he polished his shoes, and, for a moment, he was captivated by his reflection in the mirror. Had it not been for Lin Shuihua honking outside, he might have succumbed to self-admiration. If one were to inquire about Chunyin's flamboyant attire that day, the reason was simple. Lin Shuihua had taken an extra 10 minutes to beautify herself. Chunyin suspected she had plans, and he couldn't afford to embarrass himself if she decided to take him along. Observing his peers, he noted their shortcomings. Wu Sanju, a bit shorter, older, and less attractive. Luo, darker and not quite reaching the height of 1.80 meters, and Mao Ho, also lacking in stature and charm. In contrast, he felt quite handsome, experiencing a touch of solitude that accompanies those who stand above the rest. The individuals in the international department were puzzled, failing to understand why Chunyin was greeting everyone at the entrance while dressed like a peacock. The only source of his irritation was Banya, being of European descent, was already fair-skinned, dressed in a meticulously tailored suit, with his hair impeccably styled. Chunyin felt an urge to drag him to the gym for a workout. He held a personal standard, believing Banya to be nearly as handsome as himself. Fortunately, Chen Yin possessed a thick skin and a carefree conscience, unafraid to express such opinions which would typically be deemed audacious. "You've dressed like that today to become a gigolo?" Wu Sanju remarked, his tone laced with sarcasm. "But I must admit, you do look decent today, probably rivaling my own charm." In the stairwell, the two ostentatious kings of Shanghai exchanged heated banter while smoking. Chen Yin deemed it necessary to suppress Wu Sanju's arrogance, as there could only be one dominant figure in the realm of pretense. "Have you heard? The Yinjing Chihua Group is establishing a branch in our building," Wu Sanju, the well-informed sage of Shanghai, relayed. "They'll occupy floors 89 to 107, and it seems there might be some conflict with our group's business. Why worry about such trivialities?" Chen Yin felt Wu Sanju was being overly cautious, often carefree, yet occasionally displaying a keen sense of detail. "Even if the King of Heaven were to arrive, Xiao Yin, would be here. I fear you might sell me out first." During their interactions, Chen Yin had not left a favorable impression on Wu Sanju. He found him lazy, unreliable, boastful, yet not ill-hearted enough to be unapproachable. "Alas, President Lin must be blind not to see my talents. Why must I remain as your assistant while I am clearly a gem destined for greater things? If the sand were to bury you, I would ensure to drink plenty of water, promising to produce a grand display for you, making you radiant," Chen Yin jested. "Alas, while there are many fine steeds, true connoisseurs are rare." Wu Sanju shook his head, sighing with a sense of melancholy, prompting Chen Yin to contemplate giving him a nudge down the stairs. Chapter 75. Competing for a Man in the Finance Department of Shanghai, by Rushue sat in a chair, lost in thought, her expression fluctuating between joy and despair. Yesterday, Chen Yin had been taken away by the police, causing quite a stir in Shanghai. After his release from the police station, he returned home directly, and when Bai Rushue called him, he was dining with Lin Shuihua and did not answer. Her mind raced with anxious thoughts. Could it be that the incident where she was abducted and Chen Yan's involvement in a murder had come to light? After that murder, she had been frightened for a long time, torn between her conscience and her emotions. Ultimately, her sentiment had triumphed over logic, and she chose to remain silent. Now, with Chen Yan taken away, she was not only worried for him, but also terrified. Under Huaxiao's laws, knowledge of a crime without reporting it could implicate her as well. The office door was knocked upon, tightening her chest with fear. Before she could speak, the door was pushed open. Upon seeing the smiling Chen Yan, her heart calmed, though a hint of resentment lingered. "Why hadn't he answered her call? I was taken away yesterday. I was worried about you," Bai Rushue said, tears welling in her eyes. Evoking pity, Chen Yan, a man of traditional values, could hardly bear to see a woman cry. "I like you," Bai Rushue boldly declared her feelings. "Since the moment you saved me, your image has been etched in my heart." The air conditioning in the office was quite strong, yet he felt a suffocating warmth enveloping him. You had once told him that if a woman gazes at you with teary eyes, she either genuinely loves you or is intent on draining your resources. Wealthy women do not beat around the bush. They go straight for the goods. "I have no car, no house, and no money. I am impoverished and unworthy of you," Chen Yin said delicately, perplexed as to why Bai Rushue would be interested in him. Bai Rushue replied directly, "What I admire is you as a person. I desire you, not your possessions." Chen Yin hesitated for a moment, offering no response, and then pushed the door open to leave, casually remarking, "Tonight, I shall treat you to dinner." Chen Yin refrained from responding. Yet the invitation to dinner that night became the most satisfying answer in Bai Rushue's heart. She smiled, radiating joy. Memories of their first encounter, his reckless demeanor, the ruthless indifference he displayed during that fateful night, and his flustered confession today etched themselves in her mind like a permanent mark. This man resembled a thick tome, and she yearned to turn each page, to delve into the depths of his inner world, unwittingly ensnared by him. At that moment, Yi Qingru sat opposite Lin Shuihua, contemplating the girl who had grown up alongside her, always vying for everything in a fierce contest. A sense of helplessness filled her heart. "Bing Tawachuo, where is your man?" Yi Qingru inquired, her curiosity tinged with mischief, astonished to discover that Lin Shuihua had married after 3 or 4 years of separation. "He is abroad on a trip." "Not here," Lin Shueihua fabricated a lie. You're being naughty. Your husband is the head of the international department at Shanghai, right? Why not let him come over for a chat? After all, I consider myself half a friend, half family, by Rushua teased. If you don't let him come, I'll go outside and announce to the world that Chun Yin is your husband. Understanding that Yi Qingru was indeed capable of such antics, Lin Shueihua could only call Chun Yin to come over. Upon receiving Lin Shueihua's call, Chun Yin found himself engulfed in a deep sense of self-satisfaction. It seemed his earlier intuitions were indeed correct. His efforts that morning were not in vain, as his wife was calling for him, and it appeared he was to be presented to her in a favorable light. As he entered, he noticed the look of exasperation on Lin Shueihua's face, a rare expression for her. Facing her was the charming Yi Qingru, who had once introduced herself as his cheap sister-in-law, leaving a lasting impression on him. "Hello, nice to see you again." Yi Qingru greeted with confidence, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at Chun Yin. "I'm here to steal Lin Shueihua's man." Had he truly become so exceptional that this woman, whom he had met only once, was captivated to such an extent? For the first time, Chun Yin found himself engulfed in self-doubt. Nevertheless, in front of Lin Shueihua, he promptly declared his loyalty. "I am a man you will never possess." Lin Shueihua remained engrossed in her work, seemingly indifferent to their exchange, though her white-knuckled grip on her pen betrayed her true feelings. Chun Yin, 26 years old, orphaned, spent 2 years in the military, and after several years abroad, you returned and married Lin Shueihua. Am I correct? It appeared this young lady had conducted considerable research on him. "You've investigated me?" he inquired. Knowing both oneself and the enemy ensures victory in every battle. Yi Qingru responded, casting a flirtatious glance his way. "Being with this ice princess can't be easy, right? Why not consider me instead? I'm already married." Chun Yin found the situation quite amusing, realizing that this young lady was bold enough to pursue him in front of Lin Shueihua. "Is this your attempt at seduction?" "Perhaps," she admitted without hesitation. Yi Qingru elegantly retrieved a cigarette from his pocket, lit it with grace, and Chun Yin merely watched her, a smile lingering on his face. "After all, I consider myself to be an exceptional woman, and I believe that a man of sound physiology would find it difficult to resist such temptation. Wouldn't he? Do not involve me in the disputes between you and Xiaohua." Chun Yin spoke slowly, not wishing to prolong the subject. "Are you truly not considering it?" Yi Qingru elegantly took a drag from her cigarette, releasing a series of smoke rings. "I am aware that you're married to Lin Shueihua. However, I posit that 80% of men, upon encountering a beautiful woman, would first succumb to emotional infidelity. And should they find themselves deprived, they may resort to it. As for me, I'm a rare gem within your reach." Faced with such brazen words, Chun Yin felt somewhat overwhelmed. "I know you're married, yet I would not mind embarking on a delightful extramarital affair with you. What's happening today? Is it possible that my dear Chun Yin is fated to encounter romantic fortune today? Heaven knows that he has been a hidden jewel for years. And today it seems I am meant to shine brightly." The burning cigarette but jolted him from his reverie. He shivered. He must resolutely defend his man's loyalty, especially with Lin Shueihua sitting right across from him, nearly breaking his pen in two. If he failed to express himself clearly, he feared that Lin Shueihua might break him in his sleep. Chapter 76. I Shall Avenge You. Isn't it excessive for Yi Qingru to involve herself in a feud with Lin Shueihua at my expense? Upon reflection, it seems that this woman is merely teasing me to provoke Lin Shueihua's ire. I'm likely just a pawn in her game. Your actions might lead me to perceive you as a promiscuous woman, while I pride myself on being a conservative and loyal family man," Chun Yin shamelessly boasted. "I know I am exceptional, but my affection for Xiaohua is profound, and I would naturally not entertain your advances. Is this your way of rejecting me? You should know that with just a nod, we could slip beneath the covers together." Yi Qingru languidly leaned against her chair. "Moreover, men are typically curious about the unknown. Do you not wish to explore a little? In all my years, I have never encountered a woman who rendered me utterly speechless. It felt as though I had been struck by lightning. To respond would affirm my masculinity, yet to remain silent would place me at a disadvantage. Does Mr. Chen not desire a thrill?" Yi Qingru's advances came in waves. Compared to Lin Shuihua's icy demeanor, I am far more enticing. Should you forsake her, you could possess me directly. Would that not be delightful? And let me whisper a secret. My cries in bed can be heard for 2 miles. And my fiery passion guarantees you will lose 10 pounds within a month. As for Lin Shuihua, I surmised that in bed she would hardly utter a sound, akin to a piece of pork. As the conversation turned to Lin Shuihua, she radiated a chilling aura, her nature preventing her from retorting. Such audacious words remained unspoken. We have been discussing renovations for our home these past few days. Do you know why? Chunyin posed and answered his own question. We intend to soundproof the room. For Xiaohua's cries can be heard for 3 miles, and the neighbors have even called the police, claiming I am abusing her at night. Lin Shuihua shot him a furious glare, her disdainful eyes sparkling with a unique charm in Chun Yan's view. Younger brother, my interest in you has grown increasingly profound. I believe that, sooner or later, you will be more willing to be with me. I shall await your response. Yi Qingru stood up, lightly tapping Chun Yan's chest with a smile, before turning to leave. How could Chun Yan tolerate being called younger brother? I'm not young. But that's all you can ever do. Just think about it. Goodbye, younger brother. After Yi Qingru departed, Chun Yan chuckled and remarked, So my dear wife, what does that feel? Satisfying enough. Get out of my office. I am merely trying to vindicate you. For your sake, I have sacrificed my own dignity as a man. How can you treat me this way? Chun Yan feigned indignation, though the smile on his face betrayed him. Lin Shuihua expressed her disdain. Can my call echo for 3 miles? How shameless. Dear wife, you may strike me or scold me, but how can you categorically dismiss something you have yet to experience? Chun Yan teased with a hint of sarcasm. You must have faith in yourself, just as you must trust me, for I possess the ability to make you shout for 3 miles, and you too have the voice and strength to do so. Leave. Little Yin felt dejected, perplexed by Lin Shuihua's contradictions. She summoned him and then dismissed him. How could he retain any pride in this situation? His aspiration was to be driven in luxury, not to serve as a taxi. Leave. Sigh. Very well. Upon returning downstairs, he encountered Wu Sanju, who spoke in a conspiratorial tone. I just saw the beautiful CEO of Jihor upstairs. She is stunning, truly captivating. Why did you call me up there? Adjusting his hairstyle, Chun Yin replied nonchalantly. The CEO of Jihua and both professed their feelings for me in the office just moments ago. I am quite certain that the name to is save in your phone's contacts, Wu Sanju teased. This fellow is quite clever. How could he possibly know? Had he snooped through Chun Yan's phone? That seems improbable. He had no opportunity to do so. How do you know? You have definitely changed the name 10086 to the allowing those monthly reminders for your phone bill to indulge your fantasies. A classic move for the less fortunate. Do I not know you well enough? Get lost. Haha, you become flustered. Later that evening, as he prepared to dine with Bai Rushu, Chun Yin sent a message to Lin Shuihua, informing her that he would not be returning home for dinner. Upon receiving the message, Lin Shuihua felt a pang of anxiety. She had been restless all afternoon. Bai Rushu drove Chun Yin to the esteemed Jianghai No. 1 restaurant. From a distance, they could see the towering revolving restaurant piercing the clouds, illuminated by its dazzling and opulent lights in the evening. The enchanting night with its brilliant neon lights welcomed the two as they entered the restaurant side by side. Bai Rushu's body tensed, her palms damp with sweat as she nervously glanced at Chun Yin, a flicker of guilt crossing her eyes. As the head of the finance department at Shanghai, she held a position of great influence and success, whereas Chun Yin was merely a newly appointed head of the international department. Today, he had just confided in her that he lacked a car, a house, and wealth. Yet here she was, bringing him to such an upscale venue for dinner. She feared that Chun Yin might feel inferior, unable to confront the disparity between them. Even though she herself was unconcerned, she did not wish to burden him with such feelings. Chun Yanchun, brimming with confidence and a cheerful demeanor, urged, Come on. Why are you standing there in a daze? Glancing at the menu, which was devoid of any Chinese characters and filled with French dish names, he grimaced. Why must a landmark restaurant serve French cuisine? Is Chinese food deemed inferior? Such a penchant for foreign trends. Observing the surrounding crowd, he noticed a number of ostentatious, Portly men, each attempting to exude sophistication as they sipped red wine and savored steak. Where's the charm of braised pork and ergo too? By Rushiwa. Noticing Chun Yanchun lost in thought over the menu, felt a twinge of embarrassment, thinking he might struggle with the French. However, to her surprise, he fluently rattled off several dish names to the waiter, his command of the language impeccable. You should order some too, he suggested. No need, just go ahead and choose. By Rushiwa replied. What did you do abroad? I washed dishes, carried some men on construction sites, and later worked as a bodyguard, Chun Yanchun replied. While he had indeed faced hardships upon arriving overseas, doing menial jobs to survive, he chose to gloss over his time as a hitman and only mentioned being a bodyguard. As he gazed out at the night view of the river and sea, reflecting on the prices listed on the menu, he mused that for those dining here, perhaps money was merely a number. 10,000 would suffice for a meal, while 80 or 100,000 would not guarantee satisfaction. It seemed some merely dine to elevate their status. The table by Rushiwa had chosen by the window commanded a minimum expenditure of 30,000, excluding drinks and service charges. A simple fried egg was priced at 500, prompting Chun Yanchun to exclaim about the unscrupulousness of the establishment, lamenting that even his 2 eggs were not worth that sum. Despite the exorbitant costs, the restaurant was always filled to capacity, requiring reservations well in advance. Were it not for by Rushiwa's influential position, Chun Yanchun doubted he could gain entry. Chapter 77. The aggravations of dining. One advantage of such an establishment was its tranquility. The elegant piano music created a serene ambience, compelling even the most boisterous patrons to converse in hushed tones to maintain an air of pretentious grace. The expansive dining room, with fewer than 30 tables, transformed dining into a display of status and inferiority, as those with wealth and standing occupied the coveted window seats. Dishes arrived promptly, yet Chun Yanchun found little appetite for the exquisitely crafted morsels before him. Perhaps he harbored a touch of bourgeois sentiment, though he did not consider it a flaw. With such funds, he could feast on delicious grilled kidneys from street vendors for months, a far more satisfying experience than pretending to be refined here. Dining out of poverty was deemed inept, while doing so out of wealth was seen as grounded. Prejudices in the human heart loomed large, leaving him to simply be himself. As the 2 clinked glasses, Chun Yanchun savored a sip of the costly red wine, relishing its rich flavor, undeniably superior to the watered-down varieties back home. Behind him, a woman's voice lamented, "Do Xiao, stop being so frugal. Your hands are turning white. Let us eat first." By Rushiwa, confused, did not grasp the context. But for someone like Chun Yanchun, who often enjoyed the solitary beauty of plum blossoms in a vase, it was all too clear. Such was life. Amidst the exquisite wine, delectable cuisine, and the company of a beautiful woman, Chun Yin found himself in high spirits. As the 2 engaged in lively conversation and savored their meal, a waitress approached with a bottle of Roman e Conti, placing it on their table with a smile, announcing, "Good evening. This is a gift from the gentleman at the adjacent table." A wave of annoyance washed over Chun Yin. Could it be that the melodramatic scenarios from novels were unfolding in his own life? Was he to endure the clutch of a wealthy scion intruding upon his dinner with his girlfriend? As the waitress spoke, a well-dressed young man, of similar age to Chun Yin, approached with an air of confidence. Ignoring Chun Yin completely, he turned to Bai Rushiwa and asked, "Might I have the honor of becoming acquainted with such a beautiful lady?" Not interested, Bai Rushiwa replied curtly. The young man's smile faltered, while several impeccably dressed youths at the neighboring table gathered around, casting eager glances at him. Yet their eyes held a hint of disdain and mockery directed at Chun Yin, clearly indicating that this young man was their leader. Annoyed by this unexpected disruption, Chun Yin looked up, only to recognize an old acquaintance, Do Haichuan, the boy who had once endured a beating from him 9 times in 3 days during their childhood. "Well, if it isn't little Do, it seems you've flourished in the years since we last met," Chun Yin remarked, lighting a cigarette as he scrutinized Do Haichuan. Do Haichuan, hailing from Donggang village and having grown up alongside Chun Yin, had always been arrogant due to his father's position as village chief. Naturally, Chun Yin had disapproved, resulting in frequent altercations between the two. Now, Do Haichuan had transformed into a successful figure, surrounded by sycophants eager to please him, while Chun Yin, despite being appropriately attired, bore the marks of a less fortunate life, with a cigarette stained with the residue of labor on the table before him. Do Haichuan reveled in the irony of their reunion, relishing the opportunity to humiliate Chun Yin in front of a lady. Late at night, he often recalled the day before Chun Yin enlisted in the army, when he had been thoroughly beaten and even thrown into a cesspool, memories that still gnawed at him. Chun Yin, it has been quite a while. Let's share a meal together, Do Haichuan said, attempting to place a hand on Chun Yin's shoulder. Chun Yin recoiled in disdain, wary of whether Do Haichuan had washed his hands after using the restroom. I am dining with a friend and prefer not to be disturbed. Keep a distance, or I won't hesitate to strike you again. From the moment Do Haichuan arrived, Bai Ruxue had taken an instant dislike to him. Hearing Chun Yin's retort, she silently applauded his courage. After all, we were childhood friends. I can't bear to see you in such a dismal state. Why not come work for me at my company? I can offer you a position as the head of security, which would suit you perfectly given your military background. Do Haichuan, eager to display his generosity and the fact that he owned a company, feigned warmth and enthusiasm towards Chun Yin. Yet, to both Chun Yin and Bai Ruxue, his gestures appeared as childish as a game played by young children. With a mere glance, his subordinate promptly fetched a chair. Do Haichuan pulled out a cigarette, deliberately placing the cigarette case and car keys on the table, and disdainfully remarked, "Ferrari, have you ever driven one?" The affluent flaunt their watches. The moderately wealthy indulge in computers, and those lower down the ladder revel in frivolities. Do Haichuan incessantly boasted, eager to display his financial prowess before Bai Ruxue. "My dear, let us drink." Chun Yin raised his glass toward Bai Ruxue, dismissing the toad-like figure beside him, observing the two obliviously enjoying their drinks while disregarding his presence. Do Haichuan's expression darkened ominously. Meanwhile, the raucous revelry from the nearby table grew louder, and emboldened by a few years of newfound wealth, Do Haichuan bellowed, "Such a refined establishment should not be sullied by your noise. If you wish to leave, do so at once." The laughter at the table abruptly ceased as a young man with tousled blonde hair seized a wine bottle and approached Do Haichuan, swinging it menacingly toward his head. Crack! The red wine mingled with blood as it cascaded down Do Haichuan's brow, rendering it indistinguishable from one another. Stunned, he stood still, staring at his assailant, Lu Xiao. "I fail to recognize your stature. Please spare me." "Drink it." The young man thrust the bottle of red wine toward Do Haichuan. The once arrogant Do Haichuan, now appearing subservient, disregarded the pain in his head and accepted the bottle with a sycophantic smile, downing its contents in one go. "Let us go. This is too disheartening," Chun Yin declared, having lost any interest in continuing the meal. Had he known there would be such annoyance, he would never have accompanied Bai Ruxue here. A delightful roadside eatery would have sufficed. "Did I grant you permission to leave?" Chun Yin turned back to find the young man recoiling slightly, yet emboldened by the company surrounding him. "What is the matter? Do you still wish to be struck?" The young man was none other than Lu Hongwei, the one who had been slapped by Chun Yin at the previous banquet hosted by Xiao Shisong. If not for his father's admonitions against provoking Chun Yin, he would have relished the opportunity to retaliate tonight. Recognizing an enemy, he suppressed his rage. Lu Hongwei's lackeys, sensing an opportunity for action, prepared to advance. "Let him go," Lu Hongwei commanded. "Chun Yin, I assure you this matter will not rest here. If the mountain does not yield, the water will flow elsewhere. We shall see what unfolds." Chapter 78. Come sleep over tonight. As they departed, Bai Ruxue settled the bill, leaving Chun Yin feeling increasingly like a kept man. The bustling streets of Shanghai at 9 o'clock still thrived with traffic as Chun Yin and Bai Ruxue walked side by side along the sidewalk. Bai Ruxue took his hand, and they strolled leisurely, akin to a young couple in love. "To be honest, I do not deserve you," he confessed. "No, it is I who pursue you. There is no question of deserving or not," Bai Ruxue pouted. "I had a wonderful evening because I was with you. They disrupted our lovely dinner, but you aren't upset, are you?" Bai Ruxue playfully shook his arm. "A lavish meal, accompanied by a beautiful lady, and a free performance for us. What could be better?" Chun Yin chuckled. Under the dim glow of the streetlights, the fair and beautiful Bai Ruxue, with her sparkling large eyes, gazed at Chen Yin, brimming with delight. Her alluring red lips and soft, curvaceous figure ignited Chen Yan's imagination, leaving him entranced and somewhat dazed. As Bairushu noticed Chen Yan's unabashed stare, she felt a rush of shyness, her cheeks flushing a rosy hue, her heart racing like a startled rabbit. Unsure of where to place her hands and feet, suddenly, she rose on her tiptoes and gently kissed Chen Yin on the cheek, releasing his large hand and fleeing without a backward glance. "I'm heading home now. You should return early too." Chen Yin chuckled to himself by the roadside, realizing that the little girl had indeed been shy and had run away. However, he was grateful for her departure, for as he observed her in her flowing red dress, accentuating her voluptuous figure, he could hardly contain his thoughts, which strayed into the realm of the wicked. That evening, while Chen Yin was out dining with Bairushu, Lin Xuehua and Lin Xiaobao had already finished their meal and were seated on the sofa. Ignoring Lin Xiaobao's incessant chatter, Lin Xuehua fell into a deep contemplation. Was Chen Yin dining with Yi Qingru? Had he capitulated so swiftly? She was acutely aware of her own temperament, mirroring her father's cold demeanor. During her childhood, she had often overheard her mother's grievances about her seemingly unfulfilled quest for true love, while her father's indifferent disposition only exacerbated the tension between them. As he sought to let her mother calm down on her own, yet he had overestimated a woman's rationality in moments of anger. Perhaps her mother merely yearned for a gesture, a step down, which her father had never articulated. His cold treatment made their marital life far from sweet, leading to her mother's constant complaints. Her mother did not crave wealth and riches from her father. She simply desired a warm family. However, her father's ambitions in the business world, coupled with their differing ideals and temperaments, rendered their relationship far from the warmth typical of ordinary families. Unbeknownst to her, Lin Xuehua found herself stepping into Lin Etienne's shoes. Should she perhaps show Chen Yin a bit more kindness? Having been fiercely independent and competitive since childhood, she had always excelled beyond Yi Qingru in most matters. Now, with Yi Qingru vying for Chen Yin's affection, she could not allow it. She understood Yi Qingru's nature well. The notions Yi Qingru had about Chen Yin were utterly unrealistic. Should Chen Yin forsake her, Yi Qingru would unhesitatingly cast him aside. Even so, she could not permit Yi Qingru to succeed. After Lin Xiaobao arrived for the summer vacation, Chen Yin continued to reside in the guest room. Lin Xuehua no longer felt the need for discretion. Lin Xiaobao had already discerned the tension between her sister and brother-in-law, yet remained powerless to address it. Lin Xuehua entered the guest room, collected all of Chen Yan's bed linens, and tossed them into the washing machine before settling in the living room, staring blankly at the television. The sound of the door creaking open signaled Chen Yin's return. Noticing that Lin Xuehua had not yet ascended to her room at such a late hour, he felt it was somewhat peculiar. Lin Xuehua, however, simply rose and headed straight upstairs. "I'll wash the linens from your room. You can sleep up here tonight," she said. Lin Xiaobao soon grasped the reason for her sister's prolonged days. She was preparing to take action against her brother-in-law. It seemed that Chen Yan's virtue was in jeopardy this night. Secretly giving Chen Yin a thumbs up, Lin Xiaobao whispered, "Come on, brother-in-law, when my sister over, and we shall hold a celebration feast." It was the first time Chen Yin found his little brother-in-law endearing. If only he were a younger sister instead. "Rest assured, I've got this covered and will ensure the task is accomplished." The two spoke in hushed tones, mindful not to let Lin Xuehua overhear. Like two children scheming mischievously under the watchful eye of their guardians. Even the Monkey King would struggle to defy the storm. Chen Yin was exhilarated at receiving the implicit approval. Could it be that the revolution had triumphed? Had Lin Xuehua been captivated by the charm of my little Yin? Was she already so eager? If only Chen Yin knew that this was a divine assist from Yi Qingru, he would have surely bowed in gratitude. "Do you need someone to renovate your house?" After a refreshing shower, Chen Yin had lathered himself with body wash twice, feeling fragrant and invigorated. "Time for bed." Lin Xuehua tossed and turned in bed, and Chen Yin gently grasped her neck, saying, "Let me help you relax. You seem tense." As his strong hands kneaded her neck and shoulders, Lin Xuehua did not resist. The moonlight filtered through the sheer curtains, illuminating her rosy complexion and dreamy gaze. I'm feeling a bit warm. I think I'll take another shower. Chun Yin hurriedly dashed into the bathroom, leaving Lin Shueihua puzzled. Hadn't he just showered? Due to her position, she glanced down and noticed her fair, ample bosom had been contorted, spilling out of her silk nightgown, yearning to break free and shine alongside the moon. Realizing why Chun Yin had retreated to the shower, she hastily secured her modesty, fastening the loosened button. At 26, Chun Yin was brimming with youthful vigor and curiosity for the unknown, but little did he know that today, as challenge posed by Lin Shueihua, was exceedingly daunting. Which official could withstand such a trial? The cold water cascading over him could hardly extinguish the fervor in his heart. Young Chun was resolute, defiantly raising his banner of resistance. Could it be that Lin Shueihua was deliberately testing him, anticipating his next move? Yet he faltered at the critical moment. Surely, shouldn't he think less of him? Perhaps he should return and give it another attempt. What if he succeeded? Little Yin resolved to grant himself a chance at redemption. After a solid half hour, Chun Yin emerged from the bathroom, defeated, yet marched out with his head held high. Upon sitting on the bed, he found Lin Shueihua fast asleep, and disappointment washed over him. He was vexed with himself. In a moment of spontaneity, he planted a gentle kiss on her cheek. Lin Shueihua stirred slightly in her dreams, but unbeknownst to the oblivious Chun Yin, she had not seen the subtle flutter of her eyelashes or the rosy hue that adorned her face in the moonlight. As he gazed at Lin Shueihua beside him, he couldn't fathom why she had suddenly invited him to share her bed. It must be her peculiar behavior. Chun Yin dared not overstep, for he sensed he was treading on precarious ground. Chapter 79. The Wu Sanju family. Today, Chun Yin undertook his driving examination, achieving a perfect score, and successfully obtained his driver's license. Since the driving school instructor was soundly beaten by Chun Yin, he has been eagerly awaiting the day Chun would finish his driving test and leave. Chun Yin, who can even drive a tank, faced the instructor's ridicule for not participating in extra practice, with the instructor cursing his chances of passing the exam. However, Chun Yin did not indulge his faults. He promptly dragged the instructor out of the car, leaving his face as red as the soles of shoes. To celebrate his successful exam, and given that Chun Yin had long held a grudge against Wu Sanju, on his first day at Chun Hai, Wu Sanju had promised to treat him to dinner. Now, 2 months later, despite enjoying several meals together, he has remained tight-lipped about his promise. Today, Chun Yin vowed to treat him to a meal. After work, Chun Yin intercepted Wu Sanju on the street. I've just passed my driving test today. Don't you have anything to say to celebrate? How about a sauna and massage to warm me up? Or perhaps a game of mahjong to brighten the mood? Wu Sanju replied, Congratulations. But I have family matters to attend to. My great-grandfather is seriously ill. His anxious expression would have convinced anyone. Had Chun Yin not already known from Wu Lauer that Wu Sanju's great-grandfather had passed away decades ago. It was indeed a shame that Wu Sanju wasn't pursuing acting with such a dramatic demeanor. Wu Sanju was pulled into the car by Chun Yin. Where to? Barbecue or a bar? Wu Sanju calculated the costs of both options on his calculator and ultimately chose barbecue. You drive a BMW? I think I saw you in one once. It can't really belong to you, can it? Wu Sanju exclaimed from the passenger seat, probing the interior with curiosity. Did you win the lottery? Get sponsored? Scam someone? Sell a kidney? Let me tell you a secret, but don't share it with anyone. Chun Yin replied mysteriously. It's Lin Shueihua's car. Why not eat at my place? I can have Lin Shueihua make you some egg pancakes. And by Ru Shue can stir-fry some shredded potatoes for you. Yi Qingru can keep you company with drinks. Wu Sanju straightened up, adopting a serious demeanor. Isn't it time to find an opportunity to confront him? This guy seems to think of nothing but how to put a green hat on himself, which is truly concerning. As they approached an elderly lady recklessly crossing the street, Chun Yin felt an urge to accelerate and knock her down, perhaps dragging Wu Sanju out to give him a beating as well. Wu Sanju, with a gloomy expression, finished a phone call and said, I really can't join you for dinner today. I need to go home. Would you come with me? What happened? Chun Yin asked, noticing Wu Sanju's troubled expression. My parents are arguing. You might help calm them down? Chun Yin was reluctant, knowing that family matters are often beyond resolution. but finally gave in. All right, I'll go. He feared that Wu Sanju might pull out a bar of soap from his pocket and, with a heartfelt gaze, say, "Brother Yin, be gentle." The thought alone made him uneasy. Having always believed that Wu Sanju's family was struggling, Chun Yin was taken by surprise when, under Wu Sanju's guidance, they arrived at a villa area. Though old, even the most aged villas still held their charm. Wu Sanju's residence is a quaint three-story villa, possessing a charm that is decidedly traditional rather than avant-garde. Despite its modest size, this little abode stands proudly in Jianghai, a place where every inch of land is invaluable, making its existence quite remarkable. What do your parents do to afford such a fine house? Chunyin couldn't help but inquire. My father is a university professor, and my mother is the director of the neighborhood committee, Wu Sanju replied candidly. Chunyin remarked, "How much corruption must your parents have engaged in to live in such a splendid home?" Wu Sanju cast a mournful glance at him, retorting, "This house was left to me by my grandfather, having arrived for a visit without any gifts." Wu Sanju was relieved to find a case of red wine in the trunk, which he quickly accepted while feigning reluctance. Chun Yin reassured himself repeatedly that the wine was not for Wu Sanju himself, but rather for his parents. Before they could step inside, the raucous noise from within caught their attention, specifically a woman's one-sided tirade. "Wu Sanju, I can't stand this any longer. You spend all your time dancing with others. Don't come back. Go live with your dance partners." Upon entering, Chun Yin beheld a middle-aged woman in loungewear and a middle-aged man clad in a simple white t-shirt, both bearing a striking resemblance to Wu Sanju, presumably his parents. What an eccentric pair they were, one named Sanju and the other Sanshun. One might easily mistake them for brothers. Wu Sanju seemed to sense Chun Yin's confusion, perhaps having explained this to numerous individuals before, and quietly murmured, "My grandfather named us." "Hello, uncle and aunt." Chun Yin greeted them warmly. The middle-aged woman nodded gently, smiling at Chun Yin. "You must be Chun Yin, the one Sanju often speaks of?" "Yes, aunt," Chun Yin replied, as the woman enthusiastically ushered him into the living room. "Little Chun, you must reason with me. Is it unreasonable for me to scold Sanju when he spends his days dancing with a group of women at the square?" This question left Chun Yin in a quandary, as any response would likely offend one party or the other. The man, sensing Chun Yin's discomfort, interjected, "I don't go just to dance. I'm also inquiring about unmarried daughters to find a partner for Sanju. He is over 30 and still single. I'm worried. Does little Chun have a partner?" Wu's mother turned to Chun Yin and asked. Upon hearing this topic, Wu Sanju exchanged a knowing glance with Chun Yin, his eyelids fluttering rapidly as if powered by a tiny electric motor. "Aunt, I'm already married," Chun Yin stated earnestly. "I believe that failing to marry at the appropriate age is a disservice to oneself, one's parents, and society at large." With this declaration, the couple's conflict swiftly shifted onto Wu Sanju. "Little Chun, please enjoy some tea." Wu's mother then turned to Wu Sanju with a stern voice. "Come here with me." While Chun Yin and Wu's father sipped tea in the living room, the anguished cries of Wu Sanju echoed from the room, turning their tea drinking into a rather enjoyable performance for Chun Yin. Wu's mother emerged, holding a nearly bald feather duster, while behind her, Wu Sanju rubbed his backside, casting a resentful and mournful glance at Chun Yin. In response, Chun Yin returned a faint smile, exuding an air of provoking annoyance. "Mom, Chun Yin and I have plans to go out, so we want to be having dinner at home," Wu Sanju asserted, tugging at Chun Yin as they made their way toward the exit. "It's mealtime. Why don't you and Xiao Chen stay and eat?" Wu's mother suggested. "Mom, we're going out to eat. Chun Yin wants to introduce me to his sister-in-law, and it would be rude to arrive late," Wu Sanju replied. "Well then, off you go. Don't keep the young lady waiting. Make sure to impress her and learn from Xiao Chun," she encouraged. "All right, I'm off, Mom." Chun Yin felt a pang of guilt for the trouble Wu Sanju had faced because of him, and upon hearing Wu Sanju's words, he couldn't help but think he had indeed gone easy on him. "I said your family is quite well off. Why are you so stingy?" Chun Yin inquired, puzzled. Wu Sanju lit a cigarette and replied leisurely, "This is called living wisely. How can one say I'm stingy? When it came to frugality, Chun Yin genuinely admired Wu Sanju's ability to save every penny and earn every dime. Besides, my family isn't wealthy either. Honestly, I can't afford a BMW. Wu Sanju chuckled. As soon as Wu Sanju leaned forward, Chun Yin knew what was coming and quickly interjected. You pay. You pay. You pay. Important things should be repeated thrice. Shall we go for spicy hot pot instead? Barbecue and beer, no negotiation, Chun Yin declared, undeterred by Wu Sanju's pitiful expression. He resolved that even if Wu Sanju offered soap this time, he would rely on his own strength to enjoy this barbecue feast. Chapter 80. Testing the waters. Shanghai has recently made significant strides, exhibiting a clear upward momentum, yet has begun to show signs of fatigue. Lin Shuijia possesses a fortune nearing 1 billion, but that wealth is tied up in fixed assets. And in terms of liquid capital, she is even outmatched by Chun Yin, who holds nearly 1 million in cash. Through a series of maneuvers, Shanghai's cosmetics, buoyed by Luna's reputation and Audette's distribution channels, have ascended to the ranks of second-tier brands. Although they have not significantly threatened the established European and American cosmetic giants, the potential of this emerging company is evident to all. However, Shanghai's recent endeavors, assessed by current results, seem to be more about making a splash than generating profit. The fame they have garnered has come at a considerable financial cost, leaving a substantial funding gap for this unlisted company. As one of Shanghai's pillar industries, jewelry holds great importance for Lin Shuijia, particularly with the upcoming Shanghai International Jewelry Exhibition. She has been working late into the night, with all departments of the company fully engaged in preparing for the event. The international department is in a frenzy, each member diligently performing their designated roles, cooperating seamlessly with Luofei Group's distribution strategy. Chun Yin sat idly in the office, feeling like a lone wolf, his gaze keenly fixed on the computer screen. The impassioned rhetoric of the speaker on the screen stirred his blood as he mused that honor resides atop the sword's peak and truth lies within the cannon's range. He considered himself not particularly noble in thought. Some matters, ignited by fervor, could be impulsive or blind, yet they might also evoke a deeper calmness. Lin Shuihua's recent flurry of activity has not escaped his notice. He understands the reasons behind her busyness. Although AI Gong's words may have stirred him, when it comes to Lin Shuihua, he is resolute in taking action. He will not permit anyone, including Yihan, to encroach upon what belongs to his wife. His upbringing and the sacrifices made by his captain during his military service have shaped Chun Yin's character, though he appears amiable on the surface. Those familiar with him know he is a man of deep-seated stubbornness and possessiveness. Should one treat him well, he would go to great lengths in return. However, if wronged, he would devise every conceivable method to retaliate. Currently, Yihan has found himself on Chun Yin's blacklist. With over 20 days remaining until the Shanghai International Jewelry Exhibition, the construction of the exhibition hall is complete and security measures are being implemented methodically, overseen by the Dragon Blade Brigade of the Shanghai Military Region. The higher-ups were initially reluctant to assign such a newly formed team to this security task, but after witnessing the brigade's training, they reluctantly entrusted the responsibility to them. Even if Yihan were to attempt sabotage, it would likely involve stealthy infiltration rather than a blatant assault. No non-governmental organization could survive an overt attack in Huaxia, a fact universally acknowledged. Even clandestine incursions are generally avoided by most mercenary groups, as Huaxia is notorious as a forbidden land for assassins and mercenaries, a reputation not unfounded. In the international department, no one dares to slack off, including Wu Sanju, who diligently adheres to his duties. This diligence stems from the intense discussions among the four leaders, headed by Chun Yin, taking place in the office. Passers-by in the corridor can observe their frantic activity through the windows. However, what they do not realize is that Chun Yin and his colleagues are not deliberating on matters concerning Shanghai. Instead, spread across the desk is a detailed design blueprint of the Shanghai International Exhibition Center, and their discourse revolves around how to infiltrate the venue and abscond with the jewels without alerting the guards. After 2 days of rigorous research and discussion, they ultimately resolved to take action in the coming days. Chun Yin has also communicated with Li Hongjun, leading to a visible military presence around the Shanghai International Exhibition Center, where soldiers are stationed and patrolling. At 3 in the afternoon, the glass curtain wall of the exhibition center gleamed sharply in the sunlight. In the distance, a nondescript business van held Chen Yin and his companions, all bearing serious expressions. They had decided to survey the site firsthand before determining the timing of their operation. "I have hacked into the venue security system," Bahia stated gravely, observing the three-dimensional modeling on the screen. "There are 3 layers of electronic fences outside, and the interior is equipped with infrared sensors and the latest dynamic facial recognition systems. It won't be easy to handle." Chen Yin took the laptop from Bahia, scrutinizing the three-dimensional model of the venue. Suddenly, his finger halted at a specific location. Here, the ventilation duct in the southwest corner, not too high from the ground, directly facing the jewelry exhibition hall. "The height is manageable, but the duct's entrance is protected by an infrared alarm," Luo Tuo remarked, narrowing his eyes. "Moreover, I suspect there are vibration sensors within the duct." "Leave it to me," Mao Ho declared confidently, thumping his chest. "I will create a disruption, generating a brief blind spot outside the red line. That's settled. We shall conduct an on-site inspection tonight." Chen Yin closed his laptop, reminding himself that this was no mere game. Every detail could determine success or failure. If that bunch of little rascals were to capture us, we would have no face left to show. "Fear not, boss. The boar duck will charm the wealthy ladies. It will be a piece of cake." Mao Ho's face beamed with excitement, barely able to contain himself. As night fell, the trio donned their black tactical gear and stealthily approached the vicinity of the exhibition center. The boar duck remained in a distant van to monitor the situation, while Chen Yin and his companions advanced under the cover of darkness. The infrared alarms were operational, with surveillance cameras cycling every 10 seconds. The voice of the boar duck crackled through the earpiece. 2 patrollers are at the southeast corner, their movements forming a cross pattern. Luomu produced climbing claws, expertly tossing them toward the ventilation duct. "I'll go first. Mao Ho, provide cover, and boss, you bring up the rear." Just as the climbing claws were about to latch onto the duct, Chen Yin suddenly hissed, "Stop." He pointed at the wall, where a faint laser beam flickered under the moonlight. A newly installed laser security line? Mao Ho's eyes widened. "Boar duck, we didn't mention this." "Wait, they actually have a backup system." The boar duck's voice conveyed urgency. They had established a dual security system, intentionally leaving vulnerabilities in the main system, while the backup was the true lethal trap. Chen Yin pondered for a moment, his gaze landing on an air conditioning unit nearby. "We shall enter through this duct. Although the route is longer, it allows us to circumvent the laser security line." The air duct was laden with dust, the confined space complicating their movements. Lumu led the way, while Chen Yin brought up the rear, with Mao Ho pausing intermittently to check the signal of the jammer. "We are merely 20 meters from the exhibition hall above," the boar duck reminded. "Caution, the patrol has changed shifts. There are now 4 more personnel." Suddenly, footsteps echoed ahead. Lumu immediately signaled for them to halt. The trio pressed against the duct wall, scarcely daring to breathe, as the footsteps approached, accompanied by snippets of conversation. "I hear that the testing team includes Instructor Lumu and his crew. I wonder when they will arrive. What is there to fear? We are thoroughly prepared. They certainly won't get through. If they're caught, we can sneak in and give a few of them a good thrashing, which would serve as a nice revenge. Wouldn't it?" "Quite right." The 3 remained motionless within the duct. It appeared that the boar duck's intelligence had been flawed, as the patrol had increased from 2 teams to 3, leaving them with almost no time to act. "We can only descend and eliminate 1 squad of patrollers. We have a mere 3 minutes to strike," Chen Yin whispered. "They came prepared. While there are suspicions of cheating, we must act swiftly. Mao Ho, ready the jammer. Let us move in, and once we succeed, we will return the way we came." Chen Yin removed the ventilation cover, and the duo quickly descended. Inside the exhibition hall, there were no vendors yet, leaving little but a single counter with a brick resting atop it, their target for this endeavor. "Caution, there's a pressure-sensitive device inside the display case, and a microwave anti-theft net at the top," the boar duck's voice echoed. "Eliminate the guard. You have only 2 minutes." 2 guards passed by, and suddenly, Chun Yin and the camel sprang into action, swiftly incapacitating the guards. The camel produced a specially designed suction device, while Chun Yin used a laser pen to slice through the glass, retrieving their target. The monkey swiftly descended the rope, and the two quickly ascended the duct, making their hasty escape. "Hurry, you have 1 minute left," shouted the duck. "Fall back." As the trio dashed out of the exhibition center, the duck had already driven the van nearby. Once they boarded, he immediately accelerated, vanishing into the night. The following day, Chun Yan's team returned to the exhibition center. The turtle, wearing a troubled expression, greeted instructor, "Good day." Chun Yan handed a detailed report to Ji Kai, stating, "This test revealed 3 primary issues. First, a lack of coordination between the dual security systems. Second, the perimeter security is alarmingly weak. Third, the emergency response time is insufficient." "Understood," Ji Kai replied as he accepted the report. "Thanks to your efforts, however, for this jewelry exhibition, the higher-ups have mandated your supervision." "What is this? Do we really have to go?" The camel complained. "It feels like they're squeezing every ounce of our usefulness. The orders from above are clear. The camel and his group are volunteers, but you must attend. Don't forget, you are a soldier. Isn't that obvious? If I were to go, would the camel and his group not follow?" The saying "old ginger is spicier" aptly applies to Li Hongjun. As they were about to leave, the camel whispered to the turtle, "If the opportunity arises, I'll let you kick me a couple of times." The turtle, with a frown, watched the four depart, knowing that he could not escape a beating this time. "Do you think they will block all signals?" The camel inquired. "If they do, communication between the outside and inside would falter, hampering command and significantly enhancing security." "That won't happen," Chun Yin replied, raising an eyebrow. "The exhibition center is not solely occupied by us. There are hotels and entertainment venues nearby. Blocking signals would provide others with a chance to criticize Huaxia, amplifying the narrative of our weak infrastructure. This notion is not unfounded. Foreign denigration of Huaxia has been ongoing for years. During my time abroad, the 2 most frequent questions I faced were, can you do kung fu? And does Huaxia really have no human rights? If these foreign media are given any leverage, they will undoubtedly distort and exaggerate the facts to malign Huaxia. Such occurrences are intolerable to our higher-ups." Chapter 81. This woman is fierce as conflicts continued between Big Bear and the Sea group. The latter's considerable presence gradually emerged. After years of development, the Sea group had amassed significant wealth. Although Song had devoted himself to rehabilitation in recent years, his military prowess had diminished, yet he still wielded considerable financial influence, attracting a cadre of destitute individuals eager to serve under him. Big Bear could be described as a master of street life, surrounded by capable subordinates. Standing tall and formidable, he would have been a valiant warrior in ancient times. After years of navigating this world, he had garnered a loyal following of brothers who would support him unwaveringly. The overt business of the Sea group is a realm far beyond the capabilities of the Xiong, whose mindset remains entrenched in the primitive accumulation of the underworld, territorial expansion through force. As conflicts escalate, bloodshed occasionally ensues, prompting the Zhanghai Police Bureau to take action. Today, it has announced a 100-day public security inspection. In the eyes of the populace, the police represent justice. However, in this world, absolute justice is a myth. Police officers are human too, subject to their own desires and emotions. Society is not a dichotomy of black and white. Thus, the intricate connections between the Xiong, Xiao, Song, and law enforcement are undeniable. They seek a peaceful and stable societal environment, indifferent to who occupies the throne. Typically, the police tacitly allow one faction to dominate, thereby maintaining a distorted stability within the underworld, and the current state of conflict is unwelcome to them. At merely 26 years of age, this year Xiong's birthday was celebrated with great fanfare, akin to a grand festival, becoming widely known throughout Zhanghai. "Have you changed cars?" Chun Yin inquired, observing Xiong seated in a brand new sports car. Upon returning to the country, Xiong had been driving an old, dilapidated Audi, so it appeared he had prospered recently. "What can I say? As the leader, if I don't upgrade to a luxury vehicle, what will my underlings think?" De Xiong replied with a smile. In truth, I view a car merely as a means of transportation. Yet I must conform to trends and display my wealth through my choice of vehicle, ensuring my subordinates follow my lead. Chen Yin found De Xiong's reasoning sound. Despite the rich historical and cultural heritage of Huaxia, nearly a century of humiliation has led the common folk to experience newfound wealth, often resulting in a superficial prosperity fueled by a competitive spirit. What do you need from me? Chen Yin asked as he accepted the cigarette De Xiong offered. My birthday is the day after tomorrow. You must honor me with your presence. No problem, Chen Yin affirmed. As De Xiong's childhood friend, there was no reason for him to decline, even though he held reservations about De Xiong's chosen profession. This did not hinder their friendship. Has Xiao Bao caused you any trouble? Chen Yin inquired. Recently, Lin Xiao Bao had been extraordinarily busy, often leaving early and returning late, trailing De Xiong without clear purpose. No worries, I'll take good care of him, De Xiong assured. Lin Xuehua expressed a desire to accompany him to the market. Chen Yin was surprised that this seemingly icy beauty would partake in such a mundane experience. With Chen Yan's unabashed nature, their market visit resulted in the whole place recognizing Lin Xuehua as his wife. Graciously accepting the compliments from the vegetable vendors, Chen Yin held his head high, while Lin Xuehua, seemingly inexperienced in dealing with the vendors, appeared somewhat flustered amidst their warm enthusiasm. Taking Lin Xuehua to the market proved beneficial. At least under Chen Yan's persuasive charm, he successfully convinced a vendor to waive the 50-cent remainder. Lin Xuehua witnessed another facet of Chen Yan, a man who claimed to be a cold-blooded killer, displaying a common man's demeanor when engaging with the humble vegetable sellers, leaving her quite moved. In high spirits, Chen Yan prepared a lavish spread of dishes. The dinner concluded amidst an eerie atmosphere, with Lin Xuehua and her brother savoring their meal. Chen Yan devoured 2 large bowls of rice, grumbling like a disgruntled spouse as he cleared the dishes. Their anticipated romantic evening was disrupted by Lin Xiaobao, who had not dined at home for several days, and Chen Yin had assumed he would not return today either. However, this little brother of theirs, with a nose more sensitive than a hound's, returned right at mealtime, with a glaringly bright light bulb beside him. Chen Yin watched helplessly as Lin Xiaobao voraciously consumed the lovingly prepared dishes. A murderous glint flickered in Chen Yan's eyes as he envisioned using a stick smeared with iodine to ensure Lin Xiaobao had a thoroughly complete childhood. After the meal, Lin Xuehua stepped out, claiming she wished to take a stroll. Seizing this splendid opportunity, Chen Yin could not let it pass him by. Previously, Lin Xuehua had always opted for a light jog on the treadmill after dinner, but for some unknown reason today, she desired to walk outside. Just as Lin Xiaobao attempted to follow her, Chen Yin kicked him back inside. You should spend more time outdoors after meals. Staying cooped up at home can dampen your spirits. It's nice to have solitude, Lin Xuehua remarked lightly. Being in a lively atmosphere is preferable, Chen Yin countered. As Lin Xuehua walked ahead, Chen Yin wished to position himself beside her, yet upon seeing her disdainful glance, he obediently trailed behind. Observing Lin Xuehua's exquisite silhouette, Chen Yin silently composed an elaborate essay in his mind, the narrative so vivid and captivating that mere words could hardly encapsulate it. Over 5,000 years of Chinese history, with eagle-like aggressors attacking the world and adversaries sharing a room, yet all Chen Yin needed was one beautiful figure to inspire a 100-episode cinematic masterpiece. Has anyone ever told you that your figure is enchanting? He ventured. Never, Lin Xuehua replied coldly. People admired her lineage, her abilities, and her beauty. Those few male acquaintances who praised her did so for her talents and allure, not for her figure. Who would dare to flirt with a woman by complimenting her silhouette? Typically, only those who had been spurned or relegated to the sidelines would find such things appealing, as they rarely had the opportunity to see her face to face. Your figure provokes a sense of transgression, Chen Yin lamented. Lin Xuehua understood the implications of Chen Yan's words. She was no child and recognized the underlying meaning. While she had never encountered an infatuated admirer, she was well aware of what one entailed, and at that moment, Chen Yin appeared to her as such an infatuated individual. Let's head home. All right. Strolling hand in hand, sharing a bed, the thought made Chen Yin giddy with delight. a drop of glistening saliva escaping his lips as the gentle breeze wove through the air like a thread, timeless and profound. Chen Yan's mind could not help but conjure that previously embarrassing image. A certain great philosopher once proclaimed that once a thought takes root, it is akin to a patron hearing a call from the third floor, ultimately succumbing to temptation. To remind himself to maintain composure, Chen Yan turned to Lin Xuehua and said, "Pinch me." This was the first time Lin Xuehua had received such a request from Chen Yan. Though puzzled, she complied. As pain radiated from her grasp around his waist, only one thought remained in Chen Yan's mind. This woman is exceedingly fierce. Chapter 82. Ambush seated in his office. Chen Yan perused a scathing investigative report, wherein experts proclaimed that two types of women find it challenging to secure a partner. The first category consists of those whose unattractiveness is painfully evident, while the second encompasses those whose beauty is blinding. The former is understandable, as society has an innate admiration for beauty. The latter, however, was explained by the expert as women of exceptional merit who were surrounded by admirers. Yet, their remarkable qualities often intimidate suitors, leaving them hesitant to express their affections. Chen Yan found himself in disagreement with this perspective. Based on his own experiences, Lin Xuehua, even under duress, would hardly exude the delicate charm associated with traditional femininity. However, in recent times, Lin Xuehua's demeanor towards him had noticeably improved. When Chen Yan suggested they dine out after work, she did not refuse. Lin Xuehua was not one to indulge in extravagance, while Chen Yan embodied the mindset of a practical citizen, content with a hearty meal. They settled on an ordinary restaurant. Observing the tender smiles of a family at a nearby table, Lin Xuehua appeared somewhat distracted. "Do you like children?" Chen Yan inquired. "Moderately," she replied. "I can assist with that," he exclaimed, his mouth full of beef, eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. Lin Xuehua readily grasped the underlying implication of his words and shot him a disapproving glance. "The father of the child certainly wouldn't be you." "Not a problem. I'm unbothered," Chen Yan retorted with an unabashed grin. "As long as the surname is mine." In the face of such brazen audacity, Lin Xuehua found herself at a loss for words. Throughout her life, she had encountered suitors of refined appearance and courteous demeanor, always presenting themselves as gentlemen, regardless of their true nature. In stark contrast, Chen Yan, with his disregard for decorum and a thick skin akin to a fortress, left her momentarily speechless. "Let us leave once we're full," she proposed. After consuming a modest amount of red wine, the two strolled along the roadside, opting not to drive. "Be careful." Chen Yan's keen eye caught a glimmer atop a building across the street. Instinctively, he felt a surge of caution. His years of battlefield experience assured him that it was the reflection of a sniper's scope. Had it not been for the full moon, he might have missed it entirely. Without hesitation, he tackled Lin Xuehua to the ground, leaving her bewildered. Moments later, the distant crack of a gunshot resonated. While Lin Xuehua remained indifferent to the sound, Chen Yan recognized it all too well. It was the unmistakable report of a firearm. He swiftly lifted Lin Xuehua and concealed her behind a car. "Stay here. Someone is trying to kill me. I need to investigate." "Be careful," she urged. "Understood." He realized that had he not reacted quickly, the outcome could have been fatal. Judging by the bullet's trajectory, it was clear the assailant was targeting him. Upon reaching the rooftop, however, the shooter had vanished, leaving only the remnants of a near miss. The bullet having grazed him, staining his back crimson. Had the camel been present, it would undoubtedly have employed its remarkable tracking skills to locate the assassin. At present, Chen Yan has sustained a minor injury and is unable to ascertain the direction of the assailant, leaving him with no choice but to abandon the pursuit. Even if he were to discover the escape route of the perpetrator, he harbors no intention of chasing after him. The fact that the assailant managed to procure a firearm in Huaxia indicates extensive connections, and it is highly likely that an escape plan is already in place. As for Lin Xuehua's safety, he does not harbor significant concerns, for the two bodyguards accompanying her will ensure her protection. With a sharp intake of breath, Chen Yan descended, clutching his rear in pain. Although the wound is not severe, it has nonetheless scraped away flesh, leaving a burning sensation. Lin Shuihua insists on a hospital visit, leaving Chun Yin with no option but to comply. The doctor examined the wound, cleansing it with saline solution, removing remnants of fabric, and after suturing it, provided some instructions. To Chun Yin's surprise, less than half an hour later, the police arrived, likely alerted by the doctor. In Huaxia, any incident involving firearms is treated with utmost seriousness, making it customary for doctors to report such matters. Reclining on the bed, Chun Yin found himself being fed small pieces of apple by Lin Shuihua, and he mused that perhaps this gunshot wound was not entirely in vain. Li Mengyu entered, prompting Chun Yin to provide an account. At this moment, Lin Shuihua had been asked to step outside. Regardless of her familiarity with Chun Yin, the police investigation mandates that no outsiders be present during questioning, leaving her to anxiously await outside. Faced with Li Mengyu's leading inquiries, Chun Yin felt exasperated. After all, he is the victim in this scenario. Yet he was being treated as if he were the assailant. My dear niece, rather than investigating who harmed me, you come here to interrogate me. Do you feel embarrassed to collect a government salary when you cannot track down the assassin, thus seeking to bolster your own significance? His moment of sweetness with Lin Shuihua was interrupted, leaving him in a less than amiable mood. In response to Li Mengyu's questioning, he feigned ignorance, and after completing her routine, she left with the remark that he should focus on recovery, assuring him they would return for further questioning. No need for that. Just ask my elder brother when you return, he retorted. Your brother? Who might that be? Li Mengyu inquirat pujlat. My brother, Li Hongjun, Chun Yin teased. Li Mengyu felt that had he not been injured, she would have relished the opportunity to give him a good thrashing. His arrogance was infuriating. Your ex-girlfriend? The last exchange between Chun Yin and Li Mengyu was overheard by Lin Shuihua at the door. After Li Mengyu departed, it prompted her earlier question. Chun Yin could not help but admire Lin Shuihua's clear reasoning. The conversation had taken a peculiar turn. Lin Shuihua had felt quite touched moments ago, as Chun Yin had thrown himself over her to shield her from danger. However, with the arrival of an attractive female police officer and the evident familiarity in their dialogue, her feelings became complicated. I have no ex-girlfriend. Rather, I possess a rather unapproachable wife, Chun Yin countered. The doctor refused to discharge him, insisting he remain in the hospital for several days to receive 4 antibiotics. Chun Yin reflected that had this injury occurred during a prior mission, it would have hardly been deemed significant. Now he is devoid of human rights. All matters are dictated by Lin Shuihua, in the absence of his master's directives. He can only languish in the hospital out of sheer boredom. He called Daong, refraining from mentioning his injuries, merely stating that he was unable to attend the birthday celebration. Daong expressed regret and suggested they meet again in the future, observing that Chun Yin's injuries were not severe. Lin Shuihua took care of him for a day before returning to work the following day, promising to come back after a shift to check on him. The group led by Banyo was diligently investigating the identity of the assassin, and Chun Yin was confident that he would soon uncover who sought to harm him. Having returned to Huaxia to start anew, he could not tolerate the thought of someone wanting him dead. He was determined to retaliate fiercely, to subdue and even eliminate the threat. Bai Rushiwe's call startled Chun Yin. He feared that if this young lady learned the truth and happened upon him with Lin Shuihua, it would spell disaster. He informed Bai Rushiwe that he was in Yinjing visiting a comrade, managing to deflect her curiosity. Should Lin Shuihua find him in the hospital entangled with Bai Rushiwe, Chun Yin firmly believed that, given his current predicament, she would not hesitate to sacrifice a part of him to cover her own interests. Chapter 83. The Magnificent Brother. Yin, how wonderful it would be if my sister were not married. After spending 3 days in the hospital, Chun Yin returned home, where his mobility was still quite limited. Nevertheless, he could manage on his own. Lin Shuihua, concerned for his well-being, insisted that Lin Xiaobao remain at home to look after him. Having grown accustomed to freedom, Lin Xiaobao was reluctant to endure Chun Yin's incessant demands within the confines of the house. Is that even a coherent statement? If it weren't for my brother-in-law marrying your sister, she might never have found a husband. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Xiaobao conceded, that makes perfect sense. If you hadn't married my sister, she would likely face a life of solitude, or at best, I would have to find a sister-in-law for myself. but certainly not a brother-in-law. In terms of appearance, your sister is indeed quite lovely, and her figure is commendable. It's just her temperament that leaves much to be desired. She often behaves like a tyrant, which truly intimidates most men, Chun Yin remarked as he reclined on the sofa, lighting a cigarette. It is only because of my reluctant affection for her that I married your sister. Otherwise, given her haughty disposition, what a challenge that would be. Lin Xiaobao remained silent, and Chun Yin sensed a chill in the air. Turning around, he nearly toppled off the sofa as he caught sight of Lin Shueihua glaring at him with fury. I was merely jesting with Xiaobao. Marrying you is the fortune I have cultivated over 3 lifetimes. Our family grave must have been struck by lightning, for even the fire brigade could not extinguish that thick smoke. My dear wife, I was wrong. Upon entering, Lin Shueihua overheard Chun Yan's grandiloquent remarks. As a woman, she too desired to hear compliments, and she was not immune to the allure of terms like haughty and domineering. Sister, you two continue your conversation. I shall take a stroll, Lin Xiaobao hastily declared, eager to avoid incurring Lin Shueihua's wrath. Stroll? What do you mean by that? Are you not aware that your brother-in-law is currently engulfed in turmoil? In this moment, your failure to assist is a true betrayal of our bond. Chun Yin inwardly cursed Lin Xiaobao for his lack of loyalty. Lin Shueihua's gaze resembled a knife in the depths of winter, sharp beyond measure. Please continue. I am eager to hear your assessment of me. Logically, a woman as independent and strong-willed as Lin Shueihua should be indifferent to others' opinions. However, this was Chun Yin, her nominal husband, and at that moment, her intellect seemed to unwittingly plummet below the baseline. My wife is beautiful and gracious, surpassing all in allure. She is diligent and outstanding in her work. A Zhuge Liang arises once in 5,000 years, and a Lin Shueihua once in 10,000. To marry you is my eternal blessing. Chun Yin spoke, gasping for breath as if teetering on the brink of life and death. For your sake, I am willing to relinquish my dignity as a man and stand behind you. For you, I am prepared to. Lin Shueihua did not wish to hear more. She turned and ascended the stairs, a subtle smile gracing her lips. Chun Yin exhaled deeply, recalling his elementary school education. Yet he had summoned every conceivable compliment. If Lin Shueihua were a man, he mused, he might well kneel and proclaim, "If you do not reject me, I wish to honor you as my adoptive father." Banya and Luo Tuo arrived at the house, carrying a bag of supplements, having not notified Chun Yin in advance. Why didn't you two give me a heads up before coming over? What if my sister-in-law happens to be ovulating and it disrupts our plans? Chun Yin remarked with a look of disdain directed at the pair. We informed sister-in-law. We just happened to come over for dinner tonight, they replied. Mao Ho, having gone to meet Wang Defa for the stone exchange, was absent. Bored, the two visited Chun Yin under the pretense of a social call, but truly to mooch a meal. Lin Shueihua personally prepared the meal, with Lin Xiaobao assisting, both bustling about the kitchen. Boss, you live in such a splendid house, yet you didn't invite us for a meal. We had to shamelessly seek out sister-in-law to eat, Banya exclaimed, admiring the room's decor. My wife dislikes it when I bring others home, Chun Yin replied, unabashed. Banya and Luo Tuo exchanged exasperated glances, silently acknowledging the undeniable truth that their leader had become a sycophant. They reminisced about their time abroad, when numerous beautiful women pursued him, and he remained indifferent. Now, back home, he had devolved into a sycophant. Was there something amiss with their leader's psyche? The table was a splendid fusion of East and West, with hot pot paired with steak and foie gras alongside Mao Dai. Throughout the meal, Banya and Luo Tuo referred to Lin Shueihua as sister-in-law, leaving Chun Yin feeling marginalized. Lin Shueihua, however, did not object and graciously accepted their appellation. Delicious. It would be even better with some vinegar. I adore the vinegar from your homeland, Peter said, his mouth glistening with sauce as he extolled the delights of Chinese condiments. Bang! Chun Yin suddenly slammed the table and declared, My brother wants vinegar. What are you still doing sitting there? Hurry and fetch it. At his words, the table fell into a stunned silence, Lin Xiaobao shifting nervously in his seat, fearing collateral damage. After a brief pause, Lin Shueihua turned and went to the kitchen to retrieve the vinegar, placing the bottle on the table. My wife is uncomprehending, making my brothers seem foolish. Chen Yin said with satisfaction. Ah, it's nothing. Thank you, sister-in-law, Banya hurriedly replied, still perplexed. Wondering if he had misjudged the situation. Was it possible that Lin Shuihua was the one pursuing their leader, shamelessly seeking him out? Until the two departed, Banya remained enveloped in a cloud of doubt, questioning her own judgment. Camel, do you think it's true that the sister-in-law is pursuing the boss? Banya inquired of Camel. I'm just as bewildered. You know, the boss typically behaves like a sycophant. Had we not visited his home today, we might never have realized how commanding he is within his own domain. Inside the villa, Lin Shuihua was washing the dishes when Lin Xiaobao lowered his voice and asked, Brother-in-law, should I prepare some knee pads for you? What on earth would I need those for? Chun Yin responded, invigorated as he lit a cigarette. I'm not riding a motorcycle, so why would I wear knee pads? It might be more comfortable to kneel down in your room later on, Lin Xiaobao teased. Some people, after reveling in their bravado, might end up begging for mercy. In a sudden motion, Chun Yin kicked towards Lin Xiaobao, who deftly evaded the strike, causing Chun Yin to jolt as pain shot through his wound. Lin Shuihua and Chun Yin lay in bed, and although she was not particularly concerned with Chun Yan's antics that evening, she understood that every man desires to showcase his strength in front of family and friends. In her eyes, Chun Yin's display was akin to a child boasting. Wife, I was wrong. Chun Yin mused, his heart racing. Let us sleep. These past few days have been quite torturous for Chun Yin. Lin Shuihua was restless in her sleep, while he, with injuries to his backside, could only manage to sleep on his stomach. Occasionally, she would drape her legs over him, waking him in the night with discomfort. His current state felt like being tantalizingly close yet utterly unreachable. Can't sleep, it hurts. Upon hearing Chun Yan's cries of pain, Lin Shuihua turned on the light and asked, Is it very painful? Should I take you to the hospital? No need for the hospital. Just give me a massage. Chun Yin replied earnestly. Then you might as well endure the pain. Chapter 84. Rules with the stitches now removed. Chun Yin found himself restless at home, unable to bear the sight of Chun Yan's pitiful expression any longer. Lin Shuihua acquiesced to his request to visit the office. What kind of look is that? Chun Yin retorted angrily upon catching Wu Sanju's knowing gaze. Due to the discomfort caused by his injury while walking, Chun Yan's gait appeared somewhat awkward, prompting Wu Sanju to cast him a look of schadenfreude, which only fueled Chun Yan's irritation. I wonder if you've lost your touch. There's no need to be so reckless. The salary at the company is decent. Wu Sanju chuckled mischievously. But do you have some peculiar inclinations? Mr. Chun, are you all right? Li Ziming asked, carrying a stack of documents as she passed by, her concern evident upon seeing Chun Yan's condition. Ever since Chun Yin resolved matters with Luna, the international department had begun to recognize him, and Li Ziming had transitioned from addressing him as Minister Chun to Mr. Chun, a change that brought him a sense of satisfaction. Just got a hemorrhoid surgery. Before Chun Yin could respond, Wu Sanju eagerly supplied the answer. Being a shy girl, Li Ziming did not pursue the topic further, merely uttering a quick "oh" before hastily retreating with her documents. Chun Yin shot Wu Sanju a glare, choosing not to engage with him further, as his imagination was far too vivid for comfort. Boss, I've discovered that the assassin that day was likely sent by the Yamato shinobi, Peter said gravely as he entered the office. Your whereabouts have been exposed. Although they lack definitive evidence, it is only natural that they have kept a close watch on you, especially after you vanished for several days following your trip to Yunnan. Yamato, shinobi? How fortuitous. I was just planning to confront them in the small days. It seems they have come to find me themselves. Truly. What a twist of fate. Chun Yin narrowed his eyes, taking a drag from his cigarette, a glimmer of murderous intent flickering within. Since they dare to approach, there must be support for them domestically. Investigate who it might be. We have some leads, but nothing conclusive yet, Peter replied. Jiang Haidong Shun Company. CEO Wei Jianyang. I suspect him, but I require further evidence to substantiate my claims. In addition to this matter, there is something else I find perplexing, Peter continued. What is it? Chun Yin smiled slightly. Peter called in Camel and asked, The three of us came to Huaxia because of your disappearance, boss. However, now that you have confirmed our suspicions that it was your rival behind this, Why do we remain passive instead of taking action against him? What are your thoughts? Chunyin did not respond directly, but turned to Camel. After a moment of contemplation, Camel replied, "Does he have a formidable background? It is due to the rules." Chunyin smiled. "What rules?" Chunyin elaborated. "The unique customs of Huaxia dictate that even someone as formidable as basketball legend Michael Jordan would only play table tennis here." Gu Tianwei approached me, yet he did not attempt to kill me directly. Rather, he sought my admission to various charges. This indicates he is not a mindless individual. All actions are conducted within the confines of permitted rules. Having just returned from abroad, my identity provided him with a foothold, thus giving him a pretext to target me. His identity is indeed complex, though not insurmountable. Over the years, we have crossed paths with powerful figures. Yet we have managed to evade dire consequences because we operate from one place to another. Now that I intend to establish my life here, I must adhere to the established order. For a national perspective, these rules equate to law, which is binding for all. Peter interrupted, questioning, "Then why are there those who exist above the law?" Chunyin lit a cigarette and chuckled. "I can see that there exists a small faction that operates above the law. Yet their reign is fleeting. Any breach of rules invariably becomes a ticking time bomb, destined to explode at some point. If exploited by the cunning, it could lead to their utter ruin. A family or corporation that wishes to endure must undoubtedly operate within the confines of law. The rules of the state are law. The assassin's code is to kill and maintain secrecy. The underworld's creed is loyalty and wealth. By your reasoning, does that not imply that the common folk can be trampled upon?" Banya interjected. "Not all. The common people's rule is merely to survive. Throughout history, countless uprisings have emerged from the populace's inability to secure sustenance. In prosperous times, they are akin to cattle. In tumultuous times, they become cannon fodder. Those in power must instill hope in the masses, allowing them to glimpse a brighter future. Yet they must not allow the people to prosper too greatly, lest the hearts of the populace shift. Overthinking is not entirely beneficial. Huaxia is a nation imbued with a profound sense of ethnic identity. The populace may tolerate internal strife, yet when external matters arise, they unite with unwavering resolve to resist. If Dongshan Company is indeed, as you assert, complicit in the assassination attempt against me, they have positioned themselves against our nation, standing in opposition to the common people. This grants us a legitimate pretext to confront them, as they have transgressed the established norms first. As for the individual known as Gu Tianwei, given our current capabilities, it would be imprudent to provoke him directly. The disparity between our respective standings is too vast, and we are not yet at a point of mutual destruction. We must proceed with caution, step by step. I have learned a great deal," Peter exclaimed earnestly. "You should take the time to acquire a copy of the selected works of Mao. It would provide you, this foreigner, with ample material for a lifetime of study." Chunyin responded with pride. "Indeed, the classics left by great leaders are invaluable, whether to foreigners like Banya or to our fellow countrymen, who would benefit immensely from thorough understanding and application. The son of Wei Jianliang is none other than Wei Sijia, whom you previously confronted. He is one of my sister-in-law's suitors. Though the relationship between father and son is far from harmonious," Banya remarked. "Furthermore, Wei Jianliang's company primarily deals in cosmetics and jewelry, making it a long-established enterprise in Jianghai, competing with Shanghai. It is crucial to scrutinize his financial transactions and investigate his sources for jewel procurement. If it turns out that the Japanese are covertly financing them, I suspect we could trace the origins of their raw stones," Chunyin asserted, pressing the cigarette but forcefully into the ashtray. "Should this truly be a puppet company, I would not hesitate to act in the name of justice. How many cigarettes have you all smoked? This office resembles a furnace." Wu Sanju bellowed as he entered. "Chunyin, the higher-ups have summoned you to a meeting." "Understood. Be cautious. I hear this meeting is convened by that woman, Hu Guanyue, and it seems it will be directed against you," Wu Sanju whispered conspiratorially. "Her dissatisfaction with you is not a recent development. Your frequent absences from the office have provided her with ample justification to target you. No witties. As long as she is not coveting my body, I have little concern for anything else. Alas, my wretched charm." Chapter 85. The meeting in the conference room of Shanghai all senior executives had assembled, save for one empty seat in the corner, Chun Yan's designated place. Hu Guangyue surveyed the attendees below and said in a low voice, "Why has Chun Yan not yet arrived?" As the vice president of Shanghai, her opening remarks elicited no surprise. However, Chun Yan's tardiness was intentional. The meeting was scheduled for 10:30, and all departments had been duly notified. Yet Hu Guangyue had deliberately delayed in forming the international department, so that Chun Yan received the message only as the clock approached 10:30. As Hu Guangyue viewed Chun Yan as a thorn in her side, she harbored long-standing grievances against him. She had long desired to remove him from his position as head of the international department, and his frequent absences provided her with the perfect rationale. She believed that Lin Xuehua would not risk a rift with her over the matter of a mere department head. As for the other board members and the leadership team, they are but fickle supporters, fully aware of the relative importance of themselves and Chun Yan. Therefore, at this meeting, she was brimming with confidence, determined to remove this Chun Yan, who disregarded her, from the position of minister. Lin Xuehua remained composed, seated at the head of the table, engrossed in her documents. She was well aware of Hu Guanyue's intentions, yet she believed that Chun Yan could manage the situation. If necessary, she still held the power to make decisions. And although this might somewhat diminish her credibility, she was unperturbed. When Chun Yan entered the conference room and noticed everyone's gaze upon him, he adjusted his attire with a sense of confidence and calmly took his designated seat. In the spacious conference room, he was the only male present, a feeling he relished, imagining how splendid it would be if all were under his command. However, upon seeing Hu Guanyue and a few others, he reconsidered. They were too seasoned for his tastes. Having been established for 5 years, Shanghai was in Lin Xuehua's hands, who possessed over 50% of the shares. The remaining shareholders were also employed within the company. Thus, today's meeting included both directors and senior management. Chun Yan, however, remained a mere shadow, sitting inconspicuously in the corner. Minister Chun, the meeting was scheduled for 10:30, and it is now 10:40. Are you aware of the value of our time? I hope you develop a sense of time management, Hu Guanyue admonished. Chun Yan chose not to take offense. After all, the other party officially held a higher position. In the realm of professional survival, one could subtly compete with superiors but must never openly confront them. This was a matter of common sense. Understood, I will certainly pay more attention in the future. Though he harbored inner grievances, Chun Yan maintained a beaming smile. I would like to address the main agenda of this meeting. Firstly, I propose the dismissal of Chun Yan from the position of Minister of the International Department, Hu Guanyue declared, scanning the attendees. Chun Yan rolled his eyes. This was clearly a personal attack. Might I ask, Director Hu, for a reason? With narrowed eyes, Hu Guanyue responded, last month, Minister Chun was late 8 times and left early 12 times. Excluding weekends, out of 22 working days, you were present for merely 12. How can such behavior command respect? Furthermore, rumors abound in the company regarding your relationship with President Lin. I know you were personally promoted by her, but this company is not a playground. I hope President Lin will reconsider the position of Minister of the International Department. Hu Guanyue's words were no longer merely an attack on Chun Yan, but seemed to imply a challenge to Lin Xuehua. After all, this woman held shares, and Lin Xuehua could not simply expel her. That was her leverage. The Minister of the International Department certainly holds a grandiose position, leaving us feeling quite at a loss. This is not a good omen. One fears there may be some indulgence at play. I have heard that an entire department within the Shanghai Group is being maintained for the sake of one idle individual. Hu Guanyue fixed her gaze on Lin Xuehua. Upon hearing this, Lin Xuehua's expression shifted, not out of fear, but out of indignation. Observing her silence, Hu Guanyue assumed she was a loss for words and smirked internally. However, her face revealed no trace of emotion as her gaze swept across the other executives. Ladies and gentlemen, I trust you have all witnessed what I proposed earlier. Are there any dissenting opinions? The other executives furrowed their brows slightly, fully aware of Hu Guanyue's intentions and objectives, yet none spoke out to refute Chun Yan. I am in favor. So am I. Chun Yan silently noted the names of these two supporters, realizing they were likely staunch followers of Hu Guanyue. One was the sales department head, Ding Xiang, and the other was the planning department head, Guo Liping. With the two leading the charge, a few others began to murmur their agreement. Seeing this, Chun Yin understood that he could not allow the situation to escalate further. Otherwise, he would find it difficult to clarify his position. Since I assumed the role of international department head, I have facilitated our collaboration with the international superstar Luna and secured a strategic partnership with the Luofei Group. I may not have achieved greatness, but my efforts have not been in vain, Chun Yin asserted, tapping the table. As for what I have been doing during this period, at Mr. Lin's behest, I have negotiated a procurement plan for raw stones with local miners, resulting in a 20% reduction in our raw material costs, which Mr. Lin can attest to. As his words fell, all eyes turned to Lin Shuihua, who, while knowing Chun Yin was exaggerating, could not expose the truth. Indeed, it was under my direction that Minister Chun performed admirably in this regard. However, I do hope that Minister Chun will ensure that his contributions are more widely recognized in the future to avoid misunderstandings like today's, Lin Shuihua stated, framing the day's events as a misunderstanding. The attendees, all astute individuals, would not oppose Lin Shuihua. They were well aware of the hierarchy between the president and vice president and would not risk offending Lin Shuihua for Hu Guanyue's sake. Thus, the matter passed without further incident. However, the company's recent rapid growth had left its current funds insufficient to support the group's strategic initiatives. I hope the group can seek further financing to attract investment, ensuring our next phase of development, Hu Guanyue declared. Chun Yin thought to himself, at last, her true intentions are revealed. He had previously instructed Banya to monitor Hu Guanyue's every move. She had been in frequent contact with the Sihai group, and although their interactions had temporarily ceased, they had recently re-established communication. Financing would inevitably dilute shares, and if Lin Shuihua's equity were reduced to less than half, the company she had single-handedly built, Shanghai Group, could be at risk of a change in ownership. This, it seemed, was Hu Guanyue's primary objective today, with her earlier targeting of Chun Yin merely a prelude. Given the need for financing, a reorganization of the board is unavoidable. While many present today are not directors of the group, I still wish to hear everyone's opinions, Hu Guanyue confidently stated. Even if Lin Shuihua opposed the financing, the pressing need for funds would surely prompt someone to speak up, and Hu Guanyue positioned herself as the leader of that faction. Some board members appeared quite captivated, likely having received prior assurances, while others wore frowns, acutely aware that introducing new capital would inevitably dilute their shares. The expressions varied among the crowd, and those in senior management who were not board members remained indifferent, focused solely on their salaries, unconcerned about who held the reins of power. The matter of financing was temporarily shelved to be revisited at the next meeting, as Lin Shuihua decisively declared. She felt a twinge of displeasure. The issue of equity was her bottom line, an inviolable boundary. Chapter 86. The considerate little brother-in-law. The movements of Hu Guanyue, Ding Xiang, and Guo Liping were under constant surveillance. Like a fox, one inevitably reveals its tail. Chun Yin was wholly devoted to matters concerning Shanghai. Little Tiger had resigned from his position in Shanghai Security Department and now spent his days assisting Banya in gathering intelligence. Confident that Banya would not treat him unfairly, and Chun Yin naturally did not pry further. Unexpectedly, a call came from Ding Jinlong of Sihai Group, inviting him to dinner. Chun Yin had no reason to decline and was curious to discover what this influential figure from Sihai Group intended to discuss. They met at an inconspicuous rural restaurant. Had it not been for Chun Yin's audacity, few would dare to attend such a meeting aware of Sihai Group's clandestine dealings. Inside the private room, Ding Jinlong was exceedingly courteous, personally serving Chun Yin tea, and it was just the two of them. I wonder what brings Mr. Ding to seek my company. Surely it cannot be merely for a meal, Chun Yin remarked, lighting a cigarette. He had little prior interaction with Ding Jinlong, leaving him perplexed by the latter's demeanor. Given Sihai Group's recent frequent contacts with Hu Guanyue, Chun Yin could not believe that Ding Jinlong acted without ulterior motives. To Chun Yin's surprise, Ding Jinlong offered him a light for his cigarette, an unexpected gesture from someone of his stature, a leader of a major enterprise. Though Chun Yin was confident, he had not expected such familiarity. A fine product, yet unfortunate to pair with my humble smoke. Chen Yin mused. It's all smoke. After all, Ding Jinlong replied, just like the finest tobacco can be diminished in a poor quality box. Sometimes, presentation is crucial, yet the intrinsic quality is equally significant. While these aspects may seem contradictory, they need not be in conflict. Leaning back in his chair, Chun Yin replied, you make a valid point. But does the cigarette itself determine the box it resides in? Ding Jinlong smiled softly. The cigarette has no say because it lacks the ability to choose. However, people possess that power, do they not? Chun Yin, interpreting this as an attempt to recruit him, was reluctant to delve further into that topic. What is Mr. Ding's ultimate aspiration? Ding Jinlong paused, momentarily taken aback, before responding, to engage in what I love most. I would prefer to interpret that as pursuing what one enjoys, which simplifies matters and requires little intellect. Ding Jinlong seemed momentarily ensnared by Chun Yan's line of reasoning, struggling to grasp its meaning. People naturally gravitate towards activities they cherish. However, in this vast world, existence and living can be seen as opposing concepts. The common populace toils relentlessly for mere survival. Of course, Ding is not of such a caliber. Thus, Chen Yin inquired with a smile, has Ding's dream been realized? Ding Jinlong, with a serious demeanor, replied, dreams predominantly serve as pursuits and reminiscences. If they were easily attainable, they would lack significance. He expressed a preference for the thrill of seemingly unattainable aspirations over the tranquility of mundane dreams. Chun Yin chuckled softly, stating, I actually favor a stable life. A warm home with a wife and children is my aspiration. This was no falsehood. He had grown weary of the so-called excitement, having learned through countless tribulations that simplicity holds the true essence of life. Many envy such a lifestyle. Ding Jinlong clinked glasses with Chun Yin and downed his drink. Yet, achieving a life of peace and stability is no simple feat unless one can withstand pressures from all directions, including humiliation. Sometimes one must strive, at other times, one should go with the flow. The distinction between contention and acquiescence is but a fleeting thought, akin to the divide between heaven and earth, or perhaps the yin and yang. Chun Yin asserted with conviction. From his conversation with Ding Jinlong, Chun Yin sensed that this individual might be disheartened, full of ambition yet confined to a subordinate position, though possessing a clear mind and presenting a formidable challenge. As an adversary, such a person might resort to any means to achieve their goals. As a friend, they could readily abandon comrades for personal gain. The decision of whether to engage or how to interact is a complex dilemma. For now, Chen Yin found himself admiring him. At least he was living with clarity and insight. Such a person, given the right opportunity, might truly leap to greatness. I hold you in high regard, Chen Yin expressed, only to feel slightly embarrassed by his own words, realizing that his current status did not warrant such compliments. Thank you. Ding Jinlong's unexpected gratitude caught Chun Yin off guard. What is your perspective on the situation in Jianghai? Chun Yin pondered. Above is a guiding hand. Below are many tentacles. No matter how fiercely one fights, they remain merely a dog. Clearly, this was not the response Ding Jinlong sought. He yearned for a more detailed analysis of Jianghai's current dynamics. Yet he perhaps overestimated Chun Yin, who, akin to a family man, stayed aloof from the intrigues of the world and had little interest in contention. Noticing Ding Jinlong's dissatisfaction with his answer, Chun Yin shrugged and remarked, my perspective will not sway your judgment. Some matters require less hesitation. Only by taking the plunge can one discern right from wrong. What do you think? Alette Shadrink. The meal unfolded with joviality and warmth, the two engaging in casual conversation as if they were long-lost friends. Although Chun Yin could not fathom why the other party was so courteous, he was not one to dwell on such matters. Since clarity eluded him, he decided to let it be. At least tonight, there was no malice in the other's demeanor, a sentiment he discerned through their dialogue and attitude. Moreover, Ding Jinlong inexplicably evoked a sense of humility within him. Upon returning home, Chun Yin sat alone on the sofa, his brow slightly furrowed as he fell into deep contemplation. While he was indifferent to the situation in Jianghai, the current state of Shanghai appeared rather dire. with some individuals seeking to incite a change in power. Pondering this matter, he extracted a cigarette, lit it, and began to smoke leisurely. He acknowledged that grappling with such issues was somewhat taxing for his mind. However, concerning Shanghai, there were certain events he could not permit. Anyone who dared to cross him would meet with dire consequences. "Brother-in-law, look at the shoes I bought for you," Lin Xiaobao exclaimed as he burst through the door, eager to showcase his gift. This younger brother-in-law was quite perceptive, recognizing the need to show appreciation towards his older sibling. "Well done." Chun Yin felt a swell of happiness in his heart. For the past few days, Lin Xiaobao had either bought him shoes or brought back snacks, leading Chun Yin to suspect that his unique charisma had profoundly touched Lin Xiaobao. After praising Lin Xiaobao, Chun Yin hummed a tune as he ascended the stairs to freshen up. "Xiaobao is more considerate than you." Despite Lin Xuehua's typically aloof demeanor, she was reluctant to hear Chun Yin praise her brother at her expense. "Why do you say that?" she inquired. "Just look at how Xiaobao buys me snacks and shoes. Treating me so well." Chun Yin yawned. "Isn't Lin Xiaobao holding onto your salary card?" Lin Xuehua teased, observing the Navi fool who had been duped yet still helped tally the money. "Shanghai has sent you 2 months' salary. The first month was a bit low, but the second was disbursed at the ministerial rate. Xiaobao has spent all, leaving you with just a few coins to spare, and yet you seem quite pleased." "Oh dear." This was the first time Lin Xuehua had spoken so much in one breath since Chun Yin and she had obtained her marriage certificate. Chun Yin sprang up from the bed in a vigorous motion and dashed downstairs. "Where's my salary card?" he bellowed. Lin Xiaobao sheepishly retrieved it from his pocket. "How much is left?" Upon noticing Lin Xiaobao's hesitance to respond, Chun Yin's temper flared. "Speak." "There are $3.20. Hearing Lin Xiaobao's anguish cry from below, Lin Xuehua revealed a long-forgotten smile. Chapter 87. Treading murky waters. The inquiry made by Ding Jinlong the previous night regarding the situation in Jianghai primarily revolved around the conflict between De Xiong and Xiao Shisong. Although it had yet to impact the Sihai group significantly, the principle that there is no safety beneath a collapsing nest was precisely what concerned him. Among the younger generation of the Sihai group, 3 individuals stood out prominently, known as the 3 young masters of Sihai. 1 literate, represented by Ding Jinlong, and 2 martial, namely Xiao Jimu and Xiao Shuibai. Notably, Xiao Jimu had already perished at Chun Yan's hands. Xiao Shisong's 5 adopted sons were also referred to as the 5 great kings of Sihai, yet only Xiao Shuibai remained alive. It was rumored that Xiao Shuibai was as unpredictable as a madman, with a volatile temper that led him to resort to violence at the slightest provocation. However, since he was the only one of the 5 to survive, it suggested either an overwhelming martial prowess or a skillful concealment of his abilities. The conflict between De Xiong and Sihai could be succinctly defined as the clash between De Xiong and Xiao Shuibai, with both sides sustaining casualties. Yet De Xiong held a slight advantage overall. Their struggle inevitably disrupted the lives of ordinary people nearby, leading to widespread speculation. The police conducted a superficial operation known as the 100-Day Stability Action in Jianghai, which turned out to be more bark than bite. Have you heard? The fight between Xiao Shuibai and De Xiong has become quite the uproar. Jianghai is on the brink of chaos. Wu Sanju has always been fervently interested in these sensational news stories. Leaning on Chun Yan's table, he remarked, "Rest assured, it won't spiral out of control." Chun Yan chuckled, sensing that Wu Sanju was being a bit overly anxious. "It won't. Both sides are at each other's throats. The next step will surely be a desperate struggle. Chaos is inevitable," Wu Sanju replied earnestly. Chun Yan found little reason to explain, as certain matters were beyond Wu Sanju's comprehension. Any attempt to elucidate would be akin to casting pearls before swine. The police could not possibly be unaware of the conflict between De Xiong and Sihai. Either they deemed Xiao Shisong too insignificant to concern themselves with, or they sought to maintain an unconventional stability. De Xiong has likely already entered the police's radar and may well become the next figurehead. Yet the prerequisite for such a role is obedience and the avoidance of excessive expansion. The turmoil instigated by Xiao Shisong's desperate attempts to clear his name is precisely the kind of chaos the police are unwilling to tolerate. An increase in factions would inevitably disrupt peace and complicate governance. Hence, the higher-ups prefer to let them vie and scramble until only one remains. And that individual must be compliant. As an ambitious youth, Xiong must tread upon others to ascend, and as his influence grows, he increasingly disregards others, setting his sights on the veteran rogue, Xiao Shisong. Only by defeating Xiao Shisong can he claim the pinnacle and foster further development. As for territorial disputes, in this era of organized crime, few care for mere protection fees. Those paltry sums scarcely cover the compensation for casualties incurred during conflicts. What truly matters is reputation. And the greatest impetus for reputation is its conversion into monetary gain. Money reigns supreme in this world. Thus, Chen Yin, as an ordinary citizen, harbored no concerns regarding these matters. The situation was likely to unfold as he envisioned. It was merely a matter of time. Currently, the populace only recognizes Xiao Shuibai. The true climax will occur when Xiao Shisong personally intervenes, for what transpires now is merely a prelude to war. Chen Yin was in a frenzy, speeding along the road. 10 minutes prior, he had received a call from Xiong, informing him that he and Lin Xiaobao were cornered at the Zhanghai Summer Resort and in imminent danger. Upon receiving the call, Chen Yin immediately rushed towards the resort with Luo Tu. The Summer Resort, a modestly renowned estate locally established long ago, bore a name easily remembered by the locals. Although they might not know the owner, everyone in Zhanghai was aware of the Summer Resort. Abandoning the vehicle midway, Chen Yin and Luo Tu scaled the wall, stealthily evading the occasional patrolling thugs. Upon reaching the Grand Hall, they witnessed the scene within. Xiong and another man were engaged in a tense standoff, guns drawn, while Lin Xiaobao was bound to a chair in the center, a weapon pressed against him. Lin Xiaobao's face had drained of color, his lips trembling in fear, for at his core, he remained a child of barely 18. Chen Yin suspected that the unknown man was Xiao Shisong's adopted son, Xiao Shuibai. The two refrained from making any rash moves, no matter their martial prowess. They understood the peril of confronting a blade unarmed. With both sides engaged in such a standoff, especially with Lin Xiaobao held as a hostage, caution was paramount. Make a call to the board duck and have him find Xiao Shisong's contact information. If Xiao Shuibai harms Xiaobao, I will ensure the annihilation of the Xiao family. Chen Yin declared with a fierce expression directed at the camel. Neither of them possessed firearms, and after much contemplation, he resolved to step forward for Lin Xiaobao's safety. Do not be hasty. Chen Yin raised his hands and slowly advanced. Who are you, kid? Are you tired of living? A thug from the Four Seas gang shouted. I am his brother-in-law. I am not one of your kind, Chen Yin replied calmly, gesturing towards Lin Xiaobao. Both parties held guns and thus paid little heed to this unarmed stranger advancing. Yet Chen Yin refrained from stepping into the confrontation, halting at the entrance. You are his brother-in-law. What is your relationship with him? Xiao Shuibai inquired, his gaze fixed intently on Chen Yin. Upon Chen Yin's appearance, he immediately felt a sense of vigilance. An ordinary person would have been terrified at the sight of guns, but with such composure in approaching, he was undoubtedly extraordinary. Moreover, he had seen Chen Yin at Xiao Shisong's birthday banquet. The man who dared to strike Lu Hongwei and remained unscathed was certainly no ordinary foe. We are childhood friends, but I am merely an ordinary office worker, and my brother-in-law is just a student, Chen Yin said slowly, lighting a cigarette, exuding an air of nonchalance. After receiving a phone call, Xiao Shuibai stated, I can release him, but can you ensure that they will not act against us? The call was from Xiao Shisong, who was not intimidated by Chen Yin's threats, but rather wary of Lin Xiaobao's familial stature. If anything were to happen to Lin Xiaobao here, with the Lin family's influence, even 3 Xiao Shisongs would meet their demise. I can guarantee it. How can you guarantee that? Whoever acts first will perish. I assure you. Even Jesus cannot save him. Chen Yin replied lightly. It is said that Xiao Shuibai is impulsive and irritable. Yet his ability to calmly and decisively release Lin Xiaobao reveals a profound depth of character. Realizing that remaining any longer was futile, Xiao Shuibai slowly retreated with his armed subordinates, exiting the hall and departing in their vehicle. Brother Yin, I apologize, said Daxiong, who also put away his firearm. Chen Yin kicked Daxiong to the ground. As the leader, Da Xiong's subordinates, witnessing their leader being struck, were eager to confront the disrespectful Chen Yin. Stop! Da Xiong stumbled to his feet, halting his men's actions. This is Brother Yin, my elder brother. Chen Yin pushed the limp Lin Xiaobao towards the camel and cast a profound glance at Da Xiong as he departed. Chapter 88. A slight discard. Da Xiong bid farewell to Chen Yin, feeling a tinge of regret. Behind him stood his top subordinate, Yuan San. Brother, it seems we have failed. Da Xiong exhaled a thick plume of smoke and replied with a faint smile. Though we have indeed failed, it is not without gain. Yuan San looked momentarily puzzled, questioning. It seems there was no conflict. After today, there may be no further entanglements. Da Xiong smirked. Xiao Shuaibai and Xiao Jinmu share a brotherly bond. With Xiao Jinmu slain by Chen Yin, he will not remain passive. He simply conceals his intentions well. Da Xiong continued. These two will inevitably clash. As peers, Yuan San and the others possessed a profound understanding of Xiao Shuaibai, recognizing his vengeful nature. Even the most patient among them had their breaking point. However, he harbored little regard for Chen Yin, perceiving him merely as a feeble scholar devoid of any martial prowess. But I fail to comprehend one thing, Yuan San inquired. Can a solitary figure like Chen Yin truly stand as a rival to Xiao Shuaibai? Is he truly worthy of the elaborate efforts you are expending to draw him into this conflict? You lack understanding, which is why you fail to grasp his formidable nature. Da Xiong replied knowingly. If he wished for our demise, we would undoubtedly not survive until dawn. In the realm of assassination, he unequivocally reigns as a king. Yuan San gasped in astonishment. It was no wonder his leader remained unfazed after enduring a kick from Chen Yin. In the current landscape of Jianghai City, even Xiao Shisong would greet Da Xiong with a respectful address of boss du. What is your plan then? Yuan San asked. I want them to tear each other apart. Da Xiong replied solemnly. Only through this can we achieve ultimate victory at minimal cost. Are you not concerned about Chen Yan's retribution? Yuan San furrowed his brow. You just mentioned his exceptional skills. Do you not fear him? Fear not, Da Xiong chuckled. I know Chen Yan well. He is aware of my manipulation. Yet he will not retaliate against me. He may strike me, but he will not kill me, for we share a bond from our childhood. And Chen Yan is a man who values emotions. At this juncture, the focus should be on how to ensnare him in our schemes, rather than contemplating the aftermath. Post-conflict, he would remain the exalted king of assassins, while I would reign as the sovereign of Jianghai's underworld. I have bartered our friendship for this crown. Whether it is worth the price, I am yet to ascertain. Chen Yin cast Lin Xiaobao onto the sofa, observing the trepidation etched on his face, and felt a pang of sympathy, for in his eyes, Lin Xiaobao was still but a child. You should return to Yanjing tomorrow, Chen Yin stated. This place is not suited for you. The darkness of society is an endless abyss, and given your background, such matters are ill-fitting. Yes, brother-in-law, take care. Lin Xiaobao ziplit weekly. You have offended both Si Hai and Da Xiong. Be wary of their vengeance. The lad has not yet been cowed into silence. He still seeks to analyze the situation for me. Chen Yin laughed. Rest assured, it is only I who shall take lives. None can take mine. Can you keep today's event for my sister? Not a problem. Only a fool would inform your sister. If Lin Shuai-hua learns of it, she will be the first to blame herself. Go take a shower. You are drenched in sweat. All right. As Chen Yin stepped out, he waved the distance, where two individuals, tasked with secretly safeguarding Lin Xiaobao, approached apprehensively. Had it not been for Chen Yan's timely intervention, their failure to protect their charge would have been a foregone conclusion. Why did you two not act today and allow Xiaobao to fall into peril? Chen Yan demanded sternly. The situation escalated too swiftly for us to intervene, they replied. Thank you, they added, bowing deeply to Chen Yan. Has Xiaobao been with Da Xiong these past few days? Chen Yan inquired, offering them each a cigarette. Yes, but we noticed that Da Xiong seems intent on bringing Xiaobao to you, they replied. All right, I understand. You have both worked hard. Chen Yan had a rough understanding of the situation. Da Xiong intended to use him as a pawn. Though Da Xiong appeared robust and imposing, having grown up together, Chen Yan recognized that he was far from foolish. Indeed, he was quite astute. While it was not entirely unexpected for him to pull Chun Yin into his schemes, it was utterly unacceptable to exploit Lin Xiaobao. Having no family of his own since childhood, Lin Xiaobao had come to represent a semblance of family for Chun Yin, a cherished bond that should not be manipulated or tampered with. Chun Yin could not help but lament the cunning nature of Xiao Song, this old fox. Despite the turmoil engulfing Jianghai, the old fellow remained unperturbed, as if nothing were amiss. Frankly, Chun Yin harbored little faith into Xiong. Xiao Song had entrenched himself in Jianghai for over 50 years, surrounded by formidable subordinates, and now possessing substantial resources. Who could ascertain if he had any hidden cards up his sleeve? Xiao Hu, keep an eye on Xiong and observe whom he has been associating with lately. Chun Yin instructed over the phone. Be cautious and avoid detection. If you are discovered, flee at once. Understood? Got it, Yin Ge, Xiao Hu replied. I'll treat you to a night out with some ladies another day. Chun Yin jested. Actually, Yin Ge, I'm free today, Xiao Hu said, somewhat bashfully. By the way, my sister-in-law has returned, so I must cut this short. Besides, my sister-in-law is quite strict with finances, and I truly have no money, Chun Yin deflected. I'll treat you. Yin Ge, Xiao Hu eagerly insisted. It seemed this young fellow was genuinely invested. With a sense of helplessness, Chun Yin decided to end the call. Who could have anticipated that Xiao Hu, seeking to escape this world, would ultimately become embroiled in it again? Although the violence of the past had subsided, they were still entrenched in their old ways. It could only be said that fate had a peculiar sense of irony. Having finished his bath, Lin Xiaobao re-emerged as the carefree scion of the Lin family, his youthful whims flitting swiftly. At that moment, he gazed at Chun Yin with tearful eyes. Brother-in-law, I'm going back tomorrow. What will you do if you miss me? Lin Xiaobao said with a pitiful expression. Chun Yin shot him a disdainful look. You're my brother-in-law, not my sister-in-law. What use is it for you to miss me? Brother-in-law, why don't you give me your card? That way, when I use it, I can think of you repeatedly. Wouldn't that be wonderful? Chun Yin kicked him lightly on the backside. What do you mean? Am I supposed to be your sugar daddy? That money was hard-earned. There's no way I'm giving it to you. During dinner, Lin Xiaobao spoke up. Sister, I'm returning to Yinjing tomorrow. Well, that's for the best. You've been away for quite some time, and if you linger in Jianghai any longer, you might go wild. It's a good thing to return where there are responsibilities. Lin Shuihua replied coolly, yet she cast a lingering glance at Chun Yin. Chun Yin felt a twinge of regret over marrying Lin Shuihua. She was astute and could easily see through the slightest of deceptions, always uncovering the minutiae. That night, as he climbed into bed, he abandoned his usual loquaciousness. Feeling excessively fatigued, I'm going to sleep early tonight, he announced. Perhaps you should share a few details, Lin Shuihua suggested softly. With reluctance, Chun Yin summarized the situation, including how Xiong intended to use him, but he omitted the matter of firearms. Oomph. Lin Shuihua scoffed in response. What troubles you? Are you angered by their unfair treatment of Xiao Bao, or by their exploitation of me? Chun Yin chuckled. Weren't you also utilizing me back then? You are nothing but a pile of foul excrement. If it must rot, let it decay upon my ground, not upon another's. Although Chun Yin was touched by Lin Shuihua's words, he found the metaphor rather unappealing, believing himself to be of slightly superior quality than that foul refuse. Chapter 89. Reasoning. The investigation conducted by Banduk into the sourcing channels of Dongshan Group's raw materials revealed no discernible flaws. Like other domestic jewelry companies, they procured directly from distributors in Yunnan. The collaboration between Shanghai and Wang Defa was successfully established. During the return journey, Maoho followed the smuggling route of the Hushan guerrilla group, and as Chun Yin had suspected, the Yunnan distributors were merely puppets. Dongshan sourced directly from Hushan. A militia supported by minor means maintained direct contacts with domestic companies. And Chun Yin could not help but ponder the implications of the assistance he received during his previous assassination attempt. Boss, Wei Sijia is not the biological son of Wei Jianliang. He was adopted, and this is no secret in Jianghai, Banduk stated, sitting opposite Chun Yin. Their father-son relationship is currently strained, and Wei Jianliang has shown little dedication to educating Wei Sijia. Until now, Wei Jianliang has remained single, with no history of marriage. A man in his 50s, never married yet adopts a son. Why? Chun Yin furrowed his brow. Fear of marriage, commitment issues, unrequited love, being trapped by circumstances. There are numerous possibilities, making it difficult to speculate, Banduk replied. I will continue to monitor the financial situation of Dongshan Group. Indeed, let us not alert the snake in the grass. As Chun Yin perused the materials Banduk provided, his brow remained furrowed. Wei Jianliang, aged 62, had an undisclosed childhood, but it was known that his family was quite affluent. Otherwise, he would not have studied abroad during that era. After 4 years at Maitian University, he returned to establish a foreign trade company. The 1990s marked the onset of rapid development in Huaxia, and as people began to acquire wealth, they naturally sought to purchase household appliances. Wei Jianliang's Dongshan Foreign Trade Company could be likened to a FAAD. The true business interactions involved smuggling household appliances from minor sources, and he profited abundantly from this trade. With the development of Dongshan, Wei Jianliang gradually ventured into real estate, cosmetics, and jewelry, becoming a well-established enterprise in Jianghai. Having remained unmarried throughout his life, it was unclear by what means he managed to adopt Wei Xijia. Chun Yin could not fathom why he would oppose him or assist a Herin. As the real estate market in Huaxia declined, the real estate division under Dongshan Group had become virtually defunct. Why would a cosmetics and jewelry conglomerate establish a security company? Shenhe Security, an obscure little firm, hardly accepted external tasks, primarily focusing on the security needs of Dongshan Group. It was a low-profile company that even Banduk nearly overlooked. Unable to make sense of it, Chun Yin felt an unsettling intuition, a sense that had always proven accurate, having once saved his life on the battlefield. Since he could not comprehend the situation, he did not dwell on it. With the presence of the brilliant mind known as Borduk, he felt secure in his role as a hands-off manager. The spirit of the Chinese nation remains undying, a truth well known throughout the land. Chun Yin's understanding of this matter surpassed that of the common populace. Aware of his intention to reside long-term in China, he deemed it prudent to keep those in authority informed. Carrying 2 jugs of fine wine, Chun Yin made his way to Li Hongjuan's residence for a meal, only to find that Li was not home. Given his high-ranking position and the demands of military affairs, this absence was quite normal. Li Jiangwo's eyes sparkled at the sight of the wine in Chun Yin's hands. Now largely retired, the elder had relinquished most responsibilities, preferring to enjoy a peaceful life. Chun Yin held deep respect for those elderly individuals who had devoted themselves to the defense of the nation. What brings the busy little Chun here today? Li Jiangwo quipped with a teasing tone. Every visit is a rarity. If you were to pass away, I would have to pour this fine wine on the ground for you. So why not enjoy it while you can still appreciate it? Chun Yin replied with a grin. Indeed, it's a waste otherwise. At least I can savor it myself. The fortune teller said I would live to be 108 years old. He added, perhaps a tad less. I believe you could live a millennium. Li Jiangwo retorted, tossing a slipper in Chun Yin's direction, which he adeptly dodged before sitting across from the elder. Now, what issue has brought you to trouble this old man? Li Jiangwo knew well that Chun Yin did not come without reason. I suspect Wei Jianliang from Dongshan Group is deeply entangled with the little days. He is not to be underestimated, Chun Yin stated candidly. The old revolutionaries all harbor disdain for the little days, a stark contrast to certain celebrities and wealthy individuals who eagerly gaze at foreign allure, Li Jiangwo remarked. Do you have evidence? He inquired. Not at the moment, but I trust my instincts, Chun Yin replied, lighting a cigarette for the elder as they shared a cloud of smoke and conversation. Dongshan Group is a well-established enterprise in Jianghai, a legitimate company. It would be inappropriate for us to interfere, Li Jiangwo said with a twinkle in his eye. Chun Yin understood this cunning old fox well. It was a setup for his own misfortune, surely not a good sign. However, the social issues of unscrupulous competition and violent acts fall under public security, not within the military's jurisdiction, Chun Yin remarked, casting a disappointed glance at the elder. The old fox nearly suggested Chun Yin act boldly, absolving himself of any responsibility for potential fallout, claiming any success as collective while leaving Chun Yin to bear the blame in case of trouble. Little Chun, the military has nurtured you for over 20 years. You must think twice before proceeding. Do you understand? Li Jiangguo said with a chuckle as he sipped his tea. I have only served for 2 years. Where do you get 20 from? Chun Yin countered, realizing that his visit had been a mistake. Without the military, you would not enjoy the life you have now. From the moment you were born, you have benefited from the great nation that the military has provided. Does that not count? Li Jiangguo continued. One cannot reason with rational individuals. One must use strength. With the unreasonable, one must employ even greater force, Chen Yin thought. Yet as he looked at the frail figure of the elder before him, he found himself at a loss for action. Moreover, despite the old gentleman's frail appearance, in a life-and-death struggle, Chun Yin doubted whether he would truly stand a chance against him. Since you have urged me to investigate, I shall indeed look into these matters. However, should complications arise, your assistance will be required. Chun Yin sought a metaphorical sword of protection for himself. I have said nothing. Our sole purpose today is to indulge in drink. Li Jiangguo, reclining comfortably against the back of his chair, uttered words that could provoke ire. There is no compulsion for you to partake. After all, not every individual from Huaxia possesses a conscience in these times. Rest assured, should you choose not to go, I shall hold no grievance. This blatant moral coercion, elevated to the level of Huaxia's collective conscience, stirred Chen Yan's awareness, though it was modest. It could not be said that he lacked a moral compass. He found it difficult to harbor anger towards Li Jiangguo, whether he chose to refute or remain silent. He would pursue the investigation regardless. Li Jiangguo had already gauged Chun Yan's disposition. Though he spoke with a smile, a palpable hatred flickered in his eyes when the topic of daily life arose. Chun Yin was not one to be easily outdone. Seizing upon the pretext of health concerns, he discreetly took Li Jiangguo's special supply of cigarettes, soothing his wounded spirit. Chapter 90. Progress under guidance. Shanghai Security, a modest company with merely a handful of employees, was virtually unknown amidst the vast expanse of Jianghai. Its headquarters resided in a large compound by the eastern seaside of Jianghai City, perpetually closed, with the company sign having faded from the relentless sun. After investigation, Banya discovered that the staff at Shanghai Security were predominantly orphans, a revelation that piqued his curiosity. Within Chen Yan's team, Banya served as a strategist. The role of a frontline fighter was ill-suited for him, and Chen Yan's indolence rendered Camel the prime candidate for action. Following Banya's provided address, Camel arrived near the compound, hesitating to approach. For if Chen Yan's suspicions held true, the vicinity would undoubtedly be rife with both overt and covert surveillance. After passing through 3 different vehicles, he was astonished to find that security near the compound was not stringent. There wasn't even a solitary lookout in sight. Based on Camel's experience, such a compound would likely feature a facade of laxity, concealing inner vigilance, prompting him to refrain from reckless action, planning to investigate further under the cover of night. At 4 in the morning, the sky was shrouded in ominous clouds, the moon obscured, casting a daunting darkness over the night. Dressed in black tactical gear, Camel swiftly scaled the wall. To his surprise, there were no surveillance cameras surrounding the compound, leading one to question how such an ordinary-looking place could harbor secrets. Inside the compound, nothing remarkable was present, merely 2 rows of standard bungalows, with a few antiquated exercise bars and sandbags occupying the central area, and a handful of ordinary security vans parked at the entrance. The expansive yard was devoid of even a single dog, imparting an eerie sense of tranquility. Camel refrained from entering the buildings, wary of alarming any potential threats. For 4 consecutive days, he monitored the compound, observing a regimented lifestyle among the inhabitants. All young men in their 20s, robust, and returning home at consistent hours, with no sign of suspicious activity. Boss, there is nothing suspicious about Shanghai Security. All remain serene, Camel reported, his countenance reflecting the weariness of several days of diligent observation. A lack of apparent flaws can indeed raise greater suspicion. So many young individuals congregated together, departing early and returning late each day without indulging in leisure activities. Do you find this to be normal? Chen Yin pondered for a moment before responding. The surface may appear normal, but perhaps there are unspeakable secrets lurking beneath. Chun Yin genuinely believed this could lead to a significant revelation. The term traitor has become infrequently used, yet considering Wei Jinliang's experiences alongside Chun Yan's own speculations, if this matter holds any truth, it would undoubtedly serve as a formidable bombshell within Jianghai's business community. However, even if this were the case, the higher-ups would not permit such information to explode publicly. It would only circulate within a limited circle, inaccessible to the common populace. The dissemination of such knowledge would not be a matter of pride, marking a considerable scandal for the entire Huaxia. Do not pursue this investigation further for fear of alarming the snake in the grass. Instead, let Banya closely monitor the financial dealings of Dongshan Group, Chun Yin stated calmly. There is no wall that does not allow the wind to pass through. Any clandestine affairs will eventually reveal traces. Chun Yan's team is akin to a cold, venomous serpent, with Dongshan Group as their prey. No matter how well the prey conceals itself, it cannot evade the hunter's pursuit, and this conviction stems from their strength and the righteousness they embody. Chun Yin had been feeling rather disheartened these past few days, lacking his usual carefree demeanor. Although he endeavored to mask this in front of Lin Shuihua, she, being perceptive, easily discerned the underlying hints. You are troubled, Lin Shuihua asserted confidently. Rest assured, I am fine, Chun Yin replied, reluctant to let his issues affect her. I can sense it, Lin Shuihua remarked gently. As we are husband and wife, there are matters you may share. Perhaps I can assist you. Do you recall the captain I mentioned before, the one who saved my life? Tomorrow marks the anniversary of his passing. Chun Yin spoke with a hint of sorrow. All these years have passed. You need not worry. I am all right, he reassured her. I will accompany you to pay my respects tomorrow, Lin Shuihua said after settling comfortably. Really? Chun Yin asked, surprised, seeking confirmation once more. Rest now. Thank you. The following day, the morning in Jianghai City was filled with a gentle drizzle. On the stone steps of the Nanshan Martyr Cemetery, Chun Yan's fingers trembled slightly as he clutched a white chrysanthemum, while Lin Shuihua, clad in a black dress, held an umbrella beside him. In the distance, the golden characters inscribed on the monument, proclaiming the revolutionary martyrs will live forever, flickered in and out of visibility amidst the rain. As they ascended the stone steps, gazing